This boy is named Mo-fan, an ordinary student about to take his high school entrance exams. What he fears most is teachers and parents asking which high school he wants to attend or what he wants to do in the future. Second to that is election day. A new day has arrived. Mo-fan gets dressed for school while lost in thought. With my grades, there's no way I'll get into high school no matter how much my dad tries to comfort me. If I really don't pass, I can always join him in long-haul trucking. But even with hard work would barely make ends meet. Mo-fan glanced at the note his father left on the table. Son, Dad's on a run tonight, won't be home, take care of yourself. After a while the Mo family's excitement settled and Mo-fan arrived at school looking at the problems on the blackboard. He mused to himself that life might already be predetermined. The person solving problems on the blackboard was named Mo-bai. The Mo family was prestigious and their son excelled in everything. I think only someone like him has the right to talk about the future. It's like the game already picked him to be first place and the rest of us are just fighting for second. At the podium the teacher announced that school would let out early that afternoon. Go home and study hard, midterms are in 10 days. Immediately a classmate ran up to invite him. Fan, it's rare we get a break, let's go play games. Mo-fan declined. Not today, I promised I'd visit grandpa. Hearing this, a chubby boy named Zhao Kunsen immediately sneered. Yeah right, with your grades, even if you get into high school you'll still end up following someone like Mo-bai. Xiaoho was furious and shouted, Zhao Kunsen, you're so annoying. But Mo-fan stopped his friend, calming him down. Xiaoho, forget it. Xiaoho's anger hadn't faded as he chased after him, calling out Fange. Mo-fan waved it off, casually signaling not to mind such people. Let's go. Xiaoho had no choice but to obey. Alright. Mo-bai's gaze lightly brushed past Mo-fan, carrying an almost imperceptible expression. On the secluded path leading to the back hill, Mo-fan walked while lost in thought. He held deep respect for the old man he was about to see. He truly envied how he could live his life so carefree in this place. It wasn't so bad. Mo-fan gently pushed open the door and called out cheerfully, Grandpa, I'm here. A weak voice replied, Kid, I'm in the backyard. A sense of dread washed over him. Mo-fan rushed inside, panicked. Grandpa, are you okay? Don't move, I'll help you. After a moment he handed the old man some water and urged gently, Grandpa, have some water. The old man said gratefully, this place is so remote and desolate. Only you come to keep me company and chat. Mo-fan smiled. Come on, I think the stories you tell are really interesting. Mo-fan nodded in confirmation. Yes, he had told you that besides our world there is also a magical world. Hearing this, the old man suddenly coughed violently and collapsed to the ground. Weakly he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. Mo-fan called out in concern, Old man, are you alright? The old man whispered, I don't have much time left. Mo-fan quickly interrupted, don't say such unlucky things, I still want to hear your stories. But the old man placed a necklace into Mo-fan's hand, his voice growing fainter. Keep this. Mo-fan stood up firmly, forget about this stuff, let me call an ambulance for you. But the old man gripped his hand tightly, leaving his final words, remember my grave is in the mountains. With that the old man took his last breath. Mo-fan cried out in despair, old man, wake up. After some time Mo-fan buried the old man beneath a large tree and set up a simple gravestone. He clasped his hands in prayer, old man, may you rest in peace. After returning home Mo-fan picked up the necklace and examined it carefully. The old man had said this necklace was a 1,000-year-old divine artifact, but it didn't look like one at all. Oh well, it's getting late, I have school tomorrow, time for bed. Just as he lay down he reached out to turn off the light. In that instant the necklace suddenly emitted a dazzling glow. A blinding beam of light pierced the night sky, shooting straight into the clouds. Above the city a terrifying phenomenon began to unfold. The next morning Mo-fan woke up with drool still on his cheek, mumbling, oh it's morning. Still half asleep he shuffled into the bathroom to wash up, yawning as he walked out, I woke up early today, there's still time to grab breakfast. But as soon as he stepped onto the street a bizarre sight met his eyes, leaving Mo-fan stunned. He asked in shock, what's going on, is it going to rain? Then Mo-fan's entire worldview shattered completely. In the sky countless people soared freely like birds. Mo-fan let out a cry of awe and muttered to himself in a daze, what's happening to me? I must be hallucinating from hunger, that's it, I didn't eat breakfast. He hurried to the street corner and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the familiar breakfast shop. Thank goodness, at least the breakfast shop is still open. But the atmosphere there was just as strange. People were murmuring anxiously, boss, is this place still working? If not, I'll go somewhere else. Mo-fan widened his eyes and asked, boss, what's happening? The boss sighed and replied, sigh, if only we had a lightning mage, even a beginner would do. Look at all my induction cookers and pots. This isn't working, how am I supposed to do business like this? Mo-fan couldn't help but tease, hey boss, I don't think it's the stove that's the problem, it's your brain. The boss immediately flared up, what did you say? I've always taken such good care of you, and now with so many people waiting for breakfast you're still joking around. Just then the people around started complaining too. Sigh, too bad I'm a water type, there's not much I can do to help. For ordinary folks like us, life really can't do without mages. Yeah, only 1 in 1,000 is a lightning mage, there might not even be one here. This is the only breakfast shop around lately, if I can't get food I'll be late for work. The boss could only apologize helplessly, sorry everyone. Watching all this, Mo Fan found it increasingly absurd and could only mutter ha ha. Suddenly a bald old man pushed his way to the front and shouted, everyone make way, let me take a look. Mo Fan immediately recognized the familiar face. Wasn't this elder who too? His physics teacher. Finally someone sensible had arrived. He called out happily, teacher who, the boss says his induction cooker is broken, can you fix it? He also thought to himself, and maybe fix his brain while you're at it. Teacher who asked in surprise, Mo Fan, you're here too? I was just thinking about whether I could help. Oh, and did you finish the magic theory homework I assigned yesterday? Did you finish the magic theory homework I assigned yesterday at noon? Today's exam questions will come from that. Mo Fan's face twisted at the mention of magic theory. Faraday and Max Jones would be rolling in their graves. Teacher who turned to the boss and said, boss, I'm a fire mage. I can't generate electricity for you, but I can start a fire to tide you over. At least fire mages aren't useless, right? The boss, clinging to this lifeline, rushed to the stove and said, then I'll take it from here. The moment he spoke, a surge of spiritual energy filled the air. Mo Fan watched his teacher's hands intently, holding his breath. On the cold stove a flame flickered to life, then quickly grew into what looked like a raging inferno. The crowd erupted in cheers. Wow, amazing, finally we can get breakfast. Mo Fan's face darkened like the bottom of a pot as he muttered, what are you doing showing off like Zhu Beiji? You owe us an explanation. Seeing his student's clueless expression, teacher who patted his shoulder and asked, Mo Fan, did you stay up all night reading sci-fi again? You look exhausted. Mo Fan shot back in surprise, aren't teachers supposed to encourage students to read science books? Teacher who looked disappointed, you're not a kid anymore. When I was young I loved reading about gravity and relativity in science books too, but as you grow up you have to tell what's real from what's not. You can't stay stuck in childhood forever. The teacher's words suddenly reminded Mo Fan of something an old man had once said. There was a place that worshipped magic. Their people didn't study science, they studied magic. At that moment a thought flashed through Mo Fan's mind. Had he really come to a world of magic? Was this real? Teacher who turned to leave, calling back over his shoulder, I still need to prepare the teaching materials for the beginner magic theory class. I'll be going now. After hearing that, Mo Fan could only wave goodbye. Take care, teacher. Then on a nearby road under construction, he saw people using magic to pave the way. An earth mage was pouring asphalt while shouting, earth mages watch the temperature. Witnessing all this, Mo Fan finally accepted reality. It really had come to a world of magic. Well, at least that's something. Today was the day they'd hand back the previous math test. Maybe coming to a magic world would let him escape that disaster. Ha ha ha, wait, maybe he could even make something of himself in this world. But reality wasn't so kind. When the teacher handed out the papers he sighed in disappointment. This is concerning. The midterms are in a few days, but our classmate Mo Fan only scored a 6 on the elf magic test. Come get your paper. Mo Fan's face paled. He never expected that even in a magic world he'd still be a failure. The teacher reminded him, Mo Fan, you only have a few days left for the midterms, you'd better start studying. Zhao Kunsen took the chance to mock him. Mo Fan, did your dad give you the wrong name or something? You're not just bad, you're worse than average. Maybe you should just change it. Xiaoho immediately snapped back angrily, Zhao Kunsen, stop talking nonsense. TCH, don't let it get to you fans, just ignore them. Mo Fan just gave Zhao Kunsen a dismissive glance. Kid. But in his heart he made up his mind, let them laugh for now. Once he understood this world he'd see who had the last laugh. After class the teacher scolded the whole class, alright, that's it for today. Everyone go home and review the key points, they might be on the test. On the way home Mo Fan asked Xiaoho, where's the school library? Xiaoho looked shocked. The library, it's up ahead. Fanj, are you okay? He was probably thinking, did this guy take the wrong medicine today? Since when is he so eager to study? Mo Fan replied, thanks, I want to look up some information, you go on home. Watching his friend's retreating figure, Xiaoho couldn't help but mutter, looking up information, really? Could he have been provoked by Zhao Kunsen? Mo Fan arrived in front of a large building and looked up. This must be the place. Great time to see what this magic world is really like. Stepping into the library, Mo Fan picked up a book titled History of Magic. The books say there are 2 kinds of people in this world, mages and ordinary people. Ordinary people are responsible for production and manufacturing, while mages protect humanity from danger and maintain the world's order. Mages are the heroes of this world. The key to becoming a true mage lies in awakening magic. Everyone awakens different magic attributes, but most are elemental types like wind, fire, water, light, lightning, ice and earth. Mo-fan struggled with the confusing parts, but new magic awakening was only possible after reaching the 3rd grade. Based on his current understanding of this world, advancing to the 3rd grade seemed impossible. Han sighed in frustration, thinking, I really want to become a mage. Suddenly a familiar voice called out, Mo-fan, what's wrong? Did the food not suit your taste today? Mo-fan jumped in surprise and quickly tried to cover it up. Oh no, these are all my favorite dishes, haha. Mo-joshing looked at his son with concern and asked, tell me what's on your mind, do you think I wouldn't notice? After stammering for a while, Mo-fan finally spoke up, Dad, I want to keep studying magic. I know my grades aren't great. Mo-joshing chuckled lightly before saying bluntly, actually after graduation you could just work with me, you'd make a living. Mo-fan gripped his chopsticks tightly, filled with self-reproach and being so selfish. His father was still working hard to support the family, and here he was. Just as Mo-fan began to feel disheartened, Mo-joshing asked sincerely, son, do you really want to study? Mo-fan answered firmly, yes. Mo-joshing asked again seriously, are you sure you want to keep studying? This time Mo-fan patted his chest confidently and replied, Dad, I really want to keep studying. Time passed and the final exams were finally over. Mo-fan cheered their finally done freedom. Xiaoho asked as they walked, Bro-fan, what are your plans after graduation? Mo-fan said firmly, I'm going to 3rd year, though I don't know if he'll get the chance. What about you? Xiaoho replied excitedly, same here, it'd be great if we could both get into Tianlang High School together. Oh wait for me, I'll go buy a drink. Watching his friend's retreating figure, Mo-fan thought to himself, if I could really pass, that would be amazing. Suddenly a voice came from afar, Joshing, I've taken care of this family for you long enough. Mo-fan quickly hid behind a tree and peeked at the two men talking. Han muttered to himself, Dad, that man standing next to Mo-joshing is Mu Xia. He said I helped you keep your job after what your son did, but this time I can't do anything, just leave. But Mo-joshing pleaded loudly, please. Mr. Mu Xia, I'm begging you one last time. With that he knelt down before Mu Xia. Teacher Mu Xia immediately said, Joshing, why must you do this? Mo-joshing pleaded sincerely, the tuition for Skywolf 3rd High is too much for my family to afford. Mu Xia advised, don't waste your effort, even if I arrange it for you. With his aptitude, he'll never become a sorcerer's remnant. Mo-joshing said in a trembling voice, Brother Mu Xia, if you can help us this time, well, move out of the Mu residence immediately. I promise my son will never bother Miss Mu Ningxuet again. Upon hearing this, Mu Xia happily exclaimed, oh, then I can reconsider. Mo-joshing eagerly asked, really, thank you so much. Mu Xia continued, but let me make this clear, I can only help him get into 3rd High. What happens after that depends on his own fate. Mo-joshing quickly agreed, yes, my son is in your hands. The entire conversation was heard clearly by Mo-fan. Just then Little Ho returned, scratching his head and asking, Fans, you're back, wait, what's wrong, you look awful. Mo-fan brushed it off, it's nothing, let's go. That night Mo-joshing happily announced, son, I have good news for you. You got into Skywolf 3rd High, are you happy? I have a friend in the admissions office, so I managed to secure you a spot. Mo-fan just stood there with a blank expression, then forced a laugh, haha, amazing, way to go, Dad. Mo-joshing chuckled proudly, don't underestimate your old man, even a truck driver like me has some connections. But we'll have to rent out this house. The tuition at Skywolf Academy isn't cheap, so we'll cut costs where we can. Since you'll be boarding and I'm always on the road, what do you think? Mo-fan nodded numbly, sure, whatever you say, Dad. Late at night Mo-fan lay in bed lost in thought. He had thought the world had changed, but his father still had to bow and scrape to those people. Reality was still harsh. Just wait and see, he'll become the greatest sorcerer and rise above everyone. Time passed and Mo-fan successfully enrolled in Skywolf 3rd High. Seeing the new student list, Little Ho excitedly told Mo-fan fans were both in Class 8. Just then Zhao Kunsen appeared, sneering, oh look who's in the same class again, haha, guess we're stuck with the bottom of the barrel. Mo-fan, do you know this list is ranked by entrance exam scores? Our Miss Mu from the Mu family is still first place. Mo-fan, haha. Little Ho shouted angrily, Zhao Kun, why do I keep running into you looking for trouble? But Mo-fan held back the hothead. Little Ho, the opening ceremony is about to start, let's go. Zhao Kunsen mocked, haha, dog relying on its master's power. Little Ho was furious, who are you calling a dog? A moment later the opening ceremony began. Principal Long announces, welcome everyone to Tianshan High School. I'm sure you're all excited right now because from this moment on you'll embark on a glorious path to become mages. Let me say a few words. Mages are sworn to protect humanity. You must remember that beyond this peaceful city countless demons lurk waiting for their chance. Finally, I hope that in the future each of you will become a shining star of magic. After listening, Mo-fan felt he had chosen the right path. Then the homeroom teacher addressed the class. I'm sure you've all gained some insight from the principal's words. Now I will help you all awaken your magic. Zhao Kunsen immediately raised his hand and asked teacher, what if the awakening fails? I heard someone in our class got in through connections. That guy probably won't fail, right? After hearing this, the class began whispering, no way, right? I've heard that in the past decade there's never been a case of awakening failure. If it happens, it'll be explosive news. The homeroom teacher confirmed, yes, it has happened before. If that happens, we'll have no choice but to ask that student to leave the school. Zhao Kunsen turned and sneered, got in through connections only to leave so soon, what a shame. Too bad for them. Mo Fan thought to himself, these ignorant fools. Let me awaken a powerful magic and show them what real talent looks like. The teacher announced, next we'll begin awakening magic in order. The first is Mubai. Mubai stood up nervously upon hearing his name. A few girls in the class nearly shrieked in excitement. Oh, so that's Mubai, he's so handsome and he's ranked first. Yeah, I love him, I wonder what element his magic will be. Another student chimed in, it definitely won't be something useless like water or light. The teacher then asked Mubai, are you related to the Hanbing branch of the Mu family? Mubai confirmed yes. The teacher immediately praised him, good, if it's the Hanbing element your strength will far surpass others, but don't forget to work hard, talent isn't everything. While that may be true, talent can't decide everything, but without talent you're nothing. Mubai stood before the crystal ball, determined if he didn't awaken the Hanbing element he'd be worthless. No matter what, Mubai had to succeed this time. Just as he thought this, the crystal ball revealed the Hanbing attribute. The class erupted in cheers. Hanbing element, oh my, it really is the Hanbing element. The teacher, seeing Mubai awaken the Hanbing element, praised him happily. Excellent, your ice element is very pure, remember to train hard to make it even stronger. The teacher thought to himself, he's already formed the spirit stone during awakening. This kid has talent, he's bound to achieve great things in the future. Mubai was secretly delighted. Perfect, once he obtained the Mu family's original system, he'd be even closer to the family. Zhao Kunsen seized the chance to flatter him as expected of the Mu family's young master, truly impressive. I'm sure it won't be long before you train alongside the Mu family's eldest daughter. Then the guy didn't forget to taunt Mo Fan, mocking those who got in through connections. You won't know how far behind you are until you compare yourself. Hearing this, Xiaoho instantly flared up, that's enough, are you looking for trouble? The teacher reminded him, Zhang Xiaoho, what are you saying, aren't you supposed to be awakening your magic? Xiaoho immediately shrank back like a startled inchworm. On it. The detection results came in. Zhang Xiaoho wind affinity. The teacher continued, next number 48 Mo Fan. As Mo Fan stepped forward, a few classmates sneered at him. Mo Fan, the guy who got in through connections. Only Xiaoho cheered him on. Go Fanj, don't listen to that jerk, Zhao Kunsen. The teacher pointed at the crystal ball. Missouri Fan, place your hand on it. Believe in yourself, close your eyes and focus. Mo Fan closed his eyes and did as told, sensing his power awakening. Seeing Mo Fan's posture, some classmates started whispering, no reaction. His form isn't bad, but maybe he failed to awaken. Zhao Kunsen kept up his mockery, see, I told you so. What right does someone like you have to be in our high school division? Xiaoho shouted back, Fong's just biding his time. What do you know? Zhao Kunsen retorted, biding his time my foot. Just then 2 sharp raps echoed. The 2 arguing boys got their heads knocked. The teacher roared, you 2 go stand outside as punishment. They obediently replied, yes sir. Just then Mo Fan opened his eyes and saw a vast empty space before him. Mo Fan thought to himself, this must be the spiritual world from the books, but there's nothing here. The books said if Stardust appeared, the awakening was a success. Mo Fan looked puzzled, then noticed a galaxy swirling above his head. Stardust, I didn't think it was real. Wait, why are my pants purple? Did I really awaken? The teacher gasped in disbelief, oh my heavens, it's lightning affinity. The students below didn't need to be told, they were already stunned. Mo Fan smirked, now you see how amazing I am. But when he opened his eyes, the classroom was empty. He blinked, where did everyone go? Meanwhile, a crowd was huddled outside another classroom buzzing with excitement. Lightning affinity. Class 7 has a lightning affinity student. Wow, it's really lightning, don't push. I thought fire affinity was impressive enough, and now another lightning awakening over here. The crowd buzzed with discussion, never expecting to witness someone awakening the lightning affinity in person. Lightning affinity, just this alone I can brag about it for a whole year when I go home, and there's only one among the new students. The teacher was also surprised, not expecting a lightning affinity newcomer to appear. It seems Class 7's homeroom teacher is in for a windfall. Then the teacher told everyone, alright, the show's over, head back to the classroom. Don't forget Mo Fan is still in the middle of awakening, stop acting so dismissive, what's so interesting about it? That's right, Mo Fan thought angrily. Hey, don't say it so loud. Do you think I'm useless? I'm a lightning affinity newcomer, you know? At that moment the crystal ball shifted from yellow-orange to red. Mo Fan exclaimed, what's going on? It turned pink. Xiaoho shrieked, fire affinity. Fanj, are you a fire affinity? Two others gasped in shock. It really is fire affinity. Cheng Koing shouted, how could a waste like you be a fire affinity? Zhong Xiaoho, don't spout nonsense. Xiaoho retorted smugly, don't believe me, see for yourself. The teacher said happily, fire affinity is great, it proves you have talent, come down now. You two stop blocking the doorway, go back to your seats. Then Mo Fan walked past Mobai's seat. He gave a satisfied smile. Xiaoho jumped up excitedly. Fanj. Fire affinity, that's amazing, you're incredible. Mo Fan replied calmly, it's alright. Mo Fan thought to himself, just awakening fire affinity already shocked them this much. If they knew I also awakened lightning affinity, I wonder how surprised they'd be. A dual affinity born once in a century and the two strongest affinities at that, what luck. Those who look down on us will pay dearly. Even though Class 7 has a lightning affinity, our class has two fire affinities. And one ice affinity, we have exceptional talents too. The teacher cleared his throat and said, congratulations on your successful awakenings, but this is just the beginning. Next we'll begin our first mage class, unleashing magic. A month later Mo Fan sat on a tree branch meditating. He entered a focused state, recalling the teacher's words, unleashing magic has 3 steps. He thought after awakening a mage's mind will form a corresponding core. Seeing this, Mo Fan concluded, good, the lightning affinity is showing progress. During class the teacher praised everyone has worked hard these past 2 months, especially Mu Bai, he's already learning to control his power. Several classmates chimed in, Mu Bai is amazing, I haven't even stabilized my core yet, I can't compare to him in talent. Over here Mo Fan was still deep in thought. He had already mastered restoring both fire and lightning elements in his star core. It was time to start practicing control. He began studying the second and most difficult step of unleashing magic control. The stars within the star core always moved chaotically. A mage's job was to guide them, making them follow precise orbits along the path of the 7 stars. In his mind Mo Fan reached out toward the 7 stars and thought, let them follow their orbits, 1 2 3, how hard could it be? So Mo Fan started arranging them, but his face soon turned purple from the strain. Should have known this wasn't as easy as setting up a formation. Turns out it wasn't as simple as had imagined. I must miscalculated earlier, he told himself. Let's try again. I'm stuck on the 4th star again. When will this end? After struggling for a while Mo Fan was panting and collapsed onto the ground. He muttered to himself, looks like I can only control 3 stars for now. Time passed and school ended. A classmate asked Shenxia, the girl in the wheelchair, aren't you heading home with us? Shenxia declined, no need, my brother will pick me up. The classmate left saying, alright, I'll be off then. Then Shenxia waved goodbye, see you tomorrow. A moment later Mo Fan rushed over panting, Shenxia, sorry to keep you waiting. Shenxia took out a handkerchief and handed it to him. It's fine, we just got out of school, here, wipe your sweat. Mo Fan, you really don't have to pick me up every day. After dropping me off you still have to go back to the dorm, it's such a hassle. Mo Fan replied, since I promised to pick you up every day I won't let you down. From now on I'll come get you every day, just wait for me at the park entrance. Shenxia looked toward the park in the direction Mo Fan pointed. I feel like I'm causing you so much trouble. Mo Fan immediately shook his head. What are you talking about? It's only natural for a brother to take care of his sister. Deal, from now on I'll wait at the park entrance, no matter what, we'll meet. So Shenxia obediently sat in her wheelchair as Mo Fan pushed her, nodding in agreement. The next day Mo Fan kept adjusting the orbits of the first 6 stars, but once again he failed at the 7th. Mo Fan groaned, ugh, stuck on the last star again. He checked the time. Shenxia should be out of school by now. I wanted to show her my mark, but I guess I need more practice. But when he arrived at the park entrance Shenxia was nowhere to be seen. Mo Fan looked around thinking, we agreed to meet here after school, where is she? Suddenly he spotted a girl sitting on the ground. Mo Fan gasped, ha, isn't that Shenxia? He hurried over and called out, Shenxia, what happened, where's your wheelchair? Shenxia's face flushed red as she cried, Mo Fan, I'm so sorry. Mo Fan rushed to her side, what are you saying? Here, let me help you up. Suddenly a rough-looking man barked, hey kid. Kid, didn't you see us keeping an eye on this little brat? If you know what's good for you, scram, this disabled kid is someone our boss is looking after. Mo Fan immediately threw his backpack to the ground, then grabbed the guy by the collar and shouted, disabled. Go on, say it again if you dare. The guy sneered, come on, wanna play the hero, don't you know who you're dealing with? He laughed. Then he spat the blade of grass he was chewing onto Mo Fan's face. Mo Fan swung his fist, landing a punch that left the guy bruised and battered. Next he grabbed the guy's arms and legs, shouting, stay away from my sister. The guy in pain immediately cursed, darn it, my nose, get him, aim for the weak spots. At that, the group rushed forward to gang up on Mo Fan. Seeing Mo Fan fighting back desperately, Xin Xia shouted, Mo Fan, run, there are too many of them. But then one of the guys standing near Xin Xia's swing said, don't worry, I'll make sure my brothers leave him breathing. Then he lifted Xin Xia's chin and sneered, humph, at least this kid knows how to behave. Seeing Xin Xia being disrespected, Mo Fan immediately roared, take your filthy hands off her. But one of the lackeys had already raised a baseball bat from behind Mo Fan and asked, hey, where do you think you're looking? With a dull thud, the bat struck Mo Fan hard on the back of his neck. Seeing Mo Fan collapse, Xin Xia screamed, Mo Fange. The guys seeing the bat break said to each other, this kid's head is like rock, me bat snapped, fine, let's just take him away. Mo Fan was half conscious but still held on. Thinking Xin Xia is in danger, I promised to protect her. Mo Fan needed to break free, so he rearranged the stars. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Finally the pattern was complete. Mo Fan pushed himself up from the ground and declared, Mo Fan appears thunder seal. Instantly a bolt of lightning struck the guy. Mo Fan raised his hand to the sky and the lightning exploded. The group, terrified, collapsed to the ground. Mo Fan demanded, who am I? Do you see clearly now? The group cried out in fear, we had no idea he was a mage, we're doomed this time. Mo Fan stepped forward and continued, stay away from my sister from now on, understood? He grabbed the guy's face and the guy, terrified, fled while shouting, understood, we won't dare to again. Mo Fan scoffed inwardly, humph, just a first-rank mage and already this powerful. Then Xin Xia excitedly asked, Mo Fange, was that thunder seal you just used? Mo Fan confirmed, yes. Xin Xia marveled, so Mo Fange is a mage. Then Mo Fan pushed the wheelchair forward and said, it's okay, now let me take you home first. Xin Xia agreed. On the way, Xin Xia asked Mo Fange, how long have you been able to use magic? Mo Fan answered, honestly, less than half a year. Why are you suddenly asking this? Xinsha blurted out in surprise, half a year? I heard even the most talented people need a year to unlock magic. Mo Fan looked a bit surprised and asked, a year? Then he chuckled to himself, ha, I really am a genius. But seeing Xingxia's confused expression, Mo Fan asked the young girl, Xinsha, what's wrong? He thought to himself, isn't faster cultivation something to be happy about? Just then Xinsha hesitantly asked, did you learn something bad outside? Mo Fan shot back in surprise, what? Xinsha added, like the Church of Heres. As night fell over the dormitory, Mo Fan lay in bed lost in thought. He had trained purely through his own strength. Yet he was suspected of relying on the Church of Heres. What was the Church of Heres? Thinking of this, he immediately pulled out a book to look it up. Church of Heres. He quickly flipped to the relevant page and found the entry. The book described the Church of Heres as a magical organization threatening global security with influence spanning the world. It had already caused many disasters across the globe. To this day, its leader structure and true motives remained unknown. It used forbidden techniques to accelerate a mage's cultivation, luring and controlling young mages in the process. After reading, Mo Fan mused, guess I'd better not mention my lightning seal to anyone to avoid trouble. In the next class, several guys in the class were yawning nonstop. Another boring practical magic lesson. Right, that old man always puts people to sleep. But this time the classroom door opened. A curvaceous, gentle-looking, beautiful teacher walked in. The teacher introduced herself, hello everyone, I'm Tangyu and I'll be teaching practical magic from now on. The male students in the class immediately hooped, whoa, a beautiful teacher, this is great. Little Monkey tugged at Mo Fan's sleeve, bro wake up. Practical magic got a new teacher. Mo Fan yawned, responding lazily. Little Monkey bounced up, if middle school had teachers like this I'd have studied hard. Mo Fan still looked unimpressed, what's the use of being pretty, what matters is skill. Little Monkey smirked, come on bro, we all know what you're thinking. Mo Fan glared, just be quiet and listen. Tangyu glanced at the roster, before we start I'd like to ask how many fire-type students do we have in this class? Seeing 2 hands raised, Tangyu looked a little surprised, oh, I didn't expect 2 fire-type students. Then she looked at the cute girl asking questions below, you must be teacher Zhu's daughter, right? You have good potential, make sure to cultivate diligently, the girl happily replied, I will work hard. Lingyu walked over to Mo Fan and asked, did you also awaken fire magic? Blushing at the sight of this beautiful teacher, Mo Fan answered, yes teacher, I'm number 48 Mo Fan. At that moment Lingyu noticed the necklace around Mo Fan's chest. She quickly turned to the class and said, let's get back to the lesson. Today's class will help you understand the power of magic before liberation. Today I'll briefly introduce the basic magic of each element. A few children excitedly asked, teacher, how powerful is basic magic? Don't waste time, haha, yelling. You gently asked the students, do you want to know the power of basic magic? Then she pointed to the target in the corner of the classroom. Do you see the wooden training dummy over there? With a flick of her finger she cast a spellfire thought front burn. A burst of flames reduced the wooden dummy to ashes. The children gasped, their faces pale with shock. Ling Yu gently patted a student's shoulder, her tone calm yet authoritative. This is the power of the basic magic you underestimated. As soon as she finished speaking the class erupted into murmurs, their eyes wide with astonishment. Whoa, is that for real? I thought it was just a moving decoration, never expected it to be this strong. Ling Yu looked around the class and raised her voice. Now how many stars can our class control? Immediately Zhao Kunshan jumped in, his words dripping with flattery. Teacher, I'm not sure about others, but Mo Fan definitely hasn't controlled a single star yet. Unlike young Master Mu Bai, who is incredibly talented. He's just 1 star away from liberation. Hearing this, Ling Yu gave Mu Bai an approving look, truly a student with great potential. Blushing, Mu Bai couldn't help but feel shy. Thank you for the praise, Teacher Ling. However, the teacher's gaze subtly shifted to Mo Fan, a hint of doubt rising in her mind. This Mo Fan is rather unusual. His cultivation level is clearly quite high. Time passed and the bell signaling the end of class rang. Ling Yu raised her voice to remind them, before you leave, let me emphasize this once more. The final magic exam is coming up. There are 3 things I want you all to remember. First, those who fail will be expelled. Second, your exam results will determine whether you can enter the elite class next year. Third, entering the elite class will give you the chance to cultivate pure magical energy. His heart stirred instantly and his spiritual demonic energy surged. The book says this can enhance cultivation efficiency. I must get into the selection class. Meanwhile, Mu Bai had her own plans. She would also take the magic exam and absolutely wouldn't let Mo Fan surpass her. The next morning arrived and the campus suddenly buzzed with excitement. Several students pointed and whispered, wondering who the girl below was. A seemingly knowledgeable boy answered, don't you know Mu Ningxue? She's not only stunning but also an outstanding mage. She was specially recruited by the Imperial Capital Magic Academy at 15. After hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in awe. Wow, that's amazing. Seeing this, Zhang Xiao immediately encouraged Mo Fan. Mo Fan, keep it up, aim to get into the Imperial Capital Magic Academy. That way the Mu family won't have to worry about you and Mu Ningxue anymore. Fat Zhao Kunsen overheard and seized the chance to mock, ha, a dropout Tobe still dreams of entering the Imperial Capital Magic Academy. Zhang Xiaoho roared in anger, Fatso, who are you calling a dropout? Zhao Kunsen scoffed, obviously the guy who couldn't cast a single spell in magic practice class 2 weeks ago. The teacher could no longer tolerate the argument and shouted angrily, I haven't decided if Mo Fan is dropping out yet. But if you keep bickering, you'll make sure you drop out right now. At that moment Mu Bai smirked inwardly, useless Mo Fan, he'll soon be like a stray dog. Meanwhile, the memory of a conversation from 2 days prior flashed through her mind. Back then Mu Xia had asked his son Mu Bai, Mu Ningxue will be observing this final exam, by the way, how's that Mo Fan kid doing? Mu Bai happily told his father he awakened a fire affinity but still can't cast spells, looks like he's about to drop out. Mu Xia let out a cold laugh, ha, I told you he wasn't cut out for this. But just to be safe we should prepare a parting gift for him. Back in the present, the teacher called out from the list, next Mu Bai. Zhao Kunsen instantly perked up, slapping his thigh in excitement, go young master, Mu Bai, crush them. The teacher gently reminded Mu Bai, don't be nervous, well grade based on the brightness of the magic stone's glow. Confidently Mu Bai placed his hand on the crystal ball and closed his eyes slightly. In an instant the crystal ball erupted with a dazzling blue light, stunning everyone present. The scoreboard displayed Mu Bai's results, class 10 group 8 Mu Bai ice affinity shrank. The students below erupted in cheers while 3 shranks. This must be the highest score of the exam. Then Mu Xia turned to Mu Ningxue, young lady, what do you think of his abilities? Mu Ningxue responded expressionlessly, her tone indifferent, just normal. Meanwhile Mu Bai suggested he'll apply for the magic liberation exam. A girl asked in surprise, there's such a thing as a magic liberation exam. Mo Fan immediately explained, after school I asked the teacher about the competition. The magic liberation exam is considered a bonus section. He thought to himself, so Mu Bai does have some skills. Just then the teacher announced they could begin and Mu Bai was already standing in front of the target. He took a deep breath, then swung his hand to release an ice magic attack. The technique was called Frost Surge with a boom. The target was completely pierced by the ice magic. Mu Bai raised his hands and a snowflake mark floated up his face, was full of pride. The students below were stunned, then erupted into cheers. Wow wow wow, Zhao Kunsen took the chance to hype it up, see that's young master Mu Bai's power. Zhang Xiaowo didn't need to say anything, his anger was obvious at that moment. Mo Fan's image appeared on the screen. The teacher announced next up Mo Fan from Class 8 Grade 1 Fire Affinity. Mo Fan thought what terrible luck. Zhang Xiaowo shouted encouragement. Go brother Fan. He shoved the chubby guy aside and snapped Zhao Kunsen get lost. The chubby guy retorted you're definitely gonna fail this time ha. As Mo Fan stepped forward a pale-faced scholar sneered what bad luck I didn't expect you'd be right after me. But don't feel pressured the results already decided anyway. Just treat it as signing up Mo Fan thought as he took his position facing the crystal ball. The teacher reminded start when you're ready. Mu Ningxue kept her eyes locked on Mo Fan while Mu Xia pushed the door open and left. Mu Xia said to his son you really didn't disappoint me. This score truly earns you the title of top student in the school. You'll finally get the clan leader's attention just maintaining your usual standard. You're too modest. Did you finish the task I gave you? Mu Bai replied it's done now we just wait to see that poor kid's farce. Meanwhile Mo Fan had already channeled his fire magic into the crystal ball. A small pebble emitted a faint magical aura. She narrowed her eyes noticing something a flash of light that had just passed. The proctors whispered among themselves the censor didn't light up no way's gonna get expelled. I heard Mo Fan only got into Class A through connections. Mo Fan felt something was off. This can't be right. It must be a problem with the censor. The proctor announced grade disqualified. Mo Fan pleaded teacher please give me a chance to directly release my magic. The teacher continued that's against the rules. The censor didn't react. If there's a reaction forget about mastering magic. Hearing this result Mo Fan felt like his world was collapsing. Fail and you're expelled. The teacher waved his hand at Mo Fan and said you may step down next. Just as everything seemed settled a crisp yet authoritative voice rang out wait I object to this result. A few students exchanged confused glances. Isn't that teacher Tang from the magic practical class? Could there really be a problem? The principal spoke up. Teacher Tang, instructors are not allowed to interfere with exams. Bu countered but instructors have the right to question. I demand an inspection of the sensing stone settings. The moment that student touched the sensing stone it lit up and then immediately went out. Based on my experience there's definitely something wrong here. After a moment's hesitation the principal announced inspect the sensing stone. A few students looked at each other in confusion. What's going on? I just went to the bathroom and the test is over. Another student replied it seems the equipment had an issue, they're checking it again. Then the teacher announced something was found beneath the sensing stone. Soon after several pieces of shattered stone were presented to the principal. Principal, we found several dark stones beneath the sensing stone. The principal's expression darkened instantly. He asked dark stones, I never expected something like this to happen. I will get to the bottom of this. Then he turned to Mo Fan and said Mo Fan you may retake the exam. Mo Fan replied thank you principal. Mu Ningxue thought to herself dark stones absorb a mage's magic, only the government is allowed to use them, so why were they here? Mo Fan let out a sigh before his hands began to channel fire magic. The magic surged causing the air around him to tremble. Zhang Xiaohao's eyes gleamed as he boasted wow brother Mo Fan really made us proud, see that's his true strength. The notice board displayed Mo Fan 3S rank overall S rank. Bu mused I didn't expect his power to be so immense that even the sensing stone couldn't handle it. Oh no Tang you exposed it. Mu Bai looked worried as he asked what now will I be found out? Mu Xia glanced at his son and reassured him don't worry I'll handle this, go back now. Mu Bai obeyed and left. As he walked away he thought even if I couldn't get him expelled the winner is still me. But just as he reached the door he heard someone praise wow wasn't Mo Fan supposed to be useless? He wields fire magic so skillfully, how was that useless? Mu Bai angrily shoved the person aside and shouted get lost. The guy said in a panic young master Mu was here. Seeing Mo Fan unleash magic to incinerate the target steel, Mu Bai was so furious his eyes nearly popped out. He thought this can't be, couldn't even control starlight before. Could he have been hiding his strength on purpose? Then someone stepped forward and said Chang Tian Sek truly produces remarkable talents. Your fire affinity is impressive child, come train with the Mu family, I'll guide you. Hearing the voice Mo Fan's expression darkened as he shouted Mu Zuyunitsu. Mu Zhuoyan retorted do you accept boy? Mo Fan gritted his teeth and replied I refuse. The principal interjected Mo Fan he is the chairman of Chang Tian sect and the current patriarch of the Mu family. With the Mu family's support your magical cultivation would advance rapidly. Mo Fan roared angrily I won't accept handouts, especially not from someone like you. The principal hastily scolded Mo Fan don't be rude. Then Mu Xia said to Mu Zhuoyan brother this Mo Fan is the scoundrel who kidnapped our young lady 3 years ago. You showed them mercy back then and now they've repaid kindness with malice. Mu Zhuoyun thought so this is that troublemaker. Mo Fan pointed at Mu Zhuoyun furiously. Don't bully others just because you're powerful. You're the one who preys on the weak. You owe my father and me. I'll make sure you repay it with interest. Upon hearing this, a chilling aura emanated from Mu Zhuoyun, enveloping the space. He scoffed coldly, insolent. Nearby several people froze in place, shivering. I am freezing to death. Is Mo Fan insane, daring to challenge the Mu family? Mu Bai sneered through chattering teeth. Hi Mo Fan, you're digging your own grave. But then Mu Ningxue raised her hand to stop them. Wait father, no need to trouble yourself. She faced Mo Fan, silent and unyielding. Mo Fan shook his head with a bitter laugh. I was such a fool before. To believe a word you said. The Mu family are all cut from the same cloth. He cast a basic spell, unleashing Fire Frontal Inferno. Mu Ningxue countered with a wall of ice, chanting as she formed Seal's Frost Absolute Freeze. Mo Fan's flames dissipated and his body froze solid. Mu Ningxue said softly, stop father. Mo Fan struggled to speak. Don't even dream of it. Mu Ziyun advised his daughter. Enough Ningxue, I know he won't back down. He then turned to the principal. How about this, principal? My adopted son Wu Ning is about the same age as this boy. If he wants a rematch, let them settle it when they're older. If he wins, I'll grant him one request. The principal beamed. That's an excellent solution. Mo Fan bluffed. Tch, I already agreed. Mu Ziyun thought to himself, what an arrogant brat. Waiting 3 more years would be embarrassing. Let's go Ningxue. Mu Ningxue turned and left while Mu Fan plopped down in frustration, forcing himself to say, I'll definitely win next time. Just you wait. The assessment was already over. 4th place goes to Zhu Min. Fire magic, total score a liberation level C. She thought to herself, I didn't expect Mu Fan to be stronger than Mu Bai. 3rd place goes to Su Zhuting. Lightning magic, he mused. As expected, there's always someone better. His results were total score a liberation level B. Mu Bai ranked 2nd. Ice magic, total score S, liberation level B. That guy must be so sour. After seeing the results, 2nd place really sticks out like a sore thumb. 1st place went to Mo Fan. Dual fire magic, total score S, liberation level B. Mo Fan thought to himself, I should have had my servant bring me food. What a blunder. Meanwhile, 34th place went to Yu water magic, total score and no liberation score due to absence. She kept sniffing the air, wondering, is this what top students smell like? For the first time in her life, she had made it into the elite class and enrolled in Bright Pearl Magic Academy. This was the peak of her life. Seeing the energetic girl, Zhang Xiaoxi quickly poked her back and called out, Hey hi, and Zhang Xiaoxi, win magic user in you. When the girl didn't respond, Zhang Xiaoxi quickly played his trump card. Oh right, Mo Fan's best buddy, the top scorer in this exam. You must have heard of him, right? He widened her eyes in surprise and asked, you know Mo Fan, the 1st place winner? Zhang Xiaoxi said proudly, of course, we're practically brothers. The teacher had warned Zhang Xiaoxi about talking non-stop as soon as he entered the new class. Even in his 2nd year of high school, he was still this mischievous. Zhang Xiaoxi scratched his head in ears, saying, hello teacher, you've worked hard, huh? The girl then said to him, hey he water magic, nice to meet you. Zhang Xiaoxi agreed. The teacher said, no more whispering in the hallway next time. Though everyone sitting here was the future elite of the magic world, this was just the beginning. Every mage wanted to improve their cultivation efficiency, and chi-refining pills were the dream of all beginner mages. Magic pills nourish the soul and cultivation, eliminating fatigue after deep meditation. Simply put, they're like cooling tools, shortening meditation time. The teacher thought to himself, these little brats only settle down when they see chi-refining pills. He continued, chi-refining pills are extremely precious. Our class only has 3. Everyone must take good care of them when using them. Next, we'll distribute the chi-refining pills to Mo Fan, who scored the highest in this exam. Upon hearing this, he immediately responded. Here, seeing Mo Fan, a few students whispered in surprise, that's Mo Fan, the 1st place winner. He looks so ordinary. At that moment, some classmates whispered, look at Mu Bei's sour face, it's so ugly. No wonder he's upset, lost his rank right in front of the Mu family's young lady. The teacher reminded Mo Fan, be careful when using it. Mo Fan obediently agrees, saying yes. He thinks to himself that demonic essence is incredibly important for someone like him, born with dual affinities. He must seize this opportunity. Mu Bai watches Mo Fan and sneers, it's just a criminal-grade demonic essence, isn't it? After school, Mo Fan and his core brothers head back together, treating it like some kind of treasure. He asks one of them, Xiaoho, earlier Mu Bai said this was criminal-grade demonic essence. Are there other grades? Xiaoho pretends to be knowledgeable and replies, of course, demonic essence has different grades. Above criminal grade is spirit grade, which has double the cultivation effect. Mu Ningxue has won 2. Brother Fan, you're amazing. You even dared to challenge the entire Cloud Occupation clan at school. Seeing that old man act so arrogant made my blood boil. Brother Fan, are you confident about the showdown in 3 years? Mo Fan happily replies, of course I'm your brother Fan after all. In the dorm, Mo Fan recalls Mu Bei's arrogant words. Thanks to you I can use demonic essence for half a year. Just wait and see. Mo Fan thinks half a year I won't lose, but then an accident happens. Mo Fan's necklace reacts with the demonic essence. An unbelievable sight occurs. The demonic essence shatters. Mo Fan is left stunned. Mo Fan remembers the teacher saying demonic essence is extremely precious and must be handled with care if damaged. Expulsion is inevitable, but now it's broken. Mo Fan groans, who did this? Oh no, is this still usable? Will I become the first genius expelled from Heavenly Wolf Academy? Ah, if I saw correctly it was because this little loach got too close that the demonic essence shattered. Why does this loach look so full and satisfied? The fish hanging on the necklace even looks tipsy. Mo Fan can only wail, oh no. Meanwhile, Tang Yu just finished showering wearing light clothes when her phone rings. She glances at the screen which displays dorm. Tang Yu thinks a call from the dorm. She answers, hello, who is this, what's up? Mo Fan says urgently, Sister Tang Yu, it's me Mo Fan, my demonic essence is broken. Tang Yu is shocked. Broken? Where are you now? After a moment Tang Yu arrives at the meeting spot and says, sorry I'm late. Mo Fan happily exclaims, Sister Tang Yu. Tang Yu immediately gets to the point, where's the demonic essence? Mo Fan respectfully presented the demonic energy core. Sister, please take a look at this resealed demonic energy core. After examining it for a moment, Liu disappointedly handed it back. This demonic energy core is truly unusable now. Mo Fan shouted, no way. Is there any way to repair it? I really don't want to get expelled, but Liu gently pressed a finger to Mo Fan's lips. Calm down, tell me exactly how the demonic energy core became useless. Mo Fan said dejectedly, it's like this. Then Liu looked at the necklace and asked, you're saying this thing ruined the demonic energy core? Mo Fan confirmed, yes, I was about to start cultivating when I took out the core and this necklace suddenly glowed, then the core shattered. Liu, you carefully examined the necklace and concluded this necklace contains mature stage demonic energy? Mo Fan asked in surprise. Mature stage demonic energy? Liu, you confirmed, that's right, it works just like other demonic energy cores and it can even absorb demonic souls from other cores to grow. The demonic energy core shattered because its demonic soul was drained. Mo Fan asked excitedly, then can it evolve into spiritual grade demonic energy? Liu, you confirmed, of course it can. Mo Fan thought to himself, if it's spiritual grade my cultivation speed could double, but Liu had already started questioning him. So Mo Fan, where did you get this thing? The entire city only has spiritual grade demonic energy at headquarters. Seeing Mo Fan hesitate, Liu pressed, what's wrong? Mo Fan said, no way could it be a reward for talent? Then he stammered, as Sister Liu, haha, this is our family heirloom, it's supposed to be given to my future wife. If Sister Liu wants it, then let's date with marriage as the goal. Liu covered her mouth and giggled, what are you thinking? Don't worry, I don't intend to keep it for myself. This demonic energy core has an inseparable soul bond with you, it would be useless to me. Mo Fan put the necklace back on and replied, oh, you should have said so earlier. But then Liu reminded him, however, this necklace is mature stage demonic energy, if you don't replenish its essence it'll turn into scrap metal. Mo Fan asked in surprise. Essence? Liu explained. When a demon dies, its soul lingers on a body and emits a special glow. Such souls are called refined souls. Mo Fan asked again, so if I kill a lot of demons and collect refined souls, that little eel can grow? Liu warned, killing demons isn't as simple as you think. After the school year ends, there'll be 2 months of extracurricular activities, you'll see then. You absolutely cannot tell anyone else about this. You know what happened last time with the competition? Someone in the school deliberately framed you, just be careful. It'll help you resolve the demonic energy core issue. Suddenly a light flashed and Mo Fan exclaimed, whoa, what's going on? He thought to himself, indeed asking Tang Yu for help was the right choice. So he said to Tang Yu, thank you, now I can focus on my cultivation with peace of mind. Time passed like this, and half a year later Tang Yu informed all the students. The location for this extracurricular activity is Snow Peak Mountain. Teacher Shui and I wish you all success in this activity, understood? Teacher Shui reminded, let me repeat, demons and monsters roam the outer areas of the snowy mountains. Until you have enough strength to face them, you are strictly forbidden from leaving the safe zone. The students on the vehicle chorused, understood. Meanwhile Mo Fan mused to himself, my fire elemental energy has been unstable lately, am I about to break through to the second level? Then Zhang Xiaoho spoke up, brother Fan, we've arrived at Snow Peak Mountain. The two looked toward the mountain and Xiaoho exclaimed excitedly, wow, it's so majestic. Mo Fan sighed, this forest is full of life, it doesn't look like a dangerous area where demonic beasts often appear. Mu Bai sneered dismissively, what's scared now? Fan retorted him, not like some people who only know how to mess around. Mubai roared, what did you say? Suddenly a fire-based technique came flying at them. The two were instantly blown apart. Fan yelled, what the heck? Meanwhile Mubai screamed in terror, oh my goodness. Then someone shouted angrily, what are you two bickering about? You are the worst batch of students I've ever led. I am the person in charge of this activity, correct? Starting tomorrow the activity will take place in the deep pit ahead. Zhang Xiaohou gasped, wow, so the deep pit is within the safe zone too. At this a student asked, teacher, what is the content of this activity? Haven't you been informed there's a reward task? Head to 100 Herbs Valley. The student sounded surprised. That sounds easy, but another student chimed in, teacher, are you even qualified? It said that even the simplest reward task requires a team of 34 professional hunters to complete. What is it too difficult for you first years to complete a task that requires 34 people? If even one of you completes it, everyone will receive an A grade. Fan asked, teacher, what if no one can complete it? Then everyone fails. Hearing this the students panicked. What? The extracurricular activities results determine whether we can return to school, right? Clearly messing with us. The teacher couldn't help but roar, quiet all of you. If you don't want to do it, then leave. I have no interest in training useless people. Of course if someone completes the task he'll reward them with a defensive magical tool. Zhang Xiaohou said to Fan, bro, fan is a magic tool, huh? Magic tools can transform into specific items to aid in battle. They're really powerful. Just then another teacher chimed in. Hey, no way, you must be mistaken giving out a magic tool like that. Why wouldn't you let the rest of us handle something this great? Hey, cut it out, are you guys still nursing? Then he announced, everyone return to your quarters to pack tomorrow. Well, conduct group inspections. The crowd obediently replied, yes, teacher. The next day the teacher arranged the groups. Fan's group had him as the leader and Min Shu as the vice leader. Zhang Xiaohou wagged his tail and praised, bro, fan is amazing, he's the group leader now. Min is great too. Meanwhile Zhao Kunsen munched and grumbled, what bad luck. The scene shifted. 10 days later the group ventured deep into the mountains. Min Shu looked exhausted and asked Fan, how much farther? All I see are trees and mountains, I'm sick of it. Fan replied, according to the map it's about 30 kilometers straight ahead. Zhang Xiaohou sighed, we have to climb mountains and cross forests, it's way more than 30 kilometers. Zhao Kunsen plopped down and groaned, let's just rest here. Master Mubai will definitely complete the mission anyway. No sooner had he spoken than 5 resentful blares shot his way. Zhao Kunsen broke into a cold sweat and quickly backtracked, all right, forget I said anything, let's keep going. Min Shu encouraged how Zhang Xiaohou got spooked by some strange animals. And the chubby Zhao Kunsen was nearly dead from exhaustion. Fan cheered them on, come on, we'll reach our destination once we cross this mountain. Suddenly Su Chaoting yelled, oh no, we're in trouble. Min Shu asked in surprise what happened. Meanwhile Hao Wu and the others begged, give me some water. Min Shu kicked a rock down and watched it fall before saying, it's a cliff. Zhao Kunsen shouted, I told you we should have just waited for Mubai to finish the mission. Would all get an A and be happy, but no, you wouldn't listen. Now there's no path, what do we do? Fan shouted, why can't we cross it? Xiaohou is wind affinity, he can use the wind to cross and set up a bridge. Hao Wu happily yelled, I've got a rope. Zhang Xiaohou had a sudden idea and laughed, hell, leave it to me. He securely tied the rope to a tree branch. Zhao Kunsen stirred the pot again, don't push yourself and end up injured, that'd be a hassle. Zhang Xiaohou angrily roared, get lost. Then he gathered a blue light orb in his hands and activated wind escape swift movement. Zhang Xiaohou's figure soared into the air, rushing toward the opposite cliff. Fan chuckled, haha, Hao Wu praised Xiaohou is amazing. Meanwhile Zhang Xiaohou had already tied the rope to a large tree and called out, bro, fan, it's done, everyone come across with the rope. Then the people in fan robes swung across to the opposite shore one by one. At this moment Zhang Kong raised his telescope to observe. The person behind him immediately asked, big brother, you're not really making them complete the mission, are you? Zhang Kong answered bluntly, so what if I am? The person on the other side turned purple with anger and retorted, but it's 100 Herbs Valley. Zhang Kong shot back, idiot, who's your big brother? The one-eyed demon wolf of 100 Herbs Valley was taken care of by me long ago. Then Zhang Kong struck a smug pose and declared, I am truly mighty and heroic. The man burst into laughter, making a fool of himself in front of everyone. He thought to himself, Zhang Kong, my big brother's image just crumbled the moment he appeared. Then the man asked, so for this test, as long as someone can enter 100 Herbs Valley it's enough. Zhang Kong explained, it's not that simple. I've already had Baiyang place a summoned beast there. The man worriedly asked, are you making them kill the summoned beast? Baiyang interrupted, why do you care? Forget the summoned beast, those kids might not even make it into 100 Herbs Valley. Zhang Kong revealed his true intention. I want those kids to learn a lesson. Being a mage is an extremely dangerous profession. Meanwhile, the people in fan robes continued forward. A few kids complained after climbing the mountain. We have to enter the forest now. Zhumin asked in surprise, didn't you just say you were tired of the mountain path? Xiaoyu defended himself, it's just a change of pace, I was only joking. Just then someone in fan robes raised a hand and whispered, should there's something ahead. Seeing a faint glow, the fan-robed person squinted. He immediately struck with a fire technique. The opponent retaliated with an ice seal technique, and in an instant flames clashed with a wall of ice. The two fan-robed individuals and Mubai stared at each other in surprise, asking, why is it you? Mubai sneered as soon as he saw the fan-robed person. Never thought you'd make it here alive. The fan-robed person said nothing, but Zhang Xiao countered, ha, if it weren't for your family's dog holding us back, we would have reached 100 Herbs Valley long ago. Su Zhuting mediated, alright, since we've met, let's work together, it's better to help each other. Behind him several vines swayed. Then Zhao Kunsen came running over like an excited puppy, shouting, young Master Mubai, I've finally found you. But the guy tripped over the vines and the kids groaned in dismay, asking what's wrong with him. Zhao Kunsen wailed, while young Master Mubai, suddenly the vines hoisted him into the air. He screamed for help, save me. Another kid waved his hand and said, Mubai, forget about him. 100 Herbs Valley is right ahead, let's get there first. Well, definitely score high. Zhang Xiao grabbed Mubai's shoulder and said, why go out now? Go help him quickly. Mubai hesitated, but that guy already left, it's a waste of time. If you want, go, we will. But before they could leave, they were attacked by vines. Everyone was tangled in vines and they started screaming, help us. There are vines here too, Mubai, save us. Mubai sighed, we're a team, aren't we? Just then Min Min's feet were caught by vines and she immediately burned them away with a fire spell. The vines were destroyed and Min Min let out a relieved sigh. Phew, that was close. But then Xiao Wu suddenly shouted, Min Min. She saw Xiao Wu being bound by vines. Min Min yelled, Xiao Wu, fire, but before she could use her fire spell, Mo Fan stopped her. Don't act rashly, using fire now could hurt her. Mo Fan said to Yi, quick, use ice to protect everyone. Instantly a cold mist spread, forming a barrier. Mo Fan commanded, now attack the roots of the vines. Su Zhuting unleashed lightning magic, lightning seal, fierce seal. Meanwhile Min Min used fire magic, her fire spell. Soon all the vines were severed. The group let out a sigh of relief. We're saved. Wow, I'm still alive. Sniff, I want to go home. Mo Fan told everyone, we can't stay here long, we must leave the forest first. So they had finally arrived. Quanzhi Zhao Kunsen gasped, have we completed the mission already? Then Mo Fan looked at the lake thoughtfully. Why has the water receded so much? He sighed, this mission isn't going to be simple. Just then a red glow emerged from the water. Everyone screamed, what's happening? An earthquake. Zhao Kunsen's face turned pale. He looked over and saw a monstrous foot emerge. Before them appeared a demonic wolf, a one-eyed demonic wolf. Xiao Wu trembled and begged, stay back, stay back. The others fled in panic, run, run. Mo Fan realized something was off. This isn't a one-eyed demonic wolf. Zhao Kunsen shouted, who cares what it is, run first, our lives matter. Mo Fan thought to himself, damn it, if we run we'll definitely be caught by this monster. Zhang Xiao decided to stay. Brother Fan, stay and help me. Su Chaoting, Min Min and the others chimed in, we're with you too. Ibai scoffed, don't get the wrong idea, I'm only here for my exam results, other people's lives don't concern me. Hearing this, Mo Fan let out a cold laugh, ha. Then he tossed his backpack to his companions, quick, put on your battle gear, let this monster see our strength. As they finished equipping their mage gear, the beast's eyes turned crimson and it leapt high with a roar. Mo Fan and the others' faces paled. Zhang Xiao strikes first, unleashing a wind magic technique, wind path of the gale. 3 violent gusts rushed toward the beast's face, hitting a sensitive spot and sending it into a furious rage. Zhang Xiao and Mo Fan bolt in panic. Wow, it looks like it's really mad now. Meanwhile Zhang Kong watches the chaos unfold, seething, useless, absolutely useless, not a single one of you can fight. Just as the beast's claws are about to grab Zhang Xiao, Mubai casts a basic spell, ice bind. The claws freeze instantly. Mubai urges his teammates, run now while you can. Su Chaoting suggests there's a canyon up ahead, the terrain there will work in our favor. Suddenly Zhumin shouts, wait, how Wascana, he's disappeared. Hearing this, Su Chaoting, Mo Fan and Mubai all gasp in unison. Mubai warns, my ice bind won't hold for long, we need a plan fast. Then someone spots Ha Wu, found him over there. Ha Wu, covered in dirt, puts on a pitiful face. Wa Min Min Xiaoho. Seeing the urgency, Zhang Xiaoho calls out, boss Fan Gu. Mo Fan thinks for a moment, then snaps his fingers, Xiaoho, you're the fastest, go save him. Mubai backs the idea. Zhumin, Su Chaoting and the 3 of us will divert its attention with magic. Mubai feints with another spell and the other 3 nod in agreement, no problem. Just then the ice binding starts to crack. Hawu lets out a terrified scream. Mubai acts fast, casting ice bind again to lock the beast in place. Zhang Xiaoho uses Path of the Gale Swift Step. In the blink of an eye he reaches Hawu and scoops her up. Panting he sighs, that was close. You okay? Hawu blushes, stammering, yeah thanks. Mubai yells, stop flirting and get over here to help. Shumin replies, running forever isn't a solution. If we combine our magic we can take it down. Just then the beast lets out a deep growl, growling. Shumin shouts, essence form magic manifest. Su Chaoting casts Thunder Seal Fierce Strike. Mo Fan attacks with Fire Thought Frontal Inferno. Zhang Xiaoho joins in hurry, set it ablaze. Path of the Gale Rapid Dash. In an instant ice, fire, lightning and wind converge on the beast, but a muffled roar echoes in response. Watching the battered beast, Su Chaoting grins, we did it. Shumin adds excitedly, I can't believe our basic magic was this powerful. But then Mo Fan senses something's wrong. Through the swirling dust a pair of hate-filled eyes gleam. The group freezes as the beast growls menacingly, GKKK, it's still alive. The monster opens its gaping maw, revealing razor-sharp fangs. Sensing danger, Su Chaoting scrambles. With a loud shout, hurry, the canyon entrance is just ahead. Hearing this, everyone broke into a sprint without hesitation. The enraged beast roared and gave chase. It suddenly accelerated, charging forward and locking onto Mo Fan, swiping with its sharp claws. But that was just a feint. Its real target was to open its massive jaws and swallow him whole. Just as Mo Fan's cloak was about to be bitten, Su Zhuting shouted in alarm, Mo Fan, watch out. He quickly pulled Mo Fan into a nearby crevice. The giant beast tried to squeeze in but failed, roaring in fury outside. Mo Fan hurriedly thanked him. The boy replied, no need for thanks since it can't get in, let's hurry and leave. By then everyone had found a safe hiding spot. The massive demonic beast couldn't charge in to attack. It looked up at the cliff for a moment before turning away. Seeing this, Mo Fan let out a surprised hi. Zhumin breathed a sigh of relief, it's finally leaving. He remarked, after all it's just a demon, its brain doesn't seem too sharp. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of rolling rocks echoed. Everyone screamed, oh, it's climbing up. The beast wasn't as foolish as they thought. It had already scaled the cliff's summit. It used its massive claws to pry loose boulders, sending them tumbling down. Watching houses, iced rocks plummet from above, everyone's faces turned pale with terror. At the last moment, Mo Fan's spirit contract formed a stable pathway, officially unlocking the second layer. He also unlocked a second-level magic skill, Bone Scorching Flame. A blast of intense fire shot toward the falling boulder, shattering it into pieces. Shumin exclaimed in surprise, isn't Bone Scorching Flame a second-level spell? Meanwhile, a boy surnamed Bai sneered, inwardly filled with envy, when did this guy become so annoying? Someone asked Changchu, big brother has already mastered the fire release Bone Scorching Flame. He'll definitely get in a rank this time, otherwise we might as well end the training here. Teacher Shui kept praising Teacher Tang, you did a great job. I didn't expect a freshman to unlock a second-level spell so soon. Tang Yu covered her mouth with a soft laugh. What are you saying? Without your theoretical foundation they wouldn't have picked it up so quickly. Changchu scoffed, it's nothing special. Then he turned to his subordinate Bai Yang, call your beast core beast back. Bai Yang's face turned ashen as he stammered. A big brother, it seems the beast core beast has gone out of control. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and demanded. Need an explanation, is this pig here to deliver a love letter or something? What are you doing? Meanwhile, Mo Fan stared at his hands and thought he hadn't expected the power difference between second level and first level magic to be so vast. Even solid rock could be shattered in an instant. But it still might not be enough to take down this demon. He turned to his teammates and asked, is everyone okay? Uncle Min happily replied, good thing Mo Fan used second level magic. Just then Xiaoyu shouted, but our path is blocked, what do we do now? Uncle Min added, if that demon weren't here we might been able to climb up. Mo Fan looked up at the massive boulder blocking their way and mused to himself, even with bonefire this thick layer of stone wouldn't burn through. It seems this path is a dead end. After a moment of thought he spoke up, earlier in the valley I saw a cave, maybe we can lure it there. A man with the surname Bai immediately scowled and retorted, stop pretending to be noble, who asked you to save us? Mo Fan just smiled faintly and turned away. I'm not that great. Xiaoho, come here. Xiaoho cheerfully replied, coming. Mo Fan draped an arm around his younger brother's shoulder and said, I need you to lure the demon into the cave. Once inside, find a safe spot to hide and let me handle it. Zhang Xiaoho frowned. Bro, what are you talking about? I'm not the kind of person who runs away. Mo Fan reassured him, don't worry, I have a plan. Meanwhile, in the monitoring area, Teacher Shui was furious, berating Zhang Kong. What do you mean the summoned beast is out of control? Didn't you all swear nothing would go wrong? I'm reporting this to your superiors. Zhang Kong roared angrily, shut up, this is my territory, I keep my promises. Zhang Kong never goes back on his word. Teacher Shui snapped impatiently, and who do you think you are? Duan Yu quickly intervened. Enough, Teacher Shui, we don't know the terrain here for now, we have to trust them. Just then a subordinate holding a communicator reported boss 2 students suddenly returned to 100 Herbs Valley by Yang's summoned beast is chasing them. Zhang Kong bellowed what before he could finish a pair of massive wings unfurled behind him. Zhang Kong spread his wings. He'll go ahead, you all bring the team and follow immediately. Bai Yang immediately ordered the medical team to stand by. 2 soldiers respectfully acknowledged, understood, Captain. The scene shifted to a cave in 100 Herbs Valley where Zhang Xiaowo was sprinting desperately, the demon hot on his heels. The demon closed in its sharp teeth, nearly sinking into Zhang Xiaowo's hand when Mo Fan suddenly struck, unleashing bonefire shatter. The demon shrieked in agony as it was hit. Zhang Xiaowo shouted loudly, Brother Fan, you were worried I couldn't keep up with your gale step, this is already great. Mo Fan responded calmly, Xiaoho, you've done enough, leave the rest to me. Xiaoho, find a safe place to hide, I'll handle what comes next. Zhang Xiaoho hesitated. Brother Fan, I am Mo Fan said firmly, trust me. Xiaoho reluctantly agreed. All right, I'll wait for your good news. With that, Zhang Xiaoho turned and left. The beast glared angrily at him as it left, letting out a low growl as if a flame attack had struck it directly. It turned out Mo Fan had used fire essence bone powder to provoke it. Then he taunted, hey, where are you looking, your opponent is right here. The beast roared in fury and turned to face Mo Fan, ready to fight. The monster, enraged, swiped its sharp claws at Mo Fan's leg. Mo Fan endured the pain and unleashed a lightning spell, Thunder Mark's Wrath. A lightning strike hit the beast, making it howl in agony, its cries echoing through the cave. Xiaoho heard it and was immediately shocked, looking worried. That sounded like Brother Fan. Meanwhile, blood flowed steadily from Mo Fan's leg wound. The beast was also covered in wounds, bleeding heavily. Mo Fan squinted upward and struck the cave ceiling with a blast fire essence bone powder. Seeing the attack miss, the beast was furious, but when it looked up all it could do was growl. Mo Fan smirked, ha, you didn't think I was done, did you? Then came the sound of cracking crunch crunch. Several large heavy stalactites fell sharply, piercing the beast's massive body. The beast was impaled, lying motionless on the ground. A blue glow emanated from its body. Mo Fan immediately absorbed the glow, murmuring, this is the essence spirit. Just then Zhang Xiaoho ran over, concerned, Brother Fan, are you alright? Mo Fan asked in surprise, Xiaoho, why did you come back? Xiaoho replied, the commotion was too loud, I couldn't just leave you. Mo Fan pointed at the beast, see, I took care of it, I always keep my word. Zhang Xiaoho looked at him in awe, wow, Brother Fan, you're amazing. Mo Fan stopped him, alright, let's talk outside, help me up. Xiaoho asked worriedly, Brother Fan, your leg? Mo Fan replied, it's fine, just a soft tissue injury, it's not broken, and the two helped each other as they talked. Brother Fan, you knew this cave had stalactites all along, didn't you? That's why you had me lure the beast here. Mo Fan answered, it was obvious before we came, I checked the records on Shifeng Mountain, plus the teacher mentioned it earlier. Yes, the training will take place in this heavenly pit. Zhang Xiaoho asked in surprise, a heavenly pit? Mo Fan explained, yeah, a heavenly pit is a large limestone karst formation, so there must be a lot of rocks in this cave. Zhang Xiaoho praised, wow, as expected of Brother Fan, you're so sharp. On their way they encountered the instructors. Alright, what about the demonic beast? It turned out the one who came was Su Chaoding. Zhang Xiaoho said smugly that beast Brother Fan already took care of it. Hearing this, Bai Yang shouted, what a joke, the dark wolf beast is my summoned beast. How could you brats have killed it? Zhang Xiaoho shot back loudly, if you don't believe me, go see for yourself, it's not like I'd lie. Brother Fan even got hurt by that beast. Bai Yang was furious, you didn't I warn you earlier? Fine Bai Yang, take them to get treated first. Bai Yang obediently replied, yes big brother. After a while someone reported at the medical station, big brother, after confirmation no one has died. Except for a student named Mo Fan who's seriously injured, the others only have minor scrapes. Chang Buying responded, I see, you may leave. The subordinate bowed and retreated. Chang Bu thought to himself, I originally wanted to give the students a real training challenge. Killing the dark wolf beast, this kid is truly a rare talent. Meanwhile, teacher Shui asked Han, Mo Fan, how's your foot? Mo Fan replied, it doesn't hurt anymore. Tang Yu also asked, by the way, what happened to that dark wolf beast? Mo Fan scratched his head, it's already been dealt with. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoho boasted excitedly, teacher Tang, you should have seen how brave Brother Fan was, he fought like a one-man army. All you heard was bam crack boom and the beast was defeated. The others thought this guy's stories are so exaggerated, has he read too many novels? Tang Yu mused there might have been some luck involved, but killing a dark wolf beast in their first year Mo Fan is definitely something special. After a while Chang Bu announced, this training showed your commendable courage and skills as promised, every student's grade is an A. The students cheered immediately, awesome, we heard this is all thanks to Mo Fan. Next time let's team up with him, alright, don't celebrate too soon. Then Mo-fan reminded teacher Chang, you promised me something last time, you're not going back on your word, are you? I've heard you're known for keeping your promises. Changbu coughed a few times, cough cough, who said I was going back on my word? Hey, race your magical tool now, scram. The subordinate asked in surprise. Big brother, weren't you going to recruit him? Changbu snapped. Recruit what? Just go. After taking the item, Mo-fan added, by the way, the dark wolf beast of yours sure drank a lot, are you sure it's in good health? Changbu didn't respond. After a while the students had all been escorted onto the bus. Everyone's on board, right? Class 3 is still missing one person. Then Mo-fan mused to himself, never expected training camp to come with a magic tool. Great, let's see what a magic tool worth hundreds of thousands looks like. But when he looked at the pitch-black object in his hand, he couldn't help but curse out loud. He wondered, was I tricked? The scene shifts to Snow Peak Mountain Station, where a subordinate rushes in to report to the gate controller. Boss, this is the incident report from Tianlan High's training camp, please take a look. After opening it, the gate controller sees photos of a demonic beast's corpse with detailed shots of its wounds from different angles. The gate controller instructs Bai Yang take a team to investigate thoroughly. Bai Yang immediately acknowledges understood. Afterward, the gate controller mulls over why he can't shake this uneasy feeling. Meanwhile, Mo-fan continues his focused cultivation. After training for a while, he sits down to catch his breath, thinking summer break is almost over and only 1 year remains. The 3-year deadline is approaching fast. Against opponents of equal strength, releasing magic still has some use. But facing powerful demons, he'd likely be taken out before even connecting to the magic crystal. Like that shadow wolf beast this time, if they hadn't used the stalactites to catch it off guard, their magic alone would have left them lying on the ground. I need to learn something for defense. Then Mo-fan remembers something, defense, that bone shield should work right. But he deflates a little. Is this size really going to be enough? Even if it blocks something, magic tools should be able to resize right. Like the compliant rod, whatever, he'll try it first. Saying this, Mo-fan activates his magic and infuses it into the bone shield. The bone shield emits a blinding glow, forcing him to squint as the structure stretches and expands. Mo-fan picks up the bone shield, delighted, amazing, it actually works like this. Mo-fan thinks to himself, with this I don't have to worry about defense anymore. Then he snaps his fingers and commands shrink. The bone shield immediately reduces in size. He starts calculating. Now he has a defensive magic tool and its dual system, though he has an advantage. His cultivation speed is still too slow. He's still not proficient in the second stage of the basic realm, and the third stage is completely out of reach. If only this eel were a spirit-grade magic essence. Then Mo-fan recalls how the shadow wolf beast's soul was devoured after it was killed. It hits him, how could he forget about souls? A little soul essence should help it grow. Excited, he rushes out the door muttering, little soul treasure, here I come. The scene changes as Mo-fan arrives at the soul oddities shop. The signboard clearly states today's special souls on sale. Only 5 million each while supplies last. Mo-fan can't help but curse seriously. A sale for 5 million. Can't even afford a cheap bone shield. The female clerk warmly saw Mo-fan off, welcoming him to come again next time. On his way back, Mo-fan was hit in the face by a piece of paper floating in the air. He cursed angrily, wondering who the jerk was that littered like that. But when he looked down at the paper, Mo-fan couldn't help but be surprised. The city monster hunting squad. Hunting monsters in the city not only sharpens real combat experience but might also let you extract spirit essence from fallen monsters. He read the recruitment notice. The city monster hunting squad was hiring heroes everywhere to slay monsters and protect the people with generous pay and benefits. Mo-fan thought this sounds good. So Mo-fan arrived at the Hunter Alliance Hall. Before him was a crowd of people in line, and he couldn't help but freeze, so many people. A guy was complaining tearfully that the competition was too fierce these past 2 times. He said he had even graduated from the mortal class of the Magic Tianlan Academy but still didn't get picked. Mo-fan thought dejectedly that someone like him who hadn't even graduated probably had no chance at all. Just then the examiner called out. Next it was Mo-fan's turn. He politely said, hello, hey, race my resume. The other replied, no need for a resume, I can't go through them all, I'll just ask you questions directly. Name? Mo-fan stammered. Fan Mo-fan the other side and continued, any prior work experience? Mo-fan mumbled, and no, none. After hearing this, the recruiter shouted angrily, what do you take the city monster hunting squad for, a place to perform tricks for money? Mo-fan quickly explained, no, that's not it. Just then a girl beside him said, Captain, don't scold him yet, let's hear what element he specializes in first. Mo-fan answered in lightning type, do you accept that? He thought to himself, can't reveal him from the waste element, better claim the strongest one. Both of them asked in surprise lightning type. Then the captain laughed and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier, ha?" He turned to the others and announced, "Everyone, you can go back now, we've found our recruit." The crowd groaned in frustration. "Now even lightning types are coming to steal our jobs, how are we supposed to live?" Then the man happily said to Emofan, "Young man, let me introduce you to the team." Emofan thought, "Feels like I'd boarded a pirate ship." The captain began. "I'm the captain of this team, Duhuang fire type. The girl just now is Xiaoka water type." A girl was saying to the team members, here and here all need to be refilled. Vice captain, spare me." Then he introduced, "This is Li Wenjia wind type, the vice captain is Kaitang ice type, and this one just call him Fashi earth type." Duhuang happily dragged Emofan out saying, "Come on everyone, say hello. This is the lightning element mage I just recruited named Emofan." Emofan thought to himself, "Ouch ouch ouch, this guy's grip is way too strong." Then he cheerfully said, "Hello everyone." Li Wenjia happily praised, "Captain, you're so lucky you even recruited a lightning mage." Just then the vice captain walked up and pressed 2 blood beads onto Emofan's chest. Emofan thought to himself, "Vice captain, why is it her again?" And this monster hunting team actually ran into someone from the Mu family. The vice captain said coldly, "Let me make this clear, if you can't keep up with us you're out, no matter what element you are." Emofan thought to himself, "Isn't looking down on people exactly the Mu family style? What's this about Li Wenjia Saiju 2 vice captain, stop scaring him." Emofan thought, not budgeting a mission right after joining the team. So he said, "It's fine, I could use the practice." Wenjia handed the file directly to Emofan saying, "Comrade, you've got the right attitude, I believe in you, this is all yours." Dahuang coughed a few times. "Ahem, okay, enough joking around. Let me briefly explain the mission. We received a report that the cafeteria at Mingwen Girls High School has been experiencing frequent earthquakes and a female student has been missing for a week." Emofan asked worriedly, "Mingwen Girls High School? You mean Mingwen Girls High School?" "A student from Mingwen Girls High School has been missing for a whole week, and Xinxia still hasn't contacted me." "Could it be?" Emofan grabbed Wenjia's shoulder urgently. "Bro, let me borrow your phone for a sec." Wenjia immediately handed it over. Here. Emofan took the phone thinking, "Xinxia, please be okay." But the operator responded, "Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable." The others asked in surprise, "What's wrong with him? Did he lose his mind?" Emofan shouted loudly, "You'll be back for the meeting later." As he ran he thought, "Xinxia, I'm coming." The vice captain asked in surprise. His face looked so paleous he scared Fashi whispered, "Maybe he's just going to the bathroom." Wenjia shouted, "Hey, give my phone back, I stood in line all night to get that." Emofan ran while dialing, but the operator kept repeating, "The number you have dialed is powered off." As he ran, Emofan thought angrily, "Ugh, why can't I be a wind mage? Running on 2 legs is way too slow." He ran a red light and a driver yelled, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Look where you're going." Emofan sprinted all the way to Mingwen Girls High School. He barged in and knocked on the door shouting, "Xinxia, Xinxia, are you home?" A few people heard the commotion and asked, "Young man, what are you knocking on?" Emofan replied, "Ma'am, have you seen the girl who lives here these past few days? The girl with long hair sitting in a wheelchair looks very gentle." The 2 ants glanced at each other then said, "Isn't she the one behind you?" Emofan happily called out, "Xinxia." Xinxia asked in surprise, "Emofan, why are you here?" Emofan blushed slightly, looking a bit awkward, then sighed and coughed a few times, cough cough. Xinxia glanced at the food she had just bought and said, "If I had known you were coming I would have made more to eat." Emofan gently hugged the girl and said, "As long as you're okay, don't scare me like that again." Xinxia exclaimed in surprise, Emofan turned to her and asked, "Why couldn't I reach you on the phone? Let me help you take the food to the kitchen." Xinxia replied, "My phone got cut off for unpaid bills." Emofan answered, "I can easily cover that little expense for you, don't skimp on things like this." Xinxia asked again, "But why did you rush over here in such a hurry? Is something wrong? I heard a girl from your school went missing, and when I couldn't reach you earlier I got a little worried." Xinxia confirmed, "Yeah, it's Lin Yuner from the neighboring class. I saw her in the library that day and then she disappeared. When I left the library I smelled something strange. It seemed to be coming from the cafeteria. I suddenly felt cold all over, like something was watching me. So I rushed home and then I started trembling, thinking, don't tell me something happened to Lin Yuner." Emofan grabbed the girl's shoulders to comfort her. "Don't worry, I've joined the city demon extermination team now, so we'll look into this properly. And don't forget what I told you, we'll always protect you." The scene shifts to Mingwen Girls' School where Dahuang and his teammates arrive and say, "Didn't expect you to get here before us." Yunjie shouted, "Give me back my phone." Dahuang followed up, "Where were you just now?" Emofan replied, "There's someone I know at this school. I already got some information about what happened. They said there was a weird smell in the cafeteria that pretty much confirms there's something off, maybe a pervert or a demon." Da Huang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Looks like we'll need to investigate the cafeteria thoroughly. Tai Tang assigned all right based on the school's layout. The 6 of us will split up to cover the cafeteria and the classrooms. Mo Fan raised his hand and said, I'd like to check out the cafeteria. Da Huang asked in surprise, are you sure this is your first mission? Mo Fan said firmly, leave it to me. Da Huang happily patted Mo Fan's chest and laughed, just like a kid who isn't afraid of tigers. I knew I picked the right guy. Mo Fan nearly gagged from the pat, letting out a muffled groan. Then Da Huang handed Mo Fan a walkie-talkie watch and said, take this, if anything happens press the button and we'll be right there. Mo Fan acknowledged, got it. The scene shifts to the girls' school cafeteria where an eerie aura lingers. Mo Fan crouched in a corner thinking, this cafeteria gives me the creeps, better leave my bag here, who knows what he'll run into later. Mo Fan had just set down his bag when he heard a loud clang making him jump in fright. He saw several plates knocked over. Mo Fan pondered to himself, what was that noise just now? The vibrations felt like there was a construction crew underneath. Suddenly a low creaking sound echoed. Mo Fan thought, could this be rats? Mo Fan hid behind a pillar observing carefully. For a moment the squeaking continued, squeak squeak squeak. Mo Fan thought to himself, there's a foul stench coming from the kitchen. Could this be the strange odor he had in mind? Then Mo Fan saw a grotesquely large one-eyed rat screeching eerily, squeak squeak squeak. He gasped, whoa, a giant rat, before feeling a wave of disgust. The stench was unbearable, couldn't get any closer. At least now he was sure it wasn't some pervert inside but a demonic creature. He had to report this to the captain. He pressed his communication device. The one-eyed rat kept squeaking, squeak squeak squeak. The creature spun its eye around, squeaking non-stop, squeak squeak squeak. Mo Fan wondered, was this demon afraid? Then again it was just a rat demon. Suddenly the rat's eye turned blood red, a flame shot from its gaze, shattering the cafeteria glass in an instant. Mo Fan barely dodged the attack. He yelled in panic. What thief attacked without warning? The rat's eye still flickered with embers as it kept squeaking squeak. The rat demon climbed onto a table leg, emitting low squeaks. Mo Fan thought he hadn't made a sound. How did this thing spot him? The rat demon had already locked onto him, squeaking squeak. Squeak 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 squeak. Mo Fan flinched as the rat demon spewed flames. A fireball struck where Mo Fan was hiding. With a boom he was hit and collapsed, gasping in terror. The rat demon slowly climbed the pillar, squeaking incessantly. As the monstrous rat closed in, Mo Fan yelled, what the hell? The rat demon squinted at Mo Fan, continuing its squeak 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 squeak. Mo Fan squinted back, muttering, what's going on? It's attacking way too fast. Cornered, he thought, I've got no choice. Time to use the bone shield that should block it. Just then the rat demon fired another flame. Mo Fan was about to activate the bone shield, but Xiaoke had already countered with a water barrier. A water shield formed in front of him. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Mo Fan shouted, Captain. Da Huang grinned. Mo Fan, you okay? Fei Shi pull him back. Fei Shi nodded, no problem, hold on earthwave barrier. Mo Fan's position lit up and in a flash he vanished with a whoosh. His teammates pulled him back into their embrace. Da Huang praised Mo Fan, you did well, leave the rest to us. Mo Fan asked Da Huang, Captain, what kind of demon is this? It looks like a rat. Da Huang replied, this is a giant-eyed rat demon. It can dig tunnels quickly and usually lives in the city's underground pipes. Its main attack is firing beams from its eyes. It usually eats leftovers and won't attack humans unless desperate. Kai Tang confirmed. It must be starving. Wenjie smugly said, good thing we found it. Da Huang waved his hand, all right, everyone's here, listen up, we're moving in. The team quickly assembled, taking battle stances. The rat let out a series of high-pitched squeaks. Wenjie shouted, beast, if you're a rat, act like one. Get back to the sewers where you belong. Enraged by the taunt, the rat squeaked and charged at Wenjie. Mo Fan thought its speed is incredible, faster than a space beast. But as it lunged, Wenjie dodged effortlessly. His magic was wind-based twin step. Midair he taunted, hi, you think you can hit me with that? The rat missed and immediately squeaked, lunging again. Wenjie moved like he was strolling, mocking, pathetic, you're too slow. Mo Fan watched, impressed. This is what a real mage looks like, skilled and confident. The rat squealed furiously, squeak squeak. Da Huang raised his hand, gathering flames, look over here, try my 4-flavor flame. Da Huang cast Fire 4, but before he could finish the rat sensed danger. It retreated quickly and turned to flee. Mo Fan thought it's quick to react. Da Huang sneered at the rat, running, think it'll help. He unleashed Fire 4 explosion. The rat was instantly engulfed in flames. Struck, it let out pain's squeal, squeak squeak. Mo Fan marveled, wow, I didn't know a third-rank basic spell could be this powerful. Da Huang ordered Kai Tang use flying stones to block its escape. Both replied, understood. They simultaneously cast 2 spells, Ice Freeze and Earthquake. The rat was trapped in a cage of ice and rubble with no way out. It glared at Kai Tang, squeaking furiously. Da Huang shouted urgently. Shouka water defense now. Shouka yelped, huh. He hastily cast water, but by then, the rat's claws were already swiping at Kai Tang. She screamed, ah. Just then a bolt of lightning struck the rat. That fat rat was instantly struck numb, collapsing like a limp chicken. Kai Tang stared at the rat under his feet in shock, speechless. Shouka's eyes widened in disbelief, standing frozen in place. Fan Mo sighed, this was way too dangerous. Kai Tang remained stiff while the rat lay motionless from the blow. When Jie appeared and patted Fan Mo's shoulder, praising him, well done Fan Mo, you've earned your merit. I've told you countless times, never let your guard down. Kai Tang nearly lost his life today. You're in charge of safety, you must always watch over the team. Worry unit, do you understand? Shouka looked like she was about to cry. Then Kai Tang patted Di Huang's shoulder and said, forget it, everyone makes mistakes. Now that it's over, let's go. I didn't expect someone reasonable in the academy. After stepping out, Kai Tang turned back to Fan Mo and said, Fan Mo, thank you. Fan Mo stammered, oh, no problem, no problem. Then he lingered for a moment and asked Di Huang, Captain, is that it? What about the missing girl? Di Huang replied, the police will handle the rest. Our job is to deal with the demon, but I hope the girl is still alive. When Jie and Fei Shi will assist them. Fan Mo returned to the kitchen and sensed a lingering spirit, the same eyeball rat from before. Perfect. His bracelet immediately absorbed the remnant soul, giving it a satisfying feast. Just then De Huang reminded him, Fan Mo, what are you spacing out for? Let's go. Fan Mo quickly replied, yeah, coming. The scene shifted to the Mu family estate's private pool, where a girl in a bikini stepped onto the stairs. When she touched the icy steps, she shrieked, ah, it's so cold. Wu Ning walked over to Mu Xia and said, Uncle Xia, my dad wants you to come over. Mu Xia replied, Wu Ning, your ice magic is getting more refined. It looks like you'll be the winner of the duel. Wu Ning scoffed, duel? You mean that reckless girl? I don't even see her as a threat. Mu Xia laughed heartily, that's the spirit of youth, full of confidence. But inwardly he smirked, if they could both lose that would be even better. The scene shifted to the Mu family estate, where Wu Ning asked Mu Zeyun. Dad, just say it straight, I don't get why you're making me do this boring duel. Mu Zeyun explained, the duel is part of your comingafage ceremony. If we only invited a few notable guests it would feel too plain. But if we add some entertainment like arranging a duel with that impulsive kid, you can prove yourself with your strength. That way your skills and reputation will earn everyone's respect. Wu Ning stayed silent and Mu Zeyun continued, your father thinks of everything. Don't worry, after the ceremony he'll reward you with the right to use the Earth Saint selection as your prize for victory. Wu Ning suddenly stood up and asked, really? This is a place that can greatly enhance cultivation efficiency. Mu Zhuoyun confirmed it. Compared to ordinary demonic essence, the efficiency is several times higher. This is your best chance to become a mid-rank mage. Wu Ning grinned proudly and said, child, I will train hard and live up to father's expectations. He thought to himself, what incredible luck, I never expected to get into the Earth Saint selection so easily. After confirming, Mu Zhuoyun reminded him to seize the opportunity, as many mages never even get a chance to enter the Earth Saint selection in their lifetime. The scene shifts to the Third Magic Academy. Zhang Xiaoho side, time flies, summer break is already over. We're already in our third year of high school and my poor wind magic still hasn't reached level 2. By the way, I haven't seen you all summer. Where did you sneak off to train? Brother Imofan forced a bitter smile. There wasn't any special place. He thought to himself, I just raised my lightning magic to level 2 in the beast hunting squad. Zhang Xiaoho smirked. Brother Imofan, this won't do. Are you secretly dating someone? Imofan replied, what are you talking about? Then Zhang Xiaoho seemed to remember something. Brother Imofan, I've discovered an earth-shattering secret. Imofan hurriedly asked, what is it? Xiaoho whispered, I noticed Lin Min from our class staring at you absent-mindedly. Look, Lucia's blushing. Imofan awkwardly said, you're imagining things. He wondered, could she have found out I'm a lightning mage? Time passed and the noon bell rang. Ding ding ding, everyone scattered. Zhang Xiaoho told Imofan, I found a great shop. Just then Lin Min called softly, Imofan, could you come over for a moment? There's something I want to tell you. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaoho gave Imofan a suggestive look. See, I was right, let's meet again tomorrow. Imofan stammered, okay. Lin Min shyly asked, so I wanted to ask you. Imofan thought she's not really going to confess, is she? Lin Min continued, are you free tonight? Imofan froze. Whoa, we're skipping straight to the endgame. Imofan scratched his head and said, Lin Min, we're still students. Lin Min hesitated. My grandma. Imofan blurted grandma, then he gasped, ah. Lin Min explained, my grandma lives on Old Street and she often hears strange vibrations from the construction site at night. I was hoping you could help me investigate. Imofan scratched his head. Oh, was that it? Imofan thought, could you stop taking so long to speak? Lin Min replied, sorry, I know this is sudden and you're not obligated to help. Imofan scratched his head and said, no need to apologize, I'll definitely go. Refusing a daughter's request isn't something a male student should do. After a while the two walked hand in hand into a small alley. Minshu told Fan that this was the place every time they came here tremors would start. 20 minutes later they were still waiting for each other. Minshu grew impatient and said to Fan, maybe I was overthinking things. But Fan disagreed. Don't leave yet. He placed his backpack on the ground. Minshu didn't understand what was happening. Then Fan opened the lid of a small bottle. Seeing the green powder scattered on the ground, Minshu widened his eyes in shock and asked, is this fairy dust? Fan confirmed, that's right. Fan pointed at the green marks on the ground. Look at these footprints. There must be a demon here. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a one-eyed demon wolf. Minshu cried out in terror. A one-eyed demon wolf? How could such a demon appear in a bustling city? Just then another tremor sounded. Fan quickly shielded the girl. Minshu asked worriedly, what should we do? Should we call the city demon hunters? Fan calmly replied, don't worry, let's assess the situation first. Fan thought to himself, and the city demon hunters are right in front of me. After gathering information, the two followed the suspicious trail and soon arrived at an abandoned construction site. Fan declared, this is the place. Seeing the scene, Minshu fearfully called out to his friend Fan. Noticing her unease, Fan immediately scanned their surroundings warily. Suddenly Minshu pointed ahead in terror. Look. Following her gaze, Fan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Faced with the horrifying sight, Minshu quickly hid behind him for safety. Fan whispered in disbelief, it can't be eating someone, right? Sure enough, a bloodstained hand reached out from the corner of the wall, sending chills down their spines. Minshu's voice trembled as she said, Fan, that one-eyed demon wolf seems to be feeding my grandma. Lives nearby, it's too dangerous. A question flashed through Fan's mind. This one-eyed demon wolf is even bigger than the ones described in books. He turned to the girl and instructed Min, go somewhere safe first, then contact the city demon hunters. Minshu immediately picked up her phone. I've already contacted them. What just happened? Fan gave a vague response before muttering, could you not be so quick? A flood of memories rushed into his mind. The giant eye trials training felt like it was just yesterday, still remembered it vividly. Wenjia once asked him, you said you don't know why you were attacked. Fan confirmed, yes, I clearly hid under the window and pressed the alarm. Without making a sound. Logically, I shouldn't have been discovered. After hearing this, Wenjia burst into laughter. You're such a rookie. Demons can sense electronic signals. So if you need to contact someone, you must run far enough, over 100 meters, to be safe. Fan, don't get cocky. Just because you saved senior sister today, the road ahead is long. Fan simply replied yes. After snapping back to reality, he immediately grabbed Jumin's arm. As he pulled her to run, he shouted, don't look back, run. Jumin cried out in shock, why do we have to run? Just then the one-eyed demon wolf let out a furious roar. Shumin turned back in terror and saw the beast standing upright, letting out a piercing howl. Then its only eye turned blood red and it opened its gaping maw. It was about electronic signals, but that's not important right now. Shumin, take Auntie to a safe place first, he'll hold it off. Shumin asked in surprise, how will you hold it off? Fan said calmly, don't worry, I have my way. She turned back and urged, be careful. At that moment the wolf was greedily staring at Jumin's retreating figure, but Fan quickly picked up a small stone and hurled it at its mouth. He sneered and taunted, stupid wolf, looking at the wrong place, your opponent is right here. Hearing this, the wolf flew into a rage, glaring at Fan before lunging at him. Fan narrowed his eyes, locking onto it as the one-eyed demon wolf widened its single eye. Suddenly flames erupted in Fan's hands. This was fire magic, bone-splitting flame. Seeing the fireball coming, the beast roared and swiped its sharp claws at the wall. Chunks of reinforced concrete crashed down from above. Somehow the concrete blocks blocked the bone-splitting flames attack. Dust filled the air and Fan coughed repeatedly, cough cough. Han thought to himself, second-rank magic really isn't enough. This demon's arms are so long, if I fight up close he'll be at a disadvantage, better to keep my distance first. So Fan quickly used the dust to obscure its vision and slipped away. When the dust cleared, the one-eyed demon wolf struck a pose for a while. Fan was now far away, waving his arms and shouting, hey, I'm over here. Can't you see me? I'm right here. Are your eyes just for show? Seeing Fan taunted, the one-eyed demon wolf grew even more enraged. Without hesitation it charged straight at him. Fan smirked as the beast took the bait. What a dumb mutt! Just as the one-eyed demon wolf lunged. Perfect, the artifact is activated. Bone shield of integrity. A heavy integrity hook swings straight down toward the one-eyed demon wolf's head. With a loud clang, the beast clamps its jagged jaws around the hook. But flesh stands no chance against an artifact. The one-eyed demon wolf reaps what it sowed. The creature stumbles backward, blood gushing from its mouth like a fountain, yet it still clings to life. It struggles to its feet, whimpering in pain. Meanwhile, Mo-fan is pinned under several iron blocks. He shouts, "Bone shield of integrity, withdraw." Seeing the one-eyed demon wolf still snarling with strength, Mo-fan worries. Is this thing's head made of steel? How is it still standing? He sighs at the iron weapon before him. "Ugh, this thing's stuck. Don't mess with me like this." Mo-fan quickly changes his tone, coaxing the beast. "What's the matter?" "I was just joking. I only wanted to scratch an itch." The monster ignores him and lunges at Mo-fan, claws bared. Suddenly Kai-Tang appears out of nowhere, unleashing a technique icebound horizon. In an instant the one-eyed demon wolf's limbs freeze solid. Seeing her, Mo-fan cheers Kai-Tang. Kai-Tang shouts, "Mo-fan, what are you doing here?" Mo-fan grins, thinking him saved. He tells Kai-Tang a date. "Of course you arrived just in time." Kai-Tang roars, "Get lost, you idiot. The demon hunting squad will handle this." Mo-fan immediately replies, "Yes, yes, yes." Meanwhile, Ant-Min is still sprinting. Spotting the vehicle ahead, she thinks in relief, "Thank goodness it's the demon hunting squad's car." Mo-fan, "You have to hold on." Over here, Kai-Tang is calling her teammates, having already notified Fan Mashu. "Without a lightning cultivator, it'll be tough to subdue this one-eyed demon wolf." A voice interrupts, "What are we waiting for? This kind of demon is my specialty." Kai-Tang warns, "We should still be careful. Let's wait for the rest of our team." The man replies, "Fine. By the way, who was that kid earlier?" Kai-Tang answers, "Oh, I'm the one who openly challenged Zhu Keiyun." Wulong smirks coldly, "So that's the guy who wanted to duel me. I thought he'd be someone impressive." At the same time, Mo-fan reaches Ant-Min and exhales in relief. "Ant-Min, I'm glad you're okay." Ant-Min exclaims happily. Mo-fan grins, "I'm relieved you're both safe. I need to head back for a bit." Ant-Min asks in surprise, "Go back? Isn't the demon hunting squad here?" "They can handle it." Mo-fan says confidently, "Everyone loves a handsome guy. Don't worry, I'm just going to grab my phone I dropped back there." Returning to the battlefield, the one-eyed wolf growled continuously, its claws trembling as it broke free from the ice. Kai Duong worriedly told Captain Dai Hong, "The one-eyed demon wolf is about to break free from the ice seal." Da Huang sighed, saying that if he used fire-based spells he might not be able to kill it immediately, but your ice seal would definitely melt. Wenji also grew concerned. This place was too close to the residential area. If it got enraged, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fashi sighed at that moment, saying it would be great if Fan Mo were here. Just then a figure appeared on the wall, none other than Fan. Han remarked bluntly, "Seems like someone was just complimenting me." Seeing Fan, the whole team cheered. "Fan Mo, you finally made it." Fan chuckled and said to his teammates, Sorry, my place is a bit far from here." Suddenly a row of spines emerged from the one-eyed demon wolf's back. Kai Yang immediately shouted to Wu Yang, "Quickly release another layer of cold air." Meanwhile, Dai Huang also sensed something unusual. Noit's forcing a breakthrough, advancing its rank. Kai Yang's expression darkened as he asked, "Did it drink the sacred selection? If it succeeds, not just us but the entire residential area will be leveled." Da Huang reminded his secretary Xiaoko, "Call for reinforcements quickly." Xiaoko picked up the phone and said, "Already reported to the Alliance." Then Kai Yang shouted, "Captain, it's no use, the mirror is about to melt." Da Huang immediately cast a fire spell, saying, "No choice now, we'll have to face it." Heaton. Then a star lit up in Da Huang's hand. This was the technique fire explosion. A powerful blast of fire shot toward the one-eyed demon wolf. Du Wang happily said, "Great, it's working." But Wenji's face darkened as he said, "No, something's wrong, Captain, watch out." The one-eyed demon wolf charged forward, ignoring the flames. Xiaoku immediately activated his technique water defense guard. However, the one-eyed demon wolf's claws pierced through the magical barrier. In an instant its claws plunged into Da Wang's chest. The whole team gasped in shock. Captain Kai Yang rushed across the field to check the wound, calling out worriedly. Captain Dai Huang kept coughing repeatedly. Then Xiao Hao said, "We absolutely cannot let this beast reach the streets." Kai Yang replied, "I know, Captain, don't speak, I'll stop the bleeding first." Fanjie call for help quickly. Van Kiet immediately responded, "Yes." At that moment Xiao Ke's legs went weak as he trembled. The fire explosion didn't work. And the water defense was broken instantly. We're no match for it. The one-eyed demon wolf howled into the sky. Fashi shouted, "Xiaoko, don't just stand there." Then Fashi quickly adjusted his earth-based technique earthquake trap. Chunks of earth and stone rose from the ground surrounding the one-eyed demon wolf. The monster let out a fierce roar and broke free from the control of the earth-bounding shackles. Fashi and the others along with Xiaoko let out blood-curdling screams. When Jia took out his phone to contact the organization, a one-eyed demon wolf is advancing in Old Rongsho Street. Send reinforcements immediately. Just then Mo-fan also stepped onto the platform. Han unleashed a technique Thunder Seal Wild Whip. The one-eyed demon wolf was instantly battered to the ground. It was lashed by the electric whip, opening its maw in agony. Seeing this, when Jie praised well done, Fan smiled faintly. When Jie murmured in admiration, this kid can wield a level 2 thunder seal so skillfully, I underestimated him. Fashi cheered excitedly, great, this beast won't be advancing anymore. Fan Mo did a great job. Tai Tang warned, don't celebrate too soon, the thunder seal's effect won't last long. Once the one-eyed demon wolf adapts to the electric shocks, it will continue its advancement. No sooner had he spoken than the one-eyed demon wolf began to change. Sharp bone spikes sprouted all over its body. The one-eyed demon wolf finally succeeded in mutating. It prepared to launch a brutal attack on everyone present. Seeing the ferocious beast before them, the group was filled with despair. We're done for, it's fully advanced. Darn it, even the thunder seal can't stop it now. De Huang coughed and said firmly, we can't let this beast harm the civilians. Xiaoke replied anxiously, Captain, we couldn't even beat it before it advanced, how can we now? When Jie agreed, that's right, we should retreat. I'm not even as useful as Fan Mo, who just joined. The two looked up at the city, thinking of the civilians. How could they protect themselves? Had the two forgotten the purpose of the monster hunting urban team? As the words left his mouth, the one-eyed demon wolf was already enveloped in swirling air currents. The beast roared continuously, its eye burning with hatred. Then someone traced a seal in the air, chanting, banish the frenzied wolf. A watery tornado struck the one-eyed demon wolf hard, sending it crashing to the ground. The one-eyed demon wolf was completely drained, only able to let out a low growl. Seeing this, the Shock City monster hunting team gasped in awea. De Huang stared at the figure before him in disbelief. Sai, he is that you, thank goodness. The man named Sai, he explained, don't worry, you'll take care of this beast. He then cast a spell and shouted, beast, go to hell. Fan, watching the gusts of wind, sighed, look, the wind is so strong I can barely keep my eyes open. A blue tornado formed above the one-eyed demon wolf's head. Sai, he unleashed a technique wind disc tornado. Immediately the tornado lifted the one-eyed demon wolf into the sky. The beast let out a piercing howl, whimpering and roaring. Sai, he sneered and said, humph, don't like flying, fine, let's bring you back down. Then the tornado plunged straight down from the sky. A heavy thud echoed as something hit the ground. The one-eyed demon wolf was crushed from the sky and perished. Fan rushed over, stammering as he asked Sai, he Isis it dead? Sai, he confirmed yes. Fan then asked, can I go take a look? Sai, he replied, go ahead. Fan cautiously examined the one-eyed demon wolf's body. Looking at the wounds on the demonic beast's corpse, Fan mused to himself, this is the true power of a mid-rank mage. Even an upgraded demon could be slain in an instant. Sai, he then asked Fan, that lightning seal earlier, was that you? Fan confirmed, yes, it was me. Sai, he praised, you did well, the Magic Association will reward you. Just then Xiaoke announced, Mr. Yang, the healing mage, has arrived. Before boarding, the captain wants to speak with you. Sai, he agreed, all right. Meanwhile, Fan's car screen lit up, the system was hungry again. Seeing this, Fan thought another remnant soul. But upon seeing the hazy purple orb, he corrected himself, no, this is a spirit essence. Regardless of what it was, the car system would absorb it all. Inside the ambulance, Sai, he asked the mage, how are his injuries? The mage replied, don't worry, Mr. Yang, the wound was treated in time and he'll recover after a few days of rest. De Huang weakly said, Sai, he have worked in Bo City for years and have never seen demons behave so abnormally, something's wrong with Bo City. Sai, he gripped De Huang's arm and said, I know the association is already investigating. Rest easy, take him to the hospital. Then Tai Tang added, Mr. Yang, I think we should still warn everyone to be cautious. Demons like the one-eyed demon wolf appearing in the city is too strange. Sai, he responded, I just warned everyone recently, another warning so soon might cause panic. Besides, we've already increased manpower to investigate, everyone can rest assured. But in cases like this, the hunting team will still need to step up. Tai Tang firmly said, we'll do our best, it's just that the captain. Sai, he replied, I'll arrange a temporary captain for everyone. By the way, when did your team get a lightning mage? Fashi happily said, Fan Mo, you're getting a promotion. Tai Tang answered, we recruited him at the recruitment fair. Sai, he asked in surprise, recruitment fair? First time hearing that lightning mages attend recruitment fairs. When Jie burst into laughter, haha, that's why I said the captain is amazing. Seeing this, Wu Ning was instantly furious. What is this, she demanded, humph, isn't it lightning based? The scene shifts to the boys' dormitory where a girl sits blankly in front of a door. Fan turns around and asks Mingu, what are you doing sitting here? Mingu exclaims joyfully, Fan, thank goodness I thought you. Before finishing, she tightly hugs his arms. Fan stammers, why you don't cry? Mingu quickly wipes her tears and replies, I am not crying anyway, thank you for saving my grandmother. Fan replies somewhat awkwardly, helping each other is what friends do. It's getting late, let me walk you back to your dorm. But Mingu refuses. No need, the dorm is right next door, I can go back myself, you should rest early. Fan reluctantly agrees, alright. Then he walks into his room and casually tosses his bag onto the bed. He stares blankly at the bracelet. Fan asks the bracelet, hey, you said you devoured a soul, why isn't there any reaction, can't you digest it? At that moment a faint blue glow appears on the bracelet. Suddenly a dazzling light erupts from Fan's room. The intense light forces Fan to shield his eyes with his hand. He stares at the glowing bracelet and stammers, this is breaking free from the cocoon. The bracelet's color has turned jade green. At first glance it looks like jade. This little loach really changed. I can feel an unprecedented surge of energy entering my body, flowing through my veins. Before breaking through, the energy felt like soaking in a hot spring. After breaking through, it's like being wrapped in a cocoon, not a feeling of restraint but the tranquility of rebirth, as if lying in a mother's embrace. Not only did my fatigue vanish instantly, but my spirit feels nourished, as if I can advance my cultivation without meditation. Is this for real? Fan rushes to his computer and boots it up to search. The sound of rapid typing fills the air as the results display. Spirit-level demonic energy is stronger than mortal-level demonic energy. Spirit-level demonic energy can help mages increase their cultivation time by 40 daily. Additionally, some spirit-level demonic energy allows mages to advance their cultivation rank without meditation. After reading, Fan excitedly shouts, it really upgraded to spirit level, this is amazing. At this rate I can advance both fire and lightning elements to the early 3rd rank before graduation. If I work harder I might even join the ranks of intermediate mages. Fan excitedly kisses the bracelet. Elder Yen wasn't lying to me, you're truly a treasure. Suddenly he received a message. Fan picked up his phone, thinking to himself, Shinxia, it's so late and she's still messaging me. The message said the little girl had awakened her healing affinity. From now on if Fan got hurt she could heal him. Fan replied in surprise, healing affinity, isn't that white magic? I awaken white magic, Shinxia said proudly, but the teacher said it's not necessarily just that. Plus I heard you can awaken special magic using rare materials. Interesting, Fan mused to himself, awakening special magic. Then his eyes lit up, haha Shinxia, I adore you, you've solved a huge problem for me. As long as I get the rare materials I can awaken the dark affinity during my 2nd intermediate awakening. Perfect. A voice from the next dorm shouted, Fan, you still up? What's all the noise about at this hour? Fan replied with a wry smile, sorry about that, huh? The scene shifted the next day at Magic Tianlan High School. Zhang Xiaowa was asking Fan a question. Bro, what if we actually go through with this step? Just then Zhao Kunsen patted Fan on the shoulder. The guy played dumb. Who's this? Isn't it our school's top figure? Fan. Too bad you won't be strutting around much longer. Fan turned around impatiently, don't start trouble. Zhao Kunsen sneered, oh I'm so scared, run away run away. Zhang Xiaohou warned Fan, bro, I heard the Mu family is taking this comingafage ceremony very seriously. These families love throwing banquets to show off their power. It's obvious the Mu family wants to use you to boost their prestige, it's so unfair. Just then teacher Tang Yu walked over and called out, Fan, the principal wants to see you in his office. Zhang Xiaohou greeted her quietly, haha hello teacher. Fan obediently replied, ah okay, I'll go right away. A moment later the principal's office door was knocked on. The principal's voice came from inside, come in. The principal gestured to the guest sitting beside him, Fan, have a seat, let me introduce you, this is Deng Kai, the Grand Elder of the Bo City Hunters Alliance. Fan greeted awkwardly, hello Deng Kai responded, hello. We called you here today because we have something important to discuss. Harry's the situation. Every so often we select an outstanding student from Magic Tianlan High to spar with the disciples of noble families. We had high hopes and made promises to the imperial court, but your reckless actions have put you in a difficult position. Though you've worked hard these past 2 years, life isn't always fair. Some people usually have better conditions. After venting your anger you might feel better for a while. But when your strength isn't enough, patience isn't necessarily a bad thing. Fan sighed to himself, realizing he had indeed been impulsive back then. The principal waved his hand, alright, I didn't call you here today to scold you. We hope you can win this decisive battle because the victor will earn the sole opportunity to train in the Holy Land. Fan asked in surprise, training in the Holy Land, is this real? The principal reminded him, it seems you know how precious it is. This is one of the rarest resources in Bo City, reserved exclusively for students entering the Magic University. Unfortunately, the Holy Land's resources are extremely scarce. And each time we can only open it for one student. This student isn't just selected from the school. Disciples from major clans and magic families are also eligible to compete. It's already been monopolized by clan disciples. No wonder clans can focus their resources on their most outstanding disciples. This isn't something the school can match. The principal interjected. I'm not telling you all this to pressure you. Since the opportunity exists, just give it a try. Besides, once you're admitted to the Magic University, those big clans won't necessarily have a say. Fan patted his chest and promised, thank you for your concern, I won't let everyone down. Time passed and the graduation ceremony was held. A red banner hung high reading, congratulations to all graduates on your success. Fan waited excitedly. This day had finally arrived. Joshing, his face weathered and aged, walked up and called out to his son. Fan asked in surprise, Dad, why are you here? Joshing replied, I heard the school was on break, so I came to pick you up on the way. Fan responded, Dad, you don't have to work so hard. Didn't I already send you money? Joshing told his son, keep that money for yourself. A mage has many expenses. Isn't there a kind of refined magical energy that speeds up cultivation? Let me see if I can scrape together enough to buy one for you. Fan looked at Joshing, his eyes welling up with emotion. Even though magic had replaced science, his father remained the same honest and upright man. Joshing then reminded him, what are you just standing there for? Get in the car. Fan finally snapped back to reality. Dad, the school will provide us with refined magical energy. You don't need to worry, I've earned a lot from hunting demons lately. Take a few days off, Dad. Fan replied. Dad's still strong, you keep that money. No need to buy refined demonic energy. Can't you buy demonic tools instead? Dad, heard those things are really powerful. Fan chuckled, I already have demonic tools. Joshing happily replied, right, see how forgetful your dad is. I wasn't saying I wouldn't buy it for you. When the delivery came, Dad heard about it from a hunter at the courier station. Fan told Joshing, Dad, in 2 days he'll go to the pasture market manor to duel someone named Wu Ning. Joshing looked worried and said, Dad knows. Dad already asked someone from the pasture market to persuade Wu Ning to go easy on you. Win or lose, it'll be good for you either way. Fan said firmly, Dad, I can win. Joshing gave a wry smile. This kid, don't be so stubborn, I'm already satisfied with how far you've come. Then he ruffled his precious son's hair. Fan sighed, take it easy, don't mess up my hair. Han thought to himself, why does even Dad think I'm just going for the show? It's all because of that old fox Muiyun. When the time comes, he'll settle all the old and new scores. The scene shifts to the pasture market manor, where Muiyun and Muning Shuet are standing on the balcony enjoying the breeze. Muiyun told his daughter, originally this comingafage ceremony was prepared for you. But your arena has already gone beyond the scope of the Drift City, so we gave this opportunity to Wu Ning to ensure his loyalty to our Mu family. Below, the servants were still busy. That auntie still hasn't set things up yet. Muning Shui tried to reason, Dad, why make things difficult for him? Muiyun huffed angrily, that kid dared to embarrass me in front of everyone. Isn't he all high and mighty? Dad will give him a chance. Muning Shui reminded him, then tell Wu Ning to hold back. Muiyun reassured his daughter, don't worry, but in his heart he thought Dad knows what he's doing. Dad will make sure that kid never lifts his head again in Drift City. The scene shifts, night falls and Fan leisurely gazes at Drift City under the night sky. Han thought tomorrow is the duel. Just as Fan opened his drink, Muning Shui suddenly appeared and said, I asked my confidant, she said you'd be here. Fan was startled. Muning Shui, then he spread out a newspaper. What brings you here so late? I can't take you away this time, young lady. Muningshi's cheeks flushed slightly. Fan sighed, I didn't expect we'd meet here again after all these years. Memories flooded back when they were both just children. Fan noticed Muning Shui sitting there looking gloomy and asked, why are you hiding here? Everyone's looking for you. Muning Shui said dejectedly, I don't want to stay in that house anymore. Fan, let's run away. Fan was taken aback. Back to reality. Fan said to the young lady, have a seat, I've already prepared the newspaper for you. Muning Shui warned, don't go tomorrow. Wu Ning won't show mercy. He always listens to my father and will never hold back. Fan sighed, your father sure raised a loyal dog, bites whoever he's told to. Muning Shui added, he's weird, I don't like him either. Fan laughed heartily, then tomorrow we'll help you teach him a lesson. Muning Shui huffed, why don't you ever listen? I told you not to go tomorrow. Fan changed the subject, oh by the way miss, have you reached the mid-rank mage stage yet? Muning Shui lowered her voice, I'm serious, don't go tomorrow, avoid this disaster. Once I return from the imperial capital and gain control of the family's power, no one will be able to touch you. Fan teased, so you want to keep me, huh? Flustered Muning Shui stammered, Yushi angrily threw the newspaper at Fan. Do as you please. Fan yelped, ouch. Watching Mu Ningxue storm off, Mo Fan muttered to himself, this young lady sure has a temper. Just then his phone rang. He thought Xiao Ho. Xiao Ho said, bro, I heard the little princess went to see you. How'd it go? What'd she say? Mo Fan sighed, your intel is always spot on. She still admires me so much, told me to give Wu Ning a good thrashing tomorrow. Xiao Ho retorted, cut it out, say it straight. Mo Fan reluctantly told the truth. Fine, she told me to run away so I don't get beaten to a pulp. Zhong Xiao Ho replied, ID advised the same, bro, Wu Ning is ruthless. Mo Fan answered firmly, Xiao Ho, an opportunity is right in front of you, a chance to prove your strength in front of everyone in Bo City. You'll ride in luxury cars, Rolls Royces, Bentleys, everything. Meanwhile, Mu Kaitang was greeting guests. The team members had arrived and were exchanging greetings with the vice captain. Mu Kaitang said cheerfully, you're finally here, come on. And Fashi asked curiously, is there food? I rushed here early and haven't eaten yet. When Jie shrugged, too bad Fan Mo couldn't make it. Xiaokut asked in surprise, didn't he drive here himself? Kaitang immediately turned and asked where. The guy parked around the corner, his back looks just like him. So Kaitang glanced at the young man. Xiaokut saw Mo Fan take off his helmet. Well, looks like I really mistook you for someone else. Kaitang thought angrily, so it's that scoundrel Fan Mofan. Just then Fan Mofan walked up and greeted Kaitang cheerfully. She sneered, oh, and flattered, what are you doing here so early? Here to mooch food and drinks. Fan Mofan answered frankly, exactly. There's no place for breakfast here. I heard the chef here, Mushur, is very famous, so I came to have breakfast. Kaitang's face turned purple with rage as she shouted, do you think this is a free cafeteria? Fan Mofan burst into laughter, then I'll have to trouble you to pack some for me later, sister Kaitang, she roared back, get lost. When Jia asked in surprise, who's that guy so arrogant? Kaitang replied, that's the jerk who wants to challenge Wu Yi. After hearing this, when Jia laughed heartily, he really doesn't know his limits. Fei Di chimed in with a smile, if all young people were like Fan Mo, talented and sensible, that would be great, don't you agree, Kaitang? Kaitang's face flushed red as Kaitong muttered angrily, where's he sensible? Last time we invited him he didn't even show up, who would like him? Meanwhile Fan Mo was already happily grabbing a whole chicken, asking the server, where's the roasted lamb, give me 5 more skewers. Just then Chang Bu appeared in front of Fan Mo, praising him, kid, you've got guts, didn't think you'd actually show up. Fan Mo replied, while eating, instructor, are you here to mooch food too? Chang Bu coughed dryly, what kind of talk is that? Then he pulled Fan Mo aside and whispered, come, I need to tell you something. Fan Mo asked in surprise, what is it? Don't tell me you want me to join your team again. He handed the roasted chicken to the server, instructing, hold this for me, you'll be back for it later. Chang Bu slung his arm around Fan Mo's shoulder, kid, you're sharp, how'd you know I was going to ask that? Fan Mo said firmly, I want go. Chang Bu tugged at him, knew you'd say that. Fine, don't join, but you've got to do me a favor. Fan Mo sighed, what is it? Hearing you say that I already know it's nothing good. Chang Bu pretended to warn him, when you face Wu Ning in the match you'd better be careful. Fan Mo asked in surprise, how careful of what? Just then someone happily greeted from the other side, Wu Ning, long time no see, you've grown so much. Remember to be careful. Chang Bu reminded him again, if anything happens let me know. Fan Mo reluctantly agreed, fine. Someone had already pulled Chang Bu aside, asking, Chang Bu, I heard your team is doing better lately. Chang Bu brushed it off, nothing of the sort, they're just spreading rumors. Mo Fan saw Zhang's actions and thought, what on earth is he up to now? The Mu Manor arena was already packed with many prominent figures. Representatives from the academy, the Mages Guild and the Mu family were all present. He merely smiled at the scene while Zhang's expression remained stern. At that moment he sighed, wow, I didn't expect so many famous people to show up. Mu Bai sneered, well look who's coming. If ceremony this is, Xiao retorted, it's not yours. Mu Bai snapped angrily, hey. Meanwhile Mo Joshing pointed at Mo Fan below and told the laborer, that's my son, my son. That's my son. The laborer praised old Mo, you've really struck gold this time. Another person chimed in, yeah, but I heard Wu Ning doesn't hold back when she fights. Mo Joshing sighed, they're just kids, they won't go too far, right? Suddenly cheers erupted as the crowd shouted, they're here, the stars of the day have arrived. I heard he's already a level 2 mage at such a young age, he'll only get stronger. Mu Choyun felt a surge of excitement while Mu Ningxue remained silent. Deng Qi observed Wu Ning, thinking Mu Choyun really went all out this time. Look at the magical energy radiating from this kid, is this even fair? From the start Mu Choyun never intended for Mo Fan to walk away from this match unscathed. Deng Qi, you'll oversee this duel, I trust you to act as the referee. Deng Qi nodded in agreement, all right. He then stepped forward and advised, both of you are young mages. This duel isn't about life and death, it's about pushing your limits. Wu Ning and Mo Fan glared at each other. Deng Qi reminded them, just remember to know when to stop. Standing there he thought to himself that if anything went wrong he could intervene in time. He then addressed the two young men below. Shake hands to show your respect. Wait for my signal before starting. Wu Ning extended his hand wrapped in icy magic and sneered, ha, it's not too late to back out now. Fan gathered fire magic in his palm and met Wu Ning's hand. I advise you not to speak too soon, or it'll be your Mu family who ends up embarrassed. At that moment both sides clashed like dragons and tigers, each radiating overwhelming energy. Wu Ning scoffed, pathetic, today you'll freeze your brain. Fan shot back, try me. Deng Qi watched as they shook hands and muttered under his breath, a pair of stubborn fools. He then called out loudly, both of you return to your positions and wait for my signal. As they released their grip, Deng Qi thought they didn't take my advice seriously at all. Wu Ning smirked, someone like him, I can defeat him in a minute. Di Qingxian is mine. Fan made up his mind again. Today he would make all those arrogant fools shut their mouths. At this moment the two contestants were already keeping a distance of over 10 meters. Deng Kai waved his hand and shouted, I declare the duel begin. A sharp glint flashed in Fan's eyes as he murmured, essence form magic manifest. Suddenly flames erupted. Fan unleashed a move, fire art frontal inferno. Seeing Fan's stance, Su Xiaoding couldn't help but praise Fan is incredible. Zhang Xiaoho cheered excitedly, bro, Fan is too strong. Meanwhile Zhao Kunsen was fuming with rage. Zhang Xiaoho wondered, but if Bro Fan has already mastered the core technique, why use the much weaker frontal inferno? After hearing this, Zhao Kunsen laughed smugly, ha, he must be scared stiff, didn't even dare to use it. Faced with the fat guy's foolish remarks, the three beside him instantly flared up, glaring at him. What did you say? Zhao Kunsen quickly shut his mouth. Just then Yu Yuan tossed out a dismissive remark. Against a kid like this, a casual strike, frostwave freeze. In an instant a layer of ice formed effortlessly, shattering Fan's flames. Seeing the ice rapidly spreading across the entire arena, everyone present was stunned. Wo, sensing the deadly danger, Min shrieked. Fan, don't just stand there, if you don't move your legs will freeze solid. Yu Yuan too seemed puzzled, unsure what the kid was planning. Meanwhile Fan calmly gathered a ball of fire and asked, you think you can freeze me? Next Fan enveloped himself in roaring flames, easily dispelling the encroaching frost. He sneered, taunting, you think you can freeze me? A burst of fire erupted beneath Fan's feet. At the same time Frostwave Freeze surged forward, only to be instantly blocked by the flames. Yu Yuan and Fan locked eyes, their ice and fire frozen in place. Duan Yu whispered in admiration, using fire art to surround himself and neutralize the ice's effects. That kid's pretty clever, the principal praised repeatedly. A first-rank fire art breaking a second-rank Frostwave, fascinating. Mu Zuyun's expression turned extremely grim. Fan raised his middle finger at Mu Wugong, taunting him, my turn. He unleashed an incredibly powerful technique. Fire art core, a girl standing nearby cried out in worry. This is a second-rank fire art, if it hits you'll be burned to ashes. Kai Tang couldn't hide his concern either. This isn't good, Wugang's Frostwave is going to be at a disadvantage. However Mu Xia and Mu Zhuoyun merely sneered with only. Mu Ningxue glanced over, her expression grave. On this side the flames were closing in on Mu Wugong, but a sudden blow flashed beneath his feet. With just a light stomp, a few muffled thuds echoed as the flames were completely blocked. Mu Wugong let out a cold laugh. Amo pondered silently. That Lu magic tool is so annoying, it just created another earthquake terrain. Luckily that move is single use and needs recharging, where this duel would be over. Mu Wugong looked disdainful. Do you think a little fire magic can defeat me? Innocence let you know what real magic is. With that said, the man raised his hands to the sky and he cast it, covered by ice. In an instant ice covered the entire vast area. Wu Gang still despises his opponents. He asked Dammer, how does it feel to be frozen? Fei Shi sighed. This Wu Gang is really awesome. I haven't seen him for a year and he has already reached the 3rd level of Bingman. Wenjie took off his robe and put it on Xiao Ku and said, it seems that this duel is almost over. Dai Huang also lit fires to keep warm. Fei Shi confirmed, indeed he is only 18 years old, except for people with extraordinary talents like Wu Gang. How can any mage at this age be able to practice to the 3rd level? At this moment a person next to him asked in surprise, Brother Amos' flame has been extinguished. Didn't he use the magic tool you gave him before? No one else answered. Liangu has no effect on Bingman. Here ice and snow have covered Amo's body. There was a constant crunching sound. Donghua looked worried. Principal Zhu, do you think Principal Zhu also agrees? I'm going to ask Mr. Deng to stop this duel. If Amos' face was also frozen he would suffocate to death. However Mu Zhuoyun spoke, why should Principal Zhu be anxious? Fire students would not freeze to death so easily. Several distinguished guests also began to praise him. The Mu family teaches well, such an achievement at such a young age. That's right, Bo City will still have to rely on talents like Wu Lai in the future. Mu Zhuoyun pursed his lips slightly and smiled faintly. Principal Zhu's expression became solemn. Suddenly someone shouted. It was Flame's Principal Zhu's expression immediately improved while Mu Zhuoyan looked weak and powerless. Deng Kai pondered to himself. In this situation that kid actually managed to complete his fire technique. Xiao Wu excitedly shouted, "Go Mu Fan, take him down." Zhu Min was left speechless, but Mu Bai spoke up. "It's useless. Xiao Wu's ice defense must have some magical tool to block it." Xiao Wu asked in surprise, "Where did you get that blanket?" Mu Bai replied, annoyed and embarrassed, "Does it matter?" Amid the thick melting ice, Mufan's voice rang out, "Fire, fire, look, my ice is melting." Mu Bingming said scornfully, "So what if you broke the ice barrier?" Meanwhile, Mu Fan launched an attack. With fire technique, Bingming formed a thick ice shield with her hands and sneered, "You're running out of steam." He activated his magical tool, an ice shield formed. Mu Fan smirked. "Oh, another defensive tool." He unleashed another move, fire technique. Principal Zhu immediately thought, "No, this heat, this power, could it really be as the principal predicted? This is a third-level fire magic skill, fire technique, Raging Inferno." A wild blaze erupted, crackling fiercely. The scorching heat wave made even the spectators in the stands feel their faces burning. The flame shattered Bingming's defensive tool, sending her flying backward. Zhu Min shouted, "That's a third-level fire skill. Mu Fan is incredible." He Wu grew excited as well. "Amazing!" the little monkey cheered. "Fan is so cool." Just then Su Zhaoting exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? Did Miss Lu Yu teach Mu Fan?" The white-haired man and Zhao Kuan were left speechless. Old Zhu's student is truly remarkable. A person without any background reaching the third level through sheer effort. Mu Fan's talent is truly outstanding. Old Master Zhu's student, our Magic Association, wants him. Noticing he wasn't around, he gave a light cough. "Ahem, let me make this clear first. I've already picked that kid for the army during the wilderness training. Don't any of you try to steal him from me." Meanwhile, the distinguished guests exchanged whispers. Mu Keiyun looked somewhat disheartened. "I never expected Elder Chang to have so many talented individuals. This is truly impressive." Mu Xia had other plans. If he lost, perhaps Mu Bai could still overhear. Mu Wanning spat on the ground. He spat, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, how amusing, truly amusing." Seeing the boy's expression, Mo Fan looked concerned. He should have passed out after being hit by such a powerful explosion. Zhu Min asked curiously, "Teacher Shui, shouldn't a normal person faint under fire-based attacks?" Teacher Shui replied, "It's a demon-activating artifact. It helped him withstand Mo Fan's magic attack." The young Marquis shouted, "That's unfair. First a traveling demon artifact, now a demon-activating artifact. This is too much." Mu Bai thought to himself, how naive. Background is a kind of strength too. Mo Fan understood as well. Another artifact. You really have a great father. Mu Wuning said bluntly, "Didn't see that coming, did you? You wanted to change your fate with this chance, but you fell just short. Ha ha ha, you can't beat me in this duel, no why." With that, he began showing off his armor to Mo Fan. "This is Ice Hardcore, a gift from my godfather. It's specifically designed to counter fire-based attacks. You won't be able to hurt me today." Mu Wuning removed his charred outer robe, covering his face as he laughed like a temple guardian. "Ha ha ha," Mo Jiaxing said to Elder Lao. "Look how amazing my son is." Elder Lao reminded him, "Old Mo, how can you still laugh at a time like this? If you can't win this match, you'll have to kneel and apologize to Elder Mu." Mo Jiaxing exclaimed in shock, "What?" Elder Lao replied, "Elder Mu wants your son to kowtow and apologize for his disrespect in the past." Mo Jiaxing hurriedly said, "I need to speak with Elder Mu myself." Elder Lao warned old Mo. "Don't go." Dang Chi announced. "That's enough. No fire-based skills can affect Ice Hardcore." Principal Zhu also spoke up. "Brother Keiyun, both young men are outstanding. I think we should end the match here today. As for the reckless words of children in the past, let's be magnanimous and forgive them." Mu Keiyun replied indignantly, "Forgive? No. I want him to kowtow and apologize to me in person." Just then a servant stepped forward and whispered in Mu Kuian's ear. After listening, Mu Keiyun said cheerfully, "Oh, let him in." Mo Jiaxing, looking agitated, spoke up. "Elder Mu, come out." "Elder Mu, come out." Mu Keiyun commanded calmly. "Mo Jiaxing, what are you doing here?" Mu Jiaxing pleaded earnestly. "Elder Mu, please, for the sake of the Mo family whom I have served for many years, don't make things difficult for a child. After all, there are so many people here." Mu Keiyun retorted, "There are so many people here. Your son was also disrespectful to me in front of everyone." Mu Jiaxing continued to beg desperately, "The child doesn't know any better. Please give him another chance." Mu Keiyun replied, "I already gave him a chance years ago. No need to say more. You may leave." At this point, Mu Jiaxing knelt before Mu Keiyun and kowtowed heavily, saying loudly, "It's my fault. The child doesn't know better. He's still young. Please spare him. I'll apologize on his behalf." "I won't. Get up until you're satisfied." This scene left the academy teachers Sai He and Zhang Kong stunned. Mu Ningxu's eyes widened in shock while Mu Xiao looked on with disdain. Needless to say, their friends were also dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Mu Wuyuan burst into laughter. "Ha ha, admit defeat. Even your father is kneeling for you." Mo Fan gritted his teeth. Then he shouted wildly, "Dad, get up, the duel isn't over yet." Zhu Min with tears in her eyes cried, "Mo Fan." The crowd began whispering, "Is he out of his mind? Didn't old Deng say he couldn't win with his talent head? Have no trouble finding another place, why insist on going against the Mu family?" Mu Weiyuan shook his head in disdain. "He won't learn until he's truly defeated. Don't you understand? Background is a kind of strength too. Tonight hell pull another stunt. The factions are spreading and hell just keep causing trouble. The gap between us can't be closed just by shouting a few words. He wasn't secretly plotting anything." Mu Zhuoyun was clearly determined to kill Mo Fan. Given the current situation, he could have requested to end the match. Why hadn't Deng Kai stopped it yet? Even with fire affinity, it was hard to resist a third-rank ice seal technique. He Wu was already showing fear. Why hadn't they called off the match? The headmaster and the others were just going to let Mo Fan fend for himself, Uncle Min explained. "Oh come on, Zhao Kunsen was all smiles. Ha ha ha. Letting Wu Ning freeze to death wouldn't be so bad. That's what you think, right, young Master Mumu?" Bai remained silent. Mo Fan, however, responded calmly, "The situation itself is a kind of strength. If that's the case." Mo Fan gathered his strength and used flames to burn through the ice. He declared firmly, "Then my extraordinary talent is also a kind of strength." Wu Ning was left speechless. Mo Fan raised his hand to the sky. A lightning seal appeared. He shouted loudly, "Spiritual energy manifest, magic appear." Everyone present witnessed the Sansina Millennium lightning magic and stood dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Mo Fan said coldly, "Then let's see how you handle my Mo Fan's lightning assault." The lightning seal flared violently. Seeing the lightning strike from the sky, Wu Ning screamed in terror, his face pale. What he was just about to cast a spell ice. But before he could do anything, a bolt of lightning struck him. Wu Ning let out a pain scream. Then as the smoke cleared, Wu Ning was left charred black by the lightning. The air was still crackling with the sound of lingering electricity. Wu Ning lay motionless on the ground. Mo Fan stood there panting. The crowd fell silent. He watched with delight. Mu Zhuoyun furrowed his brow. How could he be dual affinity him? Could he be an intermediate mage? Then he chuckled foolishly again. Impossible. Advancing from early stage to intermediate in just 3 years, absolutely impossible at that moment. Lightning continued striking. Wu Ning, a guest, added in astonishment, "This matter now, it seems his second affinity. He must already be intermediate. I never expected someone so young to already at that." Principal Zhu countered, "No, he is still an early stage mage. He is Mo Fan. He is a natural dual affinity. Mo Fan, he is a natural dual affinity." A natural dual affinity. After hearing this, the crowd reacted with mixed emotions. Deng Qi asked in surprise, "Teacher Shui, is Mo Fan your student and natural dual affinity? Such a big deal, and the teacher didn't even know?" Teacher Shui replied, "Yes, he is my student." But Teacher Shui recalled the scene. Xiaowo shouted, "Fire affinity, brother Fan, are you fire affinity?" Teacher Shui recalled, "I clearly remember he was only fire affinity." Chang Bu Yanji said, "We're taking this kid. If anyone dares to compete, he'll go after their family today." Saihai countered with a smile, "That's not true at all when it comes to training mages. I'm afraid our magic association would be more suitable." After hearing this, Chankong and Saihai exchanged glances, their eyes burning with frustration. The principal added, "There's no need for you two to worry about this. Mo Fan is still a student. Our school has decided to spare no expense in nurturing him." Mu Zhuoyun also thought, though Ning Shui has an extremely rare magical talent, it still can't compare to the allure of a naturally dual system mage, not to mention the military and the Mage Association. If it weren't for saving face, I'd want to take this kid and myself. That Moxing kid is really lucky." Mu Zhuoyun helped Moxing up and said, "Old Mo, get up now quickly. I just wanted to teach your son a lesson. I didn't mean to cut ties." Moxing thought to himself, "Moxing, what kind of virtue or talent do I have to have such an outstanding son? Yet it makes Elder Mu treat me like a brother." Just then Muxia softly called out to Mu Zhuoyun, "Brother Weiyuan is still lying there. Isn't this situation strange?" Mu Zhuoyun thought again. "I've already taken this kid seriously. I even prepared a set of magic opening tools for Weiyuan, who knew this kid not only has a natural dual system, but also cultivated his lightning seal to the 3rd level." Mo Fan exclaimed loudly, "Old man, my dad already knelt to you. Shouldn't you return the gesture?" Hearing this, Mu Zhuoyun's expression darkened. Mo Fan added, "My dad already knelt to you. Shouldn't you return the gesture?" Others asked in surprise, "He's not really going to kneel, right? He was probably just speaking casually." Mu Zhuoyun's face turned grim. Moxing urged, It's nothing. Elder Mu has always looked after us. Let's just drop this matter with Mo Fan." Muxia spoke again. "Alright, let's just drop this matter. Mo Fan, your performance has truly been eye-opening." Mo Fan retorted with disdain. "Drop it. You think something like admitting defeat can just be brushed aside so easily?" Mu Zhuoyun waved his hand and shouted, "Enough bowing and apologizing. What's that about? I, Mu Zhuoyun, stand by my losses." After hearing this, even Mu Ningxue was shocked. Really no way. Right by this point Mu Zhuoyun was furious, but he still forced himself to kneel, his body slowly lowering. He deliberately moved slowly to make sure Ma Jiaxing saw. Ma Jiaxing, being kind-hearted, fell for it. He grabbed Mu Zhuoyun and said, "Brother Mu Zhuo, this isn't necessary. There's no deep grudge between us, why go this far, it's not worth it, please get up. Then he turned to his son and said, Mofan, let's call it here. Mofan shrugged helplessly. Mujwayun was also taken aback. Suddenly the principal clapped his hands in approval. How well said, it's not worth making a fuss over, today is truly worth celebrating. Who would have thought Cheng Bo had such an outstanding mage? He patted Mofan's shoulder and said, kid, join the army. No more hesitation. Mofan was at a loss for words, still not giving up. Then others began to vie for his attention. I say our magic association has more funding, let's compete fairly. If Mofan doesn't want to go, you can't force him, Mofan said with a stern face. Can I say I don't want to go to either side? Fashi chimed in. Has anyone noticed how he releases his lightning seal? It's just like someone else. Wenjie asked. You noticed too? Everyone suddenly realized Fan Momo Fan, it's him. Then the principal raised his voice and announced, everyone, I have a favor to ask. A natural born system talent is truly extraordinary. But I think now isn't the right time to say it. First, to let Mo Fan focus on his magic graduation exam. Second, the academy might give Mo Fan a chance to shock the nation in the future, so please keep the fact that Mo Fan is a born dual affinity mage a secret for now, Sai, he said cheerfully. The Magic Association has no objections, Zhang Bai chimed in. The military will cooperate in keeping this under wraps, Su Chowting sighed. A small border city has produced a born dual affinity talent. If this news gets out, Mo Fan will be fought over by all kinds of forces, Teacher Shui said, adjusting his glasses. Isn't that a good thing? Zhuman asked in surprise. Why does it sound so ominous? The fact that Mo Fan is a born dual affinity mage must be kept secret. Teacher Shui reminded them, but some sinister forces might prefer to eliminate him rather than risk future trouble. After all, dealing with a junior mage wouldn't be difficult for them, really. Are there people that ruthless? Zhuman asked worriedly. After all, it is not difficult for them to deal with a junior mage, Zhuman asked worriedly. No way, there are such terrible people. Isn't that just like the Dark Church? Teacher Shui added, so it's better to be cautious. Keeping Mo Fan's secret is for everyone's good, Zhang Xiaowo said thoughtfully. Bro, really is amazing. This news would shock the whole border city. Keeping it a secret is killing me. Koan San Market sighed. You're missing the point. Su Zhuting added, not only is he a born dual affinity mage, but he's also incredibly skilled in both. It's infuriating. At this, Zhao Kunsen scoffed. What's there to be smug about? Seeing others vying to recruit Mo Fan, Mubai couldn't help but ponder. Should they be happy for him? You keep making excuses to avoid going to the military camp. Don't you care about brotherhood at all? Mo Fan said, annoyed. Brothers, since when? I never said that. Don't make things up. Tang Yu quietly mused to herself. This kid is a born dual affinity mage and the strongest fire and lightning affinities at that. Hiding his dual affinity was a wise move, and with someone backing him, his future is limitless. Just how far can he go? The next day, Mo Fan sat in his dorm lost in thought. Earlier the principal had said the winner would earn the right to train at the Earth Saint selection. The Earth Saint selection, what kind of special training ground is that? It's so intriguing. The scene shifted as Tang Yu took Mo Fan to a tall building called the Silver Trade Tower. Mo Fan looked puzzled, his silver eyes turning to Tang Yu. Is that thing really here? But isn't this an office? Though the building is iconic for the entire Bo city. As soon as they entered, Mu Zhuoyun scowled and said, you made me wait this long. Do you think you're some big shot? Time is precious, hurry, follow me, Tang Yu urged as Mu Zhuoyun walked away. Let's go. The three walked down a long corridor lined with surveillance cameras. So many cameras, Mo Fan remarked. Then a guard waved Mo Fan over, signaling him to come for a check. Mo Fan watched as the guard scanned him from head to toe with a device. Do I really need to be checked? I didn't expect this place to be so heavily guarded. The guard reported to Mu Zhuoyun. All clear. Mu Zhuoyun simply acknowledged MHM. He then took out a card and swiped it on a device. Pointing to the open elevator, he said, get in. The three stepped inside and the elevator announced descending. The screen displayed B1, then B5, and finally B15. With a ding, Mu Zhuoyun announced, we're here. Mo Fan's eyes widened at the spacious area before him. Mu Zhuoyun explained, this is where the sacred earth spring is guarded. Mo Fan stood in stunned silence, thinking there are actually mages guarding this place. Bo City's dedication to the sacred earth spring is beyond imagination. Mu Zhuoyun pressed, seen enough yet. Behind this door lies the sacred earth spring. You can train here for a week. Tang Yu added, I can only escort you this far. Mo Fan replied cheerfully, all right, thank you, teacher Tang Yu. Then Tang Yu pulled out a few items from her bag. Oh, I have something for you. What is it? Mo Fan asked in surprise. Tang Yu placed several items in Mo Fan's hands and reminded him. Take good care of these. Mo Fan glanced down at the items in his hands, pondering. These are scrolls. Mu Zhuoyun marveled. Teacher Tang Yu was so generous as giving you 4 star charts. Star charts? Mo Fan asked blankly. Tang Yu explained. After this purification from the sacred earth spring, you shouldn't be far from reaching the mid-rank mage milestone. I don't know if he'll have the chance to teach you again after graduation. Before we part, I'm giving you these star charts so you'll have the means to protect yourself once you break through to mid-rank. Once you reach mid-rank, your stars will form a nebula and their number will increase from 7 to 49. When the 49 stars connect, mid-rank magic will manifest. Mastering 7 stars already takes a long time, let alone 49. But star charts can release energy to help your 49 stars align according to the pre-drawn pattern. Molfen thought to himself, wow, there's something this amazing in the world, what's the point of training so hard then? Bringing a few dozen rolls of film should be enough. A servant gave a hollow mocking laugh before turning to Tangyu and speaking. Miss Tangyu is truly remarkable. Star charts are hard to come by even with money. Imofan marveled inwardly, is this thing really that precious? But she did help me suppress the demonic energy earlier. This is something even a high school teacher shouldn't be able to do. Star charts are rare no matter how much money you have. Tangyu reminded him again. Imofan, you were born with dual affinities which will inevitably draw envy. Consider these rolls of film as protection for yourself. Of course, before using your star core you must first transform it into a star nebula expanding from 7 stars to 14, otherwise the star chart will drain your body. Mofan said firmly, thank you teacher Tangyu, I will work even harder. Just then a security guard came out and asked Muzhuyan, is that Imofan? Muzhuyan confirmed, yes Tangyu mentioned him. Alright, go ahead. Imofan obediently followed behind. At the gate the guard warned Imofan, step back a few paces. Imofan replied in surprise, oh okay. Then the two guards exerted their strength. 2 seals appeared and the gate swung open to both sides. Imofan stared wide-eyed at the sight before him. At the same time a voice barked sharply, stay alert, last time we nearly let those pests find this place. If word of the Earth Saint Spring gets out and causes disaster you won't be spared. The group immediately acknowledged. Suddenly from nowhere a swarm of plump rats appeared at their feet, scurrying around. Imofan gazed at the scene before him, several towering stone pillars inscribed with strange runes. He stepped inside, breathing heavily as he walked. Imofan stepped onto a pool and looked at his reflection in the water. So this is the Earth Saint Spring. Just then Imofan's necklace reacted again. That blasted thing is hungry again. He quickly grabbed it and scolded. Not again, you dare to drain the Earth Saint Spring. Do you want to get me killed? If you drain it completely even the Heavenly King won't save you. A little is fine though. Imofan thought, if it can absorb the water from the Earth Saint Spring it means I can carry it with me and cultivate any time. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Imofan sat cross-legged and said resolutely, all right, time to cultivate. At that moment Imofan's 2 star cores were pulsating. A guard asked in surprise. Captain Liang Bin, is the Earth Saint Spring really that miraculous? Liang Bin replied. Our Bo City has a long history. The Earth Saint Spring has existed since the Qing dynasty. This small town of Buqing is famous for its sacred earth spring. The man asked in surprise. Records of it date back to the Qing dynasty spanning thousands of years. Liang Bin spoke up first. Of course, cultivating inside for just 1 hour is as effective as training outside for 3 days? The man marveled, saying that Captain Liang Wei was one of the few in Buqing who had entered the sacred earth spring. Just then a woman ran over and said, Captain Liang, we found the tunnel dug by that giant-eyed rat beast, but it's too deep to investigate further. Liang Bin responded. Deputy Leader Ling Yusin, you're overthinking it. Giant-eyed rat beasts are common. And it's normal for them to come here through the underground waterways. The Magic Association has already sent people to investigate and there's nothing unusual. Don't worry, Ling Yusin continued. I'll go take another look. Liang Bin sighed as he watched Ling Yusin's retreating figure. Area, ever since Ling Yusin's sister disappeared I haven't seen her smile again. A perfectly fine high school student gone just like that. The other person pressed further, saying it was the giant-eyed rat beasts doing. Liang Bin guessed maybe, who knows. Lin Yusin descended into the sewer, covering her nose because of the pungent smell. Then she noticed something and wiped it with a piece of paper before bringing it to her nose to ponder. This scent is from the sacred earth spring. How did its water end up in the tunnel area? After a while Lin Yusin stepped into the elevator and pressed the up button. The elevator chimed, signaling its ascent. Her expression darkened. Suddenly the phone rang. Lin Yusin answered in surprise. Hello, the other party informed her. Deputy Leader Lin. The test results for the liquid sample you gave me yesterday are out. Lin Yusin pressed. What are the results? The other person replied, it's not water from the sacred earth spring. But Lin Yusin interrupted, but what? The young man replied, but aside from some special effects it's pretty much the same as Earth Saint Essence. Lin Wuxuan asked in surprise, special effects? Is it synthetic Earth Saint Essence? The other added, to be precise it's a stimulant that can temporarily boost the power of cultivators or demons. Just then the elevator chimed, signaling they had reached the first floor. He continued, there's one more thing. If you don't drink this water directly it can be used to counterfeit Earth Saint Essence. Meanwhile thunder roared in the sky as inside the Snow Peak Inn. Emojiashing carefully covered the goods inside. Just in time, otherwise this batch would have been ruined. Someone nearby chimed in, "This rain is weird." Yeah, like, well, never mind, another joked. At that moment atop the North Gate Tower a flare shot into the sky. A guard asked in surprise, "A signal, Commander 1." Another flare rose. Captain 1 gasped. 2 flares. He immediately issued orders. "Blue alert." The soldiers from the military side shouted, "Blue alert." The North Gate hasn't issued a blue alert in over a decade. A soldier on the platform reported, "Commander 1, 3rd Squad is calling in." He responded, "Patch them through." Over the radio someone yelled, "Commander 1, we're under attack by a beast horde. The light mage has fallen in battle. We can't fire the 3rd flare." Then a soldier was struck. "Oh no!" Ching Ran exclaimed, holding the comms device. "I hope the North Gate survives this. Tell Chief Chai I'm sorry." Then he too was taken down by the beasts. A beeping sound blared. Commander 1 slammed the wall. "Hello, say something, Joe Jean." "Joe Jean, answer me." A soldier asked urgently. "Commander 1, what do we do now?" Commander 1's expression darkened. "Issue a red alert." The soldier hesitated. "Red? That means at least 1,000 beasts are surrounding the North Gate. Commander, you can't be serious." Commander 1 roared, "Enough, do as I say." By then 3 flares had already shot into the sky. A squad of soldiers pointed at the sky. "Captain, it's a red alert." The man stammered, "That's impossible. We didn't see a single beast on the way here." Just then howls echoed from the mountaintop. The sound sent a chill through everyone. They looked up and saw a mutated wolf. A few stammered, "A 3-eyed demon wolf, a 3-eyed demon wolf." The captain's face turned as pale as a sheet. Ahead a massive pack of 3-eyed demon wolves had gathered. The scene shifted to the Snow Peak relay station. Seeing the 3 flares, several members of the Bayang clan gasped, "No way, Chief, that's a red alert." Over here thunderous roars echo as a group of soldiers gathers. There are already so many of them. Are they still calling for reinforcements? It seems this city is doomed for a bloody battle. Everyone protect this city and the trade tower. Mo Fan continues his cultivation under the sacred selection. He is completely focused, unaware of how much time has passed. Mo Fan opens his eyes and muses, "There isn't even a clock here. Who knows how many days have gone by, but this sacred selection is truly something special. Both demonic energy and vital essence have clearly improved. There's still a ways to go before reaching the Nebula Realm. I need to make the most of the remaining time. You should too." Hearing a clink from the necklace behind him, a violent tremor suddenly shakes the room. Mo Fan stammers, "An earthquake." Then the door suddenly swings open. Mo Fan mutters in confusion, "How the doors open? Has a week already passed? Has the cultivation time ended already? I wish I had a little more time." "Well, the little loach must have absorbed enough. You'll need to work harder from now on. I wonder if Sister Tang, you came to pick me up." Just then the door fully opens. Mo Fan squints and says, "Who's there? You're bothering me again." But what Mo Fan sees are the guards' bodies scattered across the floor. This Mo Fan stares at the guards slain by a demonic beast, stammering, "Well, what's going on?" Nearby Lin Yusin shouts, "Captain Liang." She sees Liang Bin with his chest pierced by the beast, gasping in pain. Mo Fan yells, "Well, what's happening?" Lin Yusin warns a demonic beast has broken into the hall. Mo Fan shrieks, "What?" Just then a 2-headed beast crawls out. Lin Yusin cries, "Look, a blood-striped titan beast." The monster spots the survivors and lets out a deafening roar. Mo Fan stands frozen as Liang Bin barely manages to say, "Close the door. Its target is the sacred selection, huh?" By now the beast's eyes have turned blood-red. It lunges at the sacred selection. Lin Yusin slams her fist on the control button. Alarms blare, ding ding ding. Lin Yusin shouts, "Don't move, get behind me now." Just then the beast charges at Lin Yusin and Mo Fan, swiping with its razor-sharp claws. The heavy iron door crashes down with a thunderous boom. With a muffled thud the beast is forced back, roaring furiously at the door. Mo Fan asks Lin Yusin, "How is there a demonic beast here?" Lin Yusin replies, "Now isn't the time for questions. If you want to live, follow me." Mo Fan snaps to his senses. "This is a sealed chamber. If we go in, we'll be trapped." Lin Yusin says firmly, "Just follow me." Mo Fan looks around and pleads, "I told you this was a dead end." Lin Yusin snaps impatiently, "Shut up and stand there." Then she placed her hand on the stone slab and a radiant light burst forth into the world. Mo Fan looked down at the stream below and was instantly horrified. The Earth Saint spring had been drained dry. Stammering, he asked Lin Yusin, "Auntie, you want a?" Lin Yusin cut him off. "Quiet." Lin Yusin pressed a button. A gourd bottle suddenly appeared before Mo Fan, who stared blankly in shock. Lin Yusin picked up the gourd bottle and said, "This is the emergency backup for the Earth Saint spring. Do as I dock." Kneel and grab the handle on the pillar. After Mo Fan complied, he asked, "Like this?" Lin Yusin warned, "There might be shaking. Do not let go under any circumstances." Mo Fan gripped the handle tightly and exclaimed, "Huh." Then the pillar dropped away and Mo Fan jumped in fright. After a moment Lin Yusin announced, "All right." Mo Fan said frantically, Auntie explained properly. Lin Yusen explained this secret passage leads to the back mountains of Tianlan Magic High School. Mo Fan quickly asked leads to the back mountains, what exactly is going on? Lin Yusen replied sadly, you'll understand once we get out. The Earth Saint Spring must not fall into their hands. Mo Fan felt more confused the more he heard the more you say the less I understand what's happening. Lin Yusen replied it's not safe here, go up the steps. Then the two entered an elevator and an announcement played as it ascended. Lin Yusen cautioned the main hall is now completely compromised and the only guard left. This bottle of Earth Saint Spring is crucial to Elder Chang, but now I have to entrust it to you. Mo Fan stared at the gourd bottle in surprise. Wouldn't it be better to call the Magic Association or the military for backup? Lin Yusen explained Elder Chang is already in a red alert state. All the mages are fighting to protect him. Hearing this, Mo Fan shouted in panic, what's going on? The entire Chenghua city. Soldiers are setting up barriers to protect civilians. Monsters are attacking. Run toward the east, there's a safe barrier. Mages, we need more of you. The scene descended into chaos. Demons are trampling people. Run. Xian Xia was also in the crowd, surrounded by thick smoke. Mo Fan shouted from the other side, what? Red alert. Lin Yusen said sadly, the heretic church came prepared. Even this secret passage might not be safe. Mo Fan grew more alarmed. The heretic church, then giving the Earth Saint Spring to me. Lin Yusen reassured him. Don't worry, their target is the Earth Saint Spring, so as its deputy guardian it'll be their primary focus. You're just a student, easy to overlook. This is the only way to protect it right now. An announcement played. Elevator Lin braking system activated, please wait inside. Lin Yusen sighed, and of all times it had to be now. To escape the danger, Lin Yusen suggested let's get out first, it'll help you up. Mo Fan immediately agreed okay. Supporting each other, the two finally made it out. Alright, we're up. Lin Yusen took the lead, moving up the stairs while reminding the person behind her. Watch out for falling debris above, stay close to me. Mo Fan replied, got it. Lin Yusen pointed to the door above, encouraging him, come on, once we get through that path we'll be fine. Following that path will take us to the exit behind the mountain. Soon after, the two safely reached the rooftop of a shop. Lin Yusen let out a relieved sigh, thank goodness there's no sign of demons here yet. But their relief was short-lived. Mo Fan suddenly shouted in terror, there are demons on top of the silver trade tower. Lin Yusen's voice trembled with disbelief. Impossible, why would Yishang Ling be in Bo City? Before their eyes atop the towering building, several winged demonic beasts loomed, their appearance horrifying. Yishang Ling, a commander-level demon. Compared to the blood-striped Titan General Mo Fan had faced in the underground cavern, Yishang Ling was far more terrifying. It was one of the masterminds behind this red alert. The military was currently holding the line at the post station, resisting hundreds of general-level demons, but their defenses were limited. They couldn't stop the thousands of demons already inside the city. At this moment, the Hunter Alliance was working to evacuate civilians. Mo Fan asked worriedly, why are there so many demons attacking the city? Lin Yusen immediately explained the whole story, how Jiaoting developed a potion that will make demons become violent after getting it. They spread this potion into the clouds, using this rainstorm to trigger the demon's bloodlust. Mo Fan clenched his fists in fear. What do we do now? Lin Yusen gave a grim assessment. The Hao theocracy likely wants to destroy Bo City completely. For now there's only one Yishang Ling, we might stand a chance, but if another appears the consequences would be unimaginable. She turned to Mo Fan, her gaze resolute. Mo Fan, there are two things you must do now. First, safeguard the Earth Saint selection. It must never fall into the hands of the Hao theocracy. Mo Fan hurriedly asked, what's the second? Lin Yusen's eyes flashed with determination. Survive this disaster. My identity is sensitive. The Hao theocracy will assume I have the Earth Saint selection. So we'll deliberately draw their attention while you must hide the Earth Saint selection and survive at all costs. Under no circumstances can the Hao theocracy find Iter, let it fall into their hands. With that, her tone softened, half pleading, half begging, as she leaned on him. Mo Fan fell silent while Lin Yuhan resolutely turned and left, leaving him alone to face the dilemma. Amid the stormy haze, Lin Yuhan ran steadfastly along the mountain path. For her, this path was a one-way journey. And all hope now rested on Mo Fan. As Mo Fan walked, he pondered staying outside wasn't an option. The heavy rain made it impossible to start a fire, and no amount of warmth would last. He decided to return to the city. If he was lucky, he might encounter the army, ensuring the safety of the Earth Saint selection. Suddenly, Mo Fan spotted a three-eyed demon wolf slowly approaching. He realized with horror that it was heading toward the school. No. He had to warn everyone to evacuate immediately. The scene shifted to Tianlan Magic High School, where a bright banner wishing students good luck on exams still hung. Teacher Shui argued fiercely. No, the students must be evacuated to the safe isolation zone. The homeroom teacher countered, don't joke around, we can't fight demonic beasts with numbers. The other shot back, Principal Zhu isn't here in this emergency, I have full authority to decide. Stop causing trouble, I've already sent a trainee teacher to scout ahead, everything will be fine. Just then a student rushed in panting. Homeroom teacher, dozens of demonic beasts are approaching from behind the mountain. Teacher went to warn us, what happened to them? The homeroom teacher cried in shock. The student replied sorrowfully, the teacher was attacked by the beasts. Hearing this, all the teachers froze. Someone suggested, homeroom teacher, let's take the students to the safe zone. Others agreed, right, the Magic Association and Hunter Alliance's barrier will protect us. Just then you noticed something odd, the rainwater's color was strange. Another girl asked, why hasn't teacher Shui returned yet? Suddenly the speakers on the wall blared a harsh noise. This is the school broadcast room. All students please gather on the sports field immediately. Upon hearing this announcement, Mo-fan arrived just in time, waving and shouting, Teacher Shui. Teacher Shui turned in surprise. Mo-fan, what are you doing here? He rubbed his eyes. Aren't you training for the Earth Saint selection? Mo-fan replied quickly, the Earth Saint selection was targeted by the black sect. I escaped. Teacher Shui, the school isn't safe anymore. Teacher Shui nodded, I know, the school is organizing an evacuation, come with me to the classroom. Suddenly a blood-curdling scream rang out. Teacher Shui gasped. Oh no, it's the one-eyed demon wolf, I didn't expect them to arrive so soon. Suddenly a one-eyed giant wolf appears in front of the classroom door, startling the students into screams and wails. Terrified shrieks echo everywhere. A war on run. Mo-fan quickly tries to calm everyone down. Don't panic everyone. Teacher Xia also speaks up, but a student shouts at Mo-fan, move aside. Just then Zhang Xiao excitedly cries out, fans, you're back, that's great. Another student mimics Mo-fan, Mo-fan, why are you blocking our way, move, let me out. Seeing the chaos and no one listening to Mo-fan, Su Zhuting takes action. Lightning seal wild whip, a bolt of lightning lashes out like a whip at the one-eyed demon wolf. The panicked students instantly fall silent. Su Zhuting scoffs, a single one-eyed demon wolf has you all this terrified. You're embarrassing the top-tier class. Zhao Kunsen loudly agrees, exactly, with so many of us. How could we fear a mere beast? Let's show it our magic. The chubby student casts a spell, Earthwave Shift Redirect. The ground trembles as the one-eyed demon wolf is shoved aside. It roars in fury. The one-eyed demon wolf, originally perched high, suddenly crashes to the ground. It struggles to its feet, roaring again. The chubby student mutters, this beast's hide is really tough, it didn't even go down. Su Zhuting adds, it's barely holding on. A few more fire bolts should finish it off, let's all work together. Zhang Xiaohou retorts, your lightning didn't take it down and now you want us to help. Teacher Xia quickly reminds them, alright everyone, head to the sports field now. Mo-fan sighs, Teacher Xia, the students are already running fast, let's go. Just then, seeing the one-eyed demon wolf stand up again, a student shouts, oh no, it's back up. The chubby student urges, hit it again. Su Zhuting hesitates, but just then Zhu Min acts. Firebolt bone burn flames instantly engulf the one-eyed demon wolf, reducing it to ashes. Su Zhuting gasps, Xu Min. Xu Min giggles, hee hee, it won't be getting up this time. Someone from the sports field shouts, students are still in the classroom. Hurry to the sports field, well handled. The rest the children obediently reply yes. Teacher Xia muses to himself, though they're top-tier students in real combat. Only a few can face demons hidden and stay calm. Teacher Xia turns to the elite students and says, I have a favor to ask of you. Zhang Xiaohou responds, Teacher Xia, at this point just tell us what you need. Teacher Xia suggests we need a vanguard team to scout ahead and find the safest path for everyone. Most teachers have gone to the rear mountain to deal with the demon wolves. For now we're counting on you. Zhao Kun's three-soul spirit asked us to take the lead. Teacher Shui confirmed, that's right, among all the students you are the strongest. You were also very calm when facing the demonic wolf earlier. Of course the teacher won't force you if you're not willing, just say so. Hearing this, Xu Min patted his chest confidently and said, him and he who followed me too. The chubby guy asked Su Whiting for his opinion. Whiting. The man immediately replied, yes, we're in. Zhao Koan asked Mubai K Pai, who's up? Mubai closed his eyes and answered him in. Zhang Xiaohou asked him, Mo-fan, brother fan, what about you? Mo-fan firmly replied, we're in. Zhang Xiaohou happily said, brother fan, you truly understand the bigger picture. Mo-fan then reminded, it's more dangerous not to stick with the main group. Zhang Xiaohou gasped, more dangerous with the main group, brother fan, what do you mean? Mo-fan explained, fear will be amplified. Just now you saw how a single one-eyed demonic wolf threw everyone into chaos. Sticking with too many people makes you an easy target for hunting. Then life and death won't be in your own hands anymore. Zhang Xiaohou exclaimed while Brother Fan you've already thought of that. Teacher Shui immediately urged since everyone agrees to join let's act now quickly put on your combat gear and follow me. Zhang Xiaohou responded oh yes then Mo Fan's team left. Outside the street the sky was still drizzling and the surroundings were desolate and ruined. A stuffed toy beast made a strange sound and dolls and teddy bears started dancing and jumping 121. In this eerie scene Zhu He Wu and the others cautiously looked around. Teacher Shui assigned Zhang Xiaohou Zhang Yinglu you two or wind type go scout ahead. The two immediately replied yes then they cast their magic using wind dash to speed forward. Zhang Xiaohou said to Zhang Yinglu this place is complicated you take the left and I'll scout the right. Zhang Yinglu confirmed okay just then she heard a commotion and quickly told Xiaohou there's movement over there. Zhang Xiaohou suggested let's check it out before them was a massive demonic beast focused on eating something. Zhang Yinglu's face turned pale as she Zhang Xiaohou quickly covered her mouth and whispered she don't make a sound let's go back and report. Returning to the main group Mo Fan reminded everyone remember to turn off any electronic devices you're carrying don't let the demons detect us. Just then Zhang Xiaohou and Zhang Yinglu returned calling out Teacher Shui happily asked you're back coming quickly. Zhang Xiaohou reported teacher there's a giant one-eyed rat demon near the grocery store. Ha asked Zhang Yinglu with concern are you okay you look terrible. Zhang Yinglu coughed up blood and replied I saw a monster eating a child. After hearing this everyone's mood turned heavy. Teacher Shui reminded them alright everyone stay calm let's go around from the side. Mo Fan walked at the front while the teacher stayed at the back of the group everyone stick together he said. The entire group moved cautiously along the path but all they found was the child's body nothing else. Zhang Yinglu exclaimed in surprise where did the giant-eyed monster go it was just here a moment ago. Just then a low growl came from behind and the giant-eyed monster suddenly appeared behind Zhang Yinglu. A scream followed and blood splattered all over Teacher Shui. All the students cried out in horror at Zhang Yinglu. Teacher Shui shouted it was hiding on the bus quick Zhang Xiaohou take the porcelain bottle from me he then yelled demon dispelling powder oh no there are more monsters around. After pulling Zhu out Mo Fan told everyone get on the bus there's more than one giant-eyed monster here. Xiaohou he's already gone don't worry about him lure the monster away or well all die here. Zhang Xiaohou's heart ached as he thought this is unforgivable. He threw the demon-dispelling powder at the monster and cursed come and get me if you dare beast. Meanwhile Hao was sobbing I don't want to die. Shumin comforted her it's okay there are so many of us will make it through this. Then Mu Tu climbed onto the bus panting ugh finally made it. Zhang Xiaohou was still waving the demon-dispelling powder thinking the other one must be over here. Suddenly Mu Fan shouted Xiaohou there's another one behind you. The second giant-eyed monster's gaze locked onto Zhang Xiaohou terrified he screamed Mu Fan its eyes. Mu Fan thought oh no that thing's about to unleash its crimson beam if I attack with fire now I'll hit Xiaohou. Mu Fan yelled run to your left. The monster's eyes began glowing red Mu Fan's expression darkened as he shouted again Xiaohou. Zhang Xiaohou was still dangling from the power lines. While the monster prepared to fire its beam at him. Zhang Xiaohou groaned in frustration ugh my body won't react in time. Suddenly Teacher Shui shouted everyone close your eyes then he cast a spell Radiance Blind. A blinding flash erupted it turned out Teacher Shui was a light mage. The dazzling blind spell made everyone groan my eyes I can't see. Even with their eyes shut they could feel the searing heat of the light. The monster's eyes burst and it let out a pained roar before collapsing dead to the ground. Zhang Xiaohou was momentarily speechless as he saw the monster lying on its back then he loudly thanked Teacher Shui. Mo Fan leaped onto the bus roof roared and seized the chance to attack the remaining one taking the opportunity he unleashed a fire-based technique the bone-burning art. A scorching flame struck the giant-eyed rat demon Hedon leaving the wounded creature whimpering in agony. Just then Su Zhaoting appeared and said just as I thought rats they're so fast he struck with a lightning seal the wild whip art. At the same time the chubby guy suddenly jumped down and said, Wang Sanpang don't rush over we don't know if it's dead or alive yet Wang San roared beast I'll skin you alive Mo Fan warned Wang Sanpang. Suddenly the giant-eyed rat demon twitched it opened its eyes wide and let out a whimper. Wang San's face twisted in terror as the monster lunged its sharp teeth sinking into his arm. Wang San screamed in pain and Su Zhaoting cried out Pangzi. Another companion quickly acted casting the earthwave slow art. A surge of earth and stone rose up shielding Wang San from the giant-eyed rat demon which let out an enraged howl. The others seized the moment leaping forward to rescue Pangzi while it was distracted Teacher Shui shouted help me Mo Fan yelled don't stop attacking. Su Zhaoting struck with the lightning seal silver horse art while Zhu Min joined in with the fire-based bone-burning art. Lightning and fire rained down on the giant-eyed rat demon, leaving it barely alive. Su Zhaoting called out, Quanzhi, are you okay? Wang San groaned, ugh, my left arm's gone numb. Teacher Shui thought to himself, one dead, one injured. For these kids, real demons were far too brutal. Mo Fan worriedly told Mu Bai, none of us have healing abilities, use your ice-based technique to stop the bleeding first. Teacher Shui turned to Mo Fan, you know the habits of demons well, you'll lead from now on, you and I will protect everyone. Meanwhile Yu was still sobbing. Why? Teacher Shui reached out to the little girl and said, Yu, I know you're scared, but now isn't the time to cry. Next time we're attacked, we'll need your water-based defense technique. Yu continued crying, I'm sorry, I really am, I was too scared to cast the spell. Mo Fan thought to himself, even with a second-level water-based defense technique, Yu was no different from an ordinary girl when facing a demonic beast. Teacher Shui encouraged her, a water-based defense technique can save a life if you give it your all, I believe you can do it. An hour later the group made their way through the devastated street. Mo Fan said to everyone, take a break. Wang San, can you hold on? Wang San replied, I'm fine, all this fat wasn't for nothing. Teacher Shui thought to himself, letting Mo Fan take charge was the right decision. Whether it was the next action plan or how to handle encounters with residents, everything makes perfect sense. Mo Fan told the villagers he met along the way to hide and wait for rescuers to arrive. Si Jia pondered again, if nothing unexpected happened, they could smoothly enter the safety barrier. Mo Fan informed everyone that only 1 kilometer remained to the safety barrier, but the closer they got the more demons appeared, they had to be extra careful. Zhang Xiaoho returned from scouting and reported, bro, there are cultivators fighting ahead, should we team up with them? Mo Fan replied, no need, they won't pay attention to us, the rain has stopped, let's go. Xiaoho ran in and said, alright, there were no demonic beasts here just now, so I suddenly. Mo Fan opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. Zhang Xiaoho turned around and stared in shock. He saw what Mo Fan saw, his eyes going blank, a massive demonic beast was roaring in the distance. Then Zhao Kunsen asked in confusion, shouldn't we be leaving, why are we just standing here? But Si Jia covered Zhao Kunsen's mouth, muffling his voice. Mo Fan urgently warned everyone, find a place to hide, a three-eyed demon wolf has appeared, it's roaring, its body is as big as a building. Zhang Xiaoho thought to himself, heavens above, the world's gone mad. Mo Fan also thought, a three-eyed demon wolf general, what terrible luck. Looking at its massive size and enormous fangs, Mo Fan thought, if it spots us we're all done for. The three-eyed demon wolf general was crawling across the rooftops, letting out low growls, then it sniffed the air. Zhang Xiaoho didn't even dare to breathe. His body trembled uncontrollably, whimpering softly, the air fell silent again. He still held Zhu Min, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly an explosion rang out in the distance. The three-eyed demon wolf general was enraged and immediately ran toward the sound. Si Jia told the children, it seems the noise in the distance drew it away, let's split up and move quickly. Mo Fan obediently agreed, alright, seeing change, Lin Yusin is still being chased over there. She thought angrily, ugh, even my demonic arts can't shake it off. Behind her were several half-ape half-dog demonic beasts, more like dog-headed apes, chasing her relentlessly. Their sharp claws were about to grab Lin Yusin. Suddenly someone appeared behind her and unleashed a wind cyclone dragon. It was Yang Zi, who then said, rest in peace. The dog-headed apes were blasted into pieces. Lin Yusin recognized the familiar face and said, Mr. Yang, thank you so much. Saiha said to Lin Wuxin, if I remember correctly, this is exactly the crane-touch demon that the crane cult favors. Lin Wuxin confirmed, that's right, this disaster was caused by the crane cult. Their target seems to be the Earth Saint Seal. Yang Saiha exclaimed, what, the Earth Saint Seal, has it fallen into their hands? Lin Wuxin replied, no, I brought the Earth Saint Seal out through a secret passage. Saiha sighed, a blessing in disguise, so is the Earth Saint Seal with you now? Lin Wuxin answered, no, I already gave it to Mo Fan. Saiha shouted, what, you gave it to that troubled kid? He asked urgently, where is he now? Lin Wuxin replied, I'm not sure, he should be heading toward the barrier safe zone. Saiha urged, quick, we must find him before the crane cult does. Lin Wuxin gasped, ah. Yang Saiha analyzed, the crane cult killed the winged wolf cub and used the storm to create this disaster. But the fortress city can't be destroyed by just one winged wolf. That's why they want the Earth Saint Seal, it's a 1,000-year treasure with incredible power over demonic beasts. Lin Wuxin asked worriedly, what exactly does the crane cult want? Saiha deduced, those crane-touch demons want to turn the fortress city into a bloodbath. They plan to use the Earth Saint Seal to lure more commander-level demonic beasts here. The scene shifts 500 meters from the barrier safe zone. Zhao Kuan said to Teacher Shui, we finally made it. Fortunately we weren't spotted by that general-level demon wolf earlier, or our entire team would have been wiped out.
Teacher Shui reminded, stay alert, we must remain vigilant, there are people waiting for us at the barrier safe zone.
But Zhang Xiaohou suddenly shouted, wait, there's a demon ahead, a demon.
Ahead a demon wolf was growling. After seeing it clearly, Mo Fan yelled, it's a shadow wolf beast, everyone prepare for battle, water and earth elements protect everyone.
The demonic beast drew closer and Mo Fan and the others remained on high alert.
He vaguely saw someone sitting on the shadow wolf beast's back. It was an acquaintance by Yang.
The man cheerfully said, well, if it isn't the students from Tianlan Magic Academy.
He Wu cheered. Instructor by Teacher Shui also smiled in relief, thank goodness it's someone from the army. Bai Yang asked, what are you all doing here, weren't you evacuated in time?
Teacher Shui replied, there are still many people behind us, we came to scout the path. Bai Yang responded, I see, don't worry, you'll notify the Mage army to protect all of you. Su Zhuting sighed with instructor Bai, here the rest of the journey will be safe. But Mo Fan remained expressionless, staring at the man without saying a word. Bai Yang said, isn't this Mo Fan, wasn't it you who killed my summoned beast?
Mo Fan smirked. Instructor Bai remembers, ha.
Bai Yang let out a cold laugh, ha, a lovesick student like you, of course I do remember, funny enough we were just looking for you. Mo Fan looked surprised, looking for me, why? Bai Yang confirmed, that's right Herace, what's going on? We've received intel that this disaster was caused by the heretic cult. Uncle Min and his companions gasped, the heretic cult.
Bai Yang confirmed, yes, they plan to use the Earth Saint selection to lure more demons and destroy the entire city.
Zhang Xiaohou gritted his teeth, so it's the heretic cult, those monsters.
Bai Yang asked Mo Fan, Deputy Captain Lin Wuhan entrusted the Earth Saint selection to you, didn't he? Mo Fan was momentarily speechless.
Bai Yang continued, handed over, this thing is extremely important, I need to deliver it to Elder Zhang Kong immediately. The others immediately thought, I can't believe Mo Fan was guarding something so crucial.
Mo Fan smirked, it's safe with me.
Bai Yang looked displeased, he patted the dark spirit beast's head and added, well, that's true. Then with a cold sneer he said, alright. The dark spirit beast immediately bared its fangs and lunged at Mo Fan.
Uncle Min shouted, Mo Fan, Mo Fan. Mo Fan let out a cold laugh, just as I thought.
The scythe bone shun was summoned, its scythe hook striking the dark spirit beast's head. Its sharp teeth clamped down on scythe bone shun, producing a crunching sound as it shattered. Though scythe bone shun was destroyed, the dark spirit beast was also injured. Teacher Shui grabbed Bai Yang's shoulder and roared, instructor Bai, have you lost your mind? But he shoved Teacher Shui aside and his glasses fell off.
Bai Yang stomped on them without hesitation. Mo Fan couldn't help but curse, bastard.
Uncle Min quickly helped his friend up, shouting, Mo Fan. Bai Yang burst into laughter, ha, I never expected this.
I can't help but wonder, why are you targeting me?
In your instructor, but smart people like you are often silenced.
Just then a demonic beast suddenly leaped out from behind Bai Yang. It was a baboon.
The baboon lunged straight at Zhang Xiaohou.
Mo Fan shouted, Xiaohou. Suddenly someone yelled, watch out.
A water shield protected Zhang Xiaohou, but the caster was attacked by the baboon. Zhang Xiaohou's eyes widened as he stammered, Xia Hiwu. Though Hiwu was hit, he still maintained the water shield to protect Xiaohou. Zhang Xiaohou shouted, Hiwu, Hiwu. By now Hiwu was severely injured and coughing non-stop. Seeing this, Xiaohou's anger flared, he unleashed a wind slash. His body soaring into the air before vanishing, then quickly scooping up Hiwu. He was trembling, hand clutched Xiaohou's shoulder. He yelled, idiot, why didn't you protect yourself with the water shield? Hiwu sobbed uncontrollably, trembling as she answered, WWU, I did it, Xiaohou. It's great. With it she immediately let go of his hand. Zhang Xiaohou shouted in agony, Hiwu, don't close your eyes, the safety barrier is right ahead, once we're inside I'll call a doctor for you, just don't fall asleep. Then Zhang Xiaohou turned to Mubai and said, Mubai, can't you freeze her wounds, hurry and help. Mubai hesitated for a moment, but he was already. Zhang Xiaohou shouted again, Shui Jiefan, good, does anyone have a way to save Hiwu? Bai Yang stood to the side sneering, Hiwu students sure have improved fast. I thought once the curse was triggered both of you would die, didn't expect one of you to survive. Zhang Xiaohou glared and roared, you monster, I won't let you get away with this. Bai Yang sneered, how let me, looks like I need to teach you another lesson. With that he barked an order, attack, don't let a single one escape. The surrounding students were already surrounded by a pack of monkey-headed hound-cursed beasts. Mo Fan gritted his teeth at the sight. But Bai Yang reminded him, your opponents aren't just these, Mo Fan. Then the phantom wolf beast lunged at Mo Fan, baring its sharp fangs. With a low growl, Mo Fan struck back, sending rocks flying with his trident. Next he formed a lightning seal and retreated, coldly eyeing the phantom wolf beast. I've killed before in practice today, shouldn't it be my turn to take a life? Mo Fan swung his hand down, unleashing lightning seal grave surge. Bolts of lightning struck the phantom wolf beast. It convulsed like a shocked chicken, whimpering in pain, whine whine.
Bai Yang was taken aback but quickly forced a smirk. Ha, not bad, but this alone won't kill my summoned beast. Fan cast a fire technique and said coldly, I never said I'd finish it with just that. Seeing the phantom wolf beast lunge at him, Fan thought now. He leapt forward and shoved the fire seal into its mouth. The beast swallowed it whole, thinking it was food. In an instant, cracks spread across the phantom wolf beast's body, followed by a blinding explosion. Fan whispered, violent burst. The phantom wolf beast was blown to pieces. Bai Yang exclaimed, what, you threw the fire technique into its mouth? Fan said calmly, don't underestimate me. The same summoned beast won't work on me twice. Bai Yang praised, kid, you're different from the other students, no worse than an old hunter, but you must die. I'll use your death to nourish my next summoned beast. Then he ordered the 2 monkey-headed hounds beside him, you too. Do it for me, kill him. Upon hearing the command, the 2 demonic beasts leapt up and closed in on Fan from both sides. Fan clenched the lightning seal in his hand, thinking without the integrity shield his lightning seal could only defend against attacks from one direction. Just then a baboon lunged at him, aiming to bite. A disciple surnamed Bai said to Sieshur radiance technique. Sieshur immediately agreed. With a flick of his wrist, a blinding radiance erupted and glowing ropes materialized. Bai Yang sneered, foolish, the black-touched demons are creatures of darkness. Their eyes have long since atrophied, they can't see a thing. This level of radiance technique is utterly useless. Yet Bai Yang was too overconfident, failing to notice the real target was himself. Only when he felt the bone-chilling cold did he realize he had already been frozen solid. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Clearly he had been struck by Mubei's technique. He stared at Mubai, who held his sword, stammering, and no way, Mubai just used the demon-slaying strike and the ice-slash strike. He smiled faintly. The demon-slaying sword was a birthday gift from you, finally put it to good use. Bai Yang collapsed, eyes rolling back as he met his end. Fan was stunned and the 2 baboons halted their attack. Sieshur sighed in relief, great, with the summoner dead his summoned beasts will vanish too. Su Zhuting said to his master, Master, your glasses. Fan turned to Mubai, Mubai, thank you. Zhao Kunshan seized the moment to flatter, as expected of young hero Mubai, explosive power. Sieshur addressed the group, all right, let's hurry into the barrier's safe zone. Some in the party were injured and reinforcements were needed for those behind. Fan looked sadly at his younger brother, murmuring inwardly, little monkey Zhang Xiaoho was still sobbing. Fan stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder, calling softly, Xiaoho. Zhang Xiaoho clenched his fists, trembling as he replied, Brother Fan, I want to grow stronger, I want to protect the people around me. Stroking Ye's face, he declared firmly, I will get stronger. Fan paused, then met his younger brother's gaze with understanding. Inside the barrier's safe zone, Zhao Kunshan cheered, great, we're finally in the safe zone, we're safe now. Just then Commander Wan rushed out and asked, who is Fan, come with us. Zhao Kunshan jumped, I am not Fan. Fan stepped forward, I am Fan. Commander Wan replied, follow us, the leader wants to see you. At that moment Zhang Kong stood on high ground surveying the surroundings. Commander Wan reported, leader Fan is here. Zhang Kong turned to Fan, I'm glad you're still alive. Fan let out a cold laugh, oh, I don't see any reason to be happy about seeing you again. Sun Kong didn't cut straight to the point, I know what you want to ask me. Why I didn't discover earlier that Bai Yang was a traitor. Luckily you already suspected him, which saved your life. Fan replied, well, I guess you're not completely useless. Ever since the Yulan beast suddenly died during cultivation, I've been wary of Bai Yang. Sun Kong asked gravely, then what about the Earth Saint's saliva? Fan answered casually, I drank it already. Upon hearing this, all the soldiers present froze in shock. Sun Kong roared, what did you say, you drank it? This is no time for jokes. Fan held up an empty bottle and opened the lid, and not joking, how else do you think I got Wanzet and myself from the scattered lands to this safe barrier? Others cried out in panic, you really drank it? Fan said calmly, that's right, if I didn't want the Crane theocracy to get their hands on it, drinking it was the best option. Sun Kong grabbed Fan by the collar and lifted him up, snarling, kid, do you know that in the past you'd have been burned alive for this? But at least now he thought the Earth Saint's saliva won't fall into the hands of the Crane theocracy. This kid's pretty sharp, looks like we just need to deal with that ferocious beast now. Sun Kong released Fan and shouted to the team, everyone listen up. On my command, kill that ferocious beast, Lang Bei no mercy. The crowd immediately roared in unison, kill the ferocious beast, Lang Bei no mercy. Sun Kong declared loudly, Sun Kong will take your head to honor the fallen comrades of Bo City. Meanwhile the ferocious beast Lang Bei let out a low growl as Sun Kong spread his wings and took flight.
A soldier reported leader the Sky Eagle squad is ready. Sin Kong ordered everyone follow me. Tak. In an instant the entire squad was airborne ready for battle. After Sin Kong led the team to confront the ferocious beast Lang Bei inside the barrier. Medics told the students those with minor injuries please wait outside, nurses will be here to treat you. Su Zhuting remained silent. Suddenly a boy nearby shouted, look, that's leader Sin Kong and the Sky Eagle squad. A woman nearby cheered, Great Bow City is saved, we're safe. Xiaohua thought to himself, if I could become a city defense mage I could protect more people that way. Head rest in peace. The scene shifted to the watchtower where soldiers were discussing a patrol squad had returned with news. They said there were signs of digging outside the city, meaning these beasts had entered Bow City's sewers through tunnels from outside. Another confirmed, that's right, our top priority is to find and seal those openings or the beasts will keep pouring in. The other replied, the problem is we don't know where those openings are. Mo Fan recalled the earlier scene and thought to himself, the tunnels and waterways. It seemed the Black Church had been planning this disaster for a long time. After thinking, Mo Fan turned to the two soldiers and said, there's a lead with the city's monster hunting squad. One of them looked up and asked, are you Mo Fan? You mean just record the monster hunting squad's movement routes? Mo Fan confirmed, yes, the squad once killed a giant-eyed monster before. And their activity zones might be clues about the cave entrance. The other agreed, he'll contact the city's monster hunting squad. Mo Fan continued, oh, Instructor Pan, how's the situation at the Snow Ridge Mountain headquarters? My father is there. Instructor Pan replied, don't worry, it's much safer there than in the northern district, your father will be fine. Relieved, Mo Fan said, that's good. Oh, there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you. The safety barrier is too crowded and I can't find my missing family, could you check which zone they're in? Instructor Pan readily agreed, sure, come with me. After a while Instructor Pan opened a computer and asked, what's the name of the person you're looking for? Mo Fan answered, sure, Xinsha Xin as in Heartsia as in summer. Instructor Pan searched and replied, there's no record of her in the entry or exit logs. Mo Fan's expression darkened, a wave of unease rising in his chest. He silently thought of her legs, which made walking difficult, and a sense of foreboding lingered in his mind. Seeing Mo Fan lost in thought, Instructor Pan quickly reassured him, don't worry, the records might not be updated yet. Mo Fan nodded. Just then De Huang walked over cheerfully and greeted him, Fanmu. Mo Fan, what are you doing here? Mo Fan looked up in surprise. Captain. Another instructor cut to the chase. All right, let's skip the pleasantries for now. Tell us about your operation records. Xiaoke began playing footage of the Northern Order District. We've already secured the Northern Order District. Next are the Guangsheng Sky Road, Jinlu Peak and the Guangsheng Sky Road again. The instructor immediately asked, were there noticeable tremors? Xiaoke replied, yes, at Mingwen Girls High School a female student also went missing at the time. Instructor Pan added, our top priority is sealing that cave entrance, we'll need a small action team. We don't need too many people, it'll be more flexible and easier to conceal. Another agreed, he'll gather the team. De Huang immediately volunteered, let me go. As the captain of the city's monster hunting squad I have experience fighting monsters. Fei Shi chimed in, Captain, I'll go too. Without hesitation Mo Fan requested, I'll go too. Hearing this everyone stared at him in shock. Mo Fan. Instructor Pan continued, Mo Fan, you'll lead the high school students. Tianlan Magic successfully evacuated and analyzed the Dark Chicha's intentions regarding the Earth Saint selection. You should rest well now. De Huang patted Mo Fan's shoulder in agreement. Brother, if we can't save the one we love, what's the point of everything we've done? Just then someone entered to report that squad leader Chang had assembled the team and was ready to depart at any moment. Mo Fan firmly opposed it. No one going, we leave now. The scene shifts to Mingwen Commercial Center where the outside is in ruins. Monsters are still rampaging and fleeing everywhere. Someone announced to the group, follow me, I found an underground passage. We could evacuate through there, but another person objected. Forget it, it's safer to stay here and wait for rescue. Who knows what's down there? The man shouted in frustration. Rescue? Don't daydream, they won't care about people like us. If you want to leave, follow me. If you want to stay, good luck. Another person sighed, sigh, we should go. Yes, we can't rely on others. A woman sounded dissatisfied. Why the attitude? Let's go, let's go. Suddenly a girl spoke up, there's still a girl in a wheelchair here, it wouldn't be right to leave her behind. The chubby man beside her immediately said, what can you do? Take her with us. Another woman sounded impatient, that's right, we can barely protect ourselves, who has time for her? The girl hesitated. After hearing this, Xin Xia sitting in the wheelchair reassured her, it's fine, you go with them. The girl immediately said apologetically, I'm sorry, I really don't want to leave you behind. Xin Xia just responded, could you do me a favor? The girl firmly said, tell me, if I can do it, it'll help. Xin Xia said while removing a bracelet from her wrist and handing it to the girl. If you reach the safe zone, please give this to my family. The scene shifts to the street outside Fashi's side. I didn't expect Xiaoko wouldn't come with us. De Huang added, everyone has their own choices, Fashi, don't hold a grudge. Just then someone ran over to report, everyone stop, there are demons ahead. Suddenly a heart-wrenching scream rang out, ah, help. De Huang was about to rush forward shouting I, but Instructor Fan stopped him. Stay calm, our mission this time is to seal the cave entrance and avoid unnecessary battles. De Huang shouted, are we just going to stand by and do nothing? But the commander immediately countered, this is an order, hateful. On the street several bodies were left behind, those who had been beside Xinxia moments ago. Someone told the commander the demons have left, let's keep moving. The commander confirmed, alright. The group continued forward. Fan glanced at the street sign, lost in thought. We're now at Mingguin Girls High School. Someone suddenly reports, Captain Chang, we might have a lead here. Looking at the female corpse on the ground, one person says these people were likely together, they probably retreated through the sewers. Instructor Pan sighs while De Huang says dejectedly that path was originally the nest of the one-eyed spirit rats, they were asking for trouble. Captain Chang reminds them, let's go, if we don't destroy the demon's entrance more people will lose their lives. Fan notices the bracelet on the corpse. Isn't this the bracelet I gave to Shinmei for her 16th birthday? Fan recalls the moment, asking Shinmei blankly. Junior sister Shinmei confirms, yes brother. Fan, didn't you say I could pick my own gift? Fan gives a half-hearted reply and Shinmei asks, is that not okay? Fan squints and smiles, of course it is. If Shinmei wants it, even the stars in the sky I'd pluck them for you. An hour later Fan slumps over the table in frustration, groaning ah. Shinmei laughs uncontrollably. See brother, Fan isn't good at this kind of delicate work, it took an hour just to make one bead. The black ox-shaped bead on the bracelet was Fan's masterpiece, the rest were made by Shinmei. Fan sighs, how about I buy you a new one, don't wear this anymore. That girl's bracelet looks nice. Shinmei protests loudly, I don't want it. This is the one your vacant birthday gift brother Fan made just for me, I love it and won't trade it. After shooing away the others, Fan mutters, you're impossible, if your classmates laugh at how ugly it is don't blame me. Shinmei replies, they want, I'll wear it every day. Fan reluctantly agrees, fine, I'll go pay. Back in the present, Fan picks up the bracelet, wondering how Xinmia's bracelet ended up on this girl. Her clothes have the word supermarket on them and a thought flashes through Fan's mind. Could it be? Instructor Pan asks with feigned concern, what's wrong? Fan answers, I think I've found a clue, this bracelet belongs to my sister. Fan tells De Huang, this bracelet is my sister's. De Huang glances at the corpse and says her uniform says she works at the supermarket near the underground shopping center. Captain Cheng tells Fan, though you've done great service in the Earth Saint selection, the team can't stop the mission for you, good luck from here on out. Fan returns the gesture, I wish you all luck as well. The team members return to their mission and move forward. The scene shifts to Mingguin Commercial Center, where a one-eyed demon wolf is attacking passers-by. Fan strikes with a lightning sealgrave surge. With a dull thud, the one-eyed demon wolf is left dazed and confused. Looking at the fallen demon wolf, Fan exhales in relief, good thing I noticed in time. If it strikes first, it'll be really hard to handle. Fan looked toward the center of the mall, thinking his confidant might be inside. The spot where the demonic beast was slain kept flashing with purple lightning. Two figures in black robes witnessed the event. Near Mingguin Mall, a purple glow appeared, likely the aftermath of a lightning-based spell. The masked man shouted, Fan, it must be him, we have to eliminate him. The other stopped him, saying, don't waste too much time, we have other tasks. The masked man replied, understood. Then he turned to the baboons behind him and said, follow me. With that he leapt from the high ground. By then Fan had entered the ruined mall. He took out some demon detection powder and sprinkled it on the ground. Just then a baboon charged at Fan, swinging a blade. Fan dodged the strike and the baboon shrieked in frustration. Fan scoffed and muttered, black touch demon, not bad. Fan immediately shouted, who is it? The masked man removed his mask and burst into laughter, haha, don't you recognize me? Half of his face was scorched, revealing the features of a cultivator. So it's that guy Wu Ning, Fan exclaimed in surprise. A human? Wu Ning roared, recognize me now? Fan smirked, how interesting. A human? How the mask isn't bad. Wu Ning snarled, shut up, this was all given to me. Fan replied, what does that have to do with me? So what if you're some noble's son, you still have to do the work. Running errands for the dark sex peak again. Wu Ning continued roaring, I was supposed to enter the Earth Saint selection. If I had handed over the Earth Saint selection to Lord Salong, I would have become an elder at the dark sex peak, but you ruined everything. Do you know the agony Lord Salong put me through when he submerged me in ghost refinement water? It'll make you feel the same. It's not just your face'll soak you in ghost scheme water and turn you into a slave like the black demon slave Fan sneered Humph, the underling of a defeated general. What does it matter if you have an extra black demon slave? Wu Ning scoffed. One ha, don't underestimate me, all of you attack. Immediately 4 or 5 baboons appeared. Seeing them charge, Fan unleashed a fire seal, flames fierce and wild. The flames roared to life, blocking the pack of howling baboons. Seeing Fan turn to flee, Wu Ning shouted, you think you can escape? Suddenly the communication device beeped. Wu Ning immediately turned around. A team of mages is approaching the demonic entrance. Wu Ning cursed under his breath at why now, but he still responded, fine, I'll be right there. Meanwhile Fan was still running for his life. Wu Ning picked up the mask and warned, black demonic beasts are experts at tracking. The baboons were hit by the lightning, shrieking in pain and whimpering. Fan assessed the situation. They won't stay out for long. I need to get out of here fast. After a while Fan finally reached the upper floor. Fan crawled out of the hole, gasping for air. He checked the sign and saw that the 3rd floor had a surveillance room. It should be safe. Fan rushed toward it. Once settled, Fan estimated this should buy me some time. Next Fan looked around at the surveillance cameras. Suddenly he was shocked. What appeared on the screen was all too familiar. The wheelchair, Fan thought to himself. Xinsha. On the other side a little girl sat behind a counter. Xinsha thought to herself, it's so cold. Fan shouted excitedly, it's Xinsha, thank goodness. But just then something else left Fan stunned. Behind the glass where Xinsha sat were 2 giant rat-like monsters. They were making wheezing sounds. From behind the door where Fan stood came a rumbling noise. Then came the ear-piercing sound of claws scraping metal. Crunch crunch. Fan shouted, this is bad, they're after us, aren't they? They're too close. He grabbed his necklace and pressed it to his ear. I can't waste time here. Every second that passes brings Xinsha closer to danger. I have to get to her as fast as I can. Little Loach, I'm transferring all the power of the Earth Saint selections to you. I need to break through with everything I have. Give me all your energy. Xinsha grew sad at that moment. How much longer can she hold on? If she falls asleep she might never wake up. Then the girl whispered softly, brother Fan. Outside the surveillance room the baboons were still trying to break in. Fan heard the rumbling and grew even more anxious. Focus your energy. Survival depends on these 2 spiritual elixirs. At that moment spiritual energy surged into Fan's body. His chest felt as if it were wrapped in a cocoon. To break through he had to shatter the cocoon. Fan endured the excruciating pain. Blood vessels appeared on his face. Fan's only thought was to break free. Break, shatter. At a sudden burst of spiritual light erupted and the cocoon around him shattered. At that moment Fan officially advanced from a junior mage to an intermediate mage. He felt the change within himself. This is intermediate. The elixirs transformed into spiritual mist. Just then several baboons tore through a hole and crawled in. Seeing their enemy the baboons began to growl. Fan, now at a higher level, paid no attention to the baboons' growls. Several baboons, enraged by the praised disdain, immediately lunged at Fan. Fan remained standing in place, letting the baboons surround him. He reached into his pocket. He pulled out the film tang you had given him and asked, is this all of it? Half an hour ago I might have been helpless against you. But now Fan's eyes lit up. A fire seal emerged from the film and a burst of red light made even the degenerated baboon's eyes gleam. The film activated and stars gathered from stardust into a nebula. Fan struck with a move fiery fist, sky-shattering, sending the baboons shrieking in pain. Then an intense blaze surged toward the baboons. A massive explosion erupted, obliterating everything. Nearby the shockwave startled several one-eyed demon wolves that were feeding on corpses. All they saw was a towering inferno erupting from the supermarket building. The impact left a gaping hole where Fan had struck, destroying a corner of the supermarket. The baboons were incinerated, reduced to ashes in an instant. The one-eyed demon wolves growled lowly upon seeing this. Sensing danger they immediately fled together. Fan still had lingering flames on his hands as he caught his breath. He thought to himself, this is the power of multi-tiered magic. The only thing on Fan's mind now was Xinxia, you're here. He turned and walked toward the freezer. Several giant-eyed spirit beasts had already spotted a human coming to meet their end. Holding a roll of film, Fan shouted, get out of my way. He immediately unleashed a fire punch, striking the group of giant-eyed spirit beasts. With a deafening roar 2 of them were charred to ashes. Fan grinned in triumph, but then he saw Xinxia unconscious in the freezer. He called out loudly, Xinxia, wake up. Xinxia's face was pale from the cold and she murmured, so cold, cold. Fan thought, I need to warm her up quickly. He crafted a heater from flames and asked Xinxia, are you still cold? It'll keep you warm, Fan said, but Xinxia remained unconscious.
Xanxia's consciousness was trapped in an icy pitch-black void, her body feeling bound. Don't leave me, brother. Emofan gripped her arm tightly. Xanxia suddenly opened her eyes. Emofan was still calling her Xanxia. Xanxia, wake up. Startled, she gasped, brother Emofan. Emofan called out upon seeing her awake. Xanxia cried out, I thought I'd never see you again. Mofan gently picked up the little girl, chiding softly, silly, how could I ever leave you behind? Xinxia snuggled into Mofan's arms and murmured MHM. After a while, Mofan brought over a wheelchair for Xinxia. After helping her into the wheelchair, he reminded her, sit tight, okay, I'll take you outside. Xinxia obediently complied. Okay. Suddenly Mofan felt a wave of dizziness and let out a soft groan. Xinxia immediately asked with concern, Mofanjij, what's wrong? Mofan stammered, and nothing. Then he thought to himself, since leaving the Holy Land selection, I haven't rested for even a moment. I've been too busy searching for Xinxia to tend to my wounds. No wonder it's taking a toll. Xinxia then gasped as she looked at Mofan's arm. Gij's hand is bleeding. Mofan waved it off. Oh, it's nothing, I got it during the fight with the dark beast. But Xinxia grabbed his arm. The girl shook her head firmly. No, we need to stop the bleeding first. As she spoke, a healing spell shimmered into view. Then spiritual energy flowed into Mofan's arm. Mofan was stunned for a moment. The deep wound on Mofan's arm was saturated with spiritual energy and vanished without a trace. Mofan stared in disbelief. This is incredible, there's not even a scar left. Xinxia reminded him, wait. Let me check if you have any other injuries. Mofan marveled. Xinxia, your healing abilities are amazing. If someone's throat was slit, could they be saved if they received your treatment right away? Xinxia replied. At that life or death moment, even my sister probably couldn't have helped much. After hearing this, Emofan seemed a little disappointed. Oh, I see. Then he thought about making money again. I never expected our Xinxia to be so amazing. I wonder how much we could earn if we opened a Wutong beauty hospital. Xinxia reminded him helplessly. Emofan Gij. Emofan squinted with a smile. Ha, I was just joking. Alright, let's head back to the safety barrier. Xinxia obediently agreed. Okay. The giant-eyed rat monsters were busy avoiding the corpses. Suddenly they panicked and fled in all directions. Xinxia asked curiously, Emofan Gij, why do they look like they're afraid of you? Emofan explained, because they're not stupid, they can sense that my aura is stronger than theirs. Xinxia's eyes widened in shock. Aura is that powerful? Could it be that Emofan Gij is already an intermediate mage? Emofan boasted proudly. Haha, that's right. If these undead monsters don't attack in groups, they're basically asking for trouble. Though truth be told, Emofan was still terrified inside. Even though he had become an intermediate mage with only 2 stars of power, it was best to avoid fighting. Emofan kept glancing around. Xinxia asked in surprise, what's wrong? Emofan replied, what if these beasts gather in a pack to attack us? Xinxia asked in surprise, how do you know? Emofan Gij. Emofan explained, after advancing to intermediate, my perception has strengthened. I can sense them even a couple of streets away. Let's run first. Hold on tight. With that he picked up Xinxia. Then Emofan carried Xinxia up the stairs. At that moment a group of one-eyed demon wolves and giant-eyed rat monsters were marching down the road. Emofan and Xinxia peeked out the window, both staying silent. Xinxia whispered to Emofan they seemed to be chasing something. It turned out that the instructor and the captain of the Huang team were being pursued by those creatures. Emofan thought to himself, the instructor and the captain. Then Xinxia said, Emofan Gij, look, little sister's school is on fire. Emofan thought to himself, Mingwen Girls' High School has been destroyed by fire. Which also means they've successfully blocked the path to Demon City. Emofan observed carefully, surprised as he wondered why Officer Chang wasn't in sight. Could it be the others, or just then a blood-curdling scream echoed from the wilderness. Damn it, I'll cover the rear, you two go ahead. Emofan turned to the little girl and said, Xinxia, let's get on the zenith. Emofan had made up his mind they were the true heroes of Bo City and couldn't abandon anyone in need. Instructor Pan said to the person beside her, Yunba, let's go, there's no escaping this. Yunba retorted, what are you talking about? These beasts can't catch up to us, he'll get you out of here no matter what. At that moment Yunba was still using his swift step technique to dodge attacks, but he had lost his balance. He cursed under his breath, then began panting heavily. Instructor Pan's face was filled with anxiety. Just then a one-eyed demon wolf approached. Soon after, many one-eyed demon wolves and giant-eyed spirit rats surrounded them. Instructor Pan forced a bitter smile. It seems he'll be joining them soon. Yunba thought to himself, damn it, is this where it ends? The one-eyed demon wolf let out a roar. Suddenly a bright light appeared in the sky. At the same time Emofan's voice rang out, burn blazing fist, heaven's wrath. A flaming fist descended from the sky, crushing the one-eyed demon wolf's skull. A deafening crash followed. Yunba and Instructor Pan were stunned, jumping in shock. The remaining giant-eyed spirit rats and one-eyed demon wolves shrieked, squeak squeak. Instructor Pan wondered who was that. Yunba, tears in his eyes, urged, run.
Then a figure appeared on the rooftop of a tall building. Instructor Pan looked up and saw a familiar figure. She thought to herself, that's Mo-fan, has he already reached the intermediate stage? Shinxia couldn't help but gasp. Big brother Mo-fan. Mo-fan struck a pose and asked Shinxia, well, pretty cool, right? Meanwhile, the one-eyed demon wolves were attacking De Huang. He was already injured, groaning in pain. Mo-fan called out in concern, Captain, the demonic beasts were closing in on him. He reached into his pocket to check. Only a star map book remained. He couldn't afford to help others anymore, had to get Shinxia out of there fast, so Mo-fan decided to take her and leave. After a while, Mo-fan spotted something, a military-grade darkstone motorcycle. He cheered, great. Then Mo-fan righted the car and started the engine. The car started successfully. Luckily it wasn't damaged. Mo-fan reminded Xianxia to hold on tight. Next, Mo-fan drove down the asphalt road toward the safety barrier. The surroundings were desolate and ruined, smoke filling the air as demonic beasts rampaged through the streets. Mo-fan thought to himself, in just one night this city has turned into a living hell. The death of the river demon and Xiaohao's tearful plea to grow stronger were seared into his mind, impossible to forget. We lost so much that night. I'm just glad you're safe beside me, Xianxia. Mo-fan happily told Xianxia, who was behind him. Xianxia, we're almost there. Xianxia nodded softly. Mo-fan continued, Xianxia, I've heard of something called a radiant demon tool. If your legs still can't be healed, it'll turn you into a flower spirit. Xianxia asked in surprise, is it expensive? Mo-fan said firmly, money's no object, I can earn it. It'll buy you all kinds of different designs. Feathered one's fox-like one's fairy. Onesha. The two chatted as they approached the barrier. The scene shifted to inside the safety barrier, where a woman was comforting her child. There, don't cry, let's wipe your tears. Someone then called out, move aside please. Suddenly the woman's handkerchief was blown away by the wind. She gasped, oh no, my handkerchief. The handkerchief slipped through the barrier, drifting in the wind before landing on the ground. Just then a demonic beast approached and sniffed it. It was a one-eyed demon wolf. The beast turned and roared at the crowd inside the barrier. Mo-joshing said to Mo-fan, I wonder when this disaster will end. Mo-fan shouted excitedly, father, look, hundreds of giant eagles are flying outside the barrier. The crowd cheered. Over the reeds, the Sky Eagle Squad. Mo-joshing and Mo-fan looked up to see soldiers on the eagles' backs. The people below cheered, it's the reinforcements, the city is saved. A soldier on the eagle commanded, eliminate all demons in the city, no mercy. Meanwhile, a three-eyed demon wolf general was met with a fierce counterattack. A flurry of techniques erupted, ceiling plate, heavenly net, sticky veil, Qilin stone, blazing fist, and flame dragon. Suddenly a sharp demonic beast dropped in front of two civilians, terrifying them, but they realized with relief it was the Sky Eagle Squad. By the time they recovered, the squad had already flown off. Here Mo-fan tells his father Mo-joshing that even if they defend Wucheng, they won't be able to live here anymore. They might be relocated to another city. Mo-joshing happily says, son, you're a man standing tall now. Wherever you decide to go, your father will follow. Mo-fan decides, then let's go to Madua, change of scenery, and well, take the high-speed rail. This reads, welcome aboard carriage 0217 traveling from Wucheng to Shanghai. Mo-fan asks Shinxia, what if monsters suddenly appear on the high-speed rail? Mo-fan imagines monsters tearing the carriage apart and adds, there'd be nowhere to run, would be like sausages in a sandwich. Shinxia blinks, then smiles with narrowed eyes. The high-speed rail is within the safety boundary. It's protected by a barrier. Brother Mo-fan, why do you sound like you're from another world? Mo-fan replies, that's right, I'm from the world of science. They don't teach useless magic in our schools, just science. Suddenly an old man stands up and vehemently retorts, nonsense. Young people these days have no respect for the great mages who contributed to human history. Mo-joshing steps in to smooth things over. Sir, my son likes to say odd things, please don't take it to heart. Are you also heading to Shanghai? The old man answers, indeed, I just attended a seminar in Xiamen. Mo-joshing asks in surprise, a seminar, are you a professor? The old man confirms, yes, I humbly teach history at Mingzhou Academy. Mo-fan immediately gets excited, Mingzhou Academy, that's exactly where I need a second awakening opportunity. If I could get into Mingzhou Academy. Mo-fan asks, professor, do you have special admissions? The old man counters, what you want to enter Mingzhou Academy? Mo-fan replies, I was planning to take the entrance exam. Then I suggest you focus on the exam unless you're an exceptionally rare talent. Mingzhou doesn't do special admissions. Mo-fan grins, so you're saying there is a way? The old man answers, oh, but I think ordinary people couldn't accomplish it. He mutters to himself, humph, do you think Mingzhou Academy is somewhere just anyone can get into? Then the announcement plays, we have arrived at Shanghai Station. The old man stands up, I've arrived, farewell. Until we meet again, perhaps on the subway in Medu.
A commotion erupts. Ouch, don't push. What's the rush? Why are you all crowding? Hurry up, don't block the door. Joshing and Mo fan sigh in relief. Phew, we finally made it inside. Though they ended up squished against the glass door. Xinxia asks Mo fan with concern. Brother Mo fan, do you think? Are we going to live in a room like the one in Yuanshan again? Mo fan tapped his forehead and said to Xinxia, you silly girl. Magical City is full of skyscrapers. Our Xinxia is really lucky. However, when they arrived at their lodging, Mo fan was left speechless. The place was even more rundown than disaster-stricken Buching. But he still tried to stay optimistic. At least there were tall buildings here. From now on we'll get to see the sunrise every day. Then Mo Jiaxing brought Mo fan to room 1 building 321 and said, housing prices in Shanghai are too high and there are too many disaster victims from Bucheng. We can only stay here temporarily for now. Even though it takes 2 hours by subway to get to the city center, this place is quiet. You and Xinxia can focus on your studies. He added that their father had already found a job nearby and would take them to a more spacious place once he saved enough money. Mo fan agreed. After that, Mo fan's cultivation days began. He worked hard to practice precise magic casting. His training tools were a few poles and some discarded soda cans. Mo fan sighed. He had spent all his savings on refined pool silver. Long hours of focused training did improve his skills significantly. But he had no idea what level his abilities had reached. Just then Mo fan's phone rang. The screen displayed 2 words: unknown number. Mo fan answered the call and heard a familiar female voice. Hello, is this Mo fan? Mo fan happily replied, Sister Tangyu. Tangyu was still lounging in bed wearing a sexy camisole and said, you've been hiding pretty well. I had to ask around for a while just to find out you're in Shanghai's resettlement area. Mo fan forced a smile. This place is like it's cut off from the world, but it's great for quiet cultivation. Tangyu immediately changed the subject. We can talk about that later. I'm on a mission in Hangzhou and need a lightning mage. If you're not busy, come over. Mo fan asked in surprise. A mission, but I haven't even mastered the refined diagram yet. Tangyu replied, no problem, I'll prepare a refined diagram book for you. Mo fan remembered what happened last time. Last time Tangyu had 4 of them at once. What exactly is her background? He asked. Sister, what does your family do? Aren't those things impossible to buy even with money? Tangyu dodged the question. Why ask so much? You won't lose out on the rewards. Are you coming or not? Mo fan obediently replied, oh, of course I'm coming. By the way, do you have any waste crystals? Tangyu asked in return. Waste crystals? Alright, after this is done I'll take you to the Mage Association's waste crystal disposal. Mo fan broke into a cold sweat. After this is done. But the call had already ended with a beep. The scene shifts to Hangzhou Jinshi town. Mo fan arrived here following the navigation map. The app announced you have arrived at your destination. Navigation complete. Mo fan approached an old building with the words friendship carved on it. He immediately said, this is the place. Then Mo fan walked into the reception room and saw Tangyu. It had been a long time, but she was still as breathtakingly beautiful as ever. Tangyu replied, you're here and right on time too. Already a mid-rank mage at your age, not bad at all. Hearing the praise, Mo fan scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Tangyu pointed to the chair across from her and asked, have a seat. What would you like to drink? Mo fan answered, just water is fine. Mo fan started making small talk. Miss Tang, you don't look much older than me, do you? But even now I can't tell how strong you really are. Tangyu cut in. Alright, stop beating around the bush. I know you want to ask where I was when Elder Chang had his incident. Mo fan's eyes widened as he asked, teacher, you aren't the mastermind behind the Dark Covenant, are you? Tangyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. You actually thought of that? Have you heard of the Mage Association's Judgment Council? Mo fan replied, I've heard of it. I've heard they hunt down mages who violate the covenant. Tangyu admitted, actually I'm one of the Judgment Council's enforcers. We were already aware of the Dark Covenant's plans regarding Elder Chang, but unfortunately we underestimated how vast their scheme was. On my own I could only hold off that guy named Salong. At this, Mo fan suddenly slammed his fist on the table. He said dejectedly, the Dark Covenant has been planning this for years, yet they only sent me. It shows Elder Chang's case isn't being taken seriously. Tangyu reached out and placed a comforting hand on Mo fan's arm. I understand how you feel. With the media involved and the evidence I've submitted, I believe the Judgment Council's higher-ups will give Elder Chang the justice he deserves. Mo fan quickly changed his tone. So Miss Tang, what's the real reason you called me here? Also, why is this town so dry? Tangyu nodded approvingly. You're very observant. That's exactly right. We're not sure yet, which is why I asked for your help. Mo fan patted his chest confidently. Then you've come to the right person. Tangyu added, my identity is too sensitive and easily exposed later. You'll help me tail him. Maybe the Judgment Council can find some clues from this wanted man. Just then a young man wearing a baseball cap appeared downstairs. Seeing him, Mo Fan blurted out, "AA wanted criminal."
Moments later, Mo Fan was panting like a dog as he walked, grumbling to himself, "This weather is unbearable." Tang Yu handed him a few more maps.
"That's the only way I'd immediately tell that guy."
Mo Fan recalled what Ling Yu had just said. Mages were corrupt at heart,
having done countless wicked deeds like murder and robbery. He's killed so many mages he's practically no different from a demon.
Mo Fan scratched his head with a wry smile. "Miss Ling Yu, I'm afraid I can't handle such a dangerous fugitive. Maybe you should take these missions yourself."
But since money talks, Mo Fan slightly agreed, happily accepting the task.
Ling Yu reminded him again not to rely too much on the star map book or head struggle to cast intermediate spells independently in the future. After taking the star map book, Mo Fan thought to himself that he'd quit after this. Meanwhile, the fugitive was asking a farmer carrying water, "Sir, do you remember when the water source here started drying up?"
The farmer replied, "About 10 days ago.
That day my kid went swimming there and came back saying the water was too shallow to swim in." The man carefully covered his face and replied, "Oh, thank you, sir, I'll go check it out."
But the farmer warned, "You'd better not go.
It's scorching hot there like a furnace. The temperature is terrifying." The man waved his hand and said, "It's fine." Mo Fan, hiding behind a tree, thought he must want to go for a swim. Just then Ling Yu suddenly appeared and said, "No time to waste, let's follow him quickly."
Mo Fan was startled by Ling Yu's sudden appearance and exclaimed, "Miss Ling Yu." He couldn't help but admire her terrifying persistence. Ling Yu seemed to read his mind and said, "Looks like you've already found a clue."
Mo Fan nodded in confirmation. "Yes, he seems to be investigating the cause of the drought too." Ling Yu agreed and urged, "Let's go. It won't be long before more people gather here." The two continued forward. The landscape ahead cracked and parched from the drought.
After observing for a moment, Mo Fan couldn't help but ask,
"Judging by the severity of this drought, it must have been like this for at least 2 months. How did it get this bad?" Ling Yu whispered, "Keep following him, we'll have answers soon." Mo Fan hesitated. Following him was fine, but before he could finish his thought, a soft hand suddenly covered his mouth. Ling Yu pressed her entire body against Mo Fan, pinning him to the tree, and whispered in his ear, "Suppress your presence." It was the first time Mo Fan had been so close to such a mature beauty, and his eyes glazed over. The intoxicating sensation rushed to his head and he stammered, "Miss Ling Yu," but she pressed harder, whispering sternly, "Quiet." Then shadow magic activated and their figures vanished into thin air. At the same time, a group of people appeared not far away, gathering near a bridge. One of them said confidently, "Trust me, there's definitely a fire-type spirit seed here." Another immediately retorted, "Pan Xiong, don't spout nonsense again. We gave up an easy money-making opportunity to come here. If we leave empty-handed, you'll see what it'll do to you." The guy dressed like a cowboy analyzed, "From what I see, this place is so dry. There's a good chance fire spirit seeds exist here, but Pan Xiong is a fire mage. You wouldn't want to hog this opportunity all to yourself, right?" Hearing this, Pan Xiong burst into laughter. "Of course not. I called my brothers here to split the rewards fairly." The man immediately replied, "Then let's hurry and find it. I'm ready to get rich." Mo Fan stood in the shadows pondering the term fire spirit seed, which he had never heard in school. He was about to ask Lu Yu, but suddenly realized her ample chest was still pressed against his face. Mo Fan took the chance to take a deep breath, savoring the moment. But the sudden distraction made him forget what he was about to ask. What was it again? Just then Lu Yu stepped back and said, "Come on, why are you still standing there like an idiot? They've already left." Mo Fan snapped back to reality and quickly asked, "Miss Lu Yu, what's a fire spirit seed?" Lu Yu began explaining, "The world generates elements, and these elements vary in grade depending on their environment. For example, in certain special places where fire elements are highly active, spiritual fire seeds can form. If a fire mage absorbs one, their fire-based skills will become twice as powerful." Mo Fan was stunned. "Twice as powerful? That means even a low-ranking mage could instantly take down a three-eyed werewolf." Lu Yu confirmed, "Exactly. In the market, even the most common fire spirit seeds sell for 20 million. That's why those desperados and spell hunters are so desperate. Right, I remember Mooningshua was born with something like that, wasn't she?" She continued, "Yes, some noble families have children born with spirit seeds." Hearing this, Mo Fan thought dejectedly, "No wonder the underdogs never stand a chance." Lu Yu added, "Objectively, those born with dual element seeds are even more favored, but they require more resources to cultivate. That's why I suggested you join a major power in the Great Air Continent." Mo Fan squinted and teased, "Miss Lu Yu, you seem pretty capable yourself. How about I follow you instead? When we strike it rich, I won't abandon you." Lu Yu immediately scolded, "Don't get fresh with me." Then the two followed the group's trail to a dam. Liu sighed. More people have shown up. News like this can't stay hidden for long. Suddenly a young man said to the bald man Pan Xiong, if you don't want to beg in Hangzhou later, take your people and leave now. The Dongfang family has their eyes on this fire spirit seed. Why should we share it with outsiders? Mo Fan immediately frowned in confusion. Just what kind of family was the Dongfang clan? Their tone was so arrogant. Tang Yu briefly explained that the Dongfang family was renowned for their fire-based abilities. She thought to herself this was their territory, there was no way they just hand it over. But Pan Xiong was already furious, roaring, no way, first come first served, everyone gets a share, why should we give it to you? The young master of the Dongfang family immediately shot back, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Suddenly Mo Fan noticed something odd. Where had the hat-wearing man they'd been tracking gone? Tang Yu replied, he's definitely hiding somewhere waiting to profit from the chaos. Mo Fan worriedly asked, then what should we do? Tang Yu laid out a plan. We'll be the ones lurking in the shadows, no matter what, we have to catch him today. She saw the group readying their bows and swords and quickly warned, they're about to fight, we should back off to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. With that, Tang Yu cast a spell and a dark mist flowed from her hands, teleporting them to another tree. Mo Fan blinked and asked, oh, what was that? Tang Yu explained, it's called Shadow Steep, a basic dark element technique. Suddenly a burst of flames shot up, snapping the tree they'd just been hiding behind in half. Mo Fan breathed a sigh of relief. If we'd been a second slower, we'd have ended up like that tree. Meanwhile, the Dongfang family members were discussing, there are more of us, but fighting like this won't solve anything. The black young master immediately ordered, cover me, let them taste the power of my fiery fist. Seeing the others erect a wall of fire, Pan Xiong's group cursed, hiding behind a firewall, what kind of men are you? The black young master sneered, hiding head, then let's show you what real power looks like. Fiery fist, sky-shattering blast. A fiery punch tore straight through the Dongfang family's pre-built firewall, hurtling toward Pan Xiong's group. The man in the cowboy outfit leapt forward, unleashing a move, magma barrier scalestone. Turns out he was an earth element user, but his magma wall still crumbled under the fiery punch. The people behind him suffered the consequences. Flames scattered everywhere, turning everything they touched into scorched earth. Though Mo Fan and Tang Yu were at a distance, they still felt the heat. Luckily they were far enough to avoid injury. The man in the cowboy hat collapsed motionless. Pan Xiong anxiously asked, hey, are you okay? Then he helped the barely conscious man to his feet. The Dongfang family's young master coldly stated, today we'll spare you for the sake of the Heroes Alliance, leave now or we'll burn you to ashes. Hearing this, Pan Xiong's group quickly scattered, saying let's go. Mo Fan commented, those fire mages have no backbone, if they'd held out a little longer they might have won. On the other side, the Dongfang family members murmured to each other, good thing they backed off, if this had dragged on we'd have taken heavy losses. Another chimed in, relieved, yeah, my spiritual energy is nearly depleted. They were actually scared off by Jun Gu. Dongfang Junyi spoke up, all right, they're gone, let's start collecting the treasures. Let's make this clear, I get this item, but you'll all get your share of the benefits. The group scratched their heads and laughed, of course it's yours, well listen to you. Just then the wanted youth appeared before the Dongfang group and said, sorry, but this is already mine. Though if I'm in a good mood, I might let you die more comfortably. Seeing the massive spider behind him spewing silk, Dongfang Jun shouted, oh no, it's a cursed practitioner. Run! But before they could take more than a few steps, the Dongfang group was ensnared by spider silk. Their screams echoed, ah. Mo Fan's expression darkened as he watched the scene, thinking to himself, we're lucky we didn't show up too early. Tang Yu immediately said, I hope they have connections with spirit practitioners or mages, or they won't survive. Mo Fan picked up the spirit map book and asked, would lightning techniques work? Tang Yu explained, all curse techniques are precast, even killing the caster with lightning won't help now. Mo Fan thought to himself, this guy is terrifying. Meanwhile, Dongfang Jun and the others shouted, if you kill us, the Dongfang clan will never let you go. The man sneered, how foolish, I don't even fear the Judgment Council, what's the Dongfang clan to me, alright, time to get to work. With that he turned and left, letting the giant spider devour the Dongfang group. Standing before the dried-up dam, he mused, this is supposed to be a reservoir, why are there spirit-grade insects here? He muttered, could it be earthfire? Suddenly a burst of flames erupted from the ground. On the other side, Bingji chuckled, just as I thought, there's such pure earthfire here. If I can refine it, my power will greatly increase. At that moment Tang Yu said to Mo Fan, you observed the changes here, I'll make the first move. With it she leapt into action. A black magical sigil appeared in her hand. Tang Yu's expression grew solemn as she activated Shadow Step. Her form moving swiftly and silently like the wind. The golden-haired dark-eyed Bingji looked at the fire insect before him and said, all right, little one, come here. Suddenly he sensed something, his magical tool glowed with a dark blue light. He muttered, the sparrows behind me are getting more interesting by the minute.
Tang Yu added, Zhao He, you've taken 4 more lives, all remnants of mid-tier mages. Not only will you face execution but your soul will be punished as well. Zhao He replied, oh, looks like he'll have to add 2 more charges to the list. One of them was the murder of a judge. At that moment Tang Yu's eyes flickered with the mark's glow. She shouted, there's nothing to say to a monster like you. Zhao He retorted, is that all it takes to catch me? Seeing his unshaken composure, Tang Yu felt a surge of dread. The sky above seemed to twist and warp. Zhao He suddenly muttered something cryptic, without your shadow I doubt you'd ever leave. Oh right, I forgot to mention I knew you were tailing me all along. Tang Yu and Mo Fan were both stunned by his words. Zhao He continued, so I slipped something into what you ate. I know you won't believe, eat a judge like you. How could you not notice your food was tampered with? But now don't you feel parched to dry throat? Tang Yu suddenly realized with horror. Ah, Zhao He added, as an alchemist I only gave you something beneficial, understand? Then he pulled out a provocatively shaped bottle. Tang Yu's face flushed crimson as she struggled to speak. Disgusting, you gave me an aphrodisiac. Mo Fan thought to himself, ugh, why am I helping this creep? Zhao He stepped forward, scooped Tang Yu into his arms and said, I'm best at handling women. Now you know what my second charge is, don't you? Mo Fan cursed under his breath. This pervert dared to lay a hand on Tang Yu. Tang Yu screamed, you animal, I'll burn you to ashes. With it she unleashed a flame art, summoning a massive fiery bird that soared toward Zhao He. The flames engulfed him and he howled, damn you, woman. Tang Yu's eyes burned with fury as she roared, Fisher Fist. A blazing inferno surged toward him, threatening to reduce him to cinders. Just then Zhao He countered with a 9 palaces technique, erecting a wall of fire to block the flames. Seeing the explosion, Mo Fan gasped, oh, so that's Tang Yu's true power. Zhao He emerged from the rubble coughing violently. Cough, didn't expect you'd destroy my sacred demonic tool. I'll make you pay with your body. With it he gestured toward Tang Yu. She let out a soft groan, her face burning with shame as she muttered, damn you. Ah, at this time Tang Yu had fallen to the ground. She was immediately ensnared by spider silk and dragged away. Zhao He reached out with that detestable hand, saying to the unconscious Tang Yu, let me suddenly strike. A fire palm comes flying. This was the fierce fisting Tian. With a deafening boom, Zhao He was sent flying. Mo Fan hid behind a tree, unable to let his guard down. If he fell into a trap it would be over. Meanwhile his fire fist had already dissipated. Though it didn't deal much damage to Zhao He, it was enough to stop him from harming Tang Yu further. Zhao He snapped in frustration, kid, if you want to play the hero, know your limits. You're just a mid-stage rookie, haven't even awakened your second affinity, have you? Mo Fan's expression darkened as he thought he's still alive after all. Just how many tricks does this lunatic have up his sleeve? Zhao He stretched his hand toward the ember and taunted Mo Fan, what's wrong, too scared to come out? Mo Fan shot back, I can kill you from right here. Trying to lure me into a trap, not a chance. Zhao He sneered, go ahead and try. With the pathetic mana of a mid-stage mage, even if you unleash all your fury you'll never break through my water erosion physique. Soon this woman will end up like those 4, drained of her life. Mo Fan replied, are you using this teacher's life to threaten me? Hi, you've got it all wrong. I'm just a coward who values his own skin. How about we strike a deal instead? Mo Fan weighed his options given the situation. If he has no other moves he'll likely agree. Just then Zhao He feigned surprise him. Mo Fan continued, I want use fierce fist to break your water physique. The fire affinity seed is yours. But you must lift the curse on her and hand over the Dongfang family's 4 relics. Zhao He fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Haha, interesting. Seems you're not as innocent as you look, but you're not just after the Dongfang family's relics, are you? Fine, consider it a deal. Mo Fan replied, then let's call this a successful partnership. Zhao He interrupted, not so fast, I need to refine this ember first, only then can you take her. Mo Fan questioned, how do I know you won't harm her once you're done? Zhao He answered, the curse erodes the soul over time. With your mid-stage mage abilities you should be able to sense her condition, right? You really are a novice. Then he grabbed Tang Yu's hair and lifted her head, saying, of course. If you try to violently disrupt my water erosion physique now, I guarantee she won't survive. But don't worry, I always keep my word in business deals. Mo Fan mused to himself, eager to refine the blazing flame. Was there really no way? How interesting. Mo Fan stepped out, still holding a copy of the Book of Essence Diagrams. Goodness, even a deranged killer keeps his word. Now this young mage feels a little awkward. Zhu He roared, hey, what do you mean by that? Mo Fan raised the Book of Essence Diagrams and said, nothing, it's just that lightning has already manifested. Zhu He froze in shock upon seeing it. Mo Fan said calmly, who said I had to use fire? Mo Fan began casting with both hands, looking quite composed. Zhu He stammered, no, that's impossible. You've only just reached the intermediate stage, how can you wield 2 elements? Fan pointed to the sky and purple lightning crackled into view. He unleashed a strike and a thunderbolt crashed down. Jui's face went blank with disbelief. A terrifying bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, shattering the barrier and reducing Ju to a lifeless mess. Tang Yu was nearby, splattered with the gruesome remains. Tang Yu shrieked Yu before breaking into a fit of coughing. Fan thought to himself, this must be intermediate dark magic. No warning, just turning someone into a bloody mist in an instant. As expected of a top-tier elemental spell so overpowering. Fan suddenly remembered, oh right, Tang Yu. He rushed to her side and asked, Miss Tang Yu, are you alright? Tang Yu barely sat up and shouted, ugh, stay back. After regaining some control, she said, why you go refine the blazing flame now? Fan leaned in and replied, I can refine it any time. Your safety matters more, Tang Yu yelled, you little brat. Don't act like you don't know what's going on. Fan pointed at himself dumbly, oh really, it's mine. Tang Yu snapped, go, stop wasting time. Fan said, take care of yourself, I'll go refine the blazing flame now. Tang Yu cursed, get lost, but in her mind she grumbled that brat got lucky and still plays innocent. Fan thought Miss Tang Yu was so fierce. This temperature, this purity. Tang Yu shouted again, what are you standing around for, waiting for someone to steal it? Fan tumbled forward with a yelp. Fan said happily, Miss Tang Yu, I have succeeded in refining. Which member of the Dongfang family are you? Tang Yu shouted, all relics must be confiscated, don't try to act innocent after getting a freebie. Fan asked again, of course, Miss Tang Yu, are you really okay? After picking up the magical device, Tang Yu said, I'm fine, you must be disappointed. After saying that, she stood up shakily and said, let's go back. Fan waved his hand and replied, all right. Then Fan and Tang Yu got into the car and returned. Tang Yu kept coughing dryly, cough. The spiritual fire will alter the remnants of a magical constitution. From now on, unless you encounter a higher grade spiritual seed, any fire damage will be greatly reduced for you. Fan finally understood, I see. By the way, are you chasing that wanted criminal because of the Bo City incident? Tang Yu replied, the Bo City incident was caused by the violent Juju trial. Special elixirs shouldn't have fallen into the Dark Church's hands in large quantities. So we suspect a mage violated the covenant and secretly sold forbidden elixirs to the Dark Church. We originally thought we might find some clues in the boastful land, but unfortunately he's already dead. Hopefully his ring contains something useful. Suddenly Tang Yu let out a gasp. Fan was also surprised to see Tang Yu trembling. Fan looked stunned as Tang Yu suddenly pounced on him, her lips pressing close. Fan froze, stammering Yua. Then Tang Yu kissed Fan on the lips. Fan immediately shut his mouth, only able to make muffled sounds. Fan stammered, trembling, wait. Then Tang Yu reached for Fan's belt and laughed. Fan panicked and said, don't undo my belt. Then Tang Yu reached somewhere else and Fan cried out, Miss Tang Yu, not there. At this moment the driver in the front saw the scene and his nose started bleeding. He thought young people these days really know how to have fun. Tang Yu kept panting, aha. Fan's clothes were removed, his body covered in Tang Yu's lipstick marks. Fan was shocked and scared, stammering, Tang teacher Tang. Suddenly Tang Yu's vision blurred, then she slapped Fan hard, causing him both physical and emotional pain. Tang Yu roared, get out. The atmosphere in the car became awkward. The two sat in silence, each on opposite sides. The driver turned around, stammering, this. Tang Yu took out a bank card and said, swipe it. Then the two got out of the car. Fan's face was still covered in lipstick marks. He stammered, Miss Tang Yu. Tang Yu approached Fan and said, Fan, I'm afraid you don't know. She leaned in close to Fan and threatened, lifelong adjudicators have 2 chances for accidental killings. If you don't want me to use one on you, you'd better keep this incident to yourself, understood? Fan's face turned as pale as paper, forcing a laugh. Ha, Miss Tang Yu, what a coincidence. Would you like to take a stroll around the commercial street too? I have something to do, so we'll head off first. Let me treat you to coffee some other time. With that he took off running. Tang Yu watched his retreating figure and thought, that kid's got some wits about him. The scene shifts to the Shanghai magic settlement. After returning home, Fan collapsed onto his bed. He sighed, sigh, will Tang Yu just abandon me from now on? Suddenly a message notification chimed, beep. Fan opened it to find a message from Tang Yu. Come to the Shanghai Magic Association for awakening tomorrow. I've already arranged someone for you. Fan couldn't help but cheer, haha, Tang Yu's the best. Just then Xia opened the door and reminded him, brother, it's already late. Fan awkwardly apologized, sorry. The scene shifts to the Shanghai Magic Association. The place also had another name, the Eastern Magic Association. It had no connection to the Eastern Fire Clan, it was simply because it was located on the Oriental Pearl Mage Tower. Fan stared up in awe. He never expected Shanghai's iconic landmark to become the headquarters of the Magic Association. Just then a tour guide led a group of visitors and explained, please look over here, this wall is engraved with the Magic Association's bylaws. Article 1 Mages are prohibited from using magic to destroy structures taller than high-rises within the city. Magic may be used to destroy structures below high-rise level but only with justifiable cause. Article 2 Mages are forbidden from using magic on ordinary people. Article 3 Mages may duel among themselves but killing is prohibited. Violators will be charged with murder and tried by the Judgment Council. For other clauses, those interested may look them up themselves. Emofan stroked his chin and thought, so Tanyu is part of the Judgment Council. Turns out they don't just hunt criminals, they also oversee mage battles. Just then Emofan stepped into the elevator. A beautiful receptionist stepped forward to greet Emofan. Esteemed mage, how may I assist you? Emofan stammered, I am here for awakening. Someone already made an appointment for me. The receptionist politely asked, I'll check for you. May I have your name? Emofan scratched his head sheepishly. Emofan. The girl smiled. Very well, Mr. Emofan. Would you like to tour the facilities or proceed directly to the awakening chamber? Emofan suggested, let's go straight to awakening, please follow me. Emofan marveled, no wonder it's the capital, this organization is top tier. Along the way Emofan spotted a group of people. He curiously asked, who are they? The receptionist explained. The big screen displays routine announcements as well as resources distributed by association mages in the past week. Those in need may claim them. Regular mages and VIP users, however, receive unknown service. Emofan wondered, does that mean I get VIP treatment now? Haha. At this moment the receptionist led Emofan to a place called the Awakening Chamber. The girl introduced, we've arrived at the Awakening Chamber. She stood in front of the camera and reported, Mr. Gua, the person who needs awakening has arrived. Inside the room Mr. Gua glanced at the screen and responded, oh I see, let him in. The door opened and Emofan walked inside. He took a deep breath. Phew, I'm about to awaken the obsession system. Mr. Gua asked Xiaomian, is the awakening stone ready? Xiaomian happily replied, everything is ready, master. Which system do you plan to inject into the guiding stone? After thinking for a moment Mr. Gua said, let me see, let's go with the lightning system. Xiaomian obediently replied, alright. Mr. Gua said with disgust, if I weren't short on money for stock I wouldn't bother awakening someone like this. Xiaomian asked, master, should you double check how much did you charge them? Mr. Gua answered, 100,000 awakening stones aren't available on the market. I agreed to help them awaken as a favor. No issues, let's proceed. They'll take him in. Mr. Gua said coldly to Emofan, kid, follow me. Emofan blankly replied, Ahu. After hearing this Mr. Gua added, let me make this clear, awakening mostly depends on talent. Even if I inject the lightning system into you, don't blame me if your talent isn't enough. Emofan quickly said, I understand, but why are you giving me the lightning system? I want to awaken the obsession system. Mr. Gua was taken aback after hearing this. He carefully sized up Emofan before asking, after a while, are you sure you want to awaken the obsession system on your first try? Emofan firmly said, it's the obsession system, of course I know. Mr. Gua then said, fine, if he wants the obsession system, give it to him, the price is the same anyway. Xiaomian obediently replied yes. Mr. Gua pointed at a machine and told Emofan, next we'll give you a quiet space for the awakening. I'll emphasize again, if the obsession system awakening fails I'm not responsible. Emofan sighed, got it, why is this guy so long-winded? Emofan looked at the machine thinking excitedly, you'll finally need you, my dear obsession system. After Mr. Gua left he said, you have 10 minutes. Suddenly a blue-black glow appeared on Emofan's hands, his eyes lit up. Then Emofan found himself in the awakening space. He sighed, there's nothing here. Did the awakening fail? Emofan stood frozen thinking, no, this can't be happening. Just then a blue-black aura quietly appeared. Emofan was stunned. Before Emofan an infant soul appeared. He was so shocked that he stared in disbelief. He hugged the infant soul and planted a flurry of kisses on it. Mwah mwah mwah, amazing, it's the dark affinity awakening successful. You little troublemaker, daring to threaten me again? How, with 3 affinities in hand I practically own the world. Suddenly Emofan was stunned again as another nebula appeared. He asked in surprise, I'll buy one get one free. The 4th affinity awakened. It has no color. Wait, what affinity has no color? Just then Xiaomian shouted, are you done yet? Finish awakening and come out already, there are other mages waiting to awaken. Emofan pondered for a moment thinking, it's just cutting in line, do they really need to be so rude about it? Then Xiaomian said in alarm, how, why is your awakening stone transparent? She turned and called out, Master Gua, Master Gua. Then she said to Emofan, congratulations, you've awakened the summoning affinity. Master Gua stroked his beard thoughtfully. This silly kid awakened the summoning affinity. Emofan finally understood colorless silver mist meant the summoning affinity. Master Gua praised, your 100,000 was well spent. Train hard now. Mo Fan could only grin foolishly, thinking to himself, ha, for affinities. If Mu Zhuoyun found out, he'd probably kneel in awe. And Mu Ningxue might too sigh. Master Guo whispered, all right, off you go now. The evaluation team's recommended candidate will be here soon. Mo Fan agreed cheerfully, then thought, does the evaluation team specialize in cutting in line? No wonder they don't like me. Just then a plump man walked over and said, sir, it's your turn now, please come in. Master Guo said happily, you must be the mid-rank mage Zhongjia introduced by Tang Yu. Mo Fan, right? Xiao Mian served the tea. Xiao Mian immediately brought the tea over cheerfully, saying, here you go. The plump man asked angrily, what are you wearing in Yanda Hai? You don't even remember my name, how do you do business? The receptionist then reminded Master Guo the young man who just left was Mo Fan. Upon hearing this, Master Guo and his disciple Xiao Mian were both stunned. The scene shifted to the living quarters where Mo Fan returned to his room. Passing by Xingxia's room, he saw her still fast asleep. A blissful smile graced her face. Then Mo Fan recalled fragments of his memories from Bo City. He remembered all the magical tools he and Xinxia had talked about. And the ones with different shapes. Winged butterfly, star-shaped. Mo Fan gazed at the sleeping Xinxia. He made up his mind, his demonic energy blazing fiercely. I must cultivate the fourth system and fulfill my promise to Xinxia. Then turning to the little girl, he said, sleep well and have sweet dreams. Mo Fan returned to his room and began meditating. The demonic core continuously released. Magic time passed, and 3 months later, Mo Fan had just finished his cultivation. He let out a relaxed breath, surprised by his rapid progress. Perhaps it was because he already had experience controlling fire and lightning systems, making it easier now. Just then Mo Jiaxing walked in cheerfully and said, son, tomorrow is the entrance exam. Come here, I made your favorite food. Then he added, come sit down, there's soup too, now it's complete. Afterward Mo Jiaxing served a plate of orange glazed fish and said, there you go, son, eat up. Tomorrow is an important day, you need to get into a good magic academy. Xinxia said she helped cook too. After serving Mo Fan some food, Mo Jiaxing said, but with your dual system talent, many academies should be eager to accept you. Come and eat. Mo Fan replied, I don't plan to reveal my dual system talent. Alright, that's enough, serve some to Xinxia. Mo Jiaxing asked in surprise, then what will you use for the exam? Mo Fan answered confidently, the illusion system. Shocked, Mo Jiaxing asked, when did you awaken the illusion system? Mo Fan didn't answer immediately, just picked up a piece of fish and smiled. The scene shifts to the interview location at Mingzhu Academy. Someone announced that Mag Fam's crystal strength test result was SSS. Another added that SSS was considered the minimum admission standard for the school. But so far he hadn't used any illusion techniques. A female teacher interjected, that's asking too much. I think this young man has a solid foundation and good talent. The hardest part of the illusion system is controlling illusion beasts. We don't know his control abilities yet, so we can't admit him lightly. Another agreed, right, the illusion system doesn't require much cultivation. Dizzy Mo Fan thought, goodness, Mingzhu Academy's interview was much stricter than I imagined. Meanwhile the examiners continued debating. Director Lu said they were also looking for a versatile Earth system mage. Meaning they could only accept one of the two. Someone agreed, yes, we only have one spot. Then an examiner scratched his head and said, alright Mo Fan, if you can control the 7 luminaries well, see what kind of creature you can summon. This will determine whether they choose me or that Earth magic student. I have a week to prepare and will also invite the summoning department teachers to evaluate. What do you all think, teachers? If the candidates seem reasonable, then let's approve it. Alright, this idea is great. Just then one of the judges reminded him, right, if this is your first summoning, the teacher suggests you use some auxiliary tools. After listening, Mo Fan immediately bowed and thanked them. Alright, thank you, teachers. On the way back, Mo Fan walked and thought, I originally thought the interview would be easy if the teacher hadn't reminded me about the tools. ID have been completely lost. Sigh, I really need to find someone to tutor me. Then Mo Fan started planning, got it. So he picked up the phone and dialed Miss Tang Yu. Long time no see. Scene shift, a high-end neighborhood by West Lake. Tang Yu, wearing loose pajamas, answered the call. What's up? Mo Fan squinted and grinned. How much do you know about summoning? Tang Yu replied, a little. Why? Mo Fan immediately said, that's perfect. I want to use summoning to get into Bright Pearl Academy. Unfortunately, there isn't much information about magic out there, so I have to ask my dear Tang Yu for help. Tang Yu immediately asked, where are you now? Mo Fan looked around blankly, not knowing where he was after a long while. So he said, how about I come to you? Tang Yu agreed readily, sure, come to West Lake. Mo Fan took the tram to the meeting spot with Tang Yu. The guy slept sprawled across the seat, drooling the whole way.
Suddenly the announcement played, "Dear passengers, we have arrived at Hangzhou Station. Please check your belongings if you need to disembark." Fan jolted awake. "Oh no, I almost missed my stop." Scene shift: Westlake's affluent district. Tang Yu, wearing a thin nightgown, lazily sat picking lipstick colors. Which one should I choose? Then she remembered her earlier banter with Fan. She propped herself up and suddenly stood shouting, "What am I doing? Ugh. Might as well have someone come to Westlake to relax." Just then her phone screen showed a message from Fan, and here Fan was still spacing out. This place isn't bad. He thought to himself, when I make enough money you'll buy a house here and live comfortably. By then Tang Yu had changed into a youthful outfit and walked out saying, "Let's go for a walk." Summoning is quite complicated. I'll explain it to you slowly. Fan obediently replied, "Alright, I've never been to Hangzhou before anyway." Then he snickered to himself, "If my high school classmates knew I was this close with teacher Tang Yu, they'd be so jealous, haha." Afterward Fan was led by Tang Yu to tour Westlake while they chatted. Summoning abilities might be the most unpredictable power. Master them and you're unstoppable. Mess them up and it's no different from walking a dog. It's a skill shrouded in mystery. After activating the summoning dimension, your consciousness will enter a realm that doesn't belong to this world. Fan began to question the world he lived in. He wondered again about that other dimension. Tang Yu nodded in confirmation and revealed a shocking truth: this world isn't the only one that's right. There are multiple dimensions. The summoning dimension is one of the more familiar realms to humans. As your consciousness wanders in the summoning dimension, you'll encounter different summoned beasts. This is also what triggered the 3 great upheavals. A strange yet fitting analogy flashed through Fan's mind, making everything click. So that's how it is. The summoning dimension is like walking into a zoo blindfolded. You might grab a mouse or you might grab a lion. Tang Yu blinked at his analogy but nodded soon after. "Yeah, that's about right. Based on your understanding, you can even summon stronger beasts?" Fan asked in surprise. "If used properly, summoning abilities can even surpass high-tier magic." She motioned for him to follow this way. The surroundings grew increasingly desolate, making Fan feel uneasy. "You said that, but why does it feel like we're heading into the middle of nowhere? Didn't we already do this in the taxi last time? Why again?" As he thought about it, Fan couldn't help but drool. Just then Tang Yu's voice cut through his thoughts. "Alright, no one's around, let's go." And Fan panicked, "Here already?" Tang Yu gave a firm order. Summoning dimension. Now Fan stood frozen, looking like a deer in headlights. Tang Yu's expression darkened instantly. She snapped, Fan, what on earth are you thinking?" Fan turned pale and forced a laugh. "Haha, nothing. He sighed in relief. Had almost messed up big time. The next morning a luxurious Mercedes quietly pulled up in front of Bright Pearl Academy. This world is a little different, so the car logo looks a bit odd. A chubby man stepped out of the car looking annoyed. "What bad luck, I have to wait another week to decide." This chubby man was Luo Rong, a student being recommended for admission. The elderly man beside him gently consoled him. Now Xiao Rong, this is Bright Pearl Academy in Shanghai, brimming with talent. Your competitor is a student from the summoning discipline. Those are quite rare." Luo Rong responded calmly, completely unfazed. "Oldly, what's so impressive about summoning anyway?" The old man just sighed. "Compared to you, they really are nothing. But if they don't accept you, where else can we go? After all, that place is our foundation." Luo Rong flared up instantly upon hearing this. "No way, I'll make those who mock me see my worth. I don't need to rely on my father, I'm stronger than them on my own." The old man had no choice but to comply. At this moment, inside the examination room, all the examiners were seated and waiting. Luo Rong walked in and greeted them politely. "Good day, esteemed teachers." A few nodded in response. "Luo Rong, you're here, sit beside me." Just then Luo Rong happened to spot Fan. He sneered inwardly, full of disdain. "Oh dear, dressed in rags like that, what a delusional sight." He even scoffed dismissively. Luo Rong slapped his thigh, casting a haughty glance at Fan. "Is this the student competing against me? You need money to play summoning." Fan remained silent, saying nothing. Then one of the proctors spoke up. "What's a kid like you doing at Bright Pearl Academy? Insisting on competing with a summoning student?" Luo Rong quickly replied, "Uncle Li, what's the harm? After all, you know my abilities well enough." Another proctor turned to Fan and said, "Alright, since everyone's here, let's begin." Fan, you go first." Fan respectfully acknowledged yes. Right after, another proctor reminded him, "Young one, did you purchase any summoning auxiliary tools?" Fan answered honestly, "They're too expensive, I can't afford them." But he thought to himself, even the cheapest auxiliary tools cost tens of thousands. The expensive ones go for millions. How could I possibly buy them? The teacher could only sigh. "Very well, then begin." Fan began casting his summoning spell. And his consciousness immediately entered another dimension. The teacher quickly reminded him, "Don't forget to persuade the creature you choose with your will." As Fan hopped around in the summoning realm, he suddenly spotted a shadow wolf beast. This one looks promising, Mo-fan thought gleefully. You're the one. A rope instantly lashed out, swift and precise. The rope is tightly binding the shadow wolf beast's mouth. Mo-fan pulls with all his strength and the beast glares at him furiously. Mo-fan happily tugs the rope, saying hey, while the shadow wolf beast struggles wildly. The rope tightens further, even binding its legs. The shadow wolf beast is dragged along, its claws scraping against the stone ground with a rustling sound. Mo-fan bursts into laughter. Haha, success. But just then the shadow wolf beast suddenly goes berserk. It forces its jaws open, snapping the rope in an instant. Mo-fan loses his balance and falls flat on his back, staring blankly as he mutters, oh no, it's broken. The shadow wolf beast glares at Mo-fan with resentment. It bares its sharp fangs ready to bite him. Mo-fan's eyes widen in terror, his face pale as a sheet. At the last moment the teacher's voice rings out, reminding him, treat it with kindness. Remember, you and your summoned creature are not master and servant. You are borrowing the power of another dimension, asking for their assistance from another realm. Most importantly, you must establish mutual understanding, not force. Mo-fan thinks again. Every time he imprints his spiritual mark on a summoned creature, it drains his magical energy and his reserves are limited. The first attempt failed. I can't make the same mistake again. Cooperation, not coercion. With that he re-enters the dimensional world. Mo-fan wraps his hand in magical energy and says kindly to the shadow wolf beast, treat it with kindness. He gently strokes the wolf and says, I'm really sorry about earlier, so would you help me? The shadow wolf beast doesn't understand his words, but it senses he isn't so bad. Then it follows Mo-fan out. Several judges are terrified out of their wits, unable to believe their eyes. How is this possible? I never expected it to be a shadow wolf beast. Seeing the shadow wolf beast appear so coolly by Mo-fan's side, the crowd gasps in amazement again. A shadow wolf beast, one teacher remarks, it seems Mo-fan's philosophy is far stronger than we imagined. Another female teacher asks, this can't be his first summon, right? Others immediately agree that's right, it's nearly impossible to summon a shadow wolf beast on the first try, but one person firmly disagrees, this is absolutely his first time. I'm certain of it. Then the others chorus, summoning teachers, we want this student. Luo Rong flies into a rage, pointing at Mo-fan and roaring, take him on what grounds? What's so impressive about summoning a shadow wolf beast? Bright Pearl Academy has always valued practical combat. I could take down a whole pack of shadow wolf beasts alone. Mo-fan couldn't be bothered to say more. He simply spread his arms and beckoned to Luo Rong, signaling him to bring it on. Luo Rong stomped his foot and a massive boulder instantly appeared beneath him. I'll show off tonight, and then jumped down. Then pointing at Mo-fan he said, let your dark wolf beast play with me, let's see what it's capable of. Mo-fan turned to the dark wolf beast and asked, what do you think? Luo Rong roared, turn around and talk to me. Mo-fan said to the dark wolf beast, fine, if calling the Grand Elder here is just for show, it'll never let me live it down, let's see what tricks you've got. The proctors exchanged glances and one of them spoke up, if no one else objects, a quick match should settle this. Mo-fan told the dark wolf beast, he's challenging you, go ahead and accept. The dark wolf beast bared its ancient unbrushed teeth and let out a deafening roar. Luo Rong smirked, fine, let's see how your dumb wolf compares to our guard dog. No sooner had he spoken than the dark wolf beast struck, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. But Luo Rong casually waved his hand, deflecting the flying stones. The chubby boy scoffed, rocks flying around, please, what's so scary about that? He stomped his foot and a seal instantly appeared beneath him. With a slight slide, Luo Rong shifted to the side. The dark wolf beast snarled fiercely and Luo Rong responded with a cold, disdainful snort. The beast lunged forward, leaping into the air and charging straight at the plump Luo Rong. Luo Rong formed hand seals and unleashed earthquake collapse, slamming both palms into the ground. The ground in front of the dark wolf beast suddenly caved in, trapping it inside. Luo Rong burst into laughter, sneering, you love running so much, don't you? Keep running, let's see how you escape my quicksand trap. The dark wolf beast roared again, howling in frustration. Mo-fan thought to himself, faster, just a little faster and it'll break free. Luo Rong taunted, haha, calling you a guard dog is an insult to dogs. Enraged, the dark wolf beast roared once more before bursting out of the pit with all its might. With a final surge of effort it leapt free and lunged at Luo Rong. Luo Rong's face turned ashen while the dark wolf beast glared at him with pure hatred. Luo Rong stumbled back in terror, muttering, ugh, I didn't want to reveal this much. Since you're too stubborn to back down, I'll show you my ultimate magic. With that, Luo Rong raised his hands and unleashed an ice-based spell. The ground beneath him instantly froze over. And even the rooftops were covered in frost. Luo Rong struck, casting frostbound horizon, a razor-sharp icicle hurtling toward the dark wolf beast. The examiners' faces turned as pale as paper, shouting what a shared rank spell. The butler thought to himself, I assumed young master could pass the exam at Pearl Academy with just earth magic, but I never expected his true strength to be revealed so soon. Suddenly one of the examiners cried out, no, stop right now. Luo Rong said smugly, there's no such thing as holding back in battle. Consider this a lesson, he'll remember it for the rest of his life. But the examiner's actions left Luo Rong stunned. Han thought to himself, isn't this guy trying to stop me? By now a streak of violet lightning flickered in Luo Rong's eyes. The examiner frantically blocked him, saying, Mo Fan, don't act rashly. Luo Rong looked bewildered. No, that's impossible. Mo Fan roared, how dare you lay a hand on my young master? The other examiners and the butler were terrified out of their wits. Mo Fan glared and unleashed his lightning, bellowing, I'll wipe you out right now, you fool. Mo Fan still raised his hands, lightning crackling and ready to strike. The examiners quickly intervened. All right, the test ends here. Luo Rong, retract the barrier now. Luo Rong snapped back to his senses. All right. The teacher urged Mo Fan, you should stop too. Mo Fan replied, fine. Mo Fan then said to the young wolf beast, little master, you did well, go back now. The wolf beast let out a sound in response. The head examiner announced, all right, this is just an assessment, no need to get so worked up. Mo Fan, though we don't understand why a lightning mage like you chose summoning for the exam, we respect your decision. From today onward you are a new student of Pearl Academy's summoning department. Mo Fan cheered excitedly while Luo Rong left dejectedly. But the head examiner added, hey fatty, don't leave just yet. You're also admitted to the Earth department before school starts. A little lesson for you wouldn't hurt. Luo Rong stammered, oh thank you headmaster. The scene shifted to the administrative office where Mo Fan's file lay on the desk. The dean asked, are you from Bo City? Mo Fan confirmed yes. The dean thought the entire nation knows about the great disaster in Bo City. The country has preferential policies for examinees from Bo City. I never expected to actually enroll a student from there. Compared to students nationwide, this examinee from Bo City isn't particularly outstanding. The dean praised, good, I don't see any signs of exhaustion or weakness after the disaster. Mo Fan scratched his head, thanks. The dean asked, I wonder if you can stay at the academy full-time. He handed Mo Fan the acceptance letter bearing the Pearl Academy emblem. All right, here is your admission letter, congratulations Mo Fan. Mo Fan politely stepped out and said, I'll take my leave then. Dean Xiao, Director General Dean Xiao happily agreed. Off you go. As he walked, Mo Fan wondered, are all university professors this unreliable? Well, at least I got the admission letter. I should hurry and share this good news with father and my confidants. After Mo Fan was out of sight, Dean Xiao turned to the person beside him, Director General. The person stepped forward and asked, do you have further instructions, Dean Xiao? Dean Xiao said, this student is quite interesting, let's nurture him well. The Director General let out a surprised sound before agreeing, oh very well. The scene shifted to Bright Pearl Academy's campus where a broadcast announced, new students please report here to collect your student IDs. The men's dormitory is on the left, don't go the wrong way. Mo Fan was brushing his teeth when he realized it was already September 1st. These past few days have flown by so quickly, he thought, just as the sound of the door opening reached him. Mo Fan looked up in surprise. A blond young man dragged his suitcase and sized Mo Fan up and said, wow, I thought I was the first one here. Let me introduce myself, I'm Zhao Manuan, majoring in relationship studies. Mo Fan muttered to himself, this guy is almost better looking than me, that's dangerous. He shook Zhao Manuan's hand while still holding his toothbrush, mumbling Ahuan. Zhao Manuan looked confused. You should finish brushing first. I'll unpack first, Zhao Manuan said as he started organizing his luggage. After rinsing his mouth, Mo Fan was asked, you're from the illusion department, right? Hearing an upperclassman say their dorm was mixed department, Mo Fan finally let out an O of realization. Zhao Manuan pulled out his phone. Oh right, I invited some upperclasswomen to dinner. I'll be off then, Ahan, he said, vanishing like a streak of light. Relationship studies really is something else. Mo Fan shouted, it's Mo Fan, not Ahan. Ugh, I really need to introduce myself properly next time. Just then the door opened again and a bespectacled young man walked in. Mo Fan exclaimed, ah, but the two people who had entered already made him feel snubbed twice. Mo Fan's face flushed with frustration. What is this humiliating? A red-haired young man with a backward cap pointed at the balcony. Whose is this? Mo Fan answered, mine. The guy asked, what department are you from? Mo Fan replied, illusion department. The guy let out an O, then pointed at the balcony near the woods. And that one, what department is that? Mo Fan answered, relationship studies. Without another word, the guy tossed Zhao Manuan's things onto the floor. He looked up and declared, this balcony now belongs to the fire department. By the way, I'm Lu Junjung. Night fell as Mo-fan attended the illusion department's new student orientation.
A guy grinned at everyone and said, "Hey there everyone. I'm Zhang Binggu, nice to meet you all."
Mo-fan thought to himself, thank goodness this guy seems normal or I'd start doubting my own sanity. But it was almost 7 o'clock and there wasn't a single person in the classroom. Did I get the wrong room? Just then a group of people rushed in panting like dogs. Finally we made it. Didn't I tell you all to come earlier? Look at you all flustered. At that moment the homeroom teacher Song walked in holding a book. Perfect, everyone's here, quick take your seats. A chubby guy happily replied, got it. Mo-fan thought with relief, is everyone really here? Are there only 7 freshmen in the whole department? Teacher Song explained the summoning department is the most unique among all departments. Most of the time you'll be self-studying so you can focus on raising your summoned beasts. Mo-fan mused, this department is really something else, like a bunch of magical gourd kids.
Still, I'll have to train in all 4 systems. With enough time I can master them all. Teacher Song continued, all right, back to the point.
Our academy has a special tradition to welcome new students.
For the summoning department this is a major event you must face. The top 2 performers will receive a vial of demonic beast essence. Everyone gasped in excitement. Demonic beast essence. Mo-fan watched their reactions, completely lost.
He turned to the guy who looked the most honest. Hey, what's demonic beast essence used for? A few of them stared in shock. You don't know? Are you even in the summoning department? Director Jiang explained demonic beast essence can help your summoned creature undergo a marrow cleansing.
After the cleansing your summoned beast's power will increase. And it might even elevate your summoned creature's servant rank. The chubby guy asked Teacher Jiang, what exactly is this welcome event for freshmen? Director Jiang said, Hai Dafu, patience is a virtue. You'll find out soon enough. Mo-fan felt a spark of anticipation.
The scene shifted to the boys' dormitory. Mo-fan pushed open the door to his room. Zhao Manuan immediately asked, hey, you're Mo-fan, right? I didn't get it wrong this time, did I? Mo-fan confirmed, yeah. Then Zhao Manuan snapped his book shut and said, Mo-fan bro, I heard some seniors talking about your welcome event. You guys are in big trouble, aren't you?
Mo-fan quickly asked, you know about it, tell me everything. Zhao Manuan explained, rumor has it that Ningzhou Academy holds a large demonic beast tournament at every welcome banquet.
All freshmen have the right to step up and duel a demonic beast to showcase their skills. His own belongings were displayed in front of the entire school. Mo-fan asked in surprise, fight a demon beast? What kind of demon beast? Zhao Manuan reminded him, who said it was a demon beast. You're actually going to fight against the summoned beasts of the new summoning students? Mo-fan exclaimed, are you serious? Zhao Manuan patted Mo-fan's shoulder and said, you'd better pray for yourself, I'm going to sleep. Mo-fan watched Zhao Manuan climb into bed and asked in surprise, oh right, what about that red-haired guy? Zhao Manuan replied casually, you mean him? He probably already applied to change dorms. Sleep well? Mo-fan echoed, yes, sleep well. Suddenly the atmosphere in the room turned eerie. Mo-fan studied the name. This Zhao Manuan seemed not only striking in appearance but also quite skilled. Interesting. 2 months later, Mo-fan climbed onto the rooftop to catch a chicken away to cultivate. He watched his shadow wolf beast doing something before sighing wryly. This thing is fighting again, it's way too easy to handle. Then Mo-fan flicked his fingers and the shadow wolf beast appeared in his hand, letting out a roar. Mo-fan said, hey, take a break, will you stop fighting? But the shadow wolf beast didn't seem willing. Mo-fan sighed, fine, keep going. I'm heading back. Afterward, Mo-fan continued his cultivation as the shadow wolf beast's roars echoed in the distance. Suddenly Mo-fan snapped his eyes open, staring anxiously at the shadow wolf beast in his palm. Come on, don't die on me, I've never seen a summoned beast get beaten this easily. It's already been nurtured by a mage, can't it just find a safe place? And be a cool wolf without all this trouble? Here, I'll transfer some magic energy to you, you've got to push through. With that, Mo-fan channeled magic energy into the shadow wolf beast. The beast was covered in wounds but stayed still, taking in the energy. Soon its eyes glowed and it let out a low growl. Mo-fan sighed in relief, great, it's finally recovering a little. How about this, once you're better I'll take you to the school infirmary. There are healing teachers there who can fix you right up. But the shadow wolf beast bit Mo-fan's finger in protest. Mo-fan yelped, ouch. The beast finally let go and let out another roar. Mo-fan sighed, my wolf, how long do you plan to heal yourself if we run into trouble? Now we're done for. The shadow wolf beast started growling and whining. Alright, but we have a deal. If I sense anything wrong tonight, no matter how unwilling you are, you will come to me, understood? The shadow wolf beast let out another low growl in agreement. The scene shifts. Dawn has arrived, sunlight bathing the towering buildings of Madu City. Mo-fan remains seated calmly on the rooftop. Just then a small bird flies over and lands on Mo-fan's shoulder, chirping incessantly. The bird pecks at Emofan's face and chirps again, stretching lazily. Emofan mutters, "Oh, it's already morning." Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he nods at the shadow wolf beast. Its energy is stable now, but there's no hope for the beast taming competition. With such a severe injury, it likely won't fully recover by the time of the competition. With it, he stands up and leaves. The scene shifts. Finally, it's New Year's Day. Students buzz with excitement, asking, "What did you find out? Did you get the info?" Zhang Bingxiao has a beast from a mage's family, and that guy Hai Dafu has a white knight minion. There's also Wang Lighting's bone specter. A chubby guy exclaims, "A bone specter? That thing's no joke." Another asks, "I remember there's someone named Emofan. Did anyone find out what beast he has?" Others reply, "No, he doesn't live in the same dorm as the other 6. The chubby guy takes another bite of his drumstick and says, "Doesn't matter, well, just pick the easy targets. Defeating just one summoned beast will earn us a big reward from the school." The guy with buck teeth adds, "I don't care about the prizes. I just want to show off my strength in front of Qin Xiaomian." The chubby guy scoffs. "Yeah, right, you just like the quiet pretty girls." "I don't, I prefer Mu Nu Jiao." The others immediately argue back. "Come on, who doesn't like Mu Nu Jiao? She's a goddess." The scene shifts to the boys' dorm where someone asks Emofan. "Emofan, buddy, cut us some slack. Tell us about your summoned beast." Emofan answers bluntly, "What's there to hide? Just a shadow wolf beast." Ko Manuan looks shocked and asks, "A shadow wolf beast? That thing's way stronger than a mature monster." The guy scratches his head. "So it's a shadow wolf beast. Even if we teamed up, we couldn't beat you," someone protests. "Ha, don't assume everyone's as weak as you." With that, the guy storms out, clearly annoyed. Hearing the door slam, the bespectacled guy sighs that Su Long kid is way too arrogant. Zhao Manuan also spoke up. "Our department's assembly time is here. I'll head out first," said the bespectacled boy cheerfully. "Let's go together." Then the two greeted Mufan. "Good luck, brother Mufan." The bespectacled boy said excitedly, "Come on, buddy." Mufan could only endure it in silence. Seeing the empty dorm, his mood instantly soured. Sigh, "I wish that were true." The scene shifts to the arena where a large crowd has already gathered outside the competition venue. Zhang Bingxiao spotted Mufan approaching and greeted him warmly. "You're here, Mufan, let's go." And Mufan followed Zhang Bingxiao inside, cautiously observing his surroundings. Suddenly something made Mufan's eyes widen. It was an area enclosed by a protective cage. He immediately guessed this must be the beast cage arena. Hai Dafu confirmed it. "Yes," that friendly young man said. "Come this way to the backstage area to prepare for the match." Xin Xiaomian said to her friend, Hurry, let's sit here. This angle has a great view." At that moment, a boy said to Hai Dafu, "Wow, so many people are already here." Hai Dafu replied calmly, "No big deal, I actually prefer it this way. On the way here today, I heard everyone talking about us. They even said they could defeat us in just a few moves. It's laughable. My white tire challenge will make them taste what it's like to be crushed. A bunch of nobodies, ha." Zhang Bingxiao saw Hai Dafu like this and didn't know what to say. Just then a teacher took the stage as the host. "Everyone please quiet down. Next let's welcome the principal to give a speech." "Principal, please." After handing over the microphone, the principal waved his hand. "No need. Before I begin, I want to confirm something with all of you. If your only goal is to become a major in societies, respect a high salary, and live a wealthy life, then I must tell you responsibly you've chosen the wrong school. Mages who graduate from Pearl Academy must have the power to change the world. He must be the hero who can shoulder the mission of protecting humanity. If any of you only seek the first point, wealth or fame, Bright Pearl Academy has no shortage of such people. What we truly need is a heart that forever pursues the highest magic. Today is the crucial moment for you to prove yourselves with all your might. Cheer for our 7 protagonists, the new students of the summoning department." With that, Hai Dafu by Kai Zhang Bingxiao and others stepped onto the stage as the dean announced loudly, "But if you can defeat them, you will become the true protagonists." Qin Xiaomian asked in surprise, "How is it him?" Someone then asked Qin Xiaomian, "Do you know anyone among them?" Qin Xiaomian stammered, "Well, not exactly." Qin Xiaomian glanced at Emofan and thought, he's only been awakened for a year, yet he's already this powerful. Seeing Qin Xiaomian gazing at Emofan with admiration, by Kai was so furious he felt like exploding. This kid has some skills, but if he dares to compete for Xiaomian, he'll make sure he regrets it. Meanwhile, Luo Rong was also burning with rage as he stared at Emofan. At the same time, in the lightning department's audience seat, Su Zhuting felt dizzy. She stuttered, "No, that can't be." A girl beside her noticed Su Zhuting's pale face and asked Zhuting, "What's wrong?" When Su Zhuting didn't respond, the girl shouted, "Su Zhuting!" Su Zhuting snapped back to reality and answered, "Oh, nothing, I just saw an old friend." The girl asked again, "Is the person you're talking about one of those 7? You don't have to be so shocked." Su Zhuting sighed. You don't know about his past, the girl pressed. What do you mean don't beat around the bush, Su Zhuting replied. Let me put it this way, when I first met him he wasn't a student of the summoning department. The girl exclaimed in surprise, not a student of the summoning department. I don't understand, does that mean his primary department isn't summoning? Su Zhuting glanced at Mo Fan and said he's an intermediate mage. Meanwhile the dean asked the new students, so who among you will go first? Hai Dafu confidently pointed at himself saying let me. He seemed overly confident, almost as if showing off. Trying to boost your reputation with our summoned beasts, so make sure none of you get away with it. The new students immediately erupted into chaos. I was first. Who said that? You were clearly behind me. I was obviously first. Don't believe me? Ask the security teacher. Hai Dafu sneered, all of you weaklings can come at once, don't waste my time. Since you're all just here to earn me extra points, why bother with the order? One guy roared angrily. Kid, you're shameless. Your summon is a piece of junk. I could send it to the afterlife with one move, believe me. If your summon can even touch my sealing techniques, I'll call you big brother. Hai Dafu shrugs dismissively. Forget it, I don't want a useless little brother like you. These guys are furious. What's so great about summoning students anyway? Yeah, who knows if you're summoning a dog or a cat? Since you're so insistent, well, grant your wish. Hai Dafu smirks. Then let me show you what my summon is really made of. He starts forming hand seals and a magic circle appears. The others exchange curious glances, asking what it is. They can't make it out. No need to get excited, it's about to appear, isn't it? The freshmen gasp as a massive white scorpion materializes before them, nearly scaring them out of their wits. A white battle scorpion, Hai Dafu scoffs. So there are things even Intel can't uncover. You're digging your own graves, you still have time to run. When you're missing limbs, don't come crying to me. The group shrinks back at his words. The giant scorpion advances menacingly toward the crowd. It raises its massive pincers, sending the freshmen scattering in panic. Run, get out of the way. Its thick tail strikes downward like a giant drill. Some collapse to the ground in terror. As the sharp tail rears up again, the freshman's face turns deathly pale. The sight horrifies everyone, their faces draining of color. Danger. The freshman's eyes roll back as he lets out a garbled scream. Hai Dafu sighs, pathetic. Seeing this, the proctor outside immediately waves to stop the scorpion. Ugh, what a hassle. Then a freshman casts an ice magic spell. A barrier forms blocking the scorpion's stinger. Next they use light wine blindness. A blinding flash leaves everyone dizzy. Hai Dafu clutches his face in agony. Dang it, the freshman smirks. At this range your summon will be reduced to ashes. If you run into Xia Wenfeng, you're in for it. Mo Fan muses to himself, no wonder they're from Mingzhou Academy. Light techniques used to this level are impressive. Isis speaks up. Hai Dafu got what he deserved, now we're in trouble. But Wang Lighting disagrees. Isn't this better? Knocking someone out early leaves only 5 of us competing for the spirit beast's essence. Bing Jie reminded, it's 6 people not 5, big brother. Did that French ghost of a teacher teach you a bunch of sophistry? Wang Lighting pointed at Mo Fan and asked, does he really need to be counted in? You can't even summon a single familiar. Bing Jie cautioned, don't say that. No matter what, we're all from the same department. We should work together against the whole school. Besides, Teacher Wan Ming must have said that if we can't defeat over 100 people, the resources initially allocated to us will be transferred to a better performing department. Wang Lighting answered frankly, what's there to agonize over? Your targets aren't done yet, I'll make up for them myself. Bing Jie adjusted her glasses in surprise and said, Wang Lighting, you're boasting too much over here. Hai Dafu was glaring. Hindsight, it seems you've all wasted your energy on petty tricks. Meanwhile, the scorpion was still frantically attacking the barrier. Every time it stabbed the barrier, its massive tail was flung back. At that moment, various spells were continuously striking the scorpion. A freshman muttered to himself, let's see what tricks this blind guy can pull off now. But when he saw the scorpion still acting unfazed, the guy's face darkened as he shouted, what? Then the scorpion's massive pincers lunged at the young man. He was immediately knocked flying, his body slamming into the protective net. Han fell to the ground face down, mumbling, this can't be right, I burned its eyes out. Hai Dafu burst into laughter. Ha ha, don't you know that monster insects have terrible eyesight to begin with? The teacher helped the light affinity student up and said, don't give up just yet, student, lie down first. The guy stammered, and no, the teacher quickly called over a companion. Ruanya, the assistant is yours. Ruanya scolded as she treated the freshman, you should have protected him. This kid is badly hurt, the teacher said innocently. Oh hell, live, we can talk once I get my flying criminal magic. Hai Dafu smirked, you guys are too weak. Just then another person shouted furiously, take the Izumi lightning seal. Next the person unleashed a lightning seal combined with a spell. The scorpion was wrapped in lightning. Seeing the scorpion's massive body crackling with electricity, the guy sneered smugly. How's that feeling paralyzed yet? But before he could finish, he was sent flying by the scorpion. The remaining two turned pale. Haidafu licked his lips and said, "Only two left now." Haidafu grinned. Ha ha ha, the last two young men collapsed to the ground. Haidafu had another chance to laugh triumphantly. Ha ha ha, the notice board displayed Haidafu has defeated 4 people. A total of 4 people were defeated by the summoned beasts of the same affinity. Haidafu pressed his advantage, roaring down below, "Who else step up and make some noise?" Then a few youngsters walked forward and whispered to each other, "If the whole team works together, we can take him down. Let's charge." "All right," the guy smugly said to his scorpion. "Go on, little one, show them what you've got." Emo-fan thought to himself, learning from the mistakes of those before him. Members of the same affinity work better together. It was only a matter of time before the chariot was defeated. Soon after Haidafu had taken down 9 people, he began to feel exhausted. "Ugh, why isn't this over yet?" the teacher asked. "Next team, the 6 of you." "All right," the opponent replied. Haidafu then defeated 10, then 12, and then 15 people. But in the end, he was defeated by a fire affinity girl. Her fire-type summoned beast was ferocious, nearly roasting the scorpion alive. Haidafu could no longer act so arrogantly. He plopped down with a groan. "Ugh, this is so frustrating. Back at my old school, I could take on 50 people alone without a problem. Who knew that at Mingju Academy I'd only manage 15? The chubby guy was trembling all over. The teacher asked, "Can you still walk on your own?" Haidafu replied, I'm fine. "Over here," Wang Lighting said to Bai Chi. "You go first." Bai Chi hesitated. I am still too weak. I can't guarantee I'll last even one round," Wang Lighting said bluntly. "It's fine, even if you don't take down a single one, I'll cover for you." Bai Chi pointed at Emo-fan. "How about you go first?" Emo-fan gave a wry smile. "Well, my summoned beast is badly injured. Forget it, I'll just have to rely on you guys to cover my stats." After hearing this, Wang Lighting scoffed in disdain. Useless." Though Emo-fan was humiliated, he said nothing. Wang Lighting then turned to urge Bai Chi again. Bai Chi answered, trembling all over. All right. Seeing how scared Bai Chi looked, the teacher asked, "Is it your turn next? Are you ready?" Bai Chi stammered, "Oh no, not me." Annoyed, the teacher shoved Bai Chi into the arena and shouted, "Stop dawdling and get in there." Bai Chi scratched his head awkwardly before casting his summoning spell. Come out. A growling magical beast appeared before him. Bai Chi urged his spirit beast, "Go charge." But the beast had barely taken a few steps before recoiling in fear. His opponent was a fire type, and the guy grinned. Bye, little pup." A single flame attack sent both master and beast crashing to the ground. Several parents outside the arena sighed, noting that not all summoners were that powerful. And after returning, Bai Chi awkwardly told Wang Lighting, "I'll train harder." Wang Lighting responded, "We weren't expecting much from you anyway, just do what you can." Zhang Bingxiao said encouragingly. "It's fine, I'll make up for it. Let me go next," Bai Chi said, touched. Class monitor Zhang Bingxiao politely told the teacher him next. Those guys saw Zhang Bingxiao step up and said, "Bro, this guy looks like a breeze." Zhang Bingxiao chuckled. "Just a friendly match, apologies if I offend." Then he cast his summoning spell, Necromancer Appear. The moment they saw it, their faces turned as pale as a frog's belly. In no time, the Necromancer's heavy punch sent the group flying. Zhang Bingxiao added, "Oh, so you're as weak as everyone said." The others murmured among themselves. Lightning and fire types were nearly useless against the Necromancer. What now? Another said. "No fear, it's slow, let's all attack together." "There must be a weakness," the teacher sighed. "Him starving. When will this end?" he then called out. Next team. Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher pondered to himself. This batch of freshmen has an incredibly strong fighting spirit. But their tactical approach still needs some refinement. Emo-fan had also noticed this issue. They went all out from the very start. A mage's stamina will eventually be depleted. The scoreboard lit up again. Zhang Xiaobang had defeated 5 opponents. The summoning division had defeated a total of 20. The teacher called out again. Next team. Zhang Bangxiao was already exhausted, as expected of Mingzhou Academy. Their offensive power was even fiercer than he had anticipated. They exposed fewer weaknesses than previous opponents. The mage was already showing signs of fatigue. He wondered how much longer they could hold out. After the match, the scoreboard lit up again. Zhang Bangxiao had defeated 25. The summoning division had defeated a total of 40. The teacher continued. Next team. By now, the mage was tightly bound by the wood mage and had no strength left to resist. The result remained the same. Zhang Bangxiao had defeated 25 and the summoning division had defeated 40 in total. Wang Lighting kept saying, "Class leader, you've done your best. Leave the rest to me." The others cheered him on. "Dating, it's all up to you," Wang Lighting answered confidently. "This year's goal for the summoning division will be achieved by me." After summoning his bone fiend, Wang Lighting said to the freshmen, "Come at me if you dare." Looking at their opponent, the freshmen whispered among themselves, "I heard the summoning division needs to defeat 100 opponents. Otherwise their resources will be allocated to the best performing division, but someone countered. This bone fiend alone is enough to meet the quota. Look at that 7-person team over there. They're completely suppressed. Luo Rong spoke up. You said the summoning division has a quota. If we prevent them from reaching it, the resources will go to our Earth division instead. The person confirmed. That's right, you won't need to thank me later. The man asked in surprise, thank you for what? As Luo Rong walked onto the field whistling, a few guys muttered under their breath. How is this fatty Luo Rong both deaf and unafraid of weapons? Meanwhile the teacher was already calling the next group. Someone shouted Dean Xiao. He glanced at Luo Rong. Dean Xiao responded. He's still a new student, let him be. The rules don't say intermediate new students can't take action. The man immediately replied, understood. Over here the students were discussing who would go first. You go. Don't be like that. Who's going then? Luo Rong couldn't help but curse when he saw them. Those blasted guys, get out of my way. That guy was furious, but another person stopped him. Forget it, let him go. Just then Wang Lighting saw Luo Rong step forward. He sneered, oh, another one looking for trouble. Luo Rong shot back, haha, my apologies. All resources of your summoning division will belong to our defense division. The notice board displayed Wang Lighting defeated 7 people, total defeats 47. Wang Lighting retorted, you're full of hot air. I love guys like you, so full of meat. Luo Rong added. Do you know how many pieces an icicle breaks into when it falls from 30 meters? Wang Lighting roared angrily, are you insane? Skeleton soldiers, grab him for me. Then the vulture dove straight at the chubby Luo Rong. Luo Rong had already struck, attacking with ice magic. He sighed and said, oh dear, you'd better pray your skeletal spirit pet has sturdy bones. By now Gene King was closing in on Luo Rong, yet Luo Rong remained calm, standing there casting his spell. A chill spread across the arena. As he chanted, ice spread rapidly and a spiked ice chain materialized. The freshmen in the stands gasped in shock. It turned out the chubby guy was an intermediate mage. Wang Lighting was startled, but Luo Rong stayed perfectly composed. He raised his hand and pointed forward, sending an ice spear shooting out. The skeletal spirit pet nearly lost its pants and fright, its feathers stripped away by the ice spear. Wang Lighting groaned inwardly. This was bad. It'd have to recall his spirit. But the spirit had nowhere to run. The ice spear struck its leg. Wrapping around it several times, the creature whimpered as it was bound tightly. Soon its entire body was encased in a thick layer of frost. Luo Rong feigned surprise. Oh no, it's frozen. Wang Lighting stammered, stop. With a flick of his fingers, Luo Rong snapped his fingers, cracking. The frozen spirit toppled over. With a deafening crash, the spirit was flattened. Wang Lighting rushed forward, wailing. No, spirit. He cradled the limp creature, sobbing uncontrollably. Spirit, my poor spirit. Wang Lighting kept crying, spirit, sniffle. The teacher reminded him, calm down, your summon might not be gone yet. Then the teacher waved to a few boys nearby. Volunteers, come help take it away. Wang Lighting followed, still sniffling. Luo Rong sneered at them, hang in there, spirit. I suggest you all attack together, don't waste my time. The others exchanged furious glances. His intermediate ice magic can only handle one of us at a time. If we coordinate, we can take him down. Mo Fan warned, you shouldn't go. But they shoved Mo Fan aside. Stay here and hide like a coward. The two discussed tactics as they walked. Harace, what will do? As they entered the arena, taking positions at opposite corners, Luo Rong asked, not flanking me yet. How naive, I never said I'd only use intermediate magic. Their faces darkened, instantly were doomed. Mo Fan thought, defeated. Seeing the two students frozen solid, the teacher sighed in dismay. Chen, everyone's saying this guy is too strong, wiped out even the support team. But someone pointed at Mo Fan, no, there's still one left. Others scoffed, are you serious? Do you think the remaining guy can beat this fatso? Luo Rong and Mo Fan exchanged glances. Luo Rong stepped forward without a word. The supervising teacher asked in surprise, aren't you going to compete? Student, everyone only gets one chance to challenge. Luo Rong added, I've already taken care of these guys, let's leave one for the other departments to play with. The pig-nosed guy said, let's go deal with the last one. Xin Xiaoman asked in shock, you're going to challenge him? The guy suddenly grabbed her hand and said, Xiaoman, you really do care about me, huh? Don't worry, you'll definitely beat him and bring glory to our department. Xiaoman was so creeped out by his move that she got goosebumps and turned to Mo Fan. You little punk, just be a stepping stone on my path to love. At this homeroom, teacher Xiang Yunming said to Mo Fan that lunatic Luo Rong at least knows when to back off. But it's obvious Mo Fan is making things difficult for you. Mo Fan replied, I know, but my summoned beast. Just then the scoreboard showed 47 people had been defeated. Hai Dafu shouted in frustration, this is unbearable, the Earth Department is about to snatch all the resources. Zheng Binghui said to the teacher. Teacher, if Mo Fan's summoned beast isn't in good shape, can someone else from our team take his place? Xiang Yunming answered. According to the rules, once a student leaves the stage they can't compete again, by Chimo said.
Teacher, could the school make an exception?
Without the school's cultivation resources many of us won't be able to advance to the intermediate level. Xian Yunming immediately replied, there's no room for exceptions.
If you want resources you'll have to earn them yourselves. Alright everyone, head back, today's competition ends here.
Even though an intermediate mage wiped out your entire team.
I'm not satisfied with your performance either.
The blood refining beast's chip will only go to Zhang Binghui. Suddenly Mo Fan shouted. Wait teacher, my summoned beast seems to have woken up. Xiang Yunming said in surprise. Oh, then go ahead. If you perform well the second blood refining beast's chip can be yours. By then Mo Fan had already stepped onto the stage facing 5 or 6 opponents.
Mo Fan formed a seal summoning his magical beast. Fight for me.
The moment the wolf appeared the opponents were so terrified they scattered in panic.
It's a shadow wolf beast, but it's also under Zhan's direct command. Don't panic, it's not a true demonic bone. No matter how terrifying it looks right now, it's not a big deal. Mo Fan began calculating before saying to the shadow wolf beast. Big sister has already taken out 25 people and Hai Defu eliminated 15.
This time we just need to surpass Hai Defu by taking out 16.
But with your current condition, doubling that number shouldn't be a problem, right? The shadow wolf beast barked in response and began growling, exuding a menacing aura.
A few of them nearly wet themselves at the sight of the shadow wolf beast. Oh come on, but that rat-toothed guy is still putting on a brave face.
What's there to fear? It's just a shadow wolf beast, the fat guy added. Two don't think this is an ordinary shadow wolf beast.
Rat-tooth shouted again, sensing something was off. Come on big head, use a feint to stall it. The shadow wolf beast relies on bursts of power. As long as we stay sharp we won't be in danger. Be careful, watch out for the sand and debris it spits out. Then Rat-tooth turned to the other two. You two find the right moment to strike.
Mo Fan calmly said to the shadow wolf beast.
Be careful, they seem experienced. The shadow wolf beast roared in response. The fat guy struck using the technique wind escape drifting shadow. He darted around swiftly attacking from all sides. Gusts of wind battered the shadow wolf beast, forcing it back. Rat-tooth smirked.
Now the recovery time after its charge is our best chance to strike.
But what he saw next left him stunned. The shadow wolf beast was still attacking the fat guy. They screamed.
Phase 2A activated, Mo Fan remarked with a faint smile.
The fat guy was nearly caught in the shadow wolf beast's jaws. He had already closed his eyes waiting for the end. Forget it, let the wolf have him, Rat-tooth said to the others.
Dodo, protect him. Dodo immediately cast a barrier water defense.
But the shadow wolf beast's fangs still pierced through the barrier. With a crunch the fat guy's leg was bitten, blood sprayed everywhere. He clutched his leg, howling in pain. On my leg, Dodo cried. How is this possible?
Rat-tooth shouted loudly. You're too slow, don't wait for my orders to act.
Yu Ling Shou was about to strike the fat man again. The guy was wailing for mercy. No, don't come near me. Meanwhile the blonde man thought to himself, this is my chance, so he said to Ling Shou.
Beast, taste my lightning seal.
The lightning seal shot straight towards Yu Ling Shou, but Ling Shou had already sensed the danger and leaped back. The seal missed its mark. The blonde man panicked and shouted. No, that's impossible. It dodged. At that moment Yu Ling Shou's eyes flashed with sharp light as he roared. A tornado materialized out of thin air and charged toward the group. Even Mo Fan was stunned. Is this sandstorm step? But this wasn't just sandstorm step, it was a full-blown sandstorm. Shuya tried the same trick again, earthquake technique, but the tornado was already upon them. He cursed under his breath, damn it, no time for the next spell. Dodo, get behind me quick. Shuya then used a support item. He shouted, magic tool cloud wall. Instantly a mass of vines burst into wild growth, shielding him with a rustling sound. Then a sandstorm struck the cloud wall, producing a deep rumble. The entire competition area trembled. At this moment the principal bared his mouse-like teeth.
Uli Juni's teamwork is quite impressive, someone beside him remarked. The principal added.
In our Earth system we place special emphasis on teamwork education, the principal said again. Even so they're still going to lose. The director beside him said in a panic. Principal, meanwhile dust still filled the arena. Shuya and Dodo covered their mouths because of the dust and the boy slightly opened his eyes. But the first thing that came into view was the black wolf beast's gaping maw and sharp fangs. Shuya recoiled in fear. Oh no, Dodo called out worriedly. Li Junyi, Shuya stammered. So fast, this fast, could it be a sudden breakthrough? The black wolf beast leaped again. Its target was to swallow the people inside. The crowd outside shouted loudly. How long is this black wolf beast going to keep this up? By now Dodo was terrified. She clung tightly to Shuya. Then Mo Fan whistled. The black wolf beast finally turned its head.
Mo Fan called out cheerfully, black wolf beast, come back. At that moment a girl sighed in amazement.
Shu Ting, are you sure? It's only been a year since you last saw him.
Su Zhuting glanced at Mo Fan, thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure anymore. He always grows stronger at an unbelievable pace. Meanwhile Shuya and the others had already fled the arena in disarray. Several Earth System students pale-faced muttered to each other, "This is way too strong." The black wolf beast was nothing like before. It was far harder to handle. Luo Rong gritted his teeth in frustration. How infuriating. This guy's black wolf beast is even more powerful than last time. Then Mo-fan turned to the principal and called out, "Principal, I have a question." The principal asked in surprise. "Go ahead." Mo-fan replied, "We didn't meet the requirement of defeating 100 opponents this term's resources will go to the other systems even if we win the match though. It's just about holding on to the resources they already have. Isn't that unfair to the summoning department?" Others agreed, saying he had a point, but someone else argued back. "You little troublemaker, which department are you from?" Then Dean Xiao stood up, took a deep breath and burst into laughter. "Haha, Mo-fan's question is excellent." At this moment the bulletin board showed Mo-fan had defeated 5 people while the summoning department had defeated 52 in total. Dean Xiao pointed at the screen and said, "Besides the quota of 100 people, there's an additional condition. If the summoning department students can withstand attacks from 200 people in succession, all resources from every department this year will go to the summoning department." Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Mo-fan smiled in satisfaction. The freshmen began murmuring, suggesting all resources should go to the summoning department. "That's too extreme, isn't it really? Giving all the cultivation resources of 4,000 people to the summoning department's 7 students. Wouldn't that make them unstoppable?" Dean Xiao continued. "This rule hasn't been announced because in all these years no freshman class from the summoning department has ever achieved it, so it didn't matter whether it was public or not. Do you have any other questions?" Mike Fan gave an okay gesture and replied, "No more questions? However, I'd like to share my thoughts with everyone here." A few freshmen exchanged glances, wondering what he was up to. Mo-fan then said to them, "Compared to ordinary mages, I consume far more resources. So I must take all of yours." Looking at the bulletin board showing Mo-fan had defeated 5 people and the summoning department had defeated 52 in total, a few freshmen whispered, "This guy's lost his mind. He's planning to challenge 150 people alone. We need to teach this arrogant freshman a lesson. Let's go." The supervising teacher then said to them, "You 5 go ahead." Next 5 reckless individuals waited for Mo-fan to feed them carrots. They taunted each other, saying it was just a shadow wolf. "I'd like to see what you're capable of," Mo-fan replied. "Since he's so confident, old wolf, today we can have a proper fight. Just don't leave anyone permanently injured." The shadow wolf immediately lunged forward, biting one person's arm and flinging them into the net. Then one by one he took down the other guys until they were all lying on the field. Dizzy that was fast. The scoreboard displayed the results. Mo-fan defeated 10 people and the summoning faction had defeated a total of 57 people. At this moment another team walked over and said to the supervising teacher, "Our team has 7 people. That should be enough to take him down." The teacher happily replied, 10. Mo-fan let out a cold smirk, more like a murderous glare. "You're at least an intermediate mage, old man. Where do they get all this confidence?" Next those 7 also ended up on the ground and the score updated again. Mo-fan defeated 17 people and the summoning faction had defeated a total of 64. The teacher called out, "Next team." Soon the screen showed the results changing: 19 defeated, total 66, total 69, total 73, and finally 79. Seeing this score, everyone else was stunned. "This guy is too much. Don't they ever get tired? I'm not going up there," someone spoke up. Then, "Well, stop him. No more." Steps forward a blonde-haired youth bowed and introduced himself. "I am Zhuang Lifeng, a disciple of the Zhuang family." He pointed at Mo-fan. "What's with the arrogance? I'll deal with you first, you reckless fool, then teach you a lesson." Mo-fan thought disdainfully. "Arrogant? At your age, can't you just speak the truth?" While Mo-fan was still lost in thought, the trial wolf beast lunged at him, its sharp claws swiping. But the wind affinity youth had already moved, dodging while skillfully stepping on the wolf beast's snout. Mo-fan mused him, "Not bad with that wind step technique." Then a girl in the team cheered, "Amazing, Zhuang Lifeng. Keep it distracted with wind step. Will take control." The enchantress cast a spellfire curse explosion. A thick pillar of fire struck the trial wolf beast. The entire arena now looked like a sea of flames. Yet the trial wolf beast's figure remained faintly visible and it strode forward majestically. The girl paled and shrieked. "It didn't even lose a single hair." Mo-fan said to the wolf beast, "Forget that wind affinity guy for now. Deal with the others first." So the wolf beast charged at the fire affinity girl, striking first. But then a wood element guy used vines to tangle up the shadow wolf beast's legs, casting moves like entangle and release. Soon the beast was subdued. Mo-fan asked in surprise, "What element?" Zhuang Lifeng asked calmly, "Did you think I only knew wind techniques?" At that moment the shadow wolf beast growled furiously while Mo-fan made his judgment. "That was interesting, but compared to that fat guy you're still way behind. Hearing this, Zhuang Lifeng's eyes widened in anger and he nearly coughed up blood. Suddenly the shadow wolf beast roared and broke free from all its restraints. The others shouted, "Oh no, it's too late." 3 members of Zhuang Lifeng's team were already lying on the ground. Zhuang Lifeng glared at the shadow wolf beast, seething with rage. How infuriating! Mo Fan taunted, wagging his finger. "Come on, show me what else you've got." Zhuang Lifeng suddenly moved his hand and gave an order. "Who said I had to take on your shadow wolf beast?" With that he darted across the field using his wind techniques. He appeared behind Mo Fan and said, "If you take out the summoner, the summoned beast loses by default." Meanwhile, High Dafis group started shouting anxiously, Fangue, you can't attack people like that." But then they remembered the teacher's explanation. This doesn't count as breaking the rules. In real combat, summoners get taken out like this all the time. High Dafis group groaned, "Ugh, we just saved 79 people, now it's all ruined." Zhang Bingdong remained silent. In the arena, Zhuang Lifeng soared like a bird. He smirked at Mo Fan, still feeling cocky. But then a purple glow appeared in Mo Fan's hands. "Purple light," Mo Fan said casually. "I never said I wasn't an intermediate mage." With that he unleashed Thunder Seal, Wild Whip, and lightning crackled like a purple lash. Zhuang Lifeng was instantly shocked, collapsing weakly like a limp chicken. The screen displayed Mo Fan has defeated 36 opponents. Summoners have defeated 83 in total. The supervising teacher shouted, "Next team." A few freshmen grumbled under their breath. "Fermented tofu and beef skewers are real." It turns out this guy is a mid-level lightning mage. The girl froze and asked, "HH is a lightning mage too?" Su Zhuting confirmed. "That's right, this group of freshmen is in chaos right now. What should we do? He's way out of our league. Looks like we can only use a human wave tactic to slowly wear him down." A guy with a red armband spoke up, "Hey, it's your turn. This guy's really full of himself, isn't he?" The guy responded, "You've only fought a few people, it's not your turn yet." The supervising teacher announced, "Next team." The screen then displayed Mo Fan has defeated 103 people. The summoning division has defeated a total of 150 people. The homeroom teacher said to the bald Dean Xiao, "That's already 150 people. Do we really have to gather 200 people just to give him all the division's resources?" Dean Xiao burst into laughter. Mo Fan was still panting heavily offstage. The guy with the red armband snapped angrily, "On the territory of our 4 great families a country bumpkin dares to act so arrogantly." The other guy responded, "You guys didn't even gather the right information. Of course we can only watch him keep acting so cocky." Then he said, "Why, you're going to challenge him?" The other guy replied, "I'm going to teach him a lesson. Let him know what it means to show off in this city. No matter what, he still needs our by family's approval." A few guys muttered to each other, "We're only beginner mages, we're no match for him. Do we really have to let the summoning division guys monopolize all the resources?" Just then a young man with the surname Bai stepped forward. The freshmen stammered as they saw him. "Be Bai Zongfeng?" The supervising teacher asked in surprise. "Just you alone?" Bai Zongfeng replied calmly, "One of me is enough." Several new students cheered excitedly. "Oh my god, it's Bai Zongfeng, we're saved." Just then a female teacher pretended to speak up. "Is that Mo Fan? I have to admit, among this year's new students at Bright Pearl Academy, your strength is among the top tier. You're also quite clever, using your intermediate mage advantage to seize plenty of resources. If you had offended an ordinary student, it wouldn't have been a problem. But don't forget, among these new students there are many others." Mo Fan remained silent. Then he activated his lightning seal and shouted loudly, "You talk too much." Seeing Mo Fan directly use an earth rank technique, Bai Zongfeng's expression darkened as he thought to himself, "This kid actually summoned a beast behind my back to use a killing move." At this moment the supervising teacher and even the dean were in a panic as thunder roared without end. In the sky a bolt of lightning as thick as a pillar appeared. Several new students looked up in terror. Lightning! The female teacher who had just been praising her grandnephew now had a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. The supervising teacher raised his hand and sighed, "What a mess." Bai Zongfeng shouted, "Ha!" But that terrifying bolt of lightning had already struck down. The notice board reappeared as if nothing had changed. A group of new students stood frozen in shock. A female student coughed and took the chance to lean on Zhao Manyuan. By then the lightning had already dissipated. A light seal appeared in front of Bai Zongfeng. Teacher Bai let out a sigh of relief. Few that was close. Mo Fan merely clicked his tongue in response. TSK. Bai Zongfeng roared in fury, "They'll take you down, foam." Meanwhile a wind seal also appeared. But the supervising teacher stepped in to block Bai Zongfeng. "You're already out." Bai Zongfeng's face darkened as he demanded, "Why? I have demon destroying tools. If Master doesn't intervene, I can handle it alone." "Master, you just respond. If Master hadn't stepped in just now, I would have been shattered to pieces." Bai Zongfeng retorted. "Nonsense." After hearing my reaction, the Master said coldly, "Show some respect to your elders. Get out of here." After hearing this, Bai Zongfeng stood frozen, his face pale. He gritted his teeth and left in a huff. The Master watched him go in silence, then continued the announcement.
Next group, the announcement displayed Mo-fan defeated 104 opponents. The summoning division has defeated a total of 151. At this moment Mo-fan and the Dark Orchid Beast seemed completely at ease, meanwhile Hai Dafu and the others cheered excitedly. Mid-grade Thunder Mage Mo-fan's power is simply otherworldly. Even if Bai Zongfeng had miraculously blocked that move, he still wouldn't stand a chance against Mo-fan. The new students below were left speechless again. They ran around shouting wah wah wah. Teacher Wanya was busy tending to the injured, completely swamped. The screen displayed another announcement. Mo-fan defeated 148 opponents. The summoning division's total is now 195. The master continued the announcement. Next group, Mo-fan and the Dark Wolf Beast still held their pose. Then Hai Dafu and Aji spoke up. You guys are just a bunch of nobodies. Are you trying to hog all the true division's resources? This Mo-fan is the legendary Wind Bidoing Nothing guy. Wan Lighting reminded them. Dream on, we can only take back what's rightfully ours. The resources earned belong to Mo-fan alone, Zhang Bingxiao confirmed. That's right. Then the big screen displayed another announcement. Mo-fan defeated 152 opponents. The summoning division's total is now 199. The headmaster side 199 opponents. I have something to say first. Students who can't cast mid-level spells, stop forcing it. Having spirit is good, but the situation is clear. Keep banging your head against a wall and you'll just look foolish. Luo Rongs, I regretted it deeply. I'm so frustrated. I shouldn't have pushed myself so early. Otherwise, even if you exhaust all your magical tools, you must defeat him, the headmaster continued. If no one else steps forward to challenge him, then the final victor of this trial will be but someone interrupted the headmaster. Hold on, everyone turns their gaze toward the source of the sound. Zhao Manuan lets out a surprised cry. Ha Bai Zongfeng also says it, sir. A girl steps forward, her appearance quite pretty and sweet. She declares, I want to challenge someone. The crowd erupts. Mu Nugio, it's Mu Nugio. Oh my goddess is stepping up. By now Mu Nugio has entered the competition area. She looks toward Mo-fan's direction. Mo-fan sizes up the beautiful girl with his bulging eyes. Then Mu Nugio stands proudly before an opponent and a demonic beast. Mo-fan grins. Oh, so you're Mu Nugio. Mu Nugio looks up at the notice board which displays. Mo-fan has defeated 152 people. You must be Mu Nugio. The girl replies, yes. Mo-fan smirks. Let's make a deal, shall we? Mu Nugio looks surprised. How? Mo-fan continues. You're the last opponent I need to challenge. I can tell you're quite strong. Mu Nugio presses. So Mo-fan explains. Let me put it this way, if you win you'll only help your department keep a small share of resources, but if I win, Mu Nugio falls silent. Mo-fan smugly continues. Then we split all the resources I've won from every department. 70% for me, 30 for you. What do you say? Mu Nugio asks in shock. 30% for me and 70 for you. Dean Xiao also asks in surprise. A 70-30 split. The entire arena seems to erupt. A 70-30 split. Where's the honor in that? Weren't you just full of confidence? Mu Nugio retorts. What about you? Mo-fan replied calmly, just consider it making a friend. I'm a young man who loves pursuing beauty. And I wouldn't be stingy about giving away worldly possessions to others. Mu Nugio parted her crimson lips and countered, then what if I want 70%? Mo-fan was fuming inside but forced a smile, grumbling to himself, ugh, taking advantage of me and still acting smug. Meanwhile Mu Nugio had already taken action. She waved her hand and said, stop with the little tricks. Begin. As soon as the words left her mouth, a green tornado suddenly rose. Mo-fan panicked and shouted 50%, 50 at most. Mu Nugio didn't seem to care. Mo-fan sighed in frustration. This isn't good. If I get sucked in, I'm done for. Mo-fan called out to his old wolf beast, old wolf, hey. So Mo-fan leaped onto the old wolf beast's back and urged his companion. Run far away from the center of the tornado. Mo-fan riding on the old wolf beast's back kept urging, faster, go faster. But after only a few steps they hit an obstacle. The old wolf beast skidded to a halt, leaving Mo-fan stunned, nowhere to run. Just then the raging wind caught up the old wolf beast, grabbed Mo-fan's collar and yanked him up. He yelped in panic, hey old wolf. Mo-fan's expression was even sillier than a dog's. Then the old wolf beast set him down. It turned to look at the storm, let out a low growl and unleashed a technique, sandstorm surge. At that moment 3 sandstorms charged toward Mu Nugio's green tornado. Size-wise it was like a child facing its parent. Soon the 3 sandstorm surges dissipated. Mu Nugio didn't hold back her opinion. Humph, the old wolf beast's skill isn't a match for mid-level wind magic. By then the old wolf beast's eyes had begun to glow. Then it lunged straight at Mu Nugio's tornado. Mo-fan immediately cried out in alarm, Wawa, don't go old wolf, old wolf. The old wolf beast abandoned Mo-fan and charged straight into Mu Nugio's tornado column. Soon the old wolf beast's body was swept into the tornado. It took the hit and let out a pained howl. Mo-fan stood below watching his shadow wolf beast and could only shout loudly, old wolf. Its eyes looked grave. Seeing the shadow wolf beast flying higher and higher, Mo-fan called out in panic. Old wolf. Then the shadow wolf beast plummeted from the sky. This guy can't fly. If he falls he's done for. Just then Munukyo waved her hand and a blessing of wind magic appeared. She shouted rise and instantly a gust of wind caught the shadow wolf beast. The beast wasn't smashed to pieces but it still howled in pain. Huffing, Emofan rushed toward it. You've done your best today. Thank you. Go rest over there. Then Emofan recalled his summoned beast. Next I must thank the beautiful young lady. Thank you for showing mercy. But I won't admit defeat because of that, Munukyo replied. Then show me your true strength. As she cast Wind Cyclone, Emofan immediately shouted. In your dreams, Emofan instantly countered with Thunder Seal Rampage. However, Munukyo quickly retreated and Emofan spoke again. Only a fool would let you use Tornado again, Munukyo thought as she backed away. This kid's sharp. Using basic magic is the fastest way to disrupt my spells. Just as Munukyo was praising Emofan, she suddenly gasped. Emofan actually used his ultimate moves Cauldron of Calamity and Doom Cauldron. Munukyo's expression turned serious. Seeing Emofan's devastating ultimate move descend, the onlookers gasped. Watch out, goddess! A muffled boom echoed as the area was engulfed in purple light. Emofan smirked. How does it feel to be struck by lightning? But he quickly realized something was off. He thought such a powerful lightning strike couldn't miss, but the impossible happened. Munukyo remained unharmed without a scratch, leaving only a deep crater where the lightning had struck. Witnessing such an incredible dodge, even the supervising teacher couldn't help but admire her skill. He miscalculated. If he had waited for the Thunder Disciple to finish before releasing the Lightning Seal, she wouldn't have dodged such a swift and powerful strike. Clearly this young disciple had prepared for this. Her ability to assess the situation was truly exceptional. Munukyo said confidently, it looks like you've lost. Yet Emofan responded calmly. Really, just a wind cyclone? You think I can't dodge that? Munukyo smiled meaningfully. Did I ever say I'd use wind magic? No sooner had she spoken than she clasped her hands together, unleashing a completely different technique. Imprisoning forest in prison cage. Instantly countless vines erupted from the ground. The vines spread rapidly, forming a net that bound Emofan tightly from all sides. Facing this critical moment, Emofan could only sigh in frustration. Another intermediate spell. With no way out, Emofan could only try to escape desperately. However, these bizarre plants are growing far too quickly. Emofan pushed aside a few vines with his hand, then leapt forward with a sharp shout. Meanwhile, his dark magic had already been unleashed. Moments later, Emofan's position was completely engulfed by green plants, forming a sturdy cage. Everyone was certain he was trapped inside. In the stands, a plump fan of Nu Jiao was crying and cheering excitedly. Good heavens, not only is she breathtakingly beautiful, but she's also an intermediate dual system mage. It'll be her lifelong fan no matter what. Teacher Ruanya had to remind him. Student, the wound on your leg. Li Junhui, biting his rat-like front teeth, said. Still, we managed to preserve our vital energy. The homeroom teacher couldn't help but show a smug expression. Great, the dean is gone. With this turn of events, the scales of victory tipped toward Nu Jiao's side. Dean Xiao merely stroked his beard deep in thought. Sitting beside him, Su Zhuting whispered that Emofan is probably going to lose. There's almost no way to escape the cage created by Quanzhi Forest. Even if he grew wings, he wouldn't be able to break free, right? Su Zhuting just frowned and replied, I am not sure about his situation either. Back in the arena, Nu Jiao casually walked toward the plant cage she had created to inspect it. She had just started to say you when the scene before her left her stunned. How is this possible? Inside the cage, Emofan was now leisurely sitting under a tree saying you lost. Nu Jiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Why? She pondered to herself, neither wind nor earthquake could break free from a cage made by Quanzhi Forest unless did he have chaos magic. Emofan just sighed and replied, you don't need to ask about this. Nu Jiao was even more shocked. He had already shown summoning abilities, then used lightning magic. Being an intermediate dual system mage was already astonishing. How could he now display a third system's power? Was Emofan an advanced mage? No, that's impossible. No one in this world could become an advanced mage at his age. Even the judges couldn't achieve that. While Nu Jiao was still confused, Emofan cast another lightning seal and asked the girl across from him, Nu Jiao, right, have you conceded? Nu Jiao blushed deeply, biting her lip as she whispered, I lost. Hearing her concession, the summoning crowd erupted in cheers. Destiny 200 people. At the same time, the big screen displayed the words 200 people have completed the task. Several wealthy students from the C department by Kai and others excitedly hugged Zheng Bingxiao to celebrate. Class monitor Emofan had really done it. 200 people, all the department's resources. Ha!
At this moment Li Junyi and his group turned pale as sheets nearly dropping what they were holding. Teacher Wanya cried out in panic, "Classmate, you're about to drop your things." A nearby female student turned to Su Chaoting asking in disbelief, how is this possible? Su Chaoting silently repeated a familiar phrase in his mind, "Guess he'll stick to the old method." Luo Ron was so furious his veins bulged, cursing under his breath. The others could only swallow their frustration. Bai Zongfeng shouted, "Unbelievable, how could this happen?" In contrast to everyone else, Zhao Manuan burst into laughter. A nearby female student asked in surprise, "Young Master Zhao, why are you so happy?" Then homeroom teacher Li turned to Dean Xiao and asked, "Dean Xiao, what should we do now? Should we persuade Mo Fan to withdraw voluntarily, otherwise this will cause a huge uproar?" Dean Xiao stood up decisively. "Rules are rules." Homeroom teacher Li hurriedly called out Dean Xiao. Immediately after, Dean Xiao stepped onto the podium and announced, "All right, this competition ends here. All public resources for this semester will belong to the Zhaohuan department." A student immediately stood up to protest, "Why, this isn't fair." Dean Xiao countered, "When your entire department challenged the Zhaohuan department's 7 members, no one said it was unfair then." The student retorted, "Students like me from struggling families have always relied on the school's public resources. What are we supposed to do now? They already had a better starting point and now they get extra resources. We refuse to accept this." Mo Fan was stunned, pointing at himself and thinking, "Better starting point?" Dean Xiao asked, "So you're saying Mo Fan is from a wealthy family?" The student confirmed yes. Dean Xiao waved his hand and said, "I didn't want to bring this up, but many students have this misconception. Let me tell you, this student who took your resources comes from Bocheng. His family situation is even harder than most of yours." Mo Fan's face twisted in frustration. "Dean Xiao, you revealed my background without my permission." Han sighed inwardly. "How am I supposed to chase rich heiresses now?" Only then did Mu Nukio realize he's from Bocheng. The other freshmen were all dumbfounded. They shouted, "Bocheng, the Bocheng, where else could it be? I saw on the news that people there were living in misery. Never thought you were from the North District. Are you okay?" The principal chuckled to himself. "Ha, finally found a perfect example of overcoming adversity to educate the students." The scene shifts to the boys' dormitory. Zhang Pinggu enthusiastically says, "Brother Fan, what do you want to eat today? I'll go buy it." Mo Fan sighs and says, "Brother Zhang, you don't have to do this every day. Wouldn't ordering takeout be more convenient?" Zhang Pinggu happily replies, "It's just my way of showing respect. You're my idol after all." Mo Fan sighs again, feeling like he's seeing a second lion. Then Zhao Manuan asks, "Mo Fan wants to ask you something. Didn't you fight Mu Nukio before? Spill the beans. Was that girl a cup or a cup?" Mo Fan immediately switches to cold mode. "The situation was so dire back then, how could I have noticed such things?" Then he gestures in the air and mutters to himself, "At least a tup. I'd say tup is the standard size for those guys." The next day the 3 of them go for a walk. Mo Fan asks in surprise, "How, that's odd." Zhao Manuan quickly asks, "What's wrong?" Mo Fan replies, "Why do people in school seem less hostile toward me today compared to the past few days?" Zhang Pinggu exclaims, "Brother Fan, you don't know Mu Nukio did something earth-shattering." Mo Fan is stunned upon hearing this. "What now?" Zhang Pinggu explains she took all the responsibility for this year's freshman tournament upon herself. On behalf of her prominent family, she donated resources for all the freshmen this year. Mo Fan asks in disbelief, "Are rich people always this impulsive?" Zhao Manuan adds, "She's being strategic." Mo Fan is surprised. "Strategic?" Zhao Manuan explains, "Unless she's trying to build a reputation so she can recruit more students to serve her family later." Upon hearing this, Mu Nukio's image in Zhang Pinggu's mind instantly crumbles. "Isn't she just manipulative?" "No, that can't be." Zhao Manuan adds, "Actually, Mu Nukio might not have been too involved. It was probably her family's decision." Zhang Pinggu brightens up again. "That's great, means I can still like her." Just then Mo Fan's phone receives a notification. He looks at it in surprise. It's a message from the school's secretariat. The content reads, "Please come to the school library tomorrow at 9 a.m. to collect your freshman tournament reward. Sender, School Secretariat." Mo Fan thinks to himself, just imagining all those resources is already exciting. Zhao Manuan turns back and reminds him, "Mo Fan, what are you standing there for?" Zhang Pinggu added, "Well said, Brother Fan, let's go eat." Mo Fan happily followed along. When they arrived, the bulletin board still displayed Mo Fan's large photo with congratulatory words. The scene shifted outside Mingwen Academy, where Mo Fan held a card deep and thought he recalled his earlier encounter with the school inspector. Here are some higher-grade magical tools better suited for intermediate mages in combat. Pick one. He then presented several items: the Azure Scale armor, the Black Slayer blade, and the Blood Beast boots. Mo Fan mused to himself that these tools for intermediate mages must be quite expensive. He then told the inspector, "I'll take these Blood Beast boots."
The inspector handed the boots to Mo Fan and said him at your current level these boots are a solid choice. Additionally your teacher has applied for a training opportunity in the 3-tier tower on your behalf. Mo Fan asked the 3-tier tower he wondered if it was a place like the Earth Saint selection. The inspector explained training in the 3-tier tower is an extremely rare opportunity. Your teacher suggests you go there only when you truly need a breakthrough. Then he handed Mo Fan a platinum card and said, your teacher hopes you always remember the true duty of a mage. Holding the card Mo Fan thought though there's a reward. It's nowhere near enough to buy high-tier magical tools, guess I'll have to go back to my old trade. Thus Mo Fan decided to head to the Hunter Alliance Tower. As soon as he arrived the skyscraper dazzled him. He stepped into the elevator and when the doors opened Mo Fan gasped in surprise. Wow, the space around here is huge with screens everywhere. Just then a receptionist politely asked, hello, how may I assist you? Mo Fan presented his ID badge and said I want to become a city-level monster hunter in Mo Fan City. Race my certification. After taking Mo Fan's card the girl said sir, to become a city-level monster hunter in Mo Fan you must at least earn the title of monster hunting expert. Based on your information you don't yet qualify to be a monster hunter. Mo Fan felt deflated thinking to himself, does that mean I'm not good enough yet? Mo Fan then said I believe with my current abilities I can take on high difficulty bounty missions, isn't there another way? The girl replied you'll have to build up your experience gradually to reduce risks. We can't accept mages who don't meet the standards. Mo Fan quickly asked what did you just say? The girl responded however given your current situation you could consider joining a private monster hunting guild. Mo Fan asked a private monster hunting guild. The girl happily explained our Hunter Alliance allows some hunting teams to have. The 3 cities established their own private hunter guilds creating 2 separate systems, public and private. Private hunter guilds usually charge more but their completion rates are relatively reliable. This is exactly what Mo Fan was referring to. Please help me find an introduction to a private hunter guild. According to the adorable little sister's directions Mo Fan found a place called Old Neighborhood. He saw a sign that read Qingtian Hunter Association. Mo Fan sighed, this must be the place. He raised his hand to knock and the door opened automatically. Hello, he said. A young girl was sitting there reading a magazine. She said the Qingtian Hunter Association is renowned and never deceives newcomers. We only accept missions with a minimum reward of 300,000. Mo Fan thought to himself, they ask for 300,000 right off the bat. He stammered, I am here to apply as a hunter mage as the boss, and the girl widened her eyes in surprise and said you're here to apply. Then the girl looked Mo Fan up and down and coldly dismissed him. You're too young, we don't accept you. Mo Fan was stunned thinking this little girl is dead serious. Just then a voice came from inside Lingling, is there a new mission? The girl Lingling replied someone came to apply but they're too inexperienced, we're not taking them. Mo Fan nearly exploded in frustration. At that moment a woman walked in and greeted them. Excuse me, is this the Qingtian Hunter Association? Lingling sized her up and noticed the woman was dressed in designer clothes. The girl immediately sensed an opportunity, thinking this person looks flustered and distracted. Judging by her outfit she must be wealthy. The girl then shouted, boss, a big client is here. Mo Fan was left dumbfounded by the scene. After a while an elderly man asked the woman, how may we assist you, madam? The woman pleaded desperately, please save me, you must save me and my son, my husband is a monster. Mo Fan held his breath upon hearing this. The woman continued, lately I've been finding bloodstains on my husband's clothes, human blood. I used to be a nurse so I can tell right away. The elderly man immediately asked, where do you live? The woman replied, private garden, masterpiece. The elderly man and Lingling exchanged glances, both lost in thought. Mo Fan also felt something was off. The elderly man turned to the woman and said, madam, if your husband were truly a monster you and your son would have been gone by now. The woman added, I don't know what's going on, he's normal during the day but at night he becomes very strange. The elderly man reassured her, you're overthinking it. Perhaps you've just been under too much stress lately and feeling tense. You'll be fine after resting at home for a while. The woman then held up a sign and pleaded, aren't the members of the Sky Purification Hunters specialized in eliminating demons? Please save me, even if it's just for one night, money is no object. The old man shook his head, I'm truly sorry but we simply don't have the resources right now. All our exorcists are out on missions. The woman grew furious and shouted, how can you just stand by and do nothing? If anything happens to my family I swear I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Mo Fan asked in surprise, why didn't you help her? The old man took out a paper and said, young man, things aren't always what they seem. Mo Fan took it and was shocked. This commission letter, it says here, commission letter. Client Zhang Tianwang, address private garden, masterpiece. Reason, I suspect my wife is a demon. I need protection for the entire night. The old man then explained to Mofan her husband came here early this morning and gave us this commission. Mofan stared in disbelief what they both suspect each other of being demons.
Mofan frowned. Then who's the real one?
The old man replied you'll have to investigate that yourself. If you want to join the Sky Purification Hunters this will be your first mission. Mofan thought to himself, does this mean they've already accepted me or is this some kind of scam?
He then asked, am I going to investigate this alone?
The old man answered, of course not, you'll have a partner.
Mofan looked around, where's my partner?
Just then Lingling tugged at Mofan's sleeve and asked, what are you looking at, where's Lingxin? Since Lingling only came up to Mofan's waist he hadn't noticed her. She huffed, what's wrong? Mofan bent down and asked, are you a kid? The old man explained the Sky Purification Hunters require every 2 members to form a team for missions.
Lingling's previous partner fell in the line of duty, so you'll be taking their place. Mofan was stunned. You want me to go on a mission with a child?
Lingling tried to hit Mofan but was stopped by the old man. Don't hold me back. Lingling snapped, her face darkening. A child. She thrust her hunter badge in Mofan's face and shouted, look clearly, I'm the one leading you, rookie.
Mofan was speechless. This kid is already a demon hunting master.
The old man explained, my granddaughter has a stronger will than most, don't take it to heart. Lingling then stormed off pretending to be angry. The old man turned his head and asked Mofan, your name is Mofan and you're from Bo City, right?
My surname is Bao, just call me Old Man Bao from now on.
Mofan thought to himself, so his surname really is Bao, could this be the family of Judge Bao? Old Man Bao continued, the client has already paid 100,000 taels up front for this mission.
The remaining 200,000 taels will be paid in full tomorrow morning after we complete the task.
Mofan's eyes lit up at the mention of money that much.
Lingling sneered from behind, tch, such a country bumpkin. Afterward the grandfather and granddaughter saw Mofan to the door. See you tonight. Mofan replied obediently, okay. Lingling then asked Old Man Bao, grandpa, why did you keep him? He's just an intermediate mage.
Old Man Bao laughed heartily, hell surprise you sooner or later.
Lingling asked again, he's also from Bo City. Old Man Bao confirmed, that's right.
Ling Su is assisting the Magistrates Association in investigating Talong, it's no surprise. He's the mastermind behind Bo City's destruction.
Don't tell Mofan about this, he's not strong enough yet.
I'm afraid he'll act recklessly like Xiao Ting did. Lingling replied, I understand. But I will avenge senior brother Xiao Ting. After hearing this, Old Man Bao fell silent.
The scene shifted to dusk as Mofan hailed a taxi.
He said to the driver, sir, take me to the private garden tower. The driver replied, hurry up and get in. Mofan opened the door and was stunned. In the back seat sat 2 women, one innocent, the other mature. The little girl immediately asked Mofan in a friendly tone, do you live in the private garden tower too? You look familiar.
Mofan answered, no, I'm going there on business.
The mature woman waved her hand and said, your pickup line is so cliche, boys should be more proactive, right? She leaned closer to Mofan and called, hey cutie. What happened next was left to the imagination. The scene shifted to the private garden tower. Lingling was sitting with a laptop in her arms. She scolded, why are you so late? Mofan explained, it's not even dark yet.
It's dangerous for you to sit there, get down.
Then he casually lifted the little girl and asked, any updates?
Lingling shouted in exasperation, put me down, you newcomer.
On the screen a woman said to the child, mommy's going to take a bath.
Mofan caught a whiff of opportunity and quickly grabbed the laptop, saying, Lingling must be tired from watching for so long, let me take over.
Lingling snatched the laptop back and yelled, do you take me for a 3-year-old? In your dreams. She immediately shut the screen. Mofan, who missed seeing the girl bathe, muttered in dissatisfaction, so stingy. Lingling was so furious she looked ready to explode. Half an hour later Mofan asked again, is she still showering? Do women always take this long? Lingling sighed and replied, that's just how women are. But suddenly she noticed something was off. This morning she was clearly so flustered, how could she be taking a leisurely shower? Now I'm pulling up the camera feed right now.
The sight before Mofan left him stunned. He saw a woman hanging upside down. Mofan shouted, what in the world is this? Lingling answered, that's not a ghost, it's a living person.
No time to explain, she might have been attacked.
Mofan asked, can we pinpoint her location? Lingling replied, it won't be easy to find.
From what I know, this thing likes to drain the blood of young girls. If it's a mage's blood, it prefers that even more. It'll stay at the kindergarten. You go find her, keep in touch via the Bluetooth earpiece. With that she handed him the earpiece.
Mofan agreed without hesitation, leave it to me. With that Mofan stepped onto the railing and leapt off.
Probably still annoyed he didn't get to see the woman showering, thought he'd jump off a building.
But he used an invisibility spell, so it doesn't count as jumping.
Then Mofan's voice came through the earpiece, see you soon.
Ling Ling asked in surprise, do you have OCD or something and you're really good at this? The scene shifted to a private garden villa. Ling Ling's voice came through. Mo-fan, go to the garden management office. Check for girls under 20 or female mages. Mo-fan agreed. Got it. By then Mo-fan had arrived at the private garden villa's management office. He handed over an official document to the attendant. I'm on a mission. I need the addresses of all mages under 20 in this community. The attendant gasped. Mo-fan pressed urgently. Hurry up, can you take responsibility if something happens? The old man was startled and quickly said, I'll check the list. After searching he replied, there are over 70 households that fit your criteria, but only about 6 are registered as mages. I'll print it out for you. Then he handed the list to Mo-fan. Here you go, these are the addresses. Mo-fan said thanks. He then contacted his partner. I've got the addresses. Ling Ling asked which one is closest to the room we're monitoring. Mo-fan answered, Jade Pavilion, 18th floor, room 1023. Female students from Bright Pearl Academy live there. Ling Ling confirmed, that's the one. That woman's bedroom has a direct view of their place. They've been in her sights for a while now. Mo-fan agreed. All right, I'm heading there now. He activated his invisibility spell and began moving swiftly. Mo-fan cursed under his breath at the glaring electric light. Damn it, with no other choice he felt his way up the stairs in the dark. He had hoped to use his invisibility technique to take a shortcut. God, what a mess. Mo-fan stopped in front of room 18102 and knocked. Someone inside asked, who is it? The person who opened the door gasped upon seeing Mo-fan. Oh no, why is it you, kid? Have you been following us since we got off the car? Mo-fan thought to himself, did we guess wrong? Maybe the transformed woman was after them. Mo-fan quickly covered, no, I got the wrong room. The woman asked again, really? Suddenly the sound of something shattering rang out, followed by someone collapsing to the floor. The woman flinched and cried, Ah, Xiao Wan, are you? Mo-fan quickly stopped her. Don't go over there. There's still another girl. The other girl replied, she's in the room with the heart-shaped decoration on the door. Mo-fan told the woman, wait until I go and then bring her out. She immediately agreed. Okay. Mo-fan placed his hand on the doorknob. Just then the sound of dripping liquid came from the room. Mo-fan peeked inside and his eyes widened in shock. A long-tongued monster was catching dripping blood in its mouth, making disgusting slurping noises. A woman was strung upside down from the ceiling by the serpent-like creature, her blood dripping down. The serpent hissed at Mo-fan as he charged in, flicking its tongue. Mo-fan shouted, you filthy beast. Don't you dare cause trouble on my turf. He struck with a blazing fire fist technique. Seeing Mo-fan unleash heavenly flame, the serpent shrieked no, then it leapt out the window. Mo-fan yelled after it, don't run. The serpent landed on the ground with a thud. Mo-fan groaned, fate, why? Just then the girl rushed in and screamed in horror at the sight. Mo-fan urged, hurry, take them to the hospital. The girl quickly agreed, okay. Mo-fan stepped onto the railing and leapt off the balcony, then activated his shadow step technique. But his movement was cut short by the streetlights. Mo-fan sighed as he looked at the brightly lit street. Just my luck, no darkness ahead. Then Ling Ling's voice came through his phone. Mo-fan, come back quickly, something's happened. Mo-fan asked, what's wrong? Ling Ling stared at her laptop screen, her face pale. She told Mo-fan her husband is transforming too. Mo-fan shouted, what, both of them? What's going on with this family? At that moment the husband stuck out his tongue at the child and sneered, crying won't help. The child was so scared they started sobbing, woya mommy. The monster continued, from now on I won't have to listen to your whining anymore. Seeing this the child burst into loud wails again. Then a shrill scream echoed again. Aya. Mo-fan bolted, thinking he had to hurry or it would be too late. As Mo-fan was climbing the stairs, Ling Ling warned Mo-fan, hurry into that room, it hasn't fully transformed yet. Mo-fan said firmly, don't worry, I won't let it succeed. Mo-fan then noticed the hallway lights had gone out. He immediately thought, the lights are broken, even the heavens are helping me. He activated Shadow Step and slipped into the room. By then the serpent demon had already grabbed the child. Terrified, the child cried out, "Wa mommy." The serpent demon licked the child's face with its long tongue and roared, "Die, I'm going to cook you and eat you." Seeing the child about to be devoured, Mo-fan panicked. This was bad. He immediately unleashed Thunder Seal Wild Whip. Lightning lashed out like a whip toward the serpent demon. Seeing this, the demon tossed the child aside and raised its hand to block the strike. But since Mo-fan hadn't used much magical energy, the serpent demon was only slightly injured. It hissed angrily in response. Enraged, it stretched out its arm and snarled, "Mind your own business." The serpent demon's arm lunged at Mo-fan, but he dodged. Then the demon's arm elongated, chasing after Mo-fan. Mo-fan kept evading until the demon's arm pierced straight through the wall. With a loud crash, the wall was breached. The monster retracted its arm and Mo-fan cursed, "Damn demon, today I'll uphold justice." Mo-fan unleashed Fire Judgment Blazing Inferno. Just then Ling Ling warned Mo-fan, "The female demon is behind you." Mofan's face paled in fear as he turned around. The female demon charged in from outside, attacking him. Seeing the two demons attacking from both sides, Mofan groaned inwardly. They were working together. Suddenly Mofan looked down and remembered the blood beast boots. He started thinking fast. As the two demons attacked, Mofan activated his traveling demon tool, the blood beast boots. Mofan's form instantly grew taller and the two demons hissed in surprise. The male demon's tongue wrapped around the female's arm, making them glare at each other. Mofan scooped up the child and said, "Hold on tight." Then he dashed toward the door with the child in his arms. The demon couple hissed at each other again. Mofan kicked open the balcony door and leaped off the high-rise with the child. Seeing the dark figure, Mofan thought, "I should hide in here," so he activated his shadow escape technique. As Mofan was falling, a child on the lower floor said, "Mom, I need to review my homework." After hearing this, the mother reached out and flipped the switch, replying, "Then let me turn on the ceiling light for you. Brighter is better for your eyes." Mofan cursed in frustration, shouting, "This fate is just ridiculous." He quickly turned and darted outside, but the moment the lights came on, there was nowhere left to hide. Just then a demonic serpent leaped down. Mofan sighed, "What terrible luck, troubles never come singly." He focused his fire technique and unleashed a thunderclap fist, shaking the heavens. From Mofan's hands a flame fist surged forward. The fist flew straight toward the two demonic serpents lunging at him. Suddenly the male serpent struck the female, sending her flying, while the male took the full force of the thunderclap fist. Seeing this, the female serpent fled. Mofan looked around, spotting a dark area in the distance. He thought to himself, "At least there's still shadow." But as he was about to hit the ground, he let out a panicked yell, "Wah!" He quickly activated shadow escape and slipped through the air. Mofan scooped up the child and landed steadily in the nearby hallway. The child burst into tears, wailing, "That was so dangerous." Mofan froze for a moment, replaying the scene in his mind. Ling Ling's voice rang out, "Mofan, are you okay?" Holding the child, Mofan replied, "I'm fine. I'm fine. This kid is lucky to still be alive." By then the child had fainted from fright. Ling Ling told Mofan, "Hand the child over to the building management, then come back quickly. The male serpent you struck was sent flying to me." Mofan responded, "I couldn't control any of this. But that male serpent took a direct hit from my thunderclap fist. It won't be getting up anytime soon." Ling Ling glanced at the serpent below and sighed, "I didn't realize you were this powerful." After a while Mofan appeared behind Ling Ling. He asked in surprise what happened. Ling Ling replied, "Come see for yourself." Mofan stared blankly at the serpent lying in a pool of blood. Suddenly something beneath the serpent's skin wriggled free. Mofan warned, "Be careful." Ling Ling's eyes widened like pearls, but Mofan had already pulled her into his arms. Ling Ling thought angrily, "Give my gratitude back." Meanwhile Mofan prepared to use shadow escape again. Then from the mangled remains of the serpent a hand reached out. A young man weakly gasped, "Help, help me." Mofan covered Ling Ling's eyes and asked, "What do we do now? Their kids shouldn't see this." Ling Ling shouted, "Call an ambulance quick." Mofan asked again, "Are you sure?" "If he turns out to be a demon," Ling Ling will scream again, "stop wasting time." "If he dies, who's going to pay our commission?" Afterward the two of them took the man to the hospital. Mofan walked to the door and asked Ling Ling, "Is this guy human or a demon?" Ling Ling turned around and replied, "Well, he's both." Mofan looked worriedly at the hospital and asked, "Will he turn into a demon again?" Ling Ling immediately cut in, "I need to go home and sort out some data. Let the city demon hunting squad handle the rest." "You should head back too." Mofan reluctantly agreed, "Fine." Then he flagged down a passing taxi and it stopped. Mofan told Ling Ling, "You'll head back to school first. You be careful too." Ling Ling replied, "MHM." Before getting in, Mofan poked his head out and reminded her, "Oh, and don't forget to transfer my payment." Ling Ling shouted, "You'll get every penny you're owed." She thought to herself, Grandpa must have been blind to say this guy was impressive. A week later in the boys' dorm, Mofan was rummaging through his things when his phone suddenly rang. Half asleep he mumbled, "Yeah, who is it?" Then Zhang Pinggu suddenly yelped, "When did you get back?" Mofan scratched his head and answered, "Early this morning, I think." His phone screen showed Ling Ling had transferred 150,000 with a message below, "Are you at school and nearby? Coming to see you." Mofan mused, "After waiting all these days, my intermediate illusion system finally broke through. Finally some news. I thought I'd run into the Fire Island hunters." Zhang Pinggu asked in surprise, "Mofan, if you didn't show up soon, we were about to call the police." Mofan replied, "I was just in seclusion training. What's so weird about that?" Zhuang Manuan chimed in, "All right, stop making people worry. Go back to your training." Zhang Pinggu chuckled, "Ha ha ha." Zhuang Manuan asked again, "Your magic seems to have improved a lot." Mofan answered, "Yeah." He thought to himself, "This guy's perception is really sharp. Right now I've reached the intermediate level in lightning, fire and illusion systems.
With the illusion system scroll teacher Ulu gave me, I now have 7 skills who could possibly stand against me. Ha, I'm freaking amazing. Seeing Imofan smug look, Zhangpingu called out, Imofan, you're grinning like that, what's the good news, share with your bros. Imofan replied, nothing, just earned some money from a part-time job. I'll head out for a bit. Scene changed to the milk tea shop at the school gate. Imofan asked Lingling, whyd you only come find me today? Lingling shot back, you think everyone's as free as you? Imofan retorted, what's a little kid like you so busy with? Lingling pointed at the screen, huffing, just look for yourself. Imofan looked on, asking in surprise, this is? Lingling explained, this is the map I set up specifically for tracking the demoness whereabouts. Imofan exclaimed excitedly, wow, you even understand such high-tech stuff, amazing. After the compliment, Lingling immediately puffed up with pride, it's nothing. Last time I acted I collected the demoness blood for data tagging. As long as red dots appear on the map we can locate her. Oh right, this black dot is our current location. Imofan asked blankly, wait, you mean the red dots are the demoness locations? He then asked, right, but why are there so many red dots? Did she learn to split herself? Lingling asked in confusion, that can't be, how is this possible? There's no way, my setup has a problem. I may not be good at fighting, but no one can beat me at this. Imofan also grew worried, then what's going on? Look, the whole screen is covered in red dots. Imofan thought, no, if the device isn't broken then there's only one other possibility. He then shouted, Lingling, could this parasitic monster spread like an infection? Lingling replied, hold on, let me ask someone. Then Lingling picked up the phone and called someone. After a while Lingling hung up and said, okay, I know now. Imofan asked in surprise, what did they say? Lingling's expression turned serious. She then told Imofan, you were right, this parasitic monster can spread. Lingling suddenly broke the tension. Remember that girl from before? Imofan blinked. Before he could ask more, Lingling stated her grim theory. That demoness must have injected the parasitic blood into that girl. Then drained her completely. Hearing this, Imofan's chest tightened with worry. If that girl turns into a monster at night, just then a series of red dots suddenly appeared on the screen. Lingling could only sigh, this place is already infested. Imofan slammed his fist onto the cabinet, gritting his teeth. Damn it, if this is true, every student in the school will become food for these parasites. Lingling was at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. After a moment she reminded him, Imofan, it's getting dark. Imofan replied heavily, to no. Lingling immediately suggested, I need to notify the Hunter Alliance right away. Thankfully it's a holiday today, only half the students are left in school. Suddenly Lingling's eyes widened in shock as she noticed something strange. That's odd, the red dots seem to be moving in the same direction. Hearing this, Imofan suddenly remembered there was a music rehearsal at the gym tonight. Lingling sighed bitterly, timing terrain and human support, we haven't had any of them on our side. The number of red dots kept increasing, multiplying as fast as a virus spreading. Imofan still refused to give up, as there really no other way. After a moment of thought, Lingling proposed a hypothesis: those blood demons might be parasitic on human thumbs. If we bring someone infected by the parasitic blood but not yet transformed, scratching their thumb should neutralize it, but those already turned into demons must be eliminated. That's the only way to revert them to normal, like that man earlier. Imofan came up with a new idea. Lingling, besides the Hunter Alliance, we should contact the school teachers to tell them to arrange reinforcements. I'll head to the gym first, you guide me remotely. Without hesitation he rushed out. Lingling hurriedly warned, be careful. Moving swiftly, Imofan reported via his earpiece, Lingling, give me distance and direction. Lingling's voice came urgently, go forward another 10 meters, then turn. Imofan dashed like the wind, but suddenly stopped in front of a poster featuring a cute girl staring in shock. He quickly told his teammate Lingling, there's nothing here. But inwardly he thought, except for a girl with a great figure. Lingling asked in surprise, how is that possible? Haven't you seen it yet? No, according to my screen your black dot and red dot have overlapped. Imofan, still staring at the poster, answered absent-mindedly, I still don't see anything. But he didn't notice the demon creeping up behind him. Lingling insisted firmly, my equipment can't be wrong, look again. Imofan reluctantly agreed, fine. Just then the demon bared its fangs and lunged at him. All he could do was gasp. Then Lingling's earpiece filled with Imofan's screams, Dodoea. Lingling shouted frantically, Imofan quickly replied, I am okay. By then the demon had leapt onto the poster and Imofan's shoulder bore a wound. Still shaken, he muttered, that was too close. Then he turned to taunt the demon, come on, show me what you've got, let my Imo family ancestors see your skills. The demon hissed and lunged again. Imofan scoffed, you dare use the same trick twice? He struck with a technique lightning seal charge. A bolt of lightning transformed into a whip lashing out and wrapping around the demon's arm.
Mofan said cheerfully, finally got you.
Then he yanked off the electric net, sending the monster tumbling to the ground. The beast lifted its head in pain, hissing. Mofan gave it no chance, raising his hand to unleash a fire seal. Fire curse, ignite, explode. In an instant flames erupted, searing the monster with a sizzling sound. The stench of charred flesh filled the air. After finishing up, Mofan blew on his fingers and mimicked a finger gun, grinning. Fire abilities are just brutal. Just then something began wriggling out of the charred remains of the serpent monster. It was a beautiful girl who reached out to Mofan, pleading, help me, please help me. Mofan took off his jacket and tossed it to her. Stay here, I'll call someone to take you to the hospital. The girl trembled in fear. Don't leave. But Mofan didn't say more, simply speaking into his communicator, Lingling, come pick up this girl, she needs medical attention. Then Mofan turned back to reassure the girl, don't worry, someone will be here to help soon. On the other end, Lingling urgently warned Mofan, you'd better not go, and it's too dangerous inside.
This is beyond our scope of duty. When she got no response, Lingling called out anxiously, Mofan.
He had already stepped into the theater, his voice firm. Tell me the next closest red dot location.
Lingling's expression turned serious as she said, I just hacked into the gym's surveillance system.
Try to fight where there are cameras, that way I can assist you, Mofan replied cheerfully. Thanks, Lingling. The scene shifted to a dressing room where a girl was suspended, blood dripping steadily. A serpent monster was savoring the girl's warm blood. The moment Mofan burst in, he shouted, die, and instantly incinerated the beast. Next, Mofan burned through the ropes binding the girl, catching her as she collapsed limply into his arms. Just then Lingling's voice came through the communicator. Mofan, quickly make a small cut on her thumb. Mofan nodded. Got it. He made a small incision on the girl's finger. Immediately a parasite wriggled out, squealing. Mofan swiftly pulled it out and crushed it without hesitation. The girl regained consciousness, stammering weakly from Mofan's arms, thank you. Mofan replied, it's okay, let me help you sit up. Then he asked, what's your affinity? The girl answered, healing. Mofan asked again, can you cast magic? The girl replied, I should be able to after resting a bit. Meanwhile, Lingling reminded him, Mofan, the second point at the end of the hallway is not far from here. There's a fire evacuation shelter with food, water, and medical supplies. Mofan replied, understood. Then he pointed at a girl trembling as she sat up in the distance and said to the girl he just rescued, could you please look after that girl? Both of you hurry to the fire evacuation shelter. The rescued girl asked worriedly, are there still a lot of those monsters? Mofan answered, yes, there are many. They can parasite and spread. I made a small cut on your thumb to prevent you from becoming one of them. The healing type girl immediately stood up and said, then bring the infected people like me to the shelter, I'll treat them. Mofan agreed, all right, thank you for your help. He thought to himself, the fire evacuation shelter is designed as a safe stronghold. I should bring all the rescued people there. That way we can ensure their safety until rescue arrives. After bringing the two girls to safety, Mofan said, we're here, I'll take my leave now, you two stay safe. But the healing type girl called after him, big brother, could you tell me your name? Mofan paused for a moment before saying, just call me a good Samaritan. But in his mind he thought, if I tell you my name you'll probably hate me. After settling the two girls, Mofan asked his teammate, where's Lingling? Lingling replied, 50 meters to your right, 100 meters ahead, and 130 meters to your left rear. Suddenly her voice cried out in alarm, oh no, they're starting to move in large numbers. Those who escaped and turned into monsters have already gathered in groups. Mofan cursed angrily, damn it, how many people have been infected? Lingling sounded deeply worried as she explained, this is a boarding school. If one person gets infected, the whole dorm will be too. Mofan cursed again, this fate really treats the school like an Aliocaniate buffet. It completely ignored me, the school's top bully. After assessing the situation, Lingling said, Mofan, 3 of them are heading your way. Mofan panicked and shouted, this place is too cramped. I remember there's an indoor basketball court up ahead. I'll lure them there and take them all out at once. Seeing Mofan about to act, Lingling quickly stopped him, don't go, it's too dangerous. But Mofan ignored her, you have to trust my combat skills. Lingling had no choice but to say, this guy over here. Mofan kicked the door open. In front of him were several girls playing basketball. When they turned and saw Mofan bursting in, everyone stared at him. Mofan thought to himself in relief, great, now I have backup. He immediately waved his arms and said, everyone stop playing basketball. 3 monsters are coming, let's team up and take them down. Just then the 3 monsters charged in. Mofan stood in the center of the court and taunted, how with numbers like yours do you really think I'd be scared? Now that I've got more teammates, come on, try and take me down. At that moment the monsters' eyes suddenly glowed as they threw their heads back and let out eerie shrieks.
Mofan stood frozen in place as the girls inside screamed and covered their heads off. Only then did Lingling remind him Mofan I was about to say indoor basketball courts are all red zones. Mofan's face went blank upon hearing this, but before he could react, the girls here had all turned into monsters. Mofan cursed under his breath, fate, this is what you call snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Lingling asked worriedly, Mofan, can you handle this? After surveying the area, Mofan said this situation isn't ideal. Lingling pressed urgently, then what do we do? Mofan answered decisively, run first, think later. He activated Ghost Step and Blood Beast Boots, his figure instantly darting away. Mofan thought to himself, thank goodness there's an escape route nearby, or this would have been a disaster. He sprinted into the narrow emergency passage with several monsters already hot on his heels. He calculated 5 of them perfect for a single strike. He unleashed an intermediate fire magic spell, Blazing Fist Raging Punch. A fiery punch sent the 5 monsters flying, wiping them out in an instant. Mofan sighed in relief, good thing these are just low-level dumb monsters. If they were like that female monster last time, I'd be in real trouble. Lingling shouted again, Mofan, don't let your guard down, 8 more female monsters have broken free and are chasing you. Mofan muttered under his breath, that soul-snatching pig, seriously. The scene shifted to the creative studio on the 2nd floor of the gym, where a couple was sitting intimately. The girl blushed and said, not here, someone might come in. The blonde-haired guy pretended not to hear, too busy touching something soft in front of him. It turned out to be Mofan's roommate Tushwai. He immediately replied, don't worry, almost everyone's gone to the performance, well, make this quick. The girl pouted, ugh, you always say that. Then Tushwai did something odd with the small piece of clothing in his hand, followed by indescribable sounds. The girl, lost in the moment, suddenly jolted awake and screamed, ah, there's a monster. Tushwai smirked, yeah, and I'm the monster who's about to devour you. The girl whimpered, no, that's not it. There's a monster hanging from the ceiling. Meanwhile, Tushwai was thoroughly enjoying himself. The monster, furious at being ignored, crawled toward the couple. But Tushwai reached back with his palm, casting light magic, holy protection, purifying shield. He glared at the monster and roared, don't ruin my mood. The monster kept making strange hissing noises. Tushwai snapped, didn't your mother teach you not to bite randomly? Dark creature, you've met your match. The girl quickly stopped him, wait, don't kill it looks like it's possessed. Tushwai asked, are all those scary rumors at school because of these things? That girl also agreed, that's very likely. Suddenly a naked girl emerged from the monster and yelped in surprise. His girlfriend immediately whispered to Manhwa, quick Loka girl. Seeing the girl, Manhwa's eyes lit up with mischief. While she's got a great figure, the girl instantly roared in anger. Manhwa caught, he quickly coughed to cover it up. Ahem, let me call my roommate to help. The girl nodded, fine, I'll call my department advisor, he'll let you off this time. So Manhwa called Mofan, hey, over here, my girlfriend's already helping the girl here, put this towel on first. Thanks, the girl replied. Manhwa asked Mofan over the phone, where are you? I need to take this girl to the infirmary, she seems possessed by something. Mofan cursed while on the call, seriously, you call now, handle it yourself. Giggling laughter kept coming from the phone. Manhwa asked, sounds like you're having fun, what's going on? Mofan snapped him, about to get in big trouble because of you, I'm running for my life in the gym. Manhwa questioned the gym. Mofan yelled as he ran, stop wasting my time, I need to shake off these things first. Manhwa quickly said, wait, don't hang up. I can hear you, I'm in the creative studio on the 2nd floor of the gym. Mofan shouted, the creative studio, how many times have you been there this week planning to move in? Manhwa felt the girl's sharp glare and froze in fear. Then he casually walked out, saying, all right, I'll open the door and wait for you, bye. Seeing Mofan rush up, Manhwa waved and called, Mofan, over here. Mofan shouted, hurry, they're still chasing me. Mofan dashed inside and Manhwa asked, are they still after you? Mofan quickly said, help me block the door, then they barricaded it. After a moment Mofan panted, okay, let me catch my breath. Manhwa said, I was about to say, then he glanced at the 2 scantily clad girls inside and Mofan's jaw dropped. He told Manhwa, sorry to interrupt you two, carry on. Manhwa grabbed Mofan and said, hey, perfect timing, there's a monster behind us. Mofan and Manhwa turned to look. The monster stuck its hand through the door gap, giggling. The 2 girls turned pale and screamed, loud banging came from the door. Manhwa suggested, Mofan, it'll be the shield. You give it a brutal judgment strike. Mofan replied, if I could use it I would have already. The power of judgment strike is too strong, it would shatter my body. Then the girl reminded them they might be afraid of light magic. Mofan didn't say anything but nodded at his roommate. Just then the door burst open and a thick wave of demonic energy flooded the room. The demons cackled wildly as one lunged at 2 Manhwa. Fan cast a basic lightning spell, Lightning Seal. The demon was instantly blasted, its clothes torn to shreds. Manhwa flicked his fingers and used light purification. A beam of light shot straight at the demon's head, erupting across its body. Fan asked in surprise, "You're telling me light purification worked just like that?" Then Ling spoke up. Fan, looks like you found a capable ally, or should I call you Fan now? Fan burst into laughter. Ha! Suddenly the other two girls screamed, "Ah, so many demons are climbing in through the window." Seeing several demons pounce, Manhwa immediately cast an intermediate spell, Light Shield. Fan praised an intermediate mage. "Old Zhao, you've been hiding that well." The demons shrieked as they were struck by the light. Then more demons lunged at Fan. Fan scoffed, "Humph, don't think him some sunbathing tomato you can just squash." He cast a spell, Corpse Blood Beast, and kicked with a mountain-shattering force, sending several demons flying. 4 more demons snarled and charged at them. Fan said to his companion, "Old Zhao, it's your turn." Manhwa seized the moment, declaring, "Watch this." His hands glowed as he unleashed a gentle light purification. The light beam shot straight at the 5 demons. The demons let out piercing wails. Manhwa asked, "What are these things? How could they turn such lovely girls into this?" Fan explained, "They're parasitic demons. A lot of people in this building are infected." After a while the half-dressed girls were wrapped up while the 2 guys got an eyeful. Fan asked, "Did you hear that?" Manhwa gasped, "Huh, sounds like the automatic doors just activated." Then Ling informed him, Fan, "All the exits in this building have been sealed." Fan asked in shock, "All of them?" Ling replied, "It's the school and the Hunter Alliance's decision. No one infected with the parasitic blood can be allowed to escape, so they've locked it down." The scene shifts outside the gymnasium, where a massive demonic beast appears before a group of people. A subordinate below reports to the elder, writing on the beast's back, saying they've thoroughly investigated. This creature is called a scale-hide demonfly. Under normal circumstances they don't spread through blood, but the ones we're dealing with may have mutated. The elder says gravely humans often experiment on living demons, so it's no surprise some monsters emerge from that. But what's unforgivable is that this demon appeared at Mingzhou Academy. Why didn't the underground barrier at Mingzhou Academy stop it from infiltrating? Why was this only discovered at such a late stage? Are the demon hunting squads in this city completely useless? A man with a dark expression replies, "Yes, it's my failure." The elder asks again, "How many scale-hide demonflies are currently inside the gymnasium?" The purple-haired woman answers, "We still can't get an accurate count. And according to intel, if these demons sense their impending death, they'll self-destruct en masse. This mass self-destruction actually transfers all their energy to the scale-hide demon queen." The elder asks, "In other words, we can't afford to alert them, right?" The purple-haired woman confirms, "Yes, if they detect a large-scale operation, the infected will die instantly." Someone gasps, "What? Are we just going to stand here and do nothing?" The purple-haired woman adds, "As long as we kill the scale-hide demon queen, the infected can be saved." Another person suggests, "Then why not send a few experts in to take care of it?" Ling scoffs, "Are you out of your mind?" Heisey snaps, "Hey." Ling continues, "If you kill the demon hosts, you might have already alerted the queen." The purple-haired woman cries out in shock, "What, how?" Heisey asks, "We were so careful, how could they have noticed?" Ling raises a laptop, saying, "These demon soldiers cause chaos everywhere. But every so often they gather at a spot inside the gym. Right by the automatic lift in front of the main hall's big screen." Someone asks, "So what?" The purple-haired woman seems sharper and quickly realizes, "From that height you can overlook the entire gym. What if the queen is hiding up there?" Ling confirms, "Exactly every move we make might be under its watch." The group falls silent in shock. The purple-haired woman asks, "Oh right, Ling, the teammate you mentioned who killed the white scale-hide demon, is he inside too?" Ling nods, "Yeah, he's a student here and already rushed in to save people." The purple-haired woman asks, "He must be very strong then. Why not send him to deal with the Chilinhai demon mother?" At this moment, in front of the fire escape door, Fan sighed and said, "Finally, it's the last one. Everyone, let's take a break first." That adorable little girl said to Fan, "You're amazing. Even if we all worked together, we might not be able to handle a monster like that. But you took care of so many by yourself." Fan scratched his head and said modestly, "Oh, it was nothing special." He thought to himself smugly, "You have good taste." I'm starting to think I'm pretty awesome myself, huh? Then Ling called out, Fan." After hearing her, Fan asked, "What's up?" Ling replied, "Our blockade operation might have been noticed by the Chilinhai demon mother. If she panics, she could order all the demon soldiers to self-destruct." Fan shot back, "Then what should we do?" Ling briefed him, "The hunting king and the other experts can't get inside right now. Everyone thinks you should step in." Fan shouted, "Me."
Ling Ling confirmed yes, once the demon mother is dead everyone else will return to normal. Mo Fan agreed that could work. Then the others asked so did he agree. Ling Ling answered yes, but on one condition: the Academy and the Hunters Alliance must give him a highly valuable reward. After hearing this, the homeroom teacher chuckled wryly. Haha, this feeling of deja vu is so familiar. At that moment a hunter spoke up, sending a student in. If he fails, won't that just tip her off? Why not find a path the demon mother hasn't noticed and take her down in one move? The elder retorted. Entrance, have you found one? They replied no. The elders snapped angrily, then shut your mouths. The scene shifted to the second floor of the gymnasium where Mo Fan and Zhao Manuan were feeling their way up the stairs. Zhao Manuan asked Mo Fan, I can only help you within my limits. If it comes down to life or death, don't blame me for not giving it my all. Mo Fan replied, I get it, but just as he lifted his foot to go upstairs, Zhao Manuan pulled him back. Mo Fan asked in surprise, what are you doing? Zhao Manuan reminded him, we agreed I get nothing but have to risk my life with you. That doesn't seem fair, does it? After hearing this, Mo Fan frowned and asked, what do you want? Zhao Manuan grinned like a dog trying to please its master. Mo Fan yelped in alarm, just talk normally, why are you grinning like that? Zhao Manuan added, don't worry, I don't want a single coin of the reward, but the credit has to be mine. Mo Fan asked in surprise, credit? Zhao Manuan confirmed, that's right, I want the first kill. Mo Fan responded, even though I don't usually like. Your reputation precedes you and you're even my roommate. Zhao Manuan gets straight to the point, name your price. Mo Fan blurts out one soul-snatching bell. Hearing that, Zhao Manuan turns to leave, then go get it yourself, I'm outta here. Mo Fan quickly stops him, wait, I was joking. Then he switches to his cute mode and wheedles a spirit great thunderworm. Zhao Manuan roars in outrage, are you broke or just insane? That thing costs millions at the very least. Mo Fan adds, fine, I'll go myself, your combat skills aren't that great anyway. Zhao Manuan smirks, you sure know how to hit where it hurts. They shake hands and seal the deal. Mo Fan grins, hee hee, let's have a great partnership. The scene shifts to a gymnasium, a concert in full swing. The host announces, next let's welcome our famous idol Tutu. The crowd erupts, wow, Tutu Tutu, we love you. Mo Fan glances at the crowd and tells Zhao Manuan there must be at least 4,000 or 5,000 people down there. Zhao Manuan stays silent as Ling Ling warns Mo Fan, you need to act fast, the demonic soldiers are closing in on your position. Mo Fan replies, we're already here. Ling Ling reminds him, you must kill the demon mother or else. Mo Fan cuts in, well, be overwhelmed by the demonic soldiers, right? After a brief pause, Ling Ling says. Mo Fan startled, he asks what Ling Ling urges, don't get yourself killed, got it? Mo Fan jumps in surprise, he tells his companion, let's go. Zhao Manuan asks Mo Fan, aren't you scared? Mo Fan replies, I've been in worse situations, this is nothing. Zhao Manuan is left stunned. Mo Fan turns back and warns Lao Zhao, don't even think about bailing, look behind you. Just then a few girls approach pretending to block them. Hey you two, this is the third floor staff area, please leave. Zhao Manuan winks and smiles, ladies, actually we. Suddenly he gasps in alarm, no way. Yep, all demonic soldiers below the crowd keep screaming Tutu. Zhao Manuan tells Mo Fan he'll handle this. Mo Fan asks, are you sure? Zhao Manuan steels himself, stop dawdling, go find the demon mother. No sooner said than Mo Fan vanishes. Watching him leave like the wind, Zhao Manuan mutters, weird, does the soul-snatching bell have shadow-type abilities? The scene shifts to an elevator corridor, a few people tell Tutu, miss, please be careful if something happens to this elevator. I don't know how we'll explain it to the boss. Tutu replies, I'll be fine. Then the older sister reminded the elderly woman to be careful and not let our family's Tutu fall. The elderly woman reassured her, saying, don't worry, this equipment won't have any issues. Little girl, go inside quickly, the show is about to start. After Tutu stepped into the elevator, she waved her hand and said, it's okay now, no need to worry about me anymore. The sister watched the elevator rise and said, go, you can do it. Tutu muttered to herself, breathe in, take a deep breath, I know I have to swallow the word endure. Suddenly the elderly woman transformed, revealing a monstrous face, and said, little girl, don't be nervous, you're in great shape. Tutu gasped in surprise as her beautiful image appeared on the screen on stage. The crowd saw their goddess appear and screamed excitedly, Tutu, oh Tutu. Goddess Tutu had arrived, but unexpectedly the students below froze in shock. A monster was tearing at Tutu's neck. Seeing this, the crowd scattered in panic, screaming, a demon help. The serpent demon opened its mouth and let out a piercing laugh. Its shrill shriek making everyone dizzy and disoriented. Immediately those infected turned into monsters and the crowd grew increasingly chaotic. The demon mother spoke in a deep voice, good, obey and offer your blood to your mother, starting with you. With that it stretched out its tongue, which was 5 or 6 meters long, and licked toward Tutu. Tutu screamed in terror. A wound had already been slashed across her face. The demon mother praised in a deep voice, your blood is so sweet, he too to scream, stay away, stay away. Just then Mo-fan, who possessed dark-type abilities, leapt forward and shattered the demon mother's body with a kick, shouting, you're finished. The demon mother clutched its face and howled in pain. You again. Mo-fan took out his lightning seal and said, you disgusting monster, let's see where you run this time. The demon mother gritted its teeth and said, do you really think you can stop me? Then it lashed out with its tongue, aiming to strike Mo-fan down. Mo-fan quickly grabbed a stage light pole and swung it down with force. The pole fell and pinned the demon mother's tongue, but it flicked the pole away with its tongue. Then it slashed a deep wound across Mo-fan's back. Mo-fan groaned in tutu, seeing the fight, trembled in fear. Mo-fan thought to himself, darn it, this demon mother's strength is probably at the warrior level. The demon mother whipped its tongue wildly, shouting, die, die, die. After flailing its tongue, the demon mother struck at Mo-fan again, but he dodged to the side. Mo-fan used his shadow step technique to leap downward and vanished. Moments later he reappeared beside Tutu and asked, are you okay? Tutu replied emotionally, why, you don't have to worry about me. Mo-fan, hearing the demon mother's piercing laughter again, said, I'll hold it off, you find a way out. Adjust the stage lights to create a play of shadows and light. With that, Mo-fan charges straight toward the demon mother. Seeing this, the demon mother immediately changes her tone as if courting death. She swings at Mo-fan, but he vanishes only to kick her square in the face. Then in a flash he leaps high above the demon mother, can only let out a series of clicking shrieks. The creature looks up at Mo-fan, he unleashes bone-searing fire threads, a streak of flame striking her dead and engulfed in fire. The demon mother contorts in agony, hissing furiously. Mo-fan swings onto a stage light pole. He calculates his next move. The back of the stage has a dark corner perfect for casting shadow step. Meanwhile, the demon mother claws her way up, sprinting with a crane-like gait. Mo-fan vanishes again, using shadow step to dive underground. Then he taunts her from above, daring her to pounce. The demon mother roars in fury, you beast, you're asking for it. Seeing her leap, Mo-fan begins counting down. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter now. Mo-fan strikes, instantly buried flame exploding fire threads with a deafening boom. The demon mother takes the full brunt of the attack. Mo-fan thinks to himself, good thing I had exploding fire threads, it softened her razor-sharp claws. This monster's strength is nothing like the minor demons he fought before. Ling Ling turns to Han and asks Mo-fan, are you alright? Mo-fan replies, I'm not dead yet, but this thing is already at the warrior general level. The demon mother pokes her head out, cackling, click click click, your blood smells so sweet. Mo-fan retorts, you think I've run out of tricks? The markings beneath his feet flare to life. The demon mother lets out a deafening howl and a horde of demon soldiers begins creeping closer. Mo-fan smirks, only rallying these pawns because she senses the threat of his fierce fist. The demon mother sneers, once I kill you this place will become my nest, haha. Ling Ling warns Mo-fan we're preparing to attack from the inside. We'll have to sacrifice those who are already infected. Or the casualties will be even worse. Mo-fan answers, if you attack now, over 100 infected girls will die for sure. The hunter tells Ling Ling it's better than letting the whole gym become her nest. Mo-fan insists, give me a little more time. The other side refuses, no more stalling, we're already at the entrance. Mo-fan curses, damn it, I said give me more time. Damn it, don't you understand? The guy flew into a rage upon hearing this and cursed, how dare you, you bastard. However, the hunting king had already spoken, giving the kid a little more time, but they also had the right to survive. At that moment the demon soldiers swarmed in. Mo-fan sneered and said, don't think you're the only one with backup. Then he raised his hand and shouted, come out. He immediately unleashed a whirlwind of sand and rocks, sending one demon flying. The old wolf beast took the chance to take down another. With a dull thud, the demon was flattened to the ground. Mo-fan said to his companion, old wolf, help me hold off these small demons. Then he turned to the demon mother and cursed, you wretched demon, if I don't finish you today, my name isn't Mo-fan. The demon mother roared in fury, you scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting? Mo-fan replied, I'm not bragging, try me and see. He then used shadow step, his form flickering in and out of sight as he vanished into the darkness using his shadow abilities. The demon mother roared in fury, you despicable human, skulking around like a rat. Mo-fan let out a cold laugh. Mo-fan leaped onto the stage's roof and shouted, idiot, I'm right here. He then unleashed a blazing flame technique, causing the demon mother's eyes to turn bloodshot. Mo-fan shouted, die for me, heaven-shaking fiery fist. A fiery punch crashed down with a deafening boom, leaving Mo-fan slumped on the ground panting. From below came a wail, he that hurts. Mo-fan roared, you're still not dead. The demon mother bellowed, after I kill you we'll skin you alive and tear out your tendons. Mo-fan cried out in alarm, this fate is too absurd. Meanwhile a hunter shouted, a general rank demon isn't something that kid can handle. Hunting king, make your decision now. The elder remained silent.
The man shouted again, if we delay any longer we're risking thousands of lives. Ling watched as they adjusted their formation, splitting into 3 teams, and said to her companion Mofan, you should escape, it's not worth it. This isn't your responsibility. If this continues you'll be killed by the demon mother. At that moment several demons were attacking the students. Mofan saw this and replied, my math is terrible, I don't get the logic of trading 100 lives for thousands. I just can't stand by and watch people die in front of me. Then he took out all his scrolls and the star map book. Ling asked worriedly, Mofan, what are you doing? A star map appeared in the sky. Ling cried out, Mofan, you're crazy. After describing the star map you'll become a sitting duck. Mofan said calmly, that beast is already half defeated by me. Let's take a big gamble and see what happens. The demon mother shrieked again, declaring she wouldn't give him a chance. Suddenly she stopped. Mofan stated bluntly, hey, villains usually die from talking too much, you know. Just then the stage lights shone on the demon mother. Overwhelmed by something she roared, Crane. Mofan suddenly blurted out, ah, you monster. The demon mother clawed at the rooftop, letting out continuous shrieks. Mofan stood atop the stage giving a thumbs up in approval. So the troublemaker was the earth rabbit, she giggled in response, haha. Something hidden in the lights was causing the demon mother such agony. Mofan acted swiftly, pointing to the sky and shouting, perish. Instantly a massive bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the demon mother. With a deafening crash the demon mother was obliterated. The girls, recently turned into monsters, screamed wildly. Mofan smirked in satisfaction. Unexpectedly Mofan slipped, losing his balance. He barely had time to mutter, oh no. Mofan tumbled straight off the stage light pole. Suddenly a flash of light appeared and Mofan yelped, ouch, old wolf. It turned out his summoned beast had caught him just in time. If not for it Mofan would have been seriously hurt. The summoned beast safely landed with him. Grateful, he said, old wolf, you saved my life this time, thanks. Just then the little glutton around Mofan's neck began to glow. Mofan stiffened at gross, you want this foul soul too? But a purple orb of light emerged. Mofan exclaimed, this is an essence soul. A warrior grade essence soul, it's worth at least 10 million. He quickly grabbed the hungry little glutton and started negotiating. You've already eaten so much you can't absorb this essence soul, right? Then pouting he playfully threatened, if you don't agree I'll kiss you. The little glutton flapped its wings reluctantly, humming in protest. Mofan cradled the essence soul, cooing, oh, you're such a good little thing. He chuckled to himself, haha, I've struck gold this time. Then he turned to his summoned beast, old wolf, let's go check on everyone. Meanwhile the little glutton around Mofan's neck had unknowingly dripped some essence blood. Suddenly the teleportation array lit up eerily. The girls had regained consciousness, now completely bare, screaming in panic, oh, what's going on, where are my clothes? Mofan and his summoned beast stared in shock. Haven't had such a feast for the eyes in a while. He was about to speak when suddenly a massive demonic beast appeared. The people tending to the recently awakened female students froze in shock at the sight. Seeing the demon mother already fallen, Prince Shen thought to himself, this is bad. Prince Shen remained silent and Mofan stared at him, equally speechless. Prince Shen smirked inwardly, thinking the kid was laughing. Just then the captain of the city demon hunting squad burst in, shouting, this is terrible charge and we can't let a single demon escape. He then asked a student nearby, hey, where's the demon mother? The student jumped in fright and replied, ha, but Prince Shen had already said the demon mother is dead. The student praised repeatedly, as expected of Prince Shen, we hadn't even charged in yet, you've already slain the demon mother, general. Prince Shen shook his head and said, I didn't kill the demon mother. The student's face twisted in shock, stammering as he pointed at Mofan, don't tell me it was this kid. Prince Shen confirmed yes, leaving everyone stunned. Prince Shen ordered, quick, save the girls, don't let the demonic energy linger in their bodies. The crowd responded in unison, yes. The captain then shouted, what are you standing around for, save them now. The squad members acknowledged while the captain turned pale, thinking to himself, oh no, this kid just took down another general-ranked demon. Meanwhile members of the demon hunting squad were treating the injured girls. Don't worry, your wounds will heal soon. Someone clean up this area. Mofan let out a long sigh, you finally time to rest. Just then someone called out vaguely, Mofan, Mofan. Mofan turned around to see a child running toward him. Ling, he said. Ling said worriedly, why, you're bleeding so much, what should we do, does it hurt? Mofan paused for a moment, his expression turning odd. Then he clutched his head and groaned, Ling, my wounds, ugh. Ling quickly reassured him, it's okay, you'll be fine, just think of it as a work-related injury. Mofan covered his face, then touched it and asked, do you think this wound will ruin my handsome face? Oh no, the heavens must be jealous of my good looks. Ling was so exasperated she couldn't speak, finally bursting out, enough. I swear your face is so thick even a demon couldn't pierce it. Fan waved his hands. Hey, a gentleman uses words not fists. Lingling shouted back, and no gentleman. Calling out your contracted beast to help you, how shameless. Fan sighed. Ah, my little wolf cub volunteered to help me. A female member of the demon hunting squad watched the scene smiling as she squinted. Oh my, you two are so close. Don't worry sis, we'll heal your brother's wounds. Lingling yelled. Who's worried about him? No, he's not my brother. I don't want a dumb brother like him. Fan chuckled. Sorry for the trouble. The team member immediately replied, this is what I should do. Then she began treating Fan. Just then Zhao Manuan walked over and immediately sneered, you're still alive even after being injured like that, I'm truly impressed. The female team member reminded Fan, alright, avoid contact with water for the next few days. Fan squinted and smiled. Thanks. Zhao Manuan eagerly stepped forward to strike up a conversation. Sister, have we met somewhere before? Can I add you on WeChat? The female team member smiled and declined. No, I need to go home and do my homework. Watching her leave, Fan sighed. Lao Zhao, it's hopeless. Zhao Manuan snapped, shut up. Then Fan reminded him, go claim your reward, don't forget my lightning spirit seed. Zhao Manuan replied, then I won't stand on ceremony. With the lightning spirit seed in hand, you'll surely stride into the main campus with your head held high. Fan asked again, main campus. Zhao Manuan was taken aback. You don't know. Out of over 30,000 students in the Qing campus, everyone trains relentlessly just for a chance to enter the main campus. Are you really letting me take the credit? Fan cut to the chase. What, trying to back out? Zhao Manuan stared at Fan for a moment before scoffing. Thanks Fan. By then the arena had quieted down. Lingling asked Fan in surprise, why did you let him take the credit? Fan replied, to trade for the lightning spirit seed. It's a fair deal, besides the Hunter Championship is still 2 years away. Lingling's eyes widened in shock. You're entering the Hunter Championship? Fan confirmed. Yeah, I'll enter and I'll win it. Lingling's eyes went round. The Hunter Championship gathers the best young hunters in the country. Winning it is incredibly difficult. Fan said firmly, that's why I have to push myself to improve over these 2 years. The Hunter Championship is held every 4 years and its prizes are among the most luxurious, far surpassing any other domestic competition. Young hunters from across the country pour everything into this competition, all vying for the championship title. Lingling gaped. Come on, you think you can win? If I remember correctly, the champion's prize is a blazing demon body. A blazing demon body is a rare treasure, isn't it exactly what you need? Fan replied, actually. Then he fell into thought. Seeing this, Lingling said, forget it, I shouldn't have brought it up. Fan muttered, no, I was just thinking. Let's grab something to drink and chat. You were still sipping milk tea before we came here. Lingling, I scowled and shouted, everyone has their reasons for growing stronger. Next time I try to comfort you, just consider it me being nosy. Mofan fell silent, closing his eyes as he thought to himself, she's right. How could I let the angel in my heart lack wings? The image of Niashin once again appeared in Mofan's mind. The next day, major media outlets reported that a demonic riot had occurred at Mingzhu Academy yesterday. The incident resulted in 34 minor injuries with no fatalities. Members of the city's demon suppression team who assisted told our reporters that Mingzhu Academy student Zhao Manuan, with the help of fellow student Mofan, bravely subdued the demons, reducing casualties. A female student asked in surprise, that's odd, how did he end up killing the Qilinhai demon matriarch? That concludes today's news. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Chuchu had just finished listening to the news. She asked in shock, why would he give the credit to someone else? Then, recalling how cool he looked wielding lightning, she sighed. Mofan, what an extraordinary guy. Scene transition. The cafeteria. The chubby guy told his friends, you have to believe Mei was right next to the stage and saw Mofan fight the Qilinhai demon matriarch with my own eyes. He even summoned his shadow wolf beast and finished her off with a lightning strike. Goodness, I saw the killing intent on his face so clearly. Li Junyi grabbed a drumstick and scolded, you're out of your mind. He's just an intermediate mage, how could he pull that off? The chubby guy insisted, come on, why won't you believe me? The others concluded, you must have been scared out of your wits and saw wrong. Another chimed in, yeah. The chubby guy slammed his fist on the table in frustration. There's something fishy about this. Definitely fishy. But before he could say more, a drumstick was stuffed into his mouth. MMPH. Li Junyi sighed and told him, just eat. The chubby guy was then force-fed garlic and couldn't speak. On the other side, Mofan and Zhao Manuan sat drinking, celebrating their successful collaboration. Zhao Manuan raised his glass. Mofan, you know how rare lightning spirit seeds are. I'm planning to attend the National Trade Center's auction this Sunday. Mofan asked in surprise, an auction? Are there a lot of good things there? Zhao Manuan replied, talking won't do it justice. How about I take you along this Sunday? Mofan agreed, sure, I'd love to see what it's like. Scene transition. Sunday arrived and the two arrived at the National Trade Center. Zhao Manuan told Mofan, let's go up, the auction hall is on the top floor. As they walked, Mofan asked if I have something to sell, where should I go? Zhao Manuan immediately asked, what do you want to sell? You should know the lowest value item being auctioned today is worth at least 5 million. Mofan immediately answered, a warrior grade soul. Zhao Manuan added, a trivial matter like a rabbit isn't warrior grade, but wait. Zhao Manuan suddenly gasped, hold on, you said it was a warrior grade soul. Then slinging an arm over Mofan's shoulder he asked, kid, you're lucky, huh? Did your demon mother give it to you? Mofan replied, couldn't care less. Zhao Manuan shouted, couldn't care less. Warrior grade souls are in high demand, you didn't know that. But how did you end up with a fierce soul? Mofan asked blankly, this a fierce soul sounds expensive. Zhao Manuan explained, this thing is used to collect remnant souls and spirits. To collect a warrior grade soul like yours it'd cost at least 20 million. Mofan gaped, what, that expensive? Zhao Manuan brainwashed his buddy, only necromancers can collect souls. Such a rare fierce soul item is obviously absurdly priced. Mofan mused to himself, little loach, what kind of favor did you do for me? Just then the elevator dinged top floor. Zhao Manuan asked again, Mofan, are you some big family's illegitimate son or something? Mofan shot back, what are you even talking about? With an imagination like that, why not write novels with it? The two stepped through the auction hall's doors. Mofan marveled at the sight before him. This is my first time in a place like this. Zhao Manuan chuckled, alright, enough sightseeing, let's go in. Suddenly someone barreled toward them, shaved head, obviously that by kid. Mofan was shoved aside, bewildered. He sidestepped, but Bai Zongfeng cut in first. Mofan grabbed his collar and growled, hey, are you crazy? Bai Zongfeng turned, oh, it's you. Mofan quickly let go and asked, who are you? The guy replied, I'm Bai Zongfeng. Once we're in the arena you'll make sure you regret this, mark my words. Mofan blinked, then pointed at Bai Zongfeng and asked Zhao Manuan, who is this guy? Did a lunatic escape? Zhao Manuan burst out laughing, he's the guy you knocked out with one punch, the one who wet himself during the Beast Fragrance Contest, contestant 152. Mofan finally remembered, oh, it's you. I took care of you so fast I didn't even see your face. Hearing this, Bai Zongfeng nearly exploded with rage. Gritting his teeth, he thought, how infuriating, he's still underestimating me, just you wait. Then the auction officially began. The auctioneer announced the next item is a Thunderseed Spirit Grade Fragment. Harvested from the peak of Tianshan, it has been in constant contact with storm clouds. This Thunderseed Spirit level fragment is called Heavenly Lord. Its special attack power can even trigger spatial tremors. The starting bid is 10 million. Lightning system mages don't miss this. The esteemed guests began bidding one after another, raising their paddles. The price climbed 12 million, 14 million. Someone called out, everyone do me a favor here. Stop competing with me. 20 million. Another retorted, get lost, Popperil. Bid 25 million. Bidder 13 raised their paddle. 28 million. Bidder 13 offers 28 million. Anyone else? The crowd gasped, sold. The auctioneer announced 28 million going once, 28 million going twice, sold. Congratulations to bidder 13 for their successful bid. With that the gavel struck. Zhao Manuan said to Mofan, now or even. Mofan murmured, Heavenly Lord. The auctioneer continued, the next item is no less valuable than the Thunder Seed. This is a warrior level soul fragment from a parasitic demon. Surely everyone knows what that means. The rarer the soul, the higher the chance of forming a demonic energy nebula. Bidding begins at 12 million. Zhao Manuan bids 20 million. Mofan widened his eyes in shock. Old Zhao, what are you doing? Zhao Manuan explained, relax, this thing isn't even worth it. I'm just helping you drive up the market price. The final price will be at least double that plus 5 million. Mofan sighed, you're a real brother. The gavel fell. 29 million. Congratulations to bidder 15. Mofan grinned foolishly, I'm rich, I've struck gold. Zhao Manuan mused to himself, is this what being poor feels like? Suddenly Zhao Manuan glanced over and told his brother Mofan, look, this is hilarious. Bidder 15 is from the Bai family. Bai Zongfeng smugly said, sometimes family background is power. Once I get the demonic energy nebula it'll crush you in no time. Mofan squinted and smiled, alright, I hope you go easy on me. But in his heart he thought, why do all these rich kids say the same thing? Afterward the auction ended and they headed back. Zhao Manuan added, not to mention this bright departure shield can easily block a full-strength attack from a warrior-level demon. And it only took 12 million to earn it all back. Mofan said smugly, what can I say, Lady Luck always favors the handsome. Zhao Manuan retorted, what are you talking about? Stop bragging, what else can you do with the rest of the money? Mofan replied, move, I need to move into a place that befits a billionaire. Scene changed to Jinyuan Apartments. Mofan rushed in excitedly, boasting a luxury apartment. Hey, here comes the rich and powerful fan, this is the place. Then a plump landlady appeared and said, "You're here, you must be the young man who called earlier." Fan confirmed, "Yes, I saw your rental listing online." The landlady warmly invited, "Well, come inside and well talk." "Wow, your arms are so toned and muscular. Which school did you graduate from?" Fan could only mutter "Avu." Just then the doorbell rang again. "Auntie, go answer the door, I'll go in and take a look first." The landlady sighed, "Oh dear, someone else is here, this is so annoying." Then she took the chance to pat Fan's stomach and said, "Young man, you have nice abs." Fan thought to himself, "Huh, why does this voice sound so familiar?" A sweet female voice called out, "Auntie, is this the place for rent?" The landlady replied from inside, "Yes it is." The moment he saw the girl, Fan gasped in surprise. "Ah, the beauty is actually Munukyo." Both of them widened their eyes and said in unison, "It's you." After viewing the apartment, the two sat down to chat. Fan asked again, "Are you planning to rent a place too?" Munukyo confirmed yes. Just then a girl walked up and asked, "Do you two know each other?" Fan dumbly looked up at the girl's ample chest and froze. The girl added, "You look really familiar." Then the girl covered her mouth and said, "Ah, you're the big villain." Fan was stunned. The big villain? The landlady suddenly appeared and asked, "Are you all satisfied with this apartment?" Fan thought to himself, "The balcony is a full 20 square meters, the kitchen is spacious, and there's even a wine cabinet." He replied, "I'm very satisfied." The landlady then asked, "What about you two girls?" The girl cooed to Munukyo, "I really love this place, Mujia, let's live here, okay?" The landlady happily said, "If you all like this apartment, why not rent it together?" To be honest, this apartment is really expensive, it's no joke, the monthly rent is tens of thousands. Munukyo added, "Money is no problem, I have no objections." The busty girl cheered, "Great, great. I've never shared a place with anyone before. I read in novels that college students do that." "How interesting," Munukyo immediately reminded Little Rabbit. The landlady added, "Since you all know each other, sharing a place would be even better." Munukyo replied, "Auntie, actually we aren't exactly close." Little Bunny is waiting to speak. The busty girl chimed in again, "Oh sister Timu, it's fine, each room is private. Sister, you know my grandpa has been controlling my living expenses lately. Worst case, well, make him cover half the rent." Though Fan was drooling, he still felt it was unfair. "Wait, why should I pay half the rent?" The busty girl shot back, "This guy paying half the rent to live with two gorgeous girls, even in his dreams, he'd wake up laughing." Fan retorted, "What about you getting to live with a handsome guy like me?" The busty girl was left speechless before storming over to kick his thigh. Fan trembled and asked, "What are you doing?" "Calm down, don't come near me." The busty girl then feigned a fragile look. Fan, just say yes, okay, it's better than you being stubborn." Fan was already mentally manipulated and immediately agreed, "No problem." The girl cheered happily. Fan is the best nu," shrieked Ada De. The girl named Ada De turned to Sister and said, "Sister, I know I was wrong. But don't you find it curious, he must have secrets. Besides, this happened at the physique hall. Rumor has it he killed a general-level demonic beast. Also, the family needs talent right now. I heard the dean thinks highly of him." Emonu nodded in agreement. "Fine, but he's close with Elder Zhao." Ada De said confidently, "Don't worry." The next day Ada De told a few guys, "Just leave your stuff in the living room." The guys glanced at Fan and said, "Oh, someone beat us here." Fan asked in surprise, "What's going on?" Ada De replied, "Move your things over there." "Save half the couch for my bunny." Fan asked in surprise, "Bunny?" Ada De told the guys, "Alright, you can leave now." Then they turned to Fan, "Shin Tai, why are you still here? Didn't you hear? Did they tell us to leave together?" Fan was stunned and pointed at himself. "Bro, I live here," the guys asked in shock. "The freeloader pig." The guy looked Fan up and down and said, "Everything you're wearing adds up to less than $200 and you claim you live here. Stop daydreaming and get lost." Another guy burst into laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha." Fan lost his cool and pointed at them, yelling, "You two should be the ones leaving, this is my apartment." The atmosphere turned tense. Ada De smirked to herself. "Have fight." The guy threatened with fire magic. "You looking for trouble?" Muffin said calmly, "No wonder you're so arrogant, you're at intermediate fire control. But do you believe me when I say if you take one more step forward I'll make sure you crawl out of here?" Just then Munu Chao descended the stairs and asked, "What on earth are you all up to?" Seeing Munu Chao, the group was stunned. "Mumu goddess," they stammered. The bespectacled one respectfully said, "I am Han Lu. It is my honor to meet Miss Munu Chao here." "We meant no offense." Munu Chao scolded, "You guys to us, this little girl already caused enough chaos." Hanla added, "This guy is just too shameless. He even claimed to live here, so we wanted to teach him a lesson." "That's right, was rude to us too." Munu Chao replied, "He does live here, you two go back, stop causing trouble." After hearing this, Han Lu and the others were dumbfounded. "How you mean him?" Muffin answered, "What's wrong?" "That's right, it's me. What impressed? Your goddess has spoken. Why aren't you leaving yet?" Hanla turned and said alright, just a misunderstanding, well go. Mofan rushed to slam the door shut and shouted, don't let the door hit you on the way out. Nunu Chao thought to herself, this guy holds a grudge. They just apologized and he had to get back at them. She then turned to her scatterbrained little sister and demanded, what are you up to now? Her sister quickly pleaded, big sis Moo, I was wrong, I won't dare do it again. Mofan turned to the two beauties and said, let me make this clear. Even though we're roommates, I have 3 conditions to set. Her sister shrieked, no way. Mofan began listing his terms. First, bringing strangers over for the night requires the other's approval. Her sister retorted, oh the irony, you're the one who brings strangers over. Mofan continued, second, no entering my room without permission. Third, no snooping on private matters. Someday you'll marry a refined man like Mr. Duan as your scapegoat. 5,000 times fine. The monk got angry, make it 50,000. Why not steal it first? With that he lunged and bit the victim. Mofan yelped out, why did you bite me? Nunu Chao quickly pulled her sister away, saying, stop it. Her sister played innocent, but he's being so unreasonable. Mofan rubbed his nose and said, let's leave it at that for now. Mofan, be careful with those 2 guys from earlier. Mofan side-eyed Nunu Chao, then smirked and said thanks. The scene shifted to Westlake in Hangzhou. On a winter's day, Mofan strolled out with his confidant. Suddenly a guy peeked out from behind a tree and said, hey, they're visiting, come here, I've got something to tell you. The elders say a white snake was once caught here. Mofan asked, how big was it? That guy said again, what would I gain by tricking you? Finally a grandmaster, nearly exhausted all his lifelong cultivation power just to seal it away. Mofan praised that strong, then how did it still get sealed? The guy then said, you know what, I have a strategy guide for this. Since we're fated, it'll give you a special price, 4,000 yuan. Then came the sound of a scuffle and the guy was beaten black and blue. Mofan asked in disgust, do you take me for a fool? The guy still shouted from behind, bro, my bad, how about 4 yuan? Mofan sneered, what I thought had at least tell me the legend of the white snake. Then Di Shinha asked Mofan, Gidge, what are you talking about? Mofan chuckled, little sister, I come from another world. It's similar to this one but not quite the same. Di Shinha asked again, Mofan, Gidge, do I look like a 3-year-old to you? Mofan licked his lips and said, looks like I can't prove the truth, I'm an alien. Oh right, I just remembered teacher Tang Yu lives nearby. It wouldn't be right not to say hello. Di Shinha asked, is she the teacher you always mention on the phone? Mofan replied, yes, she's helped me a lot. Just then Tang Yu's phone rang. She thought, what does Mofan want now, and answered, what do you need? Mofan replied slickly, just missed you. Tang Yu snapped, if it's nothing, I'm hanging up, I'm busy. Mofan quickly stopped her, wait, I'm in Hangzhou right now. Tang Yu glanced out the window and said, oh, welcome to Hangzhou. I'm a bit tied up now, but once I'm done I'll head to Shanghai. Mofan replied, then I'll treat you to super spicy crayfish when you get there, you go ahead, bye. Mofan asked in surprise, new business? Boss Bao sat down and said, I made you tea, come sit. Meanwhile Ling Ling sighed, so excited, what's got you so worked up? Mofan plopped down with a sigh, no choice now. Xinhao went back to school and mine hasn't started yet, I'm bored to death, so what's the job? After taking a sip of tea, Mofan spat it all out, yelling hot hot hot. Sticking out his tongue at Ling Ling, he said, you're so cruel, what's the mission you mentioned? Ling Ling picked up a paper and said, this job is a bit odd. Mofan asked, how odd, how tough is it? Boss Bao told him, see for yourself. Mofan took a look at read that the Heavenly Hunters Guild would ensure this person's safety. The commission fee has been transferred to the guild account, it's just a bodyguard job, what's the big deal? Boss Bao reminded him, take a look at who the client is. Mofan asked again, is this person really that special? When he looked down he gasped, oh my goodness, the client is Mofan. A new summoning student from Bright Pearl Academy, you idiot. Boss Bao explained, at first we thought it was a prank. But the money was already in the account and the amount wasn't small. Ling Ling asked Grandpa, what do you think we should do? Boss Bao replied, I'll send Dashang to check it out, he might have returned to Yudu. Mofan spoke up, wait, I'm a hunter too, I can take this commission. Boss Bao confirmed, is that okay? If you die it'll damage the reputation of the Azure Sky Hunters Guild. Mofan shouted, oh come on. Boss, do you have to say it like that? Ling Ling warned, stop messing around Mofan, your life might be in danger. Mofan wondered, could it be he Yang Ding trying to harm me? Boss Bao advised, no need to be so tense, Dashang will protect you in secret. He then turned to Ling Ling and said, you and Dashang keep an eye on Mofan. Ling Ling agreed, alright little lamb. Boss Bao told the kid, it's not that bad, Mofan, go home. Mofan immediately replied, okay, I'm going. On his way home Mofan walked and thought, I wonder who the client is. Could it be Elder Chang? Suddenly Mofan sensed danger. Someone struck using the move Blazing Inferno. Mofan thought that was fast.
Mo Fan retorted, humph, mere mortal fire can't compete with my scorching flame. With a wave he dispersed the attack. But the attacker cast a wind spell. This wasn't over yet. A tornado-formed dragon cyclone, it charged straight at Mo Fan. Mo Fan immediately activated Traveler's Art. Thick blood beast, his form became agile in an instant. With a flash he moved elsewhere. Mo Fan had now locked onto the attacker's position. The group opposite thought, this kid is really nimble. Mo Fan unleashed a lightning spell. Thunder Seal, a bolt of lightning struck toward them. They dodged quickly, but one was hit. He cried out, rotten luck, there are 3 of us, we pick on me. Mo Fan charged at them fiercely, shouting, you're asking for it. Meanwhile the others were calling out to the one hit by lightning vice leader. Mo Fan activated his magic again. Traveler's Art. Thick blood beast, Iron Hoof strike. He leaped from one side of the lake to the other in a single bound. The guy who just got shocked grumbled, damn, my tongue's still numb, but he was already scared out of his wits for the second time. Unbelievable. Suddenly a rock flew out of nowhere and smashed into the guy's head. Seeing their companion buried alive, the group immediately shouted, Deputy Leader. Mo Fan mused to himself that the Blood Beast boot skill was improving like a storm. Mo Fan unleashed the lightning seal again and the group instantly dropped to their knees, begging, spare us, Senior. Mo Fan blinked in surprise. Huh, Senior, aren't you guys from the Black Church? The group answered in terror, no, we're students from Mingzhou Academy. Another chimed in, that's right, we didn't mean to attack you, Senior. Mo Fan thought he might have overreacted. He pressed on, who sent you? The group stammered it was Jiao Wenqing. The other quickly agreed, yes. Mo Fan waved his hand and said, hurry and take him to the infirmary. They quickly replied, thank you, Senior. Mo Fan scratched his head and sighed. Had he been too paranoid? How could the Black Wind Hall show up at Mingzhou Academy to cause trouble? But then memories of Uncle Chang's suffering resurfaced. Mo Fan vowed to himself would never ever let anyone close to him get hurt again. Next, Mo Fan took out his phone and dialed. After a few rings someone answered. Hello, Blue Sky Hunters, at your service this is. Mo Fan said, Lingling, tell the boss I don't need protection, send the senior disciple to guard my father Mo Jiaxing instead. And Lingling, please protect my sister Mia Xinsha. Lingling replied, but the client insisted we protect you. Mo Fan reminded her, if anything happens to them I'd rather die. Lingling asked, what about you? Then Boss Bao patted Lingling's head and said, alright, let Mo Fan decipher himself. Lingling reluctantly called out, Grandpa. Boss Bao advised, be careful, if anything comes up come to Blue Sky Hunters. Mo Fan said thank you. After hanging up he muttered, those bastards from the Black Wind Hall, the Earth Saint Spring was indeed with him, let them come and take it. The principal then asked, are you sure you want to enter the threefold tower to train now? Mo Fan confirmed, yes, that's right. The principal nodded in agreement. Alright. The paperwork will take some time. Focus on your training at the academy for now. Mo Fan bowed his head and thanks. Thank you, Headmaster. The principal waved his hand. You earned this yourself, no need to thank me. In the physical training hall incident you were the unsung hero. Consider this the academy's token of appreciation. Mo Fan replied shyly, so the teachers knew about it too. The dean of the medicine department added that your teacher will notify you once everything is arranged. Mo Fan obediently replied, alright, I'll head back first then. After Mo Fan left, the supervising teacher stepped out and asked the dean why they didn't let him lie low for a while. After all, we still stand in the light while the dark church lurks in the shadows. The dean rose and gazed out the window, answering, the dark church is too deeply hidden. Even if it's just targeting one student, Mo Fan must have something they need. The supervising teacher added, that's why the Judgment Council is using Mo Fan as bait. The dean reminded him, eradicating the dark church is everyone's duty. No one wants another disaster like Bo City. The supervising teacher fell silent. The scene shifted to a private sanatorium. A man in black approached Fu Tianming, who had attacked Mo Fan, and spoke. Startled by the interrogation, Fu Tianming quickly knelt and pleaded his case. No, I swear on my life. I was only gathering information under the guise of revenge for Jiao Wenqing. I don't understand why he struck so ruthlessly. The man in black said, emotionlessly recover from your injuries first. Then use your connections to exact revenge on him. I want him to experience it firsthand. Hearing this, Fu Tianming hastily grabbed the man's sleeve and suggested, great one, Weisher. In my opinion, the best time to deal with him is during the main campus assessment. Before he could finish, a flying kick sent him crashing into a nearby cabinet. The man in black immediately seized Fu Tianming by the collar and lifted him up. Saying word by word, I don't need you to tell me what to do. Terrified, Fu Tianming begged for mercy. I understand, please spare me, sir. The man in black continued in a threatening tone, if there's a next time you want, get the chance to beg. Don't disappoint me again, Fu Tianming. With that, the dark cleric vanished into thin air.
Trembling all over, Fu Tianming stammered, "I understand, sir, you can count on me." The scene changed, revealing a towering spire piercing the clouds. This was the Three Divisions Tower, a historic structure within the main campus of Mingzhou Academy. This tower possessed a unique ability to gather scattered elemental energy from the heavens and earth, making it a remarkable magical structure that embodied the wisdom of the ancients. It played a crucial role in cultivating magical talent at Mingzhou Academy. Mo Fan looked up in awe at the magnificent structure and marveled, "So this is the Three Divisions Tower." The dean of the medicine department stood beside him and began explaining. The Three Divisions Tower gathers scattered elemental energy from the world. Training within it yields twice the results with half the effort. Just then a gate guard stepped forward, saluted and greeted Dean Xiao. Dean Xiao stroked his beard and nodded, responding, Take him inside." A bespectacled man looking kind and approachable smiled at Mo Fan and said, "Little brother, you're really lucky. In the past we had to stay in the main hall for 2 years before being allowed into the three-step tower." Mo Fan just laughed heartily in response. The bespectacled young man led the way, gesturing, "Follow me." After walking quite a distance, Mo Fan asked in confusion, "We've walked at least 500 meters, right? Why haven't we arrived yet?" The bespectacled young man turned back and asked, "Do you know why this place is called the Three-Step Tower?" Mo Fan shook his head, admitting, "I don't." The young man happily explained, "In the spatial system there's a concept called 1 step 1,000 miles, 2 steps 10,000, 3 steps boundless. The three-step tower is also known as the Boundless Tower." Mo Fan exclaimed in surprise. "Spatial studies?" The bespectacled young man nodded in confirmation. "Yes, the three-step tower has many spatial layers. Guess which energy layer suits you best for cultivation?" The man replied calmly, "You'll have to experience it for yourself to understand. I can only take you this far. Just go up the stairs from here." Mo Fan quickly thanked him. "Thanks." Then he began stepping up the long staircase one by one. He tested a step, finding it quite sturdy, and thought to himself with delight, "Huh, this is solid." So he started bouncing up the steps. But before long, Mo Fan suddenly slipped, tipping backward and nearly falling into the endless void. Luckily he grabbed onto a step, or he would have plunged into the abyss. Mo Fan let out a long breath, relieved that was close. Happy as he was, he reminded himself not to get too carried away. Afterward he climbed step by step, wondering to himself, "What's going on? Why is my magic energy draining non-stop? Hurry up, or my nebula fire magic energy won't last until the first layer." After a while Mo Fan finally reached the first layer. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Suddenly Mo Fan's spiritual platform flared with light. He scrambled up in a daze, astonished. "Wow, the cultivation speed here is 20 times faster than outside. This is just the first layer. If I reached the second, Mo Fan couldn't even imagine it." The bespectacled one replied bluntly, "Isn't that obvious? If he climbed up himself, the villains would naturally notice him." The other snapped back, "That's not how things work." But the bespectacled one reacted sharply, "Why not? I've stood guard here for 2 years just for a chance to cultivate. Why should he get it so easily?" Inside the tower, Mo Fan was laughing triumphantly. At the second level, cultivation speed is already 40 times faster. He calculated to himself, with this little Mino boosting efficiency by 25 times, that means a 100-fold increase. 1 day in the tower equals 3 months outside. This is amazing. As time passed, on the 6th day in the tower, Mo Fan felt noticeable changes. His star summoning had reached nebula level, while lightning and fire had both reached level 2. But the cultivation speed is slowing down again. It seems the longer you stay, the weaker the effect. Mo Fan stood up, preparing to step onto the stairs leading to the 3rd level, his expression turning grave. Suddenly the bespectacled senior brother spoke up. "Junior." Mo Fan started, then replied him. The senior continued, "You're only an intermediate mage. It's best to cultivate below the 3rd level." Mo Fan thought to himself, "I have 4 magical affinities, why not push to the 3rd level on the last day?" But the moment he stepped onto the first stair, Mo Fan felt dizzy and lightheaded. His body trembled as he collapsed to the ground, realizing in horror, "Fate, this. The mental gravity on the 3rd level is on a completely different scale." Mo Fan dragged himself up the stairs, trembling as he inched forward. Finally he reached the first resting platform. He looked up in despair. "This is impossible. I can't take it anymore." Yet he forced himself upward, moving painfully slow. Mo Fan gritted his teeth, blood trickling from his lips, screaming inwardly, "Gods, my head is going to explode. Ancestors, why isn't this over yet?" He pushed himself onward. Time passed as Mo Fan gasped for breath. Then he thought, "This time I really have to give up." Yet somehow Mo Fan stepped onto the 3rd level. He scrambled up, laughing in relief. "Aha, just as I thought." Then he pounded his chest in frustration. "Damn it, this air is going to kill me." While cultivation speed increased by 200 times. Keep going, don't stop." But his final training time had ended. Suddenly the phone rang and Mo Fan picked it up with a hello.
On the other end a man named Duda said anxiously, Mo-fan, I need your help, come over quickly. Mo-fan asked confused, what's wrong? Dudu replied, I forgot to bring money for my coffee. I'm at the Star Engraving Cafe on South Fishery Street, come pay for me. Mo-fan glanced over skeptical, don't they make you pay first at Star Engraving? Do you think I'm stupid? Duda panicked, stop talking and get over here. It seemed the people outside had heard him. Duda realized he had said too much, this was bad. She then shouted at the approaching men, stay back, I've already called someone. The men kept advancing coldly saying, come with us. Suddenly Dudu exclaimed in delight, Mo-fan, you really came? Mo-fan looked utterly bewildered. Dudu waddled over her large chest bouncing and said boldly, ugh, I missed you so much. Before he could react she leaped at him, wrapping her legs around his waist and pressing her ample chest against his face, whining, I thought you weren't coming. Mo-fan thought to himself, well, this contact is tolerable. Then one of the bodyguards warned Mage, don't meddle in our affairs. This woman was extremely rude to our young master. Mo-fan thought this can't be good. He then snapped, possum spoiled brat with nothing better to do. He turned to Dudu and asked, who are these guys? Dudu pouted, I have no idea. Mo-fan pressed, then why did you provoke them? The bodyguards began channeling magic flames flickering in their hands as they warned. We've been more than polite, don't push your luck. Mo-fan readied his own magic, prepared for a fight. Just as tensions peaked someone walked over and said, young man, the Judges Guild. We meet again, it's Mr. Gua. He frowned, why is there magic in the air? Mo-fan turned to him and said, oh, you remember me, that's flattering. The bodyguards froze at the mention of the Judges Guild, made a gesture and retreated. Dudu took the opportunity to say, since you've run into an acquaintance, take your time, catch you later. Mo-fan stared blankly, what's going on? Why did everyone just leave? Mr. Gua also asked what happened. Mo-fan replied, I have no idea. Well, I'm not actually part of the Judges Guild. The one who referred me was just my teacher. Mr. Gua exclaimed in surprise, oh, earlier. I've also met your homeroom teacher before. She once came to Shanghai. Yes, she asked me to help her find a type of serpent jade. Mo-fan pressed further. Serpent jade. Gua explained that it was a gemstone with a strong attraction to serpents. I have no idea why she'd want something so dangerous. I've got things to do, so we'll be off. Come find me next time you wake up and I'll use the best materials for you. Mo-fan replied cheerfully, I'll thank you in advance. Then afterward he returned to his apartment. He opened the door and sighed wearily and exhausted. That little brat, but the moment he opened the door he was stunned by Mu Chiao, who was only wrapped in a towel. Mu Chiao stammered, Mo-fan. Mo-fan exclaimed in excitement, oh my. Mu Chiao immediately shouted, pervert. Then came the sound of squeezing. Mo-fan shrieked, oh no. A while later Mo-fan sat covering his swollen face while Mu Chiao had already gotten dressed. The two stayed silent, but the little brat burst into laughter. Ha. Mo-fan was furious, you little brat. The little brat made a face and said, sorry Mo-fan, but your panda eyes are just too. She burst into laughter again, nearly choking. Mo-fan put on a killer's expression, though it was a panda-eyed killer's. Mu Chiao then spoke up, oh Mo-fan, did you hear this year's head chef district selection exam is different from last year's? Mu Chiao added, this time only students with intermediate mage level cultivation can qualify for the head chef district selection. Mo-fan asked in surprise, intermediate, really? Mu Chiao continued, and the assessment method is quite unique this time. You must capture a live phantom beast that escaped from the military. Mo-fan thought to himself, well, at least I'm an intermediate mage, so I can still participate. The little brat leaned into Mu Chiao's arms and said, the prize is a chance to train in the threefold tower. What do you think? Mu Chiao yelped, little brat. Mo-fan sighed after hearing that the threefold tower. The little brat excitedly replied, yes, and there are 5 spots available. Mo-fan stroked his chin in thought, so if I rank in the top 5, but the little brat had already disappeared without him noticing. Mo-fan yelped, hey. The little brat then called out, this year's assessment allows team battles. Join our beauty team, well, definitely win. Mo-fan stood up and firmly refused, you should find someone else. The little brat put on a pitiful bunny act and whined. What? Mo-fan immediately replied, sorry, I don't plan on teaming up. The little brat angrily threw an egg at Mo-fan and glared, you jerk. Then she turned to Mu Nukio and big sister Mu, saying, sister, look at him. He's notorious at school. Who would even want to team up with him? Still putting on airs, she then shouted at Mo-fan, who was about to leave, get back here. I'm not done talking when Mo-fan slammed the door shut. The girl yelled, Mo-fan, you little jerk, get out here now. Mu Nukio tried to stop her, but the girl shouted again, sister, don't hold me back, I'll bite him to death. Mu Nukio commanded sternly, stop making a scene. After hearing that, the girl instantly turned as docile as a little bunny, replying softly, okay, but. Mu Nukio continued, it's fine, even without him we can still win.
Let's go back to the room, she said, and the girl obediently replied okay. Then her mood did a complete 180 as she stuck out her tongue mockingly toward the door. Nyanya. Fan, you'll regret this, she taunted, then whined, sister, wait for me. Fan stood there for a moment thinking to himself, I'm sorry, I don't want to drag you into my conflict with Hao Jiaoting. After waiting this long, Hao Jiaoting must be losing patience. Fan took out his phone and made a call. Hodi, I need to ask you a favor. The next day Fan arrived at the police station. He picked up his phone to read Zhang Xiaohao's message. Fanj, I found out something. Those possessed by demonic beasts love eating beef, right, and training in the central region now. If you come to the central region, come find me, I miss you. Fan muttered to himself. Hodi said those possessed by demonic beasts love beef. To find clues I should start with reports of stolen beef. Then a female officer said to Fan, Hunter, we've prepared the case files you requested. Fan replied politely, thank you. If there are any new reports, please let me know. Erase my contact information. After saying that, he handed the officer his business card. She acknowledged all right. Fan glanced at the report. The new district has a higher frequency of incidents. There was a recent case on Wan Street. Let's check it out. The scene shifted to a warehouse on Wan Street. Fan examined the traces on the ground and deduced the fur of a demonic beast's tail will decompose into powder after 7 days. This strand is almost powder now. Looks like we'll have to wait for the latest reports. A moment later at the same location, someone said, hey brothers, could the rumors about monsters be true? Someone was here investigating earlier. One of them asked in surprise, huh, someone got here before us. We'd better hurry up. Then the other replied confidently, don't worry, the demonic beast will be ours. Meanwhile Fan was walking down the street when his phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and asked, hello, who is this? The policewoman said with a terrified expression, Hunter, it's me. I just received a tip. There's been a large-scale beef theft at a factory by the Sioux River. Do you want to check it out? Fan immediately replied, all right, I'll head there right away, thank you. After hanging up, the policewoman trembled as she told the man in the black robe, I've already informed him. The man responded, you did well. Suddenly a sharp blade was pressed against her neck. The man in the black robe said coldly, if you don't want trouble, keep your mouth shut. The policewoman fled in panic as the monkey-faced baboons screeched nearby. The masked man warned, now isn't the time to tip them off. Well, deal with her after this is over. The scene shifted to the banks of the Sioux River where the man in the black robe ordered his subordinate Kuei, keep watch outside. Notify us the moment you spot the target, he commanded. The others immediately replied, understood. The man in the black robe emphasized, capture the target alive. Don't fail, you know the consequences if you do. The group of black monkey-faced creatures continued screeching, terrifying the man's subordinates until their faces turned pale. Meanwhile, Su Zhuting and Lulu were observing from a distance. Su Zhuting instructed Lulu, stay here, he'll go in and take a look. Lulu quickly tried to stop him. Zhuting, don't go. And why are you following these people? What are those half-human, half-demon things? Su Zhuting repeated, don't ask, just stay here. Remember, if I'm not out in 10 minutes you have to leave immediately. With that, Su Zhuting used his wind affinity skill and vanished silently. He muttered, just as I thought, they're here. 1 2 3 4, wait, why's one missing? Just then a man in a number 4 jersey appeared behind him and asked, looking for me? Su Zhuting realized too late it was a trap. The man in the black robe let out a sinister chuckle. Su Zhuting immediately cast a lightning spell, lightning seal, lightning strike. At the same time his opponent shouted its lightning affinity, the target's here, capture him. Su Zhuting's eyes turned a deep purple. A swarm of black monkey-faced demons emerged from nowhere surrounding Su Zhuting. He groaned, why are there so many of these things? Then he gritted his teeth and said, I'll fight you all. A bolt of lightning crashed down with a deafening boom. In the distance Lulu's eyes widened in alarm as she cried out, Zhuting, but it was too late. Su Zhuting had already been captured. The man in the black robe cursed furiously, damn it. How dare you ruin our plans? By this time Lulu had already run near the gathering spot of the black-clad men. Soon the black-clad men spotted Lulu. They shouted, who's there? Su Zhuting yelled, Lulu. Then one of Su Zhuting's subordinates stepped forward pointing at Lulu and ordering, drag this one away immediately. Hurry up and take care of that girl, then clean up the scene, don't leave any traces. The demonic beasts immediately lunged at Lulu. Lulu cast Water Defense Guardian and a barrier instantly appeared blocking the beasts. But the barrier was too weak and was shattered in an instant. Lulu let out a pain scream. Hey Kuei-san, that's enough. If we delay any longer we'll face the High Priest's punishment. At this moment Lulu scrambled backward screaming, help me. The men immediately said, this pest has caused enough trouble, finish her off. Suddenly a flurry of rocks and sand struck. Several demonic beasts were knocked rolling to the ground. Lulu exclaimed in surprise, it's you, run, there are more inside. Fan asked calmly, is that so? Then I'll kill as many as there are. Number 2 roared, another one attack, better to kill by mistake than let them escape. The demonic beasts pounced, but they were torn apart by the shadow wolves. Seeing the shadow wolves multiplying, Lulu shouted at Fan, run. Fan didn't answer, only feinting a move. He activated his lightning seal and said calmly, flee. That word isn't in my vocabulary. Fan raised his hand toward the sky and the heavens darkened to a deep purple. Several demonic beasts let out eerie shrieks. Number 3 smirked, we outnumber him. That guy can't kill all of us even if he exhausts his magic. Fan shouted, accumulate. His gaze fixed on the people and beasts ahead filled with hatred. The atmosphere grew oppressive. Number 3 finally panicked. Fan uttered the last 2 words, thunderstorm. This time it wasn't just one bolt, countless lightning strikes rained down. Number 3 screamed no amidst tier 2 spell impossible, then he collapsed to the ground. Number 2 urged, get up. After being pulled up, Number 3 stammered, and Number 2 cursed, idiot. Charge him while he's channeling his magic. After hearing this, Number 3 froze, then pointed at Fan and said, charge, I'll take that brat's life. The baboon-like demonic beasts lunged forward, one aiming straight for Fan's throat. A wound appeared on Fan's neck and he quickly retreated, his hand still bore the lightning seal. Number 3 laughed, ha, a basic lightning seal. We've cornered him with our horde of dark beasts, haven't we? Suddenly a shriek pierces the air as thunder roars and the lightning seal rages. A baboon lies struck down its fate. Grim Lulu stares at Mofan stunned. The third brother stammers, Liling rank. The second brother cursed again, damn it, shut up, are you live streaming? The group shouts in unison, giving the man no chance to catch his breath. A few obedient ones, but the third brother stutters again. I'll look over there. The second brother curses, can you just shut up? Yet his gaze remains fixed on where Mofan stands. Mofan is unleashing a column of violet-black lightning. The second brother stutters, our run, but everyone stands frozen in place, petrified. A massive lightning bolt crashes down from the sky. The wolf beast opens its maw in a howl. The third brother mutters in despair, we're done for. Mofan points at the second brother and commands heavenly lightning strike. Explode. A shrill roar echoes. The second brother stands motionless, eyes rolling back, then he stares downward in shock. His chest is blasted open. No, that can't be. Moments later all 4 collapse to the ground. Mofan sighs, old wolf, let's go back. With that he helps Lulu to her feet. The 2 humans and 1 demon depart, leaving behind 4 lifeless bodies and a swirl of dark demonic energy. The scene shifts to Mofan's apartment. Nunukio and Mr. Tutu step down from the balcony. Just then Mofan pushes the door open. He quietly enters and shuts the door behind him. Mr. Tutu asks Nunukio why is he covered in blood. Nunukio remains silent. Mofan has changed his clothes and is washing his face. He mutters useless, then he recalls Lulu's plea in the hospital. Mofan, please save Chitting. Mofan punches the mirror in front of him, shattering it. He grits his teeth and growls, black church. The scene changes. A man addresses a masked figure, priest. Our plans were ruined by that guy. The disfigured man Wu Ning lifts Su Chitting by the collar. Oh, Su Chitting. After a long absence, Su Chitting responds, so it's you. Wu Ning sneers, since we're old acquaintances I'll give you some special attention. Su Chitting roars, you half-faced freak, you won't get away with this. Wu Ning snaps, don't call me a freak. With it he punches Su Chitting. Wu Ning then stomps on Su Chitting and shouts, soon you'll become an even more disgusting monster than me. At this moment the top subordinate respectfully said, priest, it seems that Kuei 5, Kuei 4, Kuei 3 and Kuei 2 are all dead. Wu Ning immediately asked, was it the Judgment Council who did this? The top subordinate replied, it was our later target who caught up. He even saved that girl and then ran off with this guy. Su Chaoting sneered, haha, Wu Ning, are you scared? Wu Ning stomped her foot on Su Chaoting's head and asked, you're happy that girl is still alive, aren't you? Su Chaoting trembled and shouted, Fan will find you soon. At the mention of Fan, Wu Ning flew into a rage. Fan. Don't you dare say that guy's name in front of me. Die, just die, she cursed as she stomped violently on Su Chaoting's head. The top subordinate reminded her, priest, if you keep this up he won't survive. By now Su Chaoting's face was bruised and swollen. Wu Ning sighed him. Letting him die now would be too easy. You've brought me a decent captive this time, so we'll let it slide. The top subordinate bowed respectfully, thank you, priest, you were merciful. Meanwhile Wu Ning dragged Su Chaoting away by his leg. Looking at Su Chaoting's once handsome face, Wu Ning let out a sinister laugh, ha ha ha. Su Chaoting, you'll soon regret being alive. A week later in an apartment, Fan sat talking with 2 beautiful women. How's the search for the beast of secret love going? The commander, munching on food, said, it's too early, don't expect us to spill anything. Fan let out a confused ah. Muducha spoke bluntly, actually I think this test isn't just about capturing the beast of secret love. The commander yelped in surprise. Fan asked, why do you say that?
Mu Duqiao explained the headmaster once said the mission is only complete if we lock the beast of secret love in the school's purification beast cage.
The commander panicked. Oh no, oh no, oh no.
That means we just need to snatch it from whoever catches it last. Then she glanced at Imofan, thinking to herself, how could I forget about this guy? He's the school's biggest troublemaker, stealing all the resources and doomed. Imofan burst into laughter. I see, haha, it'll be back in a bit. Soon after, Imofan slipped into Rinpu Hospital. Imofan asked Lulu, how did you run into Hawkeating's people? Lulu replied, we bumped into a student in the restroom and his expression changed immediately, then we followed him. Imofan asked in surprise, a student?
Lulu confirmed yes, and that's how we found Hawkeating's people. Imofan pondered while Lulu worriedly said, could Hawkeating's group have infiltrated the school?
We should report this to the Judgment Council. I'm really worried about Chowting. Imofan stopped her. Not yet.
Once the jury judges make a move, the Hao theocracy will likely retreat and go into hiding.
We won't be able to find the theocracy again. Hearing this, Lulu froze in shock. Seeing Lulu in tears, Mofan quickly said Zhang before he could finish. Lulu had already taken the backpack off Mofan's shoulder and then said,
whispering to herself, Su Chowting, you must be safe. The scene shifts. Night falls and Zhang Lulu is trapped in a nightmare. She screams repeatedly, no no Chowting, Chowting, don't leave. It's dangerous ahead. Su Chowting said, don't worry, you'll be back soon.
Zhang Lulu shouted, Chowting, Chowting, then a warm stream trickled to her feet.
Lulu's eyes widened as she looked down, then sat to inspect it. She gasped in horror, finding a dark purplish stain on her hand. Zhang Lulu feared the worst. Chowting must be in trouble.
Chowting, Chowting, she rushed forward without hesitation. Suddenly someone called her name. Lulu. Zhang Lulu turned in joy. Chowting. But what she saw left her stunned.
Su Chowting was strung up, impaled through the abdomen by a branch.
Zhang Lulu let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah, Chowting. Then she jolted awake, panting heavily. She chuckled in relief. Ha, it was just a nightmare. Suddenly the sound of a door clicking open echoed. Zhang Lulu went to check, muttering, I remember locking the door before bed. Then several baboons appeared. Zhang Lulu shrieked, demons. Soon the creatures flooded into the house. Zhang Lulu screamed, stay back, don't come any closer. A massive baboon approached Zhang Lulu. It swung its arm, shattering the glass. Zhang Lulu screamed, ah. The baboon's face bore a faint resemblance to Su Chowting. It let out a roar. Zhang Lulu cried out, no. A piercing shriek followed, ah. Zhang Lulu was still sobbing in her dream, no, but when she opened her eyes she found herself alive. The sight before her filled her with terror. The baboon had already taken down several of its own kind. It growled lowly as it turned toward Zhang Lulu. The baboon stepped closer. It bared its fangs and roared, then raised its arms. Zhang Lulu screamed again, ah.
The baboon hurled Zhang Lulu aside. She cried out, no, stay away, don't come near me.
The baboon let out another growl before slamming its head into the wall. After a moment, blood splattered everywhere. Zhang Lulu stared in shock. Suddenly Wen Yang appeared behind him and asked, what's wrong? Can't bring yourself to do it? The monkey chattered a few more times. Wen Yang continued, you've surprised me.
The blasphemous spirit turtle, vengeful beast I refined, requires not only immense physical strength,
but more importantly a soul filled with hatred and resentment. Ha ha ha, you're perfect to become our killing servant. Don't even think about escaping. Now that you're a servant of our black church, not even the people from the Parthenon temple can save you. Zhang Lulu thought to herself, when did he appear? Wen Yang pointed at Su Chowting's face and said, I was happy about your transformation, but you tried to run away and even killed so many of our companions. This is your punishment, go tear it apart for me. With that she pointed at the terrified Zhang Lulu, who had curled into a ball. Meanwhile Imofan called Tangyu. Sister Tangyu, finally got through to you. Tangyu quickly asked, are you alright? Imofan replied, I'm fine, just took care of a few of the black chich's hounds.
Tangyu responded, you're being reckless, do you remember what happened? Imofan answered, it's nothing, a few black vengeful beasts aren't a challenge for me. Tangyu warned Imofan, the black chich's methods are terrifying. If they capture you they'll turn you into a monster. Black vengeful beasts aren't demons, they're living people.
They're alive but their souls are cursed. That's the black chich's most horrifying secret technique. Imofan shuddered at the thought. Then Han gritted his teeth and said, Sister Tangyu, Chowting has been captured by them. Tangyu fell silent upon hearing this. Imofan continued, if Chowting is turned into a black vengeful beast it means they know where Zhang Lulu is. Tangyu asked, who's Zhang Lulu?
Imofan explained, Chowting's girlfriend, she's the only family he has left now.
Zhang Lulu might be in danger, I'll call you back later. With that he hung up. After hearing the dial tone Tangyu called out Imofan, but Imofan had already cast a summoning spell. Old wolf, let's go. Su Chowting, Zhang Lulu, please don't let anything happen to you. With that she mounted her dark wolf beast and flew away.
Zhang Lulu stroked Su Chowting's monkey-like face and said, Chowting, so that's how it is. That's why you attacked those black vengeful beasts, right? You must have been so scared and in so much pain. It's okay now, you still have me.
But Su Chaoting drove his hand through Zhang Lulu's abdomen.
Wu Yang burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I knew you couldn't control yourself.
This touching scene was heartbreaking.
As your master, I'll show mercy and give you both a.
Let's talk a little longer before we part. Oh, but all you do is whine and howl. What's the point? Ha 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 ha. The scene shifts moments later. The academy's buildings are exposed, surrounded by the corpses of demonic beasts. Mo-fan quickly moves upward. Upon arriving, he finds the academy impaled by the arms of demonic beasts.
Su Zhuting, transformed into a dog-headed ape, curls up in the corner whimpering. Mo-fan says in anguish, I'm sorry I came too late. Su Zhuting continues whining and howling, holding up something that leaves a trail of blood. Mo-fan gasps. Su Zhuting, he sees a blood-stained piece of cloth in Su Zhuting's hand.
Mo-fan takes it and says this is a name. Tang Yu explains it's the name of a blue-robed steward. Su Zhuting found the name of that steward. Mo-fan asks what's the use of a name.
Tang Yu explains his name is a crucial lead in our investigation. We might be able to trace the mastermind through this blue-robed steward. Mo-fan asks, then what about Su Zhuting? Tang Yu hesitates. Mo-fan, there are some things Mo-fan is lost in thought. Su Zhuting reaches out to him.
He whimpers non-stop, then points to his chest. Mo-fan asks in alarm, you want me to end your suffering? Su Zhuting whines in confirmation.
Mo-fan says I'll take you to the judgment assembly. There must be a way to restore your human form, but Su Zhuting whimpers, crying. Mo-fan calls out Su. Suddenly Su Zhuting dashes away howling. Mo-fan chases after him in panic, shouting Su Zhuting. He sees Su Zhuting repeatedly ramming his head against the steps.
Witnessing this, Mo-fan turns to Tang Yu and asks, Miss Tang, is there really no hope left?
Tang Yu replies the Oracle of the Parthenon Temple might be able to save him.
But as far as I know, the Oracle's position is currently vacant.
Mo-fan asks so he has no choice but to end it himself.
Tang Yu answers do as he asks Mo-fan, sometimes death is a form of release. With a heavy heart, Mo-fan cremates his friend's remains.
Mo-fan reminds her, Miss Tang, earlier you mentioned the mastermind behind this operation is likely hiding in Mingzhou Academy. Tang Yu confirms.
Tang Yu asks in surprise, what are you planning to do?
Mo-fan replies, Miss Tang Yu and the others should follow that name and capture the blue-robed steward. As for the person in Mingzhou Academy, leave them to me. I entrust this to all of you. For this lead we've lost 2 lives. With that he bent down to pick up the spirit bones and place them together, then hung up the phone. Mo-fan looked up at the sky holding the spirit bones of Su Chaoting and Zhang Lu in his open palms. You two rest in peace. Mo-fan will avenge you.
In a cafe in Hangzhou, Lingling was still sitting with her laptop, the screen displaying Yi Xingxia's photo.
Just then a young man said to her, let me get the door for you. Xingxia replied, thanks. Lingling took a sip of her milk tea and thought, I wonder how Mo-fan is doing. Just as she took a sip, she saw Mo-fan calling. She slurped her drink and asked, what's up? Mo-fan hurriedly said, Lingling, someone has captured a vengeful spirit beast. I need to know their location. It's urgent.
Lingling sounded displeased. Do you think I'm your errand girl? Mo-fan pleaded, that's not what I meant. I'm counting on you.
Lingling fell silent for a moment before saying, fine, I'll look into it.
The scene shifted to a courier warehouse south of Mingzhou Academy. 3 students were already unconscious on the ground.
It was Mo-fan's doing. Had captured the vengeful spirit beast and kept it beside him. Mo-fan pondered for a moment before receiving a messaging ding ding.
Mo-fan texted Lingling, help me move it out. A message spread quickly. Mo-fan would bring the vengeful spirit beast to the beast taming cage at dawn. After leaving a final word, he strolled away. Meanwhile, in a restaurant, the atmosphere was entirely different.
Shen Mingxiao cheerfully clinked glasses with Luosong, grinning. This success is all thanks to you, brother. Let's drink to that.
Luosong sighed wearily. I'm exhausted, but we finally caught it. Shen Mingxiao took a sip of his drink and nodded that vengeful spirit beast was tough. After all, it was once tamed by the military. Luosong smirked, but we still caught it. Shen Mingxiao laughed heartily. That's right, let's drink to our teamwork.
With the 2 of us working together, we're unstoppable.
Just then a phone call abruptly cut through the cheerful mood. Big brother, we've captured the vengeful spirit beast. All thanks to you mobilizing the Alliance's hunters and resources.
But the caller dashed their spirits. But I heard that.
In half an hour someone named Mo-fan will bring the vengeful spirit beast to the beast taming cage.
Shen Mingxiao's face froze in disbelief. How is that possible? That guy must be trying to steal the credit. The beast is clearly in our hands. No sooner had he spoken than Shen Mingxiao's face turned pale. He shouted at Luosong.
Something's wrong, call those 3 guys now.
Luosong hastily dialed, but the call connected only to a cold automated voice. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Beep beep beep.
Luosong panicked. This isn't good, none of them are answering.
Anxiao screamed in pain as if burned by fire. This is bad, let's get back. The scene shifts to a courier warehouse. When Luosong and Anxiao rushed in, they found 3 underlings sleeping soundly like dead pigs. Fuming with rage, Anxiao gritted his teeth and snapped a bunch of useless idiots. Jolted awake, one of them asked blankly, boss, would another quicker to react? Stammered, it was Mo-fan, he knocked us out. Anxiao was so furious his teeth nearly cracked. How dare he lay a hand on our people? Enraged, he hurled the underling to the ground with a dull thud. The guy quickly lifted his head and scrambled over, shouting, let's go settle the score, boss, we can't let him get away with this. Anxiao, seething, kicked him a few more times and growled, you've got the nerve to talk. 3 good for nothings. Luosong quickly stepped in to stop him. Enough. The other 2 protested weakly, even you would have been taken down, boss. That guy's the infamous Mo-fan. Anxiao's temper flared even hotter. What did you say? Luosong quickly pulled his friend back. The most important thing now is to get the phantom beast back. Anxiao stormed off, tossing a final threat over his shoulder, well, deal with you later. Luosong's mind was set on one thing, Mo-fan, if I don't take you down this time, we'll take your last name. The scene shifts to the Qinghui Academy district in Mingzhou. By now countless people were lying in ambush in the woods. Anxiao gritted his teeth, they'll make that jerk pay, might as well call everyone since we're here. Suddenly a worried voice piped up, boss, the setup is too much, I don't think we can handle it. Another quickly chimed in, stay calm little brother, let's wait and see. In a nearby high-rise, Munu Jiao and Mr. Tutu were also keeping an eye on the situation. Mr. Tutu asked curiously, Sister Mu, did Mo-fan really steal the phantom beast? Munu Jiao replied calmly, you saw that photo, didn't you? Mr. Tutu held up Mo-fan's selfie, again puzzled. Is he out of his mind stealing it and then posting a selfie? Is he messing with us? Showing Chu as a major threat. Munu Jiao simply murmured, whether he's messing with us or not, we'll find out soon. Time passed and the sky brightened. A few impatient people started complaining, ugh, I'm so tired, were we tricked? It's freezing, I wanna go home. Just then a figure strolled into view from the distance. They immediately shouted, wait, look over there. Everyone's eyes locked onto Mo-fan and the 2 demonic beasts approaching. The shadow wolf beast, I see the shadow wolf beast. Seeing the phantom beast being dragged along by the shadow wolf, someone gasped, oh my, the infamous villain is really here. Mo-fan stepped closer, looked around and teased, well, everyone's here, aren't they? Shen Mingqiao, Luosong and Bai Zongfeng among others stared at him with wide eyes. A disciple whispered to his companion, bro, why isn't anyone rushing him? The other scoffed, dumb as an ox. Look at powerhouses like Bai Zongfeng and Luosong, they haven't made a move yet. The disciple suddenly realized, if I act now others will just reap the benefits. The other confirmed, exactly, that's called if the enemy doesn't move neither do we. But standing still like this makes us look like cowards. Dawn had broken. The commander raised his spyglass and sighed. The great villain actually showed up, looks like he skipped his medicine today. Mu Nukio said nothing, but a question arose in her mind, why is such a dense darkness emanating from him? The commander asked again, so Sister Mu, what should we do? Mu Nukio advised, let's wait and see, he must have his reasons for acting this way. Mu-fan then called out loudly to the crowd, this greedy beast swallowed my bottle of earth spring water. I don't care about the beast, I just want the earth spring water, who wants it? Shen Mingqiao gestured behind him at Song. The heavy-set man confirmed, Bai Zongfeng warned his companion, watch your surroundings. Immediately after, everyone's attention locked onto Mu-fan. He smirked coldly, how church, the earth spring water is right here. If you've got the guts, come and fight these 1,000 disciples for it. At that moment a few of Hao Chuch's underlings were hiding and whispering, he's trying to bait us. Everyone's after that beast, we can't afford to expose ourselves. The leader confirmed, exactly, the executor won't tolerate failure on this mission. Sir, say something. Wu Ning gripped a tree trunk so hard the bark flaked off her eyes, burning with murderous intent. Mo-fan, she thought to herself. Just then the leader spoke up, sir, I've scouted the area. The earth spring water is indeed inside that beast. Wu Ning remained silent. The man continued, there's no sign of the executor. Juror, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, don't let it slip away. Wu furrowed his brow and said, word by word, if he insists on courting death then he'll grant his wish. Then he instructed his subordinates, no need to mobilize the Dark Chich's forces, just seize the grudge beast first. They all responded in unison, understood, but there are many experts in this, RA might face heavy resistance. Wu scoffed coldly, they're nothing but a bunch of useless fools. He mused to himself, if I obtain the Earth Saint selection I'll become a blue-robed steward, then I'll show them how to toy with others. Meanwhile Mo-fan had already released the grudge beast, hurling it straight toward White Concealment Peak's group. The spectral wolf beast let out a threatening growl and everyone's eyes locked onto White Concealment Peak's party. White Concealment Peak cursed Mo Fan, you bastard. Shin Mingxiao immediately ordered charge, take back the grudge beast.
Others joined in the clamor, grab it, grab it.
White Concealment Peak activated his technique Fate.
You all take it and go, will hold them off. His companions warned, be careful.
Mo Fan watched the chaos unfold with satisfaction, thinking now that's more like it. Shouts erupted around them again. Even if I die, I'll enter the 3-step tower.
Anyone who tries to take it from me will pay with their life.
Suddenly Wang Lighting brandished a demon bone and roared, get out of my way.
Countless feathers rained down as the crowd screamed in scattered awe. Wang Lighting declared smugly, the demon bone has a thirst for blood.
Let me warn you, I can't even control it myself.
Then a guy hiding under a tree asked Big Brother, what do we do now?
The Big Brother cleared his throat and put on a wise air.
Don't worry everyone, there's only one demon bone. If we all spit at it, we'll drown it. The others suddenly realized that makes sense.
Soon Wang Lighting was swarmed by the crowd, stammering, stay back. Wang Lighting, too mean, auntie, don't hit my face. Moments later Wang Lighting was beaten limp.
The others sneered him, all talk no action, where's the grudge beast? Wang Lighting could only gasp. Right then the crowd shouted in unison over their chase it. In a hidden corner 2 men praised each other. Still Big Brother's eyes are sharp, otherwise would have been swept away too. Then the man shouted again, fellow water cultivators, the torrent's effect is only temporary, keep moving, don't stop. Bai Zongfeng struggled and shouted, Mo Fan, I hate you.
He desperately climbed higher to avoid the water since this guy couldn't swim.
Meanwhile the disciple spoke again, Big Brother, hurry up, it's our turn to go on stage.
But after waiting for a long time without seeing his big brother, he asked, where did he go?
Suddenly a shadow appeared and said coldly, don't rush, you'll see him soon enough.
The next scene showed the 2 of them hanging upside down from a tree.
After taking action, the guy shouted, stop wasting time, throw all these water mages down, keeping them around is bad for everyone. After hearing this everyone froze in shock. The water mages quickly pleaded, come on, we're all classmates, let's talk this out. But no one paid attention and they rushed forward to beat the 2 of them.
Meanwhile Mo Fan, that bald kid, stood leisurely to the side cracking melon seeds and watching the show, thinking what a mess this is.
After a while many students were lying on the ground, forcing the medical team to work frantically to treat them. They began triaging lightly injured students were directed to move forward where school vehicles were waiting.
Teacher Chen, there are students here who need your treatment. A teacher muttered helplessly, this is just terrible.
Just then the homeroom teacher warned the dean, if this continues someone could get seriously hurt. Dean Xiao responded decisively, activate the Grand Formation Unified Rule.
To control all the students' powers.
Immediately after the formation activated and the sky suddenly darkened.
Mo2 worriedly asked Mu, sister, what is this? Mu Nu explained, stellar cloud, a high-level magic formation.
The people below looked at each other in confusion. What's going on? It's still daytime. What's with this darkness? What do we do now? Why is it suddenly pitch black?
I can't see anything. Someone reminded, hurry up, you're a light mage.
The guy scratched his head in frustration. Oh right, magic can't use it. On the other side the dark church members were also suffering. One of them asked, Reverend, there's a formation here, have we been discovered? Wu Mao advised, don't panic, if they were targeting us they wouldn't have trapped all the students.
Fu Tianming stammered, Reverend, I heard from my seniors that this is a magic formation. The school prepared it to prevent serious casualties during chaotic fights.
Wu Mao asked gravely, if you knew, why didn't you say so earlier?
Fu Tianming turned pale with fear, thinking you didn't ask. The leader immediately analyzed under the unified rule formation.
The power of most magic will be greatly weakened. Our dark church is one of those. Items cursed by the turtle curse will not be affected. As for students with lightning, fire or summoning abilities like Mo Fan, their powers will be severely weakened. It'll be much easier to deal with him. After hearing this, Wu stopped laughing and chuckled smugly. Meanwhile the students' powers were being suppressed. A few guys murmured among themselves, just now was way too dangerous. How's the situation now? Visibility's terrible, right?
Song He explained to them that this was the Night Dominion formation.
Except for dark creatures, everyone else inside the battlefield will have their strength suppressed to some degree and their power greatly reduced.
This might be a measure the Academy took to prevent casualties.
Bai Zongfeng immediately asked, then how do we find the grudge beast?
Song He replied, don't worry, I left a mark on the grudge beast.
Bai Zongfeng burst into laughter, haha, as expected of Miss Song, always so resourceful.
This time we have to get the grudge beast. In another corner Mo Fan was whispering to his necklace.
Little one, it's all up to you now, help me find the grudge beast. Okay, the necklace fluttered around for a moment. Mo Fan thought to himself, when he got closer to the grudge beast the light would grow stronger and if he moved away it would dim. Following its guidance he pressed forward.
Suddenly the light on the necklace turned eerie. What's going on? Mo-fan gasped. Something darted past in a blur. Mo-fan's face paled. The grudge beast just charged at me. The grudge beast? Mo-fan asked in shock. Wasn't it tied up? How did it escape? Suddenly a low growl echoed. Mo-fan turned around. It was a group of baboons, black touch demons, he realized. Elsewhere Song, he told everyone, no doubt about it, this is the place. By Zhang Feng's expression darkened. Ugh. The blonde guy covered his nose. Man, this place reeks like a fertilizer factory. Song, he warned, stop complaining, the grudge beast is moving fast, everyone get ready. Just then the grudge beast appeared. Bai Zongfeng cheered the grudge beast, then he gagged Bleg. The blonde guy shouted, what in the world is that? Bai Zongfeng was still retching. Ugh. Then a swarm of black touch demons appeared. Dodge, Song, he yelled. Bai Zongfeng muttered, ugh, these disgusting things. He unleashed a technique wind coil cyclone. A whirlwind erupted, flinging several black touch demons into the air. They crashed to the ground defeated. Bai Zongfeng laughed, see how strong I am. The remaining black touch demons roared in response. Song, he snapped, Bai Zongfeng, you're as dumb as a pig. Our target is the grudge beast, why did you provoke them? The swarm of black-touched beasts was furious, and Song, he was nearly scared out of her wits. Run, run, she cried, and the entire horde of black-touched beasts turned and fled. Song, he said to the golden-haired man Zhuang Lifeng, quick, use your intermediate plant magic. Zhuang Lifeng immediately cast his spell Earth Prison Shackles of the Forest. Vines ensnared the black-touched beasts. 7 left. Song, he assessed, then commanded Chiu Huang hold the formation. Though these creatures were numerous, their strength wasn't particularly formidable. Bai Zongfeng growled in frustration, useless, if not for this cursed suppression, I'd have blown them to bits by now. Song, he snapped, shut up, then she unleashed her technique Fierce Fist Earth Slayer. The remaining 7 black-touched beasts were instantly roasted. Song, he sighed, the curse's suppression is too strong, let's retreat. With that, Song, he and the others fled. Mo-fan poked his head out holding a spirit flame in his hand. He said to the black-touched beasts, let me see you off, and a blazing fire erupted. Bai Zongfeng, Zhuang Lifeng and Song, he all screamed, what? A violent explosion sent the 3 of them flying. Song, he gasped, spirit flame, how could this happen? Bai Zongfeng shouted, have you lost your mind? Hurry after them. The black-touched beasts were charred black by the flames. Song, he and her group stared in shock as the arch-villain Mo-fan stood before the fire. In another corner, the shadow beast lay exhausted, surrounded by black-touched beasts. Number 1 smirked coldly, this time there's nowhere for you to run. Just then 3 trainees ran over shouting, it's here, it's here. What the hat's that thing behind it? The shadow beast jolted awake and stood up. Number 1 cursed under his breath, ruined my plans. The pursuers were also startled. Suddenly one of them recognized Number 1 and called out, hey, Senior Li Tong. Number 1 signaled the black-touched beasts to retreat and feigned friendliness. Oh, it's you guys. The shadow beast you were chasing got scared off. The trainees scratched their heads apologetically, sorry, Senior Li Tong. They wondered to themselves, were those monkey-like things just our imagination? A girl suggested, Senior Li Tong, why not join our team? The others eagerly agreed, yes please. He's a shadow magic expert, capturing the shadow beast will be a breeze. After a moment's thought, Li Tong agreed, all right, let's go. Half an hour later the group had surrounded the shadow beast. One of them smugly declared, this shadow beast doesn't have the strength to escape anymore. Another laughed, ha ha ha, the training opportunity at the 3-step tower is ours this time. The girl asked again, that's amazing, do you smell something strange? Immediately those people also felt nauseous. Your Majesty, I smell it too. What is this strange odor? Just then Li Tong burst into laughter. Suddenly a scream rang out, be careful. The group turned around and cried out in terror, Demon Lord Mo-fan, you stay back. I warn you, we're nothing like we were during the Welcoming Beast tournament. After a moment of thought, Li Tong spoke, what you want to challenge us? Mo-fan replied, stop pretending, look at your beastly underlings. The beasts had already been impaled by dark blades and pinned to the trees. Only then did the group notice with horror that the monkey-like creatures were indeed they, stammered brother Li Tong. Li Tong laughed heartily, I was planning to keep up the act a little longer. But since you're so eager to die, I'll oblige. With that he raised his hand and the beasts lunged forward. The stench from the unwashed group made them retch instantly. Mo-fan urged them, you get them out of here first. The other asked, what about you? Mo-fan answered, don't worry about me, I have my ways. The other replied, all right, thank you. Then Li Tong turned to Mo-fan and struck, where do you think you're going? I seal. The man was instantly frozen in place. Li Tong smirked while Mo-fan seemed panicked. Mo-fan's decoy swiftly kicked a nearby tree, sending it crashing down. The tree fell with a thunderous crash. After the switch, Li Tong roared at the beast's attack, finish him off. The beasts charged forward. As he ran, Mo-fan cast a summoning spell, come forth, old Ling. The actor beast burst out, tearing apart the charging beasts. Mo Fan sneered, you think these things can take my life? Li Tong panicked, purple black, no, this isn't ordinary.
Stop him, Li Tong commanded after casting Ice Seal. Useless fool's escape magic. Just then lightning struck.
This is Thunder Seed, Heavenly Lord Thunderclap Yeksha. The assault left Li Tong's body numb.
He pulled out a poison vial and muttered, I didn't expect him to be this strong. I have no choice but to fight to the death, but Mo Fan quickly grabbed Li Tong's hand, trying to take the easy way out. With a sharp twist, a pained scream echoed. Li Tong desperately crawled toward the poison vial, but Mo Fan appeared before him. Li Tong screamed no no no. He instantly cast basic fire art, flames erupting as everyone recoiled in terror.
Mo Fan asked coldly, tell me who your master is and he'll make your death quick. Engulfed in flames, Li Tong spat, you die first. Mo Fan replied, forget it, I never intended to keep my word anyway.
Li Tong's eyes rolled back as he roared, you before being consumed by the flames.
Mo Fan said angrily, he foamed, ding, this is only just the beginning.
Just then the shadow beast vanished again. You slipped away while I wasn't paying attention. That stupid spirit beast, if it had been any later it would have ruined my plans. Just then Luo Song's group and Shin Mingxiao appeared. Mo Fan, let's see where you can run now. Shin Mingxiao shouted, we finally found you. How dare you steal our shadow spirit beast? Humph, dang Dan, you're finished.
Mo Fan replied, you'd better not provoke me. A bunch of mocking fools. Oh, big talk, let's see what you're really made of. Mo Fan asked scornfully, just you guys? Then Fu Tianming's group showed up. Not enough people, how about we join in too? Luo Song burst into laughter. Ha ha, Mo Fan, oh Mo Fan, your evil deeds have finally caught up with you. You should have known better than to make so many enemies. Just then Fu Tianming spoke up, Shin Mingxiao. Luo Song, how about a deal? Shin Mingxiao shot back, what kind of deal? Fu Tianming answered, let's join forces against Mo Fan. The chance that the three-part pagoda goes to you and the contents of the shadow spirit beast go to us. Mo Fan roared. Luo Song, we'll settle our grudges later. You'd better leave now, these guys are lackeys of the Black Sex Peak experts. Luo Song retorted. Black Sex Peak? Fu Tianming shouted, nonsense Mo Fan, now you're scared, too late for your tricks. Luo Song shouted again, Mo Fan, there's no escape, you really think you can beat me? Mo Fan chanted loudly, Heavenly Lord Thunderbolt annihilate. Hearing this, Luo Song activated his Earth Seal for defense. Defend. Mo Fan sneered, fools, goodbye. With it he vanished using the shadow team. Luo Song's group and Fu Tianming's party stood there stunned. Luo Song cursed, damn it Mo Fan, you bastard. How did that punk get the money to buy a shadow-type magical tool? Fu Tianming said, enough Luo Song, you keep chasing him while take the shadow spirit beast and meet you there. Mo Fan walked for a while feeling puzzled. Why was the fog getting thicker the farther he went? He stopped and looked around, struggling to see the path ahead. Just then Mo Fan spotted a door. He was shocked. A door? Where did that come from? Mo Fan's eyes widened as he asked, who designed this beast cage? Why can't anyone get out? Then Wu Ning burst into laughter. Ah, Mo Fan, I've been waiting for you for so long. Mo Fan looked up and asked, did you close the door? Wu Ning replied, you have no idea how long I've waited for this moment. Mo Fan asked again, who are you? Wu Ning is furious, screaming, stop playing dumb. Mo Fan pretends to recall, his voice raspy like a crow. Ah, I remember now. Wu Ning, your face isn't that special. Plastic surgery clinics would love people like you. Wu Ning roars in rage, don't you dare mention my face again. You'll be begging me soon, begging me to spare even a scrap of your skin. Mo Fan pauses for a moment, then suddenly asks, I have a question. If you fail this mission again, will your superior ruin the other side of your face too? Wu Ning roars in fury. You then his hand clutches the net tightly. Dark magic surges and a portal swings open. Wu Ning shouts, go my most loyal servant, this is my first summoned beast. Su Zhuting was the second and you'll be my third summoned beast. With that he bellows, go tear his skin to shreds. The dark beast lunges forward. Mo Fan marvels, a war general tier beast is no joke, but can it even get in here? Mo Fan muses, dark magic shouldn't work on this cage, yet the beast just ripped it open with its bare hands. Mo Fan is taken aback, whoa, that's impressive. Wu Ning cackles, summoned beasts aren't your average dark creatures. Mo Fan, you're finished. Suddenly a voice crackles from Wu Ning's earring, Wu Ning, retreat now. Wu Ning replies, the target's almost mine. Why the rush, elder? The voice warns, I have a bad feeling about this. Wu Ning insists, I've got him under control, just give us a little more time. Elder Deng responds, 15 minutes, hurry up. Meanwhile Mo Fan begins channeling lightning magic. Wu Ning immediately orders the monkey-faced beast stop him from casting. Now the beast charges, blade swinging. Mo Fan gasps, too fast, he barely dodges to the side. The dark beast roars, striking again. Mo Fan is wounded and the bridge beside him splits in two. Fan clutches his bleeding shoulder thinking demonic war generals are nothing to scoff at. This won't work, I can't even draw my formation in time, I need to block its attacks. Wu Ning laughs, let's see how long you can run. The dark beast lunges again and Fan's heart nearly stops. At the last second Fan drops low, the beast's strike misses, he activates his artifact Phantom Departure Shield. A shield materializes and the beast slams into it. Fan shouts counterattack. Sharp spikes erupt from the shield piercing the beast. The beast is struck multiple times before recoiling. It didn't take long to dodge the bright departure shield's attack. Fan thought to himself, actually missed. Then he unleashed Fireworm, Crimson Flame, Fierce Fist and Earthkill. The Black Touch beast recoiled instantly, leaping onto a tree. It kicked off the trunk and lunged at Fan again. Fan panicked, no way, right. Meanwhile Fu Tianming ran over and said, priest, that beast only had a single drop of Earth Saint's saliva, we were tricked by that kid. Wu Ning shouted, what? Just then Fan's teleportation rope flew out. The group cheered at the sight. Earth Saint's saliva, a complete drop. Wu Ning roared, kill him, quick, kill him and take the collar around his neck. Fu Tianming immediately replied yes. Fan clutched the teleportation rope and muttered, my little ancestor, you really know how to cause trouble. Meanwhile the Black Touch beasts had surrounded him. At that moment on the rooftop of a tall building a hunter murmured, blue robe, this time you want to escape, my night hawk. On the other side the blue robe executive called the man, Wu Ning, the moment is here. Wu Ning shouted, executive, this kid's teleportation rope has a complete drop of Earth Saint's saliva. The blue robe executive snapped, damn it, hurry and grab it. Just then the call cut off with a beeping sound. The blue robe executive thought to himself, hateful, I always have a bad feeling, change of plans, me killing intent has been tamed by the beasts. As Fan was fleeing he answered a call and yelled, Xiao Yu, not now, I'm a little busy. Xiao Yu reminded him, listen to me, we're already monitoring the blue robe executive, just hold on for 5 more minutes. Fan replied while running. Got it. Suddenly he stopped. He then shouted loudly, heat beast, I was just on the phone, I wasn't focused. You think you can hurt me? The roar beast let out an angry growl. The deputy heavenly soldier told Wu Ning, priest, the high priest commander's formation seems to be fading. Wu Ning ordered, go both of you, kill your way in and get that thing before the high priest commander's formation disappears completely. Jiao Wenqing replied with a long face, sir, if we go and won't we be exposed immediately? Wu Ning glared at him and asked, so they're still just watching Fan fight the roar beast outside? Fu Tianming shouted, hey, if you know what's good for you, hand over the Earth Saint's saliva and well spare your life. Fan thought to himself, I was saving this for Wu Ning. Wenqing is stunned. In an instant Fan appeared in front of the two. Fan unleashed his technique Shadow Escape, Stone Shadow Spike, go. In an instant a long sword pierced through the demon beast singer's body. Next its entire body was riddled with sword wounds and the demon beast singer let out a frenzied roar. Jiao Wenqing and Fu Tianming turned pale, murmuring, shadow mages, all 4 elements, how is this possible? Wu Ning's eyes turned bloodshot as she screamed wildly, kill him. Fu Tianming snapped, what nonsense, taste my wind magic. He then unleashed a wind spiral cyclone. A tentacle suddenly lunged at Fan, who dodged once again using Shadow Step. Unexpectedly Jiao Wenqing had already lain in ambush behind him and struck with a fierce fist radiant sky. Fan was immediately hit. Igugu cried out, Jiao Wenqing, what are you doing? Igugu shouted, you monster, but Mu Nugio stopped him. Igugu yelled, sister Mu, let me go. On the other side the flames still raged fiercely. Fan had taken a 2nd level magic hit and was badly injured. Igugu was terrified, then cried out in panic, you monster. Jiao Wenqing laughed maniacally, haha, can you still survive this? But suddenly a figure emerged from the flames and Jiao Wenqing's face paled instantly. Fan's spirit appeared, sneering, you think mere flames can harm me? Fu Tianming, Wu Ning and Jiao Wenqing were stunned. How is this possible? Igugu asked again, you're not dead, monster. Fan replied, you 2 ladies step back there from the dark church. He then summoned a flame seed red blaze and struck with a fierce fist Earth Slayer. Flames erupted from the ground. In an instant Jiao Wenqing activated his magic tool while Fu Tianming coughed up blood. With a boom the fire blazed fiercely. Wu Ning stood over 2 charred corpses, roaring, Fan. Fan said coldly, Wu Ning, no matter where you run I will end you. Wu Ning scoffed and turned to leave, mocking, that's my line, Fan, you just wait. Igugu then asked, why did you let him go? But Fan had already collapsed. Igugu screamed, monster. Moments later Fan's wounds were bandaged. Igugu asked, sister Mu, what's happening? The bleeding won't stop. Mu Nugio explained, his wound is tainted with primordial turtle toxin. Fan gave a bitter smile. Then everyone was shocked upon seeing the black tentacle demon. What kind of creature is that? Soon after several people gasped, corpses, there are burned bodies.
Murder, murder, what happened? Oh my, what is that thing so disgusting? Is that the infamous Emo-fan? Why is he so badly hurt? Emo-fan suddenly said to the little girl in front of him, oh, it's you, the girl from over there, warned, don't move. Emo-fan added, I'm poisoned with black tortoise corrosion toxin, the wound won't heal. The scholar asked in confusion, who are you? Emo-fan waved his hand saying you, but the little girl cut in him, not the same novice mage as before. I'll be fine soon. She then began treating Emo-fan. Several men saw Emo-fan surrounded by 3 beautiful girls and flew into a rage. They muttered under their breath, that scoundrel always hogging all the pretty girls. Lost in their imagination, the little girl happily divined, there, you're all better now. Emo-fan replied, thanks. The girl said, you should be thanking me, I'm Bai Tingting. Emo-fan awkwardly started, I'm suddenly someone roared, enough. Bai Zongfeng pushed Bai Tingting aside and pointed at Emo-fan, yelling, Emo-fan, you bastard. How dare you flirt with someone else's sister? Bai Tingting's face darkened as she snapped, we're just surnamed the same, that's all. Bai Zongfeng reminded her, Tingting, do you know how many bad things this guy has done? How could you help him? I never see you care this much when I get hurt. Bai Tingting shot back, do I need your concern? Bai Zongfeng nearly choked on his words. You. Then he turned to Emo-fan and growled, Emo-fan, you jerk. Emo-fan widened his eyes and snapped, are you alright? Emo-fan answered, ill live, did you catch them? Tang Yu replied, we did. We owe you this time. Emo-fan countered, no, we owe the Imperial Court's promise. Tang Yu said sadly, I failed to protect them. Emo-fan added, Miss Tang, this isn't your fault. Oh right, Wu Yuan escaped, I'm worried he'll seek revenge. Tang Yu assured him, don't worry, he failed his mission and can never return to the Dark Church. The Dark Church will issue a warrant, he won't hide for long. Mo-fan sighed, you've worked hard, let's talk later. Then Emo-fan turned to Bai Zongfeng and said, alright, go on. Bai Zongfeng flinched this, but Shin Mingxiao chimed in, Emo-fan, you owe us an explanation. Luosong added, that's right, Fu Tianming and Zhao Wen Qinjie killed them both. Bai Zongfeng thought, why is it so hard to finish a sentence? Emo-fan glanced at the 2 charred corpses beside him and admitted, I did kill them. Luosong pointed at Emo-fan and yelled, you killed 2 classmates in a row and even summoned that monster. Emo-fan, oh Emo-fan, I think you're the one from the Dark Church. Others began murmuring, the Dark Church, no wonder I saw something like a dark tentacle beast in the dark labyrinth, I thought I was seeing things. Luosong roared, bind those scoundrels. Everyone stop him, don't let the culprit escape. On my command, everyone tightens the encirclement surrounding Emo-fan completely. At this critical moment, Bai Tingting suddenly speaks up in Emo-fan's defense, I can prove Emo-fan isn't from the Black Church. However, Bai Zongfeng smirks, meaningfully seizing the chance to add fuel to the fire, the evidence is right before us, Tingting, don't be fooled by him. Emo-fan can only shake his head with a bitter smile, thinking to himself how true the saying is, remorse can distort the truth. He tosses out a challenge, if that's how it is then I'll fight until you're willing to listen. Luosong roars in fury, how dare you act so arrogantly when you're about to face the consequences. Just as he strikes, a sudden gust of wind scatters his technique effortlessly. Everyone looks up in shock to see a figure floating in midair, gasping in surprise, it's the fake hawk enforcer. Fake hawk spots the subdued baboon demon below and mutters under his breath, that wretched beast. After landing, he demands loudly, who is Emo-fan? Luosong, overjoyed, quickly reports, Sir Fake Hawk, you've arrived just in time. A quick-witted person points at Emo-fan, accusing loudly, he's the Black Church's spy. Luosong smirks, triumphantly gloating as he stares at Emo-fan, now let's see how you escape. Just as the false accusation is made, Fake Hawk snaps angrily silence. He then turns to Emo-fan and asks, are you Emo-fan? Emo-fan calmly confirms, that's right. Fake Hawk studies Emo-fan intently before speaking with approval. Emo-fan, you single-handedly defeated the Black Church's forces, so young and yet so brave, good, very good. The praise leaves everyone bewildered, exchanging confused glances, what's going on? Emo-fan sighs regretfully, unfortunately one of the priests got away. Fake Hawk reassures him. Emo-fan responds firmly, I'll keep chasing him, he owes my friend a life. Fake Hawk pats the young man's shoulder, encouraging him, ask for help if you need it. Emo-fan nods and thanks, thank you. Only then do the people around start whispering among themselves, what's happening, where's the grudge? Someone in the know explains, Emo-fan has already killed 2 Black Church spies lurking in our academy. Another person still doubts. Meanwhile, an elder points ahead and tells the old man, Headmaster Xiaoyi's over there. As Emo-fan walks out, the students immediately part to the sides, murmuring quietly, it's the big villain, he's here. Step aside, what happened to him? Is he the one who captured the demonic beast called Haosu while injured? Several girls who witnessed the scene had stars in their eyes and their hearts raced. Wow, he's so strong, so cool, so amazing. Shen Ming was so furious his face turned red, about to shout, but Luosong quickly grabbed his shoulder and shook his head to stop him. Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher asked softly, Headmaster, about this kid Emo-fan. Headmaster Xiao smiled deeply and praised kids from Bocheng are also outstanding.
Nightingale also sighed disasters make people grow up fast. In contrast, others days later Mo Fan was sitting leisurely when his phone rang.
The moment he answered the call he asked Lingling, did someone have designs on me?
On the other end Lingling replied, don't you trust me to handle it? However, Mo Fan wanted her to explain clearly what's going on. Tell me. Lingling reminded him, don't rush, that person doesn't mean any harm, I found out by accident. Mo Fan snapped, nonsense, at best it's protection, at worst it's stalking.
Lingling quickly soothed him, you're too hot-headed, what if they're your relative, what then?
Mo Fan sternly questioned Lingling, remember, aside from me and my father I have no other relatives. This statement suddenly stirred an old memory in Mo Fan. He once asked his father, Dad, I've always been curious, where did my mother go? Mo Jiaxing just stayed silent. Mo Fan added, even if I don't say it I still care deep down.
Mo Jiaxing sighed, I originally planned to reconcile with your mother.
Just after we confirmed our relationship she disappeared, leaving me behind.
Mo Fan roared in anger, how could there be such a cold-hearted woman in this world?
Mo Jiaxing sighed again, maybe she had her reasons.
Madame Hong added another chicken leg to her son's bowl, here, eat the chicken from home.
Mo Fan just huffed, snapping back to reality as Lingling's voice pulled him back. Mo Fan, why aren't you talking? He brushed it off, oh nothing. They'll come see you in a few days, I'm hanging up now.
After saying that, Mo Fan leaned back in his chair and sighed helplessly. Suddenly Tutu's face popped up. Mo Fan was so startled he nearly fell over. Oh no. Tutu immediately teased, big villain, why are you hiding here? Sighing, Mo Fan yelled, where did you come from, trying to scare me to death? Tutu pouted, come on, would I really startle you? As she spoke she climbed onto the chair and leaned in. Mo Fan waved his hand, that's enough.
Get to the point, don't get so close. Tutu cut to the chase, oh alright, you have 3 system magic.
Mo Fan thought she's being too direct, then she asked, is it from your mother? Mo Fan thought to himself, better not tell her I actually have 4 system magic, then replied dismissively, whatever you think it is. In an instant Tutu's eyes lit up and she started fidgeting restlessly. She pointed at the 3 system mages attendant, then rolled up her sleeves.
This 3 system mage's arms and legs, this 3 system mage's legs.
Mo Fan quickly grabbed her arm, bringing his face close to hers. Stop messing around, Tutu. The girl let out a yelp and Mo Fan smirked, 1 touch costs 100 silver, 3 touches 300 silver. Pay up. Tutu huffed in frustration, stomping away while muttering, ugh, who even cares? Mo Fan watched her leave, pursing his lips slightly. Humph.
You're not ready to take me on yet.
Suddenly the phone rang again. On the other end Manuan's panicked voice cried, Mo Fan, hurry back, we've been sold to the arena. Mo Fan looked utterly confused, having no idea what was going on.
The scene shifts to the school dormitory.
Manuan explained, the dean ordered us to go to the imperial capital as exchange students.
Mo Fan shouted, Auntie, what does exchange student even mean?
Manuan replied dejectedly, it means going there to get beaten up. Mo Fan immediately refused, what does that have to do with me?
I was planning to go to Hangzhou anyway.
But Manuan insisted, the dean specifically asked for you.
Mo Fan cursed under his breath, then snapped, no way.
He hung up the phone and Manuan frantically called out, hey hey hey. Then she muttered grumpily, dared to hang up on me again, am so upset, little by needs comforting. 20 minutes later Mo Fan called back, Manuan, am at the school gate waiting for you. Manuan replied excitedly, okay, I'm coming right now.
Just then a terrified scream rang out, oh my heavens, it's the big demon.
The crowd buzzed with whispers that Shadow Wolf Beast is up to something again. Under everyone's watchful eyes Mo Fan rode in on the Shadow Wolf Beast, shouting, Manuan,
let's go confront the dean about this. In the dean's office Mo Fan expressed his dissatisfaction. Teachers,
why did you both put our names down without even asking us? Manuan chimed in, yeah, what about me?
The homeroom teacher quickly tried to calm them down, stay calm, don't get worked up. Mo Fan immediately shot back, I never said I wanted to be an exchange student, I don't want to go get beaten up either.
The homeroom teacher wiped his sweat, stammering awkwardly, well, with your strength who else would we pick?
Mo Fan started bragging, the dean might not know this, but the students gave me a nickname, the Big Demon. Every time I think about it I can't sleep all night. Manuan rolled her eyes, yeah right, can't sleep all night.
Mo Fan continued complaining, I just wanted to be a quiet, low-key, handsome guy. Dean Xiao asked again, you really don't want to go? Mo Fan firmly stated, no, I've always been low-key, hiding my strength and...
Renowned for his reputation, he never liked to pick fights with others.
The school inspector asked again, have you thought it through? Mo Fan answered bluntly, I've made up my mind and not going.
After hearing this the inspector repeatedly said, all right then let's go.
Mo Fan mused to himself, fate, is that really all it takes? Is it really this simple? The inspector continued, sorry to have wasted both of your time. Mo-fan quickly replied, not at all, we won't disturb the teachers any longer, the homeroom teacher reminded Inspector. As soon as Mo-fan stepped out the door, the inspector joked, second brother, what a shame. Focused demonic energy can block a mental attack once, now I can't give it away. The moment Mo-fan heard this, he instantly drooled, his eyes gleaming as he asked, focused demonic energy. In an instant he rushed back into the room grinning cheekily, Inspector, why didn't you say so earlier, this is negotiable. Zhao Manuan cursed under his breath, fate really sold me out this time. The inspector smiled and asked, so you agree? Mo-fan answered without hesitation, of course. How could I refuse when it's for the school's glory? The inspector then handed him the demonic energy. This focused demonic energy is yours. The homeroom teacher reminded Mo-fan, you've accepted the gift, don't embarrass us there. Mo-fan replied confidently, don't worry teacher, I'll handle anyone who dares challenge me. The scene shifted to the Great Wall where someone urgently called out, everyone hurry up this way. They saw Mo-fan and Zhang Manuan teasing a girl, laughing and joking, no way, is that for real? Two guys in the distance watched, stomping their feet in frustration, ugh, those two jerks are flirting again. Just then a voice announced, next let's welcome Professor Chiu Yuhua to introduce us to the Great Wall of the Imperial Capital. Professor Chiu Yuhua explained loudly, the Great Wall is a magnificent project built by the first Emperor of Qin and the Earth Virtue progenitor. Originally constructed to defend against demonic invasions. It's now mainly used for tourism. Mo-fan thought to himself, first Emperor of Qin and Earth Virtue progenitor, looks like I wasted my time studying history. Shin Mingxiao sneered, hick, you don't even know about the outside world and you dare climb the Great Wall. Luo Song chimed in, that's just like Mo-fan. Mo-fan turned to them and asked, hey you two, just itching for a scolding? Luo Song was startled, how's your hearing so sharp like a dog's ears? Mo-fan raised his fist threatening, this fist is as big as a sandbag, ever tried it? Luo Song and Shin Mingxiao turned purple with anger but could only console each other, forget it, don't fall for his trap. The scene shifted to the Imperial Academy where Mo-fan burst into laughter, haha, Imperial Academy, here I come. Suddenly someone patted Mo-fan on the shoulder and said, it's great to see such youthful vigor in a young man. You all must be the exchange students from Bright Pearl Academy, and Teacher Lu here to welcome you. In the Imperial Capital Academy's VIP hall, Teacher Lu reported to the master. There will be a magic competition between schools tomorrow afternoon. The master was surprised so soon. Teacher Lu explained, this year besides the competition there's also training, it's better to arrange it early. The master replied, if that's the case then we have no choice. Teacher Lu shook hands with the master and reminded him, please go easy on them this time. I won't disturb your rest any longer, farewell. The master returned the handshake and said, take care. After Teacher Lu left, the master mused, quite the bold one, interesting. At the training grounds several students were training hard, drenched in sweat. Seeing Teacher Lu enter, someone asked Teacher Lu, have the Bright Pearl Academy exchange students arrived? Teacher Lu replied, they've just been settled in. The group burst into laughter, haha, this time we'll crush them completely and show them our strength. One guy pressed further, Teacher Lu, if we beat them is there an extra reward? Suddenly a dismissive voice cut in, beat them. How ridiculous, you two are no match for them. The burly guy shot back, Lu Zhang, is that you? I'm telling you I could take down that violent literary wolf beast alone with ease. Hearing its name, the violent literary wolf beast let out a low growl. Another student said nervously, hey, don't provoke it, can't you behave, why pick a fight? Teacher Lu quickly intervened, all right enough, where's your team? Captain Lu Zhang answered. The captain went back to rest. No need to bother her with such small matters. The others chimed in, yeah, we've got this covered. Teacher Lu relented, very well then. As night fell, Mo-fan sat on the rooftop enjoying the breeze. Holding the pendant in his hand, he muttered, what's wrong with this thing, did it eat too much? Alright, let's check it out. With that, Mo-fan held the pendant up to his eye. Instantly his body was sucked inside. Mo-fan saw it was packed with all sorts of junk and exclaimed, wow. You've absorbed the souls of demons and the dead. Suddenly a glowing object appeared. Mo-fan stammered, a soul jackpot. But the soul suddenly flew away. Mo-fan called out, hey, where are you going? Don't go, it's dangerous over there. Suddenly a flash of light streaked by. Outside, Mo-fan was running wildly, shouting, Chiu, teacher Chiu. Professor Chiu Wuhua had just opened the door and asked Mo-fan, why aren't you asleep at this hour? Mo-fan looked around and whispered, teacher, do you have staff here? Teacher Chiu, I have something to ask you, could you step outside for a moment? Teacher Chiu agreed. Alright, then the master and disciple went to a secluded corner. After listening to Mo-fan's story, Teacher Chiu asked, a spirit essence devouring a soul essence? Mo-fan confirmed yes. Teacher Chiu explained, you should know that spirit essences are used to refine demonic energy. Before this, spirit essences were seen as a means of enhancement.
Fan looked confused and asked, enhance what? Teacher Chiu was about to lose his temper. The soul essence, of course. Fan asked again, then would the magic skills linked to the soul essence also be enhanced? Teacher Chiu replied, only a fool would do that. Who would waste 7 spirit essences just to enhance a basic magic skill? Fan was instantly stunned into silence. Teacher, you make too much sense, I have nothing to say. At the academy arena, a chubby guy named Su Dalong boasted. Luosong, you're smart, you don't want to be a phoenix's tail, so you'd rather be a chicken's head. The master fumed inwardly. Damn it, he's saying they're phoenixes and we're chickens. Teacher Lu quickly intervened. Su Dalong, mind your manners. Then turning to Mingzhu and the others with a smile, this kid has a sharp tongue, please forgive him. The master thought to himself, this guy is even more annoying. He then asked, by the way, where's that lively student Fan? Teacher Chiu replied, he didn't sleep well last night and is catching up on rest now. Teacher Lu burst into laughter. Haha, it's just a friendly match, how could he lose sleep over it? Tan Mingxiao angrily declared, we alone are enough to handle them. At that moment a long-haired man named Lu Mingxian warned, ignore that little troublemaker. Tan Mingxiao rolled up his sleeves ready to fight. Who are you calling? Lu Mingxian shot back, you what about it? The master quickly held Tan Mingxiao back. Enough, why argue at a martial arts celebration? Strength will settle this. Teacher Lu nodded in agreement. The master is absolutely right. Lu Mingxian, stand down. The man obediently complied. Yes, Teacher Lu. By then both sides were glaring at each other, tension thick in the air. Fan arrived and asked in surprise, what's going on? What's this? Zhang Manuan said, the match is about to start, you finally made it. Fan replied dumbly, oh wow, I like this. All this politeness is making me uncomfortable, we need to teach them a lesson. Zhang Manuan agreed, I feel the same, you slept in and missed all the fun. Fan turned to Munukio and asked Xiao Xiao, what's the format of the match? Tingting chimed in, it's a team battle, each side sends out a team of 4. Mufan asked in surprise, why are you so late? Tingting. I got too into practice and lost track of time, then overslept. Munu Jiao just scoffed coldly. At this moment Zhang Manuan pushed the 2 girls aside, slung his arm around Mufan's shoulder and waved his hand. TSK, don't get worked up, it's not your turn yet. Mufan asked in confusion, why? Zhang Manuan pointed at the screen, you're still asking that after seeing this? The first round lineup was decided before you showed up, you'll have to wait for the second round. The screen displayed the confirmed lineup. On the Capital Academy side were Su Dalong, Qingqing, Lu Mingxian and Zhang Mingyue. On the Mingzhou Academy side were Luosong, Peng Liang, Shen Mingxiao and Zhang Manuan. The referee announced, non-participating students please proceed to the waiting room behind the arena. Competing students please step forward to your positions. To ensure fairness, no magical tools or mana may be used in this match. If using magic to make friends, stop immediately when time is called. Now the first round begins, both teams are on stage. Qingqing struck first, sketching a formation diagram. Shen Mingxiao said to Luosong, that's an intermediate spell, stop her quickly. Luosong formed hand seals, he'll make her lose her footing, let's see how she finishes that spell. He unleashed a move, earthquake collapsed, the ground split instantly as he shouted, get back. Several spectators gasped, but Su Dalong sneered, you think you're the only one who knows earth magic? Qingqing countered with Beast Cage Forest, then told her opponents, enjoy the thorns. Mingzhou Academy students. By now the arena was overgrown with dense trees as Chang Mingyue unleashed a fiery fist. Zheng Bingxiao sighed from the sidelines, fire overpowers wood, are they out of their minds? Fan reminded him, class monitor, they're using wood to fuel the fire. Sure enough, the flames roared fiercely. Zhang Bingxiao sighed again, they're ruthless. Fan was stunned as massive boulders materialized on the field. Magic Stone's rock barrier. Mingzhou Academy isn't bad either. That was Luosong's move. Shen Mingxiao praised, nice, watch mine. He cast wind coil, summoning a tornado. Lu Mingxian scoffed, let me handle this. He countered with wind coil as well. The colliding whirlwinds sent both Lu Mingxian and Shen Mingxiao crashing to the ground, coughing. Zhang Mingyue barked, Lu Mingxian, if you want follow orders, get off the stage. Then she unleashed fire for a violent blast. The Mingzhou team sighed in defeat. The referee declared first match Capital Academy wins. In the waiting area Shen Mingxiao complained loudly, Peng Liang, what exactly did you even do? How can we not even control half the people using fire techniques? Peng Liang retorted, what do you mean, how could this happen? Blaming others after losing. Teacher Han reminded, all right everyone, return to your seats. Shen Mingxiao turned to ask Teacher Han. Teacher Han said to the remaining 4 Fan, Mu Nujio Song He Zheng Bingxiao, you 4 get ready to go on stage. Shen Mingxiao pleaded again, teacher, let me go next, I haven't shown my full strength yet. Teacher Han replied, the participants for the next match have already been decided. Shen Mingxiao pointed at Fan and said, are you kidding, putting Fan in? Teacher, do you want to lose both matches? Fan shot back, Shen Mingxiao, are you out of your mind? Teacher Han covered his face and sighed, that's why I dislike kids. Zhang Bingxiao spoke up, if that's the case let Shen Mingxiao take my place. Teacher Han asked Zhang Bingxiao, are you sure you don't want to compete? Zhang Bingxiao replied cheerfully, it's all for victory, no problem. Shen Mingxiao thought unhappily, mind your own business. Don't be like Pang Liang, losing and then refusing to take responsibility. Mo Fan retorted, tch at this age losing and still acting so arrogant. Mo Fan said to Mu Nugio, Jiao, let's go together. Shen Mingxiao shouted, who do you think you are? Get back here, I'm not done talking. After walking onto the stage, Mo Fan said awkwardly to Mu Nugio, Jiao, remember to protect me, okay? Mu Nugio reminded, you'd better give it your all, losing would be embarrassing. Mo Fan replied, well, see, you know my personality, I don't like showing off. Mo Fan answered, one step away from the warrior rank. Shen Mingxiao scoffed, humph, basically a useless pet song. He asked, what about your contracted beast? Mo Fan smiled bitterly, haven't found the right one yet. Is your summoning affinity on your student card even real? On the other side, Teacher Lu said to the students, Lu Zhenhe, Ming Song, Xiao Jinhe and Xiao Feng, you four will compete in this match. Teacher Lu immediately said, very well, let them see what a true genius looks like. With that, Mu Ningxue stepped forward. The lineup for the second round was set on the Imperial Academy side, Mu Ningxue, Lu Zhenhe, Ming Tong and Xiao Feng facing off against Mingzhou Academy's Mo Fan, Mu Nugio, Song He and Shen Mingxiao. Mo Fan stared at Mu Ningxue mesmerized as if his soul had been stolen. It's been so long, her cultivation has improved again, he thought. Song He told his teammates, I'll do my best to hold her off, you handle the others. Mu Nugio nodded in agreement, alright. Meanwhile, Lu Zhenhe timidly said to Mu Ningxue, Captain, let me go first. Mu Ningxue replied, Mo Fan glanced at her then waved in greeting. Mu Ningxue said nothing and instantly unleashed her ice domain, freezing the entire battlefield in an instant. Teacher Cho exclaimed in shock, this is an ice domain. Song He cursed, damn it, her domain completely counters my fire abilities. Mu Nugio stayed silent while Shen Mingxiao yelled, my movement speed has slowed down too. Mu Nugio analyzed, it seems this domain affects other elements as well. Just then Lu Zhenhe cast a lightning spell, Thunder Seal Raging Strike. Mo Fan stepped forward to intercept, don't panic, let me handle this. He raised his hand, Thunder Seal, heed my command. In an instant he absorbed all of the opponent's lightning. Mingxian shouted, that kid is way too arrogant. Holy escape barrier. Lu Zhenhe roared, Chinese technique first form. Shen Mingxiao charged forward in your dreams. But Lu Zhenhe just smirked, hey, he cast water shield. Shen Mingxiao growled in frustration, ugh. Lu Zhenhe taunted, you're finished. He summoned his contracted beast, a warlock direwolf. Shen Mingxiao paled in terror, oh no, the others gasped in shock, unbelievable. A Ling clan summoned beast warlord rank. Lu Zhenhe cackled, ah ha ha ha. The warlock direwolf lunged at Shen Mingxiao, who screamed in panic, no way. Mu Nugio cast vine net ensnaring the beast, then told Shen Mingxiao, I've got it restrained, find an opening to break through. Shen Mingxiao used wind ghost and darted away, but the warlock direwolf broke free and gave chase. Lu Zhenhe sneered, he, what a fun game of cat and mouse. Han used earth surge sinking trap, instantly binding Shen Mingxiao's feet and sending him crashing to the ground. Shen Mingxiao cast water shield, but the warlock direwolf was already upon him. He shrieked, Aya. The warlock direwolf roared and shattered Shen Mingxiao's water shield with a single bite. Then came holy shield barrier, a protective barrier appeared. Mu Nugio used vine net entanglement. And a mass of vines emerged restraining the warlock direwolf. Ming Song said to that guy, let's take them out together, don't give them a chance to fight back. The guy immediately agreed, alright. Then he unleashed electricity and used the tornado book attack. Mo Fan told his companion, let me protect Song He. Mu Nu Chao, your mobility is high, lure that wolf away. Mu Nu Chao confirmed, got it. Mo Fan called out to his feather beast. Old Lon Go. Then both sides began a tactical chase. Song He clung tightly to Mo Fan, saying, we're too passive, Mu Nu Chao won't hold out much longer. Mo Fan shouted, Shen Mingxiao, you Mu Nu Chao and my feather beast go deal with that wolf. Shen Mingxiao yelled back, who takes orders from you? Song He angrily roared, do as Mo Fan says. Shen Mingxiao was left speechless. By this time he had already asked Dean Xiao for a few more magical artifacts. Then Mo Fan saw Mu Ningxue preparing to strike. This isn't good, he shouted. Old Lon takes Song He around the back, he'll go talk to her. With that he leapt in front of Mu Ningxue. Song He called out worriedly, Mo Fan. On that side, ice had already ensnared Mo Fan, quickly binding him before freezing his entire body. Song He, Mu Nu Chao and Shen Mingxiao all paled. Yet Mu Ningxue remained expressionless. People from the Imperial Academy gasped, that's way too strong, terrifying. The master sighed, well, that's the end of that. The teachers agreed, yes, the children's safety comes first. The sect leader reminded them teachers wait a moment. Song Shugu asked wait for what. Just then Teacher Han sensed something unusual. The master asked what is it? Teacher Han explained I sense an extremely powerful fire element. Meanwhile Lu Zhenghe's group sneered bullying you guys is no fun. Then they turned to Mu Ning Shui. Captain, don't freeze that kid to death. Mu Ning Shui added show no mercy, use your full strength. Mo Fan. Lu Zhenghe shouted Captain, those guys are terrified. He thought to himself Wan Zhuang. Then Lu Zhenghe's group asked each other what did he say, does the captain know that kid? Suddenly a glow appeared within the ice. Xiaofeng blinked and asked what's that? Then a flame ignited, melting the ice rapidly. Mo Fan said calmly, whether good or bad we once fled together, you really went too far. Mu Ning Shui remained silent while Lu Zhenghe panicked, run, let's get out of here. The others stared in shock. Trilment magic. Mo Fan pulled down his collar saying fair enough, a man can't let his woman down. With that he tossed his coat aside and gripped blazing flame, crimson flame, fierce fist and earth slayer. In an instant blazing flame engulfed the entire area. A few underlings in Ming Ton shouted, ah quick, use your artifacts. They were protected by a barrier but their artifacts were destroyed, leaving them smoking all over. The referee announced you used an artifact, leave the competition area. On the other side Mu Ningxue unleashed her wind-based techniques. Wind disc and heavenly needus. A fierce gust appeared above Mo Fan. Han thought to himself, spirit grade wind seed. The group shouted the captain's using his second element, you're done for. Teacher Lu reminded them, you two sit down. Mo Fan raised his hand and unleashed his fire spirit seed, crimson flame, fierce fist and calamity sky. As a flaming fist struck Mu Ningxue's whirlwind. After Teacher Feng dispersed, signs of healing appeared. Mo Fan thought she's trying to recover ill attack before she can fully mend herself. He threw a flurry of punches, fierce fist, calamity sky, fierce fist, calamity sky, fierce fist, calamity sky and crimson. Mo Fan looked stunned and dissipated after just a few hits. The group shouted as expected of the great villain, best not to mess with him. The elderly teacher and Teacher Chiu laughed. Friendship first, competition second, let Mo Fan crush them. Mo Fan said to Mu Ningxue, the spirit grade spirit seed is finished. Finally someone who can barely keep up with me. Mu Ningxue asked, my turn, can you be faster than me? Mo Fan replied, how would I know unless I try? Mu Ningxue unleashed her ice techniques, ice bloom and spirit bony as an icy net covered the entire arena. This match is mine, she declared. Mo Fan retorted, not necessarily. He then used heavenly army thunder cauldron and Yeksha. Mu Ningxue moved with wind ghost and swift step. Mo Fan said, this is my reply. At that moment lightning struck with a deafening crash. Mu Ningxue's ice shattered, leaving a massive crater beside her. Mu Ningxue thought he deliberately changed direction to strike downward. She then asked Mo Fan, your spirit grade spirit seed is also finished? Mo Fan smugly asked, impressive power, right? Mu Ningxue admitted, I lost. Meanwhile Lu Jingxia sniffled, how could our goddess lose? There must be something fishy here. Revenge is a dish best served cold, well endure for now. Baitingding asked elderly teacher, did Mo Fan win? Guhan confirmed, yes we won. The scoreboard displayed Imperial Capital Academy and Mingzhou Academy each won one match. After the right-wing match ended, Mo Fan carried his food in the cafeteria searching for a seat. Several students from the Imperial Capital Academy praised its Mo Fan. Wow, he's so cool. Is he the big troublemaker from Pearl Academy? Zhao Manuan said to Mo Fan, look at you acting like that, clacking sounds. Mo Fan replied, Lao Zhao, have you forgotten my principal? Zhao Manuan asked in surprise. Principal? Mo Fan answered, you know humility is key. After hearing this, Zhao Manuan was about to explode. Then he said, I have something to say but I'm not sure if I should. Have you seen this talent ranking list? Talent ranking list? Mo Fan asked in surprise. Let me see, I'm 5th and Mu Ningxue is 9th. Zhao Manuan asked again, what's even more intriguing is the top 5. Are there people stronger than those born with dual system magic? Just then Professor Chiu walked over pretending to cough. Ahem. The two immediately turned and greeted Professor Chiu. Professor Gu. Professor Chiu asked Mo Fan, remember this talent without effort is useless. Mo Fan replied, yes, that's what I tell them too. Professor Chiu continued, these days students with both talent and effort and humility like yours are rare. Zhao Manuan thought to himself, this guy has some nerve. Professor Gu then said, all right, we're almost done eating, let me announce the next plans. The trial in 5 days will take place outside the boundary with no protection measures. Mo Fan asked in shock, wait, no protection at all? Professor Gu answered, well, give you light magic signal pens. If you're in a desperate situation, well, rescue you immediately, but only if you're still alive. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Still alive? Tan Ning asked doubtfully. Professor Gu, isn't that a bit extreme? Guhan reminded, this trial is no joke, be very careful. After dismissal they walked and talked. Only 5 days left, what should we do? Protective gear is so expensive. Pang Liang said, stop complaining, let's rest and practice together later. Seeing Mo-fan hadn't left, Professor Chiu asked in surprise, "What's up, Mo-fan, did you need something?" Mo-fan confirmed, "Yes, I want to upgrade my Shadow Wolf." Professor Chiu reminded Mo-fan a summoning contract is only temporary, it's not worth it. Mo-fan thought to himself, in the Beast Tamer competition the old wolf proved its loyalty and fearlessness through its actions. It's not just a temporary contract, it's an important partner. Mo-fan added, "It's not the same for me as it is for others." Professor Chiu stroked his chin and thought, the chance of successfully upgrading your Shadow Wolf on your own is 20. Mo-fan asked, "Such a low success rate, isn't there a way to improve it?" Professor Chiu pondered and answered, "Well, there might be a way. The main factors affecting upgrade success rates are bloodline, soul and physical body. The blood-forged beasts you obtained in the freshman beast battle can be used for marrow cleansing." Mo-fan understood, meaning he could still improve his upgrade success rate through both soul and physical body. The senior confirmed, "Yes, but it'll cost 10 to 20 million taels." Mo-fan laughed again, "Ha." On the first day the blood-forged beast chamber of the Imperial Academy officially opened and Mo-fan took out a pile of upgrade materials. Blood-forged beasts, the soul of a battle general and the heart core of a wolf clan. Mo-fan summoned the Shadow Wolf beast and said, "Old wolf, don't hold back, why be polite, a few 100,000 taels is nothing." The Shadow Wolf beast let out a howl. Mo-fan warned, "This next part will be extremely painful, are you ready?" The Shadow Wolf beast howled again, looking thrilled. Mo-fan proceeded step by step. First, marrow cleansing, ready, good, very standard. Has the teacher still not given up on that new magic system research project? Suddenly a knock sounded. The senior spun around and asked in surprise, "Teacher Guhan." Guhan returned the greeting. "Senior, where's Mo-fan?" The senior replied, "Oh, that kid went to the training chamber to upgrade his Shadow Wolf beast." Shin Mingsu poked his head in and said, "How could he do that? The success rate for upgrading a servant-level beast is so low." Luo Song chimed in. Exactly, this shocked the two teachers. Guhan immediately suggested, "Let's go check. We must go see, something might go wrong." The senior nodded in agreement. Exactly, as soon as the two arrived at the beast forging area they heard terrifying sounds from inside, followed by a beast's savage roar. Teacher Guhan panicked like a cat on a hot tin roof, shouting in worry, "Oh no, has his summoned beast turned on him?" The senior's face turned pale instantly. "It's possible, if it's a backlash we need to go in now." Seeing the two teachers so flustered, the two who had followed remained silent. Inwardly the two schemers gloated. Mo-fan was surely done for this time. On the surface they feigned concern, shouting, "Teachers, wait for us." Teacher Gu. Shin Mingsu added hypocritically, "Teacher." What met the teacher's eyes left them stunned in place. They could hardly believe it. Standing before them were Mo-fan and a majestic battle general level summoned beast, the swift spirit wolf. The wolf's appearance was a bit eerie, but that didn't matter, it was strong enough. Mo-fan turned around upon seeing them and greeted them cheerfully. "Senior Teacher Gu, you're here. I'm just getting familiar with my new summoned beast." The master set aside his congratulations and said, "Mo-fan, congratulations." The Grandmaster chimed in cheerfully, "How strong is this defective spirit wolf of yours?" Mo-fan answered, "Honestly, extremely powerful, I can't even beat it." Hearing this the master burst into laughter. "Haha, a defective spirit wolf is nothing like an ordinary battle general level demonic beast." But inwardly he thought, "I almost misjudged this kid, thinking he was all talk." The Grandmaster quickly rushed to the defective spirit wolf, his eyes gleaming. "Come here, let me take a look." Who knew the Grandmaster was so excitable? "Come over and take a look, don't leave, Mo-fan, you're really lucky." Meanwhile Luosong whispered to Moming, "Damn, this kid is getting stronger and stronger." Mo-fan, standing far away, had ears sharper than a dog's, and immediately asked, "What nonsense is Fatty Luo spouting? Come spar with my defective spirit wolf." Luosong jumped in surprise and cursed under his breath. He quickly made an excuse, "No, I'll just come down to play for a bit." Then he forced a laugh, "No need, huh?" The scene shifted to somewhere else where a monkey was panting as it fled. A demon reported to its leader, Lai Wang, "I found the target we were tracking." Lai Wang's voice came from the other side, "It'll be right there." The demon continued, "Lai Wang, the army brought this on themselves, why should we clean up their mess?" Lai Wang sighed softly, "I was involved back then too, I just didn't expect them to still be chasing this after all these years." The demon continued, "This thing was never human to begin with, and now they've created this monster. Lai Wang, the target has left the safety boundary, should we pursue?" Lai Wang answered firmly, "Pursue, I've already spotted you, hurry up." The demon looked around in confusion, strange, its presence just vanished, where did it go? Just then Lai Wang urgently warned Yaonan, "Be careful." Beside him stood a warning sign that read, "Caution, do not approach beyond the safety boundary." Suddenly a sharp blue light struck. Where the light passed, grass and trees were cleanly sliced apart. Yaonan paled in shock as the light headed straight for him. Lai Wang commanded his mount Da to save him. Yaonan leapt up and shouted, "Who's there?"
Then he slipped and fell onto the grass lying motionless.
Lai Wang asked worriedly, Yaonan, are you alright?
The other replied, I'm fine, I won't die, but you must be careful.
Lai Wang said this experiment is a high-ranking triple system mutant mage. Yaonan, the railway is nearby, go wait there.
Yaonan answered, I can handle a few high-ranking mages, but this thing Lai Wang you. In the city suddenly a figure began to flicker. On the day before the drill within the Imperial Capital Academy, the representative teams from both the Imperial Capital Academy and Mingzhou Academy had gathered in the plaza. Principal Luosong he began to brief the students, stating that the location for this drill was Jinlin City. Qingqing immediately questioned Jinlin City.
I don't recall seeing that name on any map. When asked, Luosong Jing boasted, you remember the names of all the cities.
Master Su then explained that Jinlin City had been erased from maps 15 years ago. Song he added that when demons invaded Dongting Lake, Jinlin City was wiped out in a single night.
Su Dalong Huanghu remarked, so Jinlin City is now nothing but a ruined city.
Song he confirmed, that's right, this time you'll need to gather statistical data from this abandoned city.
Shen Mingxiao then asked, is it just simple data collection?
Song he replied, whether Jinlin City can be rebuilt depends entirely on the results of this mission.
Luosong spoke again, Principal, are you asking us to count the number of servant-level and warrior-level demons? What about commander-level demons?
Song he answered in surprise, oh, if you encounter a commander-level demon, just making it back alive would be impressive enough. However, based on reports from previous demon hunters, many of the demons in Jinlin City have disappeared, making it far less dangerous than before. With that, the principal emphasized sternly, you must always keep this in mind.
This is not just a mission, it's a heavy responsibility. One person's strength is limited for this data collection.
I hope that students from both Mingzhou Academy and the Imperial Capital Academy will support each other and return safely.
Master Su then asked, Principal, isn't that a bit too direct? Song he replied, people must not forget past hidden dangers just because of temporary peace. Master Su added, but they're still just children.
Song he reminded him that's exactly why they need to grow up quickly. At that moment, Zhao Manuan patted his friend's shoulder and said, let's go, stop acting so profound. The scene shifted outside Anjia near Jinlin City. The group asked in shock, a demon tribe.
Qingqing confirmed, that's right, the disaster in Bucheng was caused by the demon wolf clan. Though the Black Church was behind it, compared to the ancient demons of Dongting Lake, it's like comparing a small problem to a massive one. Mufan asked in surprise, what about the demon wolf clan? Qingqing confirmed, yes, their population is at least 2,500 strong. Luosong pointed out, Qingqing, your nose is sharp, our friend Mufan here has witnessed the bloody scenes there, how could he not know?
Mu Ningxue looked up and said coldly, we've already reached Jinlin City today. At this moment, the young man Lu Jing has stepped forward to assert authority, saying, I know a lot about demonic beasts' habits, let me take command.
Zhang Bingxiao countered, not everyone will listen to you. We should elect Song He, you two can discuss how to proceed.
Lu Zhenghe glanced at Song He and thought to himself, wow, his gaze is really sharp. He agreed, alright, let the light element users take the lead and the earth element users guard the rear. Does that work? Stay close to me.
If anything happens, I can protect you. Mu Nukio asked, oh, what about the person you ran away from home with?
Emofan let out a bitter laugh, thinking to himself, if I had known I wouldn't have been so reckless. How do I fix this now?
Mu Nukio asked again, how did you two meet?
Emofan was startled but quickly forced to smile, she used to live next door to me. Seeing the two of them flirting, the young man Liao Mingshan put on an air of superiority. You two are too relaxed.
As an intermediate hunter, I advise you to stay alert. Emofan thought of Lingling and mused, intermediate hunter. Humph, a 12-year-old master hunter, didn't you ask around first?
Then Mu Nukio spoke up, I feel like something is watching us.
Liao Mingshan said confidently, don't worry, if there's danger my little white mouse will warn us.
From my years of experience I can tell there's nothing here. Just then his mouse squeaked in terror. Liao Mingshan shouted in panic, oh no. Emofan turned to his friend and said, old Zhao Manuan, come over here. Zhao Manuan replied, okay. He then cast a spell, Radiance Go. A massive ball of light surged forward. Hidden behind a few vines was a pair of glowing eyes. The light revealed the face of the demonic beast. Zhao Mingyue shouted in a pale voice, we've angered the Manhwa. Immediately the Manhwa charged forward. It wielded a massive bone as a weapon, swinging it straight at Emofan. Emofan lightly cast a spell, Fire Scorch. Ahead, the Manhwa was instantly charred. At the same time another one ambushed from the side. Munukio shouted, Emofan, watch out, there's another one. Emofan quickly leaped aside, dodging the bone swung at him. Munukio immediately cast a plant magic spell, Vine Net Spread. Instantly a vine shot out and wrapped around the Manua's leg, lifting it off the ground.
Then a lightning magic bolt struck the Manhwa. It was the Ming brothers who had acted. Phew, that was close. Lu Jingha urged, they're just small fry, let's keep moving. Ming Tong stammered, pointing ahead, there's something in front. Lu Jingha panicked. Then everyone turned their gaze forward. In the dense darkness, countless blue lights flickered. Lu Jingha shouted, Mingyun, run. Lu Jingha shouted again, quick, use the fire net, run. Everyone cast their spells. Fire art, burn ahead. Lu Jingha ordered mid-range fire support. Prepare defensive formations for rear skills. Tighten the formation and advance as a unit. Xiao Feng used his skill mirror escape, turning the formation into a bone fragment. But a demonic ape from behind lashed out with the bone striking his leg. Xiao Feng cried out in pain. Su Daolong shouted, Xiao Feng. Zhang Bing knew the standard spell Zhao, but someone else acted first. Ice Barbarian Freeze. All the students ahead were now protected by a wall of ice. It was Mu Ningxue. Then Mingtong said to Xiao Feng, hold on to me. Bai Dingding spoke up, let me stop the bleeding first. Xiao Feng weakly said thanks. Meanwhile, the demonic apes, enraged by the fire, roared wildly. Zhao Manyuan told everyone there are more ahead, stay alert. He used his skill Violent Gaze to drive them back. A surge of water washed away the demonic apes' weak points. Mo Fan turned to the beauty Mu Ningxue, lend me a hand. Mu Ningxue cast Ice Barbarian Freeze. Immediately another ice wall rose up. Lu Jingha warned, don't get greedy, let's go. Mo Fan summoned flames with both hands and turned to the group, you all go first, I'll cover you. Mingtong and the others replied thanks. Mo Fan thought to himself, ugh, not a single person offered to stay or stop me. Meanwhile, the others kept running headlong. Shen Mingjiao shouted, oh no, the front is full of demonic ape, weak points, split up and run. Liao Mingxian turned back in a daze. This isn't good. There are so many demonic apes behind us too, isn't there another way? Lu Jingha pointed at a door, this way. There was a side door and Mo Fan followed. Several demonic apes chased relentlessly. Mo Fan shouted, Mu Ningxue, quick, focus our firepower. Mu Ningxue summoned her ice spirit seed, ice disc, frozen sinew. Mo Fan also unleashed his fire spirit seed, crimson flame, fiery fist of earth. Instantly the combined ice and fire wiped out a group of demonic ape weak points. Mo Fan cheered nice, but his celebration was short-lived. Another wave of demonic ape weak points charged forward. Mo Fan muttered under his breath, Mingyun, this is endless. Mu Ningxue urged, let's go. Mo Fan agreed, yeah. Mu Nukio turned to her new friend Qingqing, let's move. Qingqing agreed, okay. Together they cast their skill Earth's Descent Prison. Instantly a cluster of green trees blocked the path of the demonic ape weak points. Lu Zhanghe cheered at that moment. There was light ahead and exit. The group rushed out without hesitation. Then Lu Zhanghe turned to everyone and said to take a head count. The others had already arrived and their side was all present. He then asked, how's Mingju's group? Songyi's expression darkened as he said, we're missing one person. Mu Nu Qiao asked who. Songyi replied, Mo Fan, he hasn't come out yet. Zhao Man Yuan huffed him, Phil, go look for him. But Mu Ningxue had already volunteered, let me go. Zhao Man Yuan was left speechless. Just then Lu Zhanghe raised a hand to stop him. Captain, don't be rash. Mu Nu Qiao snapped, get out of the way. Shen Ming Xiao sneered, maybe he's already turned into a pile of mush. Suddenly Mo Fan's head popped out as he roared, Shen Ming Xiao, who are you talking about? Everyone cheered Mo Fan. Over here. Mu Ningxue brushed off Lu Zhanghe's hand while Zhao Man Yuan ran over and ruffled his friend's hair. Man, you scared me half to death. Mo Fan sighed. Who made it out? Mu Nu Qiao asked again, where were you? Mo Fan dodged the question, just tripped and fell. Mu Nu Qiao glared at him, then turned away with a cold snort. Mo Fan's face was pale. Songyi sighed in relief, as long as you're okay. It was getting dark, so they needed to find a place to rest soon. Lu Zhanghe agreed, alright. Then he asked, how's Xiao Feng? Bai Tingting, still treating him, replied, Yang is still recovering. It'll take some time. The scene shifted to nighttime. A few guys were whispering among themselves, are they really bathing by the river? Someone confirmed, yeah. Zhao Man Yuan gave his friend a sly look and said, Pang Liang, why not use your invisibility spell to go check it out? Pang Liang hesitated, that doesn't seem right. Zhao Man Yuan added, it's for their safety, you know. Pang Liang thought it didn't make much sense but somehow agreed fine. Then he vanished using his invisibility spell. Zhao Man Yuan sighed, who's that again? Why didn't I drop a hint? Feels like I missed out on something good. Lu Mingxian assessed that guy's probably in big trouble. Zhao Man Yuan blinked trouble. Su Dalong burst into laughter. Ha, the captain's ice seal domain can detect triple-layered magic fluctuations. Zhao Man Yuan gasped, what? By the lakeside song, he asked the sisters, is the water warm enough? Should I heat it more? The sisters splashed and giggled, it's fine thanks Songhe. It'll change for you once I'm done washing. Chang Mingyue reminded Qingqing while the little girl on the other side played cheerfully, laughing out loud. At this moment Mu Ningxue was washing up but didn't say a word. Suddenly she glared and snapped, you've got a death wish. Just then 3 types of illusion beast Chi appeared. Several sisters screamed in fright. Songhi asked worriedly what happened. Others sobbed. Woo Songhi. Mu Ningxue warned just now 3 types of illusion beast. She appeared. Songhi's veins bulged in anger as she cursed Pang Liang. It must be Pang Liang. Then the sisters dragged him off to confront him. Songhi shouted, Pang Liang, get out here. Pang Liang denied it. It wasn't me. You spotted me before I even got near the river. Shermanuan gently plucked her zither strings and said, Liang, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Pang Liang choked up, unable to speak. Shermanuan, are you a demon?
Meanwhile Songhi and Mu Nujiao scoffed him shameless. Their words struck Pang Liang like arrows. Next Zhu Mingyue and Qingqing chimed in. Beast in human skin. Pang Liang felt like he'd been hit by 2 more arrows. Then Mu Ningxue added, hypocrite. Pang Liang was utterly crushed. Soon the men joined in with their sarcastic remarks. Pang Liang, you must fix this habit for good when we get back. You hear? Shermanuan also said, Liang, be more careful.
Pang Liang was left speechless, humiliated before he even realized what was happening. What a joke.
Miss Han shouted, wait, it really wasn't me. Bai Tingting turned to look. Mu Ningxue suggested, forget it isn't Songhi, always keeping an eye on him.
At most he was just lurking around. Bai Tingting confirmed, yeah, but he's still a pervert.
Hearing this, Pang Liang screamed in frustration, I've been wrong. Just then a fire was lit.
Shermanuan asked Emofan, where were you just now? Emofan evaded, I'm always cautious, just checking the area. Shermanuan replied, oh really? Here Xiaogu. She handed him a drink. Emofan replied, thanks. Then he chugged it down in one go. Gulp gulp gulp.
Shermanuan reminded, if I recall correctly you also have an illusion beast artifact, don't you?
Emofan immediately choked, nearly suffocating. Cough cough cough.
It's fine even if you choke after drinking bright eye water, you won't die. The scene shifted to Jinlin City where Luosong sighed as he walked. I just want this to end already.
Haven't had a decent meal in days. Even I've lost some weight. Lu Zhenghe reminded them the investigation can't possibly end this quickly.
Songhi spoke up, let's find a place to settle down first.
Lu Zhenghe suggested, I recommend finding a large building as our base.
Songhi agreed. A building offers a wide view and makes it easier to keep watch.
Emofan pointed upward and said, I think this building looks good.
After listening, everyone looked up. A few of them identified it as the city hall and they all walked inside. Seeing the vines covering it, they concluded the city hall looked eerie. The plants weren't growing toward the sunlight but instead burrowing inward. Luosong countered, it's been abandoned for a long time. That's not so strange.
Lu Zhenghe warned, just to be safe let's leave 2 people outside as backup. Any volunteers to keep watch?
Shen Ming laughed and said, Luosong, let's go, real men take the lead. Luo Pang agreed, sure. Meanwhile Lu Zhenghe was so frustrated he felt like tying himself in knots. Emofan volunteered, I'll stay. Bai Tingting also spoke up, then he'll stay too.
Lu Zhenghe agreed, alright everyone else keep moving forward. Mu Ning glanced at the 2 but said nothing. The other 2 happily said to each other, let's go.
Mu Ning turned and left, followed by Luosong and the others heading up the stairs.
Lu Mingxian said to Lu Zhenghe, Lao Lu, look, there are 2 backpacks here. Lu Zhenghe replied, not important, let's keep moving.
They reached the end of the hallway and continued upward. Mu Nujiao felt something was off and muttered, this is weird. Then they noticed scraps of fabric scattered on the tree. Lu Mingxian remarked, that might be a bit scary for girls. Mu Nujiao countered, no, look closely, there's something stuck in the middle. Pointing ahead, Lu Mingxian said excitedly, don't worry, I'll check it out. He stepped forward and reached in, what is this for? Let me pull it out and see. How it's stuck pretty tight. He yanked hard and upon seeing it clearly recoiled in shock. Whoa, flowers, 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 a skull. Zhao Mingyue screamed, look everyone. Pointing at the tree with several branches extending out, Lu Zhenghe shouted, get back to where you were, but by then the space around them began to shake.
Lu Zhenghe yelled at his summoned beast, damn it, Wu, ferocious wolf, don't show off, run. At that moment Zhao Mingyue rushed forward and called out, Zhenghe. Lu Zhenghe was pulled away by Liao Mingxian, narrowly avoiding the branch's attack.
Zhao Mingyue sighed in relief. Zhenghe, thank goodness you're okay. Lu Zhenghe thought to himself, that was close. Then he told Zhao Mingyue, don't stop, keep moving. Mingyue agreed, okay.
Here Luosong clutches his head and wails, it's over, everything's ruined. Lu Zhenghe shouts, Luosong, have you finished your whining yet?
Over here Songhi is casting fire curse explosive rage. Suddenly she lets out a pained scream. A branch pierces through her abdomen. Lu Zhenghe cries out, Songhi, the branches have snared her and are dragging her away. She screams, help me. Luosong urges, what are you waiting for? Run or those plants will surround us again. Lu Zhenghe freezes, then orders, fall back, retreat. Everyone bolts while Songhi sobs, don't leave me, I don't want to die. Then Mu Ningxue strikes with bone-freezing ice.
Ice spikes pierce the branches, entangling Songhi, freezing them instantly. Mu Ningxue grips the ice spike and pulls, the frozen branches shatter and Songhi's body falls. Mooning Shui catches Song He swiftly then casts Icebound Seal to staunch her bleeding. Mooning Shui encourages her hold on well get you out of here. Song He weakly replies okay Munukyo steps forward saying let me take care of her. Mooning Shui agrees alright then she turns to the others from now on I'm in command. Mooning Shui orders wind-based defense skills guard green shield water barrier. Zhao Manuan shouts no use they keep clustering together we need to break through. Ming Tsong draws his lightblade saying let me handle this freeze them for me. Several ice element users agree Ming Tsong raises his lightblade declaring demon slaying art light rend. Soon the vines are severed Lu Zhenghe and Su Dalong cheer amazing. But Mooning Shui warns don't celebrate yet they'll recover soon. Let's get out first the group drags each other toward the exit. Outside the building the demonic tree lets out a deafening howl. Watching as it continues to devour everything in its maw. Bitingding screams the ghost market Mo fan charges forward without a word. Bitingding grabs his sleeve pleading don't go in Mo fan are you crazy Mo fan shouts they're in there let go. He shakes off her grip and unleashes a technique fierce fist of heaven. A flaming fist hurtles toward the tree demon but it kicks the attack away. Then it opens its maw and sprays sharp thorns at Mo fan. Bitingding cries in fear don't provoke it we can't handle it. Yet Mo fan charges forward thinking damn it if I'm exposed so be it. He murmurs Shue Shue old Zhao please be safe then Mo fan vanishes using shadow step he thinks UG blocked. Bitingding panics screaming on a divine barrier. Mo fan thinks Bitingding's in bad shape I have to get her far from here come on he activates shadow escape. The first group appeared beside Bitingding then he called out Bitingding. Bitingding stammered I am Mo fan you Mo fan replied well talk later the branches stabbed that lizard spirit. The lizard spirit's mouth was quickly tangled by the branches. Meanwhile Mo fan had pulled Biting to another spot. Bitingding asked in shock you have 4-system magic. Mo fan gave a bitter smile I'll explain later. At this time the lizard spirit had opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and then flew up. Several vines wrapped around the demon tree were torn off but the demon tree had already tied the lizard spirit's feet with the vines. The lizard spirit tore through the vines again then lunged at a few more. Suddenly a rock dove from the sky clamped its beak around the magic tree and flew off Bitingding gasped it's been eaten. By then half the magic tree had been devoured and its trunk collapsed with a crash Mo fan shouted this is bad he instantly vanished using shadow step Bitingding cried out Mo fan. Mo fan swiftly moved inside then back out slumping down in despair. Bitingding called out wait there's someone inside. Mo fan asked in surprise people are they Zheng Bingxio's earth mages they're still alive. Someone shouted Bitingding hurry Song he needs your healing right away. Bitingding told Mooning Shui alright we can bandage him now the bleeding stopped Mo fan remained silent. Then Luosong spoke up Mo fan what about your family's fate? Mo fan was grabbed by the collar and startled hey Luosong pointed at Mo fan and roared. You nearly got us killed it's all your fault if you hadn't suggested going in none of this would have happened. Lu Mingxian added and you just hid outside while sending us in to die Mo fan you're ruthless. Ming Tong chimed in if I didn't have a light system artifact would all be dead Mo fan shook off Luosong's grip and snapped let go. If I wanted you dead I'd have sealed the door without a second thought. Instead of standing here listening to your nonsense. Zheng Manuan sighed what's going on here how did Wan Pu Mo suddenly die? Mo fan answered the top predator in this city's food chain saved you. Bitingding glanced at Mo fan thinking he risked his life charging in we didn't he explain it to everyone. Zhang Manuan scratched his head what do you mean? Bitingding replied it was the giant lizard Ruan Long at 8 Ruan Pu Mo. Then she explained the situation basically that's what happened. After hearing that the group was stunned Mooning Shui asked how is Song He? Bitingding replied fortunately you froze the wound in time he's not in immediate danger. Bing Xiao asked with concern what should we do next? Bitingding said in any case I want leave. Mo fan spoke up but Lu Mingxian covered his mouth Mo fan shut up. We're not done with what happened earlier Mo fan shouted angrily not done at all. If you want to fight come inside Mooning Shui reminded them stop arguing. Let's go to the next investigation point first Mo fan said he'll go to another one alone Munukyo warned Mo fan don't be reckless. Zhuang Manuan added right it's safer if we stick together. But Lu Mingxian said let him go alone let's see if he can make it out alive. Seeing Mo fan turn to leave Munukyo called out Mo fan wait. Mo fan replied don't worry you'll come back right after scouting. I don't feel safe leaving you with these ungrateful people Munukyo said holding something out take this. Mo fan took it and asked what is this Zhuang Manuan gasped wow. A crystal guardian pearl with water-based defense skills you don't have to stay single forever for my sake find a good man like me and marry him. After hearing that Mu Nukio pushed Mo-fan away and snapped get lost. Zhuang Menyuan patted Mo-fan's shoulder the bowtie's right let me teach the straight guy a lesson then he asked do you really not need me to go with you Mo-fan replied don't worry. Zhuang Menyuan sighed alright I'll take care of them you be careful. Just before leaving he added one last thing stealing someone's girlfriend is a coward's move take care of yourself. Half an hour later Mo-fan spoke into his communicator alright Xiaoluan stopped shaking where's the thing below then he released his summoned beast. Swift Spirit Wolf Mo-fan called out dig this up for me. The Swift Spirit Wolf looked clueless it's a wolf Mo-fan reminded what are you waiting for dig. The Swift Spirit Wolf stepped forward and swung its paw splitting a branch in two. A green seed flew out and Mo-fan saw it roll to his feet and picked it up this is a fake street seed. Mo-fan cheered inwardly yes I'm rich oh my goodness. The Swift Spirit Wolf barked excitedly Mo-fan made up his mind let's go to the next investigation point we still have a mission to complete right. The Rapid Spirit Wolf is acting up ahoo. Scene change Imperial Academy song he sits in a small pavilion leisurely savoring his tea as he inhales its fragrance. Suddenly someone shouts old man startled he sprays his tea everywhere and begins coughing non-stop. You nearly got me killed the one calling him is Zhang Kong. Song he continues if that wound had been an inch deeper you wouldn't be alive. Zhang Kong replies it really messed up my flawless handsome face. Song he adds that wound will take a long time to heal. Zhang Kong grits his teeth and says that mad rapid spirit wolf I swear I'll take it down myself. This time I came to talk to you about something else. Song he asks in surprise what you're interested in that kid too. Zhang Kong states plainly that kid is my junior brother of course I have to protect him. Song he continues I'm worried about don't worry everyone is against it. Zhang Kong sighs that 6th year guy is a lunatic hellstop but nothing by the way where's that kid? Song he answers he went to Golden Forest City for training. Zhang Kong exclaims Golden Forest City that's bad news. Scene change at the assessment site Mo-fan and the Rapid Spirit Wolf work together to take down a group of demons he tells Xiao and I to absorb the residual spirits and other materials. Then he tells his companions alright we've collected all the residual spirits and data let's retreat. The Rapid Spirit Wolf howls excitedly awoo over here Su DeLong and the others are still struggling against the beasts they ask each other are you done yet? Lu Zhang he shouts back hold on a little longer the data is almost collected. Shin Ming smiles bitterly the demons are getting more numerous. If we wait any longer we'll become their dinner. Just then the detector shows only one more unit to complete Lu Zhang he yells hold on a bit longer done all 3 green lights are on he shouts retreat now. Luo Song runs back panting like a dog damn just scanning one area and I'm already exhausted. Pang Liang sighs without the heavenly robe it's so much more tiring. Liao Ming Xian adds yeah that guy only causes trouble. Luo Song starts rubbing his waist maybe it'd be better if he were gone. After a while at the church outpost the group sits and talks their escape route is blocked. Bai Ting Ting responds alright I understand Ming Tong walks inside. He sees Bai Ting Ting treating Song Xia's injuries the guy's face is flushed and he's breathing heavily. Bai Ting Ting instructs Ming Tong go fetch some clean water I need to clean his wound. Ming Tong blinks can't we just use regular drinking water Bai Ting Ting explains cleaning wounds requires. Many countries don't have much drinking water save it for drinking. Ming Song obediently agreed but left with a sullen look muttering under his breath what a hassle. He walked to a water pool and scooped some into a bucket. The image of Bai Ting Ting in her thin shirt flashed through his mind. He started leering ha 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 when suddenly a spider crawled onto him. He yelped in fright this place is crawling with bugs so annoying. Then he entered the room where Bai Ting Ting was healing. Ming Song said to Bai Ting Ting I brought the water. Bok Din Din replied alright just leave it there I'll get it later. But then Ming Song's expression turned odd. He reached out and tore at Bai Ting Ting's clothes his tongue lolled out in a vulgar manner Bai Ting Ting screamed what are you doing stop it you creep. After pulling her coat shut she tried to compose herself but Ming Song sneered inwardly and lunged again tearing at her clothes Bai Ting Ting shrieked ah. Just then several people burst in upon hearing the scream scoundrel they shouted a freezing technique struck Ming Song slamming him into the wall frost coiled around his arms. Next he was tied up Ming Song struggled let me go. Lu Zhenghe delivered a heavy blow from his position snapping Ming Song back to his senses. Meanwhile Mu Nukio draped a coat over Bai Ting Ting and asked are you alright Bai Ting Ting burst into tears sobbing. Stammering Ming Song said to Lu Zhenghe ordered me to tie him up. Time flew by and before they knew it was midnight everyone gathered to keep watch. Suddenly footsteps echoed in the hallway of the stronghold Lu Zhenghe barked who's there? A figure appeared revealing a familiar face. Lu Zhenghe asked in surprise Mo-fan you're still alive. Mo-fan raised his hand in acknowledgement yeah it's me don't worry. Suddenly Bai Tingting stood up much to the shock of Mu Nukio and Zhao Manuan. She rushed forward and hugged Mo Fan, calling out Mo Fan. Mo Fan was stunned but let her hug him. He asked blankly, "What's wrong?" Blushing, Bai Tingting pouted, "Promise me you want leave." Mo Fan fell silent for a moment before saying Mu Ningxue glared without a word while Mu Nukio let out a soft huff. Clearly the two sisters weren't pleased. Mo Fan gently pushed Bai Tingting away, saying, "Alright, I promise, let me help you put your clothes on." Liao Mingxian pointed and asked, "Had enough hugging?" Not knowing if the scouting was done, they hurriedly left. After Mo Fan draped her clothes over her, Bai Tingting said, "Thank you." Mo Fan didn't say a word, simply tossing something behind him. Munu Jiao caught it effortlessly, then let out a gasp. Two of them. Liao Mingxian shouted, "Impossible!" Zhao Manuan marveled, "Mo Fan, you're incredible." Liao Mingxian was furious, roaring, "It must be because there were too few demonic beasts in those two areas. How arrogant can you get just because you were born with dual-element bloodline? You think you're this amazing?" Faced with the provocation, Mo Fan responded with disdain, "Do I look as useless as you?" He clenched his fists, knuckles cracking as he sneered, "Humph, you're everywhere, aren't you?" Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Munu Jiao quickly intervened, "Don't be so reckless." But Liao Mingxian had already lost his mind, bellowing, "What are you pretending for? You think I'm scared of you? Let's take this outside." Loser leaves. Mo Fan just shrugged, completely unfazed. "Fine, simple." Lu Zhenghe quickly grabbed Liao Mingxian's shoulder, asking sternly, "Had enough yet?" But Liao Mingxian violently shook off Lu Zheng's hand, roaring, "Get lost! You think you're the boss now? Show off your authority in front of Mu Mingxue if you dare." Lu Zhenghe finally snapped, "Liao Mingxian, have you lost your mind?" He turned and ordered the others, "Tie him up now." In no time Liao Mingxian was tightly bound like a rice dumpling and tossed into a corner with Ming Tong. The air and the wind suddenly grew eerily quiet. The group could only sit silently around the fire. Mo Fan turned away in annoyance, stepping into the cold air, leaving behind a suffocating silence. Mu Ningxue's gaze silently followed his retreating figure. Sitting alone on a log, Mo Fan fell into thought until a familiar figure approached. He looked up and asked, "What's wrong, young lady?" Mu Ningxue stared at him, demanding, "Don't you think everyone's acting strange?" Mo Fan calmly explained, "Everyone has a dark side. Ming Tong is lecherous by nature and Liao Mingxian is narrow-minded. Under these circumstances it's just surfacing." Mu Ningxue still wasn't convinced, warning, "There's one more person who's not normal." Mo Fan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Who else?" The girl coldly uttered the name Bai Tingting. "The way she hugged you in front of everyone." Mo Fan patted the log beside him, gesturing for her to sit, then replied casually, "She's had a crush on me for a long time. It's normal." "Didn't you do the same?" Suddenly saying, "You wanted to run away with me." Mu Ningxue turned away, murmuring, "I was young and reckless back then." Mo Fan chuckled, his gaze lingering on her meaningfully, "But I already agreed." Mu Ningxue's face flickered with sadness as she softly apologized. But Mo Fan continued teasing, saying, "Even now I'd still agree." Mu Ningxue put on a stern expression and reminded him, "We've grown up, stop making jokes like that." Mo Fan gazed deeply into her eyes, his tone suddenly sincere. "What if I'm not joking?" Mu Ningxue turned away in annoyance, unable to face him. And cut him off firmly, "This is meaningless now, besides I have no feelings for you." Hearing such heartless words, Mo Fan fell silent for a moment before a strange smile curled his lips. "That's just because you haven't discovered the charm hidden within me yet." Mu Ningxue decided to tell the truth. "Mo Fan, my family has already arranged a marriage for me." Mo Fan asked, "What about your father?" Mu Ningxue simply shook her head. Mo Fan immediately grew excited and declared boldly, "Then he'll just go steal the bride." Mu Ningxue closed her eyes slightly, offering no response before silently turning and leaving. Suddenly the small clay figurine on Mo Fan's chest glowed abnormally. Mo Fan snapped back to reality and hurriedly shouted, "Wait." Mu Ningxue stopped and asked impatiently, "What else do you want to say?" Mo Fan answered seriously, "You're right, there is a problem. It seems some ancient spiritual force or malevolent presence is at work. Fortunately, my mind-calming demonic chi is keeping me clear-headed." Mu Ningxue immediately suggested, "If you're right, we must find the root of the problem." Mo Fan pondered for a moment. The first person affected was Ming Tsong. "Let's ask Bai Tingting where Ming Tsong went with it." The two returned inside. Mo Fan sat down in front of the little girl and called softly, "Tingting." At that moment Bai Tingting's gaze toward Mu Ningxue was extremely odd. Something even Mu Ningxue noticed. Mo Fan casually said, "Here, take this demonic chi." As soon as he spoke, a gentle light flickered and Bai Tingting instantly snapped back to her senses. She stammered, "Mo Fan, Jinan, it's not your fault. Tell me where Ming Tsong went." After struggling to recall, Bai Tingting answered, "I sent him to fetch water. He might have gone to the nearby lake." Mo Fan nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll go check it out." Mu Ningxue offered, "I'll go with you," but Mo Fan flatly refused. "No, you stay here to look after them just in case." With that, Mo Fan set off alone toward the lake. His foot accidentally kicked the skull of a demonic beast. Upon closer inspection he was horrified to find scattered bones all around. Emofan mused to himself, there seems to be something in this lake. He decided to get closer and used Shadow Step to conceal his presence. Upon nearing the water he witnessed a terrifying sight. Those demonic beasts are savagely tearing into each other. Emofan was horrified to see the one-eyed demon wolves turning on one another. No, this place is too eerie, we need to get everyone out of here. Suddenly he spotted a blaze in the distance. Emofan shouted, something's wrong, we've got trouble. Back at the shelter, Munukio and the others were violently brawling. A few of them were just shouting watch out, while Baitingting cowered in the corner terrified. Emofan stormed in and roared, you fat jerk, how dare you hit a woman, I'll beat you senseless. Luo Song wailed, it wasn't me, she started it, why does everything get blamed on me? Emofan noticed Munukio and the others acting strangely just like the one-eyed demon wolves earlier. Baitingting quickly warned him. Emofan, Zhu Manuan and the others are right behind you. Emofan turned to Luo Song and said, Luo, hang in there. Try to restrain him, don't let him hurt her. Luo Song groaned, him about to get beaten to a pulp. Meanwhile Shen Mingxiao, Zhu Mingyue and Qingqing were locked in fierce combat with Zhu Manuan and Zhang Bingxiao. Isn't there any way to restrain them with illusionary giant rock? Zhang Bingxiao replied, no, it's not responding, if we force it we'll be the ones in trouble. Just then Emofan appeared behind them and shouted, you too. Zhu Manuan jumped in shock, whoa Emofan, don't tell me you've lost it too. Emofan snapped, what nonsense, I'm not under any spell. Zhang Bingxiao sighed in relief, thank goodness. Hurry and think of something, I can't hold on much longer. Emofan scratched his head, there must be some kind of mind-controlling monster nearby. Zhu Manuan yelled, then what are you waiting for, go kill that thing. Emofan shook his head, with our current strength charging in would be suicide. After hearing this the two were stunned. Suddenly Mu Ningxue leapt out from the side barking orders, follow me. Emofan groaned inwardly, oh no, our mind's been compromised too. In the blink of an eye Mu Ningxue and Emofan arrived at the lakeside. The moment they arrived Mu Ningxue unleashed her spirit seed ice techniques, ice disc and ice barbarian cover. Emofan quickly advised, let's wait and see what happens first. But Mu Ningxue's face twisted into a sinister expression. Emofan realized the danger, damn it, their urge to kill the monster has taken over. By now the entire lake area was completely frozen over. Countless tiny spiders burst from beneath the ice, with a few lunging straight at Emofan. The little clay figurine on Emofan's chest glowed, alerting him to the spiders. What the heck are these things? He flicked them away with a quick motion. Emofan wondered to himself, could Ming Tong have been bewitched by these things too? Just then a massive spider suddenly burst out from the frozen lake. A snow spirit warned Emofan that this was a demon general grade monster. The creature slightly twitched the two hairy fangs in front of its mouth, then its claws sharp as blades slashed toward Emofan. With a swish several nearby trees toppled. Emofan quickly retreated to dodge. The spider seized the chance to pounce, forcing Emofan to shout, whoa, I know I'm good looking, but you don't have to go this hard on me. At the same time a snow spirit appeared behind the spider. She shouted and Emofan dodged, unleashing a powerful technique, whirlwind dragon spiral. A tornado carrying icy winds roared toward them. Emofan yelled, got it. The tornado struck the spider's tail, but the beast merely twisted its body to dodge. Emofan sighed, this thing's tough, even mid-tier magic can't hit it. Then he planted his hands on the ground, activating his fire spirit seed Crimson Flame, and unleashed his ultimate move, Fiery Fist Earthshaker. Flames erupted beneath the spider's legs, sending it flying into the air. Emofan cheered yes, but the snow spirit urgently warned, no, it's not over yet. Sure enough, the spider used its height to its advantage, raising its claws and diving straight down. Emofan yelped in panic, it can do that. At the last second the snow spirit shouted dodge and cast Icebound Bone Twist. Instantly countless ice threads wove into a massive net, trapping the diving spider. But the beast was enormous and incredibly strong, it shattered all the ice chains. Emofan urged, freeze it, it's too fast. The snow spirit cast spell after spell, continuously freezing the spider. First its claws were frozen, then its entire body was encased in ice. Emofan immediately activated his travel demon tool, Blood Beast Flower. He sprinted toward a tree, leaped off it, and used the momentum to charge at the spider. Emofan unleashed his sky-shattering fist and roared, take this punch. With a boom the frozen spider took Emofan's fiery fist and he staggered back from the recoil. By then the spider had broken free from the ice. The snow spirit struck with wind disc heavily, net weaving a storm of wind and fire that sent the giant spider spiraling into the air. Emofan seized the moment to unleash his fire technique, Wildfire Bone Scorch. The flames grew fiercer with the wind's aid. Mo Fan cheered, it's flying, it's working, keep going, don't stop, but the snow spirit collapsed exhausted, gasping, I am at my limit. Mo Fan said, it's fine, let it fall. By then the spider had lost control and crashed heavily onto the ground, landing on its back. A deafening explosion echoed and Mo Fan asked in surprise, is it dead? Mu Ningxue warned, be careful, as Mo Fan cautiously stepped forward to check. Suddenly the red ring on the monster's head lit up. A stream of blue liquid, clearly venom, sprayed toward Mo Fan. Mo Fan cursed, darn it, and quickly dodged to the side. The blue liquid splashed onto a tree trunk, immediately sizzling as it corroded it. Mo Fan muttered, this thing is way too cunning. He immediately told Mu Ningxue, freeze it with ice'll hit it hard. Mu Ningxue swiftly cast bone freezing seal. The monster was instantly restrained by a mass of frozen bones. Mo Fan praised, nice job. Then he raised his hand to the sky, summoning his lightning spirit seed, divine punishment, thunderclap strike. A bolt of dark purple lightning crashed down, striking the monster. Boom, the ice shattered. Mo Fan grinned, got it. But Mu Ningxue pointed behind him worriedly, saying, no, it's not over yet. Just as she said, the monster lunged again, swiping Mo Fan away with a single claw. Mo Fan was sent flying dozens of meters before crashing to the ground. The impact was so strong that Mo Fan coughed up blood, cursing under his breath. Ugh, how is it still moving after that? The monster kept making clicking sounds as Mo Fan struggled to his feet, coughing non-stop. Then a magnificent ice bow appeared in the air. Mu Ningxue drew the bow and shouted, die. Crystal slaying bow. Mo Fan was stunned by its power. Ice arrows rained down on the giant spider one after another. Boom, a thick layer of ice formed, freezing the spider solid. Mu Ningxue panted, sighing, it's still not enough to stop it completely. Mo Fan ran over to check, shivering, well, that's cold. Then he saw the ice slowly melting. Wow, that was terrifying. By then Mu Ningxue's crystal slaying bow had vanished, exhausted she collapsed. Mo Fan rushed over to catch her, pulling the beauty into his arms. Mo Fan smirked, but just then Mu Ningxue suddenly opened her eyes. He quickly asked, are you okay? She snapped, put me down. Mo Fan reluctantly set her down, feeling a twinge of disappointment, but still asked. Mu Ningxue replied, I just need to rest a bit. She sat down to meditate. Mo Fan watched her intently, wondering, a single arrow could kill a demon lord level warrior. What's the cost of such power? After a while Mu Ningxue slowly opened her eyes and let out a long breath. Alright, let's go. Fine. Mo Fan scratched his head. Mu Ningxue thought to herself, Mo Fan, we can never be together. Mo Fan suddenly turned around and said, oh right. Mu Ningxue was completely stunned. Mo Fan quickly supported her hand, placing it on his shoulder, then said, let me help you walk, you're still weak. Then Mo Fan took the chance to touch Mu Ningxue's smooth hand. Mu Ningxue snapped, your hand. Mo Fan burst into laughter, haha, can't take a little advantage, can't take it at all. Meanwhile the battle over there seemed to have reached its conclusion. Lu Zhenghe ran over and asked Ningxue, are you alright? But when he saw Mo Fan's arm around Mu Ningxue's shoulder, his expression turned sour. Let me help her. Mu Ningxue pulled away from Mo Fan's embrace and said, no need, I can walk on my own. Lu Zhenghe shot Mo Fan a jealous glance before turning back to gently remind her, Ningxue, walk slowly, watch your step. In another corner Luosong lay on the ground, panting like a dying pig. Oh, my watching any longer would have killed me. Mo Fan ran over and asked Luo Pang, where's Jiao Jiao? Luosong jumped in surprise, oh Mo Fan. Then he walked over to Munu Qiao, who was sitting in the corner, and said, she's over there, she's fine. I almost got killed because of him, what terrible luck. Mo Fan silently walked over and looked at Munu Qiao, who was sitting there in a daze. He stopped in front of her, placed his hand on her shoulder, adjusted her coat and asked, are you okay? Munu Qiao stammered, to what? Mo Fan pulled Munu Qiao into his arms and said, your mind was controlled earlier. A hug will fix it, come on, hold on tighter. He then wore a very pleased expression. Munu Qiao blushed furiously, then crack. Mo Fan yelped in pain as he clutched his head. Munu Qiao stood up angrily and scolded, pervert, that seemed to snap her out of it. Then she asked Mo Fan, where are the others? Mo Fan replied, no idea, I can't be bothered with them, let them be. Munu Qiao asked, why are you like this? Mo Fan picked up a jade stone and said, here, take this back, I don't need it. Munu Qiao also said, and this thing is yours too. Mo Fan teased again, does this count as exchanging love tokens? Munu Qiao shouted, go do something useful. Mo Fan obediently complied, turning around. Meanwhile Bai Tingting was treating Zheng Bingxiao's wounds. Zheng Bingxiao was terrified. She shouted, Zhao Manuan, water, keep cooling him down. Zhao Manuan went to fetch water and replied, all right. Over here Su Dalong had lost an arm and Zheng Bingxiao was covered in burns for now. Mo Fan said to everyone, let's go back, we'll return at first light tomorrow. A few of the others agreed, let's go back, but Lu Zhenghe blocked them, saying, we still need to investigate. How can we leave before we're done? Su Dalong roared, we're barely alive and you still want to explore. He looked at his severed arm and thought, Lu Zhenghe, you went too far. In another corner Lu Mingxian sat with his head down muttering, no, it wasn't me. Lu Zhenghe turned to Mu Ningxue and said, Ningxue, since Mo Fan already interrupted him and no one wants to continue, let's go back. Mu Ningxue reminded him, we still haven't found Mingtong. Lu Zhenghe replied whatever, but suddenly froze when he saw several eagles flying in the sky. That night someone thought to themselves, great, they're here. Su Dalong said, no need to look, Lu Mingxian already killed him. Lu Mingxian shot to his feet. Don't frame me, Mu Ningxue demanded sharply, did you really kill him? Lu Mingxian replied, pale-faced, too, couldn't control myself. Mu Ningxue urged everyone, pack up quickly, let's go back. Mo Fan agreed yeah, while Lu Mingxian clutched his head and wailed. By then flames had risen, consuming Mingtong's body as everyone stood in silence. A simple gravestone was erected inscribed Mingtong's grave. They said to each other, let's go, it's just dawn. Mo Fan held up a map and said cheerfully, we made it out. Luo San laughed heartily, how, we're finally out. Then they saw a squad of Eagle Sect soldiers flying toward them. Luo San called out, hey Mage Corps, you're here to rescue us, right? That's great. However, Zhao Manuan grabbed the chubby man and said, wait, their uniforms look odd. Luo San exclaimed, oh, different regions, I guess. Mo Fan stayed silent. Then a man walked out lighting a cigarette as he came. It was Lu Nian. Lu Nian pointed at Mo Fan and ordered his men kill them all except him. Mo Fan glared and shouted, you. Lu Zhenghe spoke up, brother, we're all trial takers from Mingzhou and the imperial capital. Lu Nian said coldly, then we must silence you. Qingqing and Zhao Mingyue turned pale with fear. Zhao Mingyue began, this must be brother Lu, my father, before she was cut off. The two were pierced through by frostbite, bone freezing, collapsing as corpses. Lu Zhenghe watched in horror. Suddenly thunder rumbled in the sky. Mo Fan shouted to the group, it's a thundercloud, watch out. Zhao Manuan quickly used light techniques, summoning a radiant azure shield. A barrier appeared alongside a water barrier, but someone had already been struck by lightning. Charred black by Ting screamed, ah Zheng Bingxiao. Mo Fan and Lu Zhenghe remained silent. Suddenly a trembling hand reached out. Lu Zhenghe, save me, it was Su Dalong. Lu Zhenghe stammered I, but before he could finish another bolt of lightning struck. Su Dalong didn't need to say anything to know he had been incinerated. Lu Ran angrily cursed at Lu Zhenghe, idiot, run. Lu Zhenghe stammered I. Lu Ran asked, do you want to escape with them? Lu Zhenghe kept glancing at Mu Ningxue, weighing his options, choose the woman or choose his life. In the end he chose survival, gritting his teeth and running toward Lu Ran. Mo Fan shouted, trying to run, lightning seal book sect. Lu Zhenghe sneered, it's just a tiny lightning seal, but he had already suffered for it. Theirs is a divine seed, heavenly army lightning seal, it's meant to counter us. Lu Zhenghe helped him up, how is that possible? Even at the divine level it shouldn't have this much power. Lu Ran scowled and snorted, humph. Mu Nu Jiao traded her life to save Lu Zhang's. Mo Fan grabbed Lu Zhang's collar and roared at Lu Ran, bastard, tell your men to stand down. Lu Ran screamed, be big brother, save me. The military enforcers across from them readied their attacks, but Lu Ran leisurely took a drag of his cigarette and said, interesting. He waved his hand ordering his men stop. The enforcers immediately obeyed. Lu Mingxian shouted, you dare kill me? I'm Lu Feng's son from the Magic Association. Lu Ran let out a cold laugh, then squinted at Lu Mingxian. Lu Mingxian shrieked in terror, waita. Lu Ran set down his pipe and replied, then I definitely can't let you live. Moments later Lu Mingxian was reduced to ashes. Lu Ran asked Mo Fan, so what do you want? Mu Nu Jiao answered for him, what do you want? Why are you trying to kill us? Lu Ran sighed, no wonder you're Mu Zhangxing's granddaughter. You've got some wit and insight, fine, one life for one life, could you choose who lives? Mo Fan spoke up, Mu Nu Jiao, Zhao Manuan by Ting Mu Ningxue. Just the five of us, do what you want with the others. Lu Ran said coldly, I said only one person. Mo Fan replied, then take me. Hearing this Lu Ran burst into laughter, ha ha ha, this kid is hilarious. Mo Fan turned to the others, I'm sorry, I did everything I could. Bai Ting sobbed, it's okay, without you I wouldn't want to live anyway. Mu Nu Jiao and Zhao Manuan remained silent. Lu Ran added, too bad everyone can leave except you. Mo Fan changed his tone, in that case I'll trade your brother for one question. Lu Ran asked in surprise, what question? Mo Fan retorted in a questioning tone, what, you wouldn't even trade a single question for my brother's life? Lu Zhenghe screamed, brother save me. Lu Ran replied, go ahead, ask your question. But inwardly he thought this was just a stalling tactic. Mo Fan began, why on earth did you all go insane, driven to this madness? Lu Ran pondered before answering, for an experimental project. A project that could benefit all of humanity. Mo Fan looked confused, benefit humanity? Your actions are no different from the Dark Church, yet you claim to be so noble. Lu Ran glared and said, humph, you pampered students know nothing. Do you really think mages are saviors? So-called wars are just demons multiplying too much time to call the weak. Fan shot back, spare me your nonsense about humanity and the world, I just want to know how this involves us. Lu Ran answered, this experiment involves a new system. Upon hearing this everyone gasped, what, a new magic system? Lu Ran confirmed, that's right. Zhao Manuan stammered this as Lu Ran pointed at Fan and shouted, and you Fan are the perfect product of this new system experiment. Fan pointed at himself. Me, Lu Ran replied, yes you, because you're a born perfect system. Fan roared, what does a born perfect system have to do with a new system? Lu Ran reminded him, let him go first. Fan refused to compromise, you explain first. Lu Ran narrowed his eyes and snapped, kid, don't test my patience. Meanwhile, Fan tightened his grip on Lu Zhang's neck and turned to Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue understood his intent. Fan sneered, then kick Lu Zhang's backside, get out of here. Lu Zhang has staggered forward, running and shouting. Then he called out to Lu Ran, brother. Lu Ran pulled his brother back by the shoulder, whom stepped back. He then told Fan, ordinary test subjects don't survive until the end. Shortly after the experiment their bodies are exhausted. But people are different, a born perfect system brings far more possibilities. Fan roared, you're insane, go to hell with your grand ambitions. By then Mu Ningxue had readied herself, an ice bow appeared in her hands. Mu Ningxue shouted, frost crystal death bow. Lu Ran cried out in terror, ice domain heavy soul. Stop her. By now the cold had enveloped the entire area. Fan told Zhao Manuan and the others, fall back. Zhao Manuan asked in shock, you. At this moment Fan was still waiting for Mu Ningxue to appear. She scoffed, drew her bowstring, and countless ice arrows shot forth, instantly targeting Lu Ran's group. Soon after, Mu Ningxue collapsed weakly into Fan's arms. By this time Lu Ran and his companions were completely frozen in ice. Fan looked at Mu Ningxue in his arms, remaining silent. Then he handed Mu Ningxue to Zhao Manuan and said, Zhao Manuan, am entrusting her to you. Zhao Manuan asked, what are you going to do? Fan replied, our target is me. If we all flee together none of us will make it back alive. And no matter what, don't let her die. With that he turned and left while Zhao Manuan called out behind him, Fan. Mu Nukio covered her mouth and said, Fan has entered the Golden Forest Wasteland. Luo Song shouted, isn't that suicide? Zhao Manuan told the remaining group, let's split up and escape, while save as many as we can. Luo Song immediately said, well, go ahead then until we meet again. With that he and Xin Mingxiao fled in a panic. Pang Liang spoke up, I'll take Songhe with me. Zhao Manuan said to Xiao Xiao and Mu Nukio, take by Tinting, the four of us will go together. Xiao Xiao agreed, all right. The group quickly fled, leaving behind only a large block of ice. After some time the ice finally melted. Lun Yan broke free and a young girl told him the target has split off from the others. Lun Yan ordered, go after those few and capture them alive. The soldiers acknowledged, yes. Lun Yan growled, the rest of you follow me. Then the girl said to Lun Yan, leader, those people might not wake up. I must fulfill my lifelong ambition. At this moment Fan was riding his swift wolf into the forest. He exclaimed excitedly, this is the right direction, old wolf, faster. Soon after he arrived at a lake and said, this is the place. Just then something burst out from beneath the ground. Fan sighed, that was close, but the swift wolf was sent flying. Fan fell to the ground groaning. The beast was engulfed in flames. Fan seized the chance and turned to flee. Just then the mage squad caught up. I see him. At this time the mage troops also caught up. I saw him. The massive beasts trailed. Just then the strategist woman spoke up, don't let him escape. With that everyone leaped down from the birds' backs. The group stabilized themselves with magic spells, but Mufan and the swift spirit wolf had already jumped toward another building. Mufan sighed, strange, why can't I see its tracks? Only then did he notice a swirling current. This building is sinking, he cried, this is bad, run. With that Mufan and the swift spirit wolf leaped from one building to another while below a horde of demonic beasts clawed their way up. Mufan asked the phantom beast, what do you think? He gasped, whoa, there are at least a dozen more giant beasts in that cave ahead. The swift spirit wolf howled in agreement. Mufan fell into thought. Meanwhile the mages shouted, he's right there, quick, go after him. Mufan said to the swift spirit wolf, old wolf, let's head that way, burning to death is better than waiting for it, let's go all out. The wolf nodded, then man and beast charged straight toward the cliffside. Before Mufan stretched a cliffside riddled with caves. The sight made his soul leave his body, oh not his, as their nest stealthily man and beast crept closer. Mufan thought to himself, really of no signs of movement. Had the giant beasts already left? But soon they saw a group of demonic beasts fast asleep. Fate must have been on their side until the swift spirit wolf bumped into Mufan, making him shriek in terror. Hey, he snapped, grabbing the wolf's paw. What was that? For the wolf lifted its foot, pointing toward the sky. Mufan followed its gaze and saw a massive beast sleeping soundly above them on the cliff. It was drooling, disgusting. Mufan groaned inwardly, this is it, we're done for. Just then the mages shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" Mufan turned playing Dumha, who said I was running. The strategist woman sneered, "Stop pretending you won't like what happens next." Mufan kept up his act unfazed. The strategist threatened, looking for trouble. "Let me tell you, these giant lizard beasts are nothing to us." Mufan feigned ignorance. "Oh really?" So Mufan hurled flames into several of the nests. The giant lizards inside jolted awake and burst out. The strategist scoffed, "Do you really think this improves your odds?" Mufan shot back, "How would I know unless I try?" By then the giant lizards were fully awake. Mofan strikes with a move. His fire technique is explosively fierce. Several mages use ice barrier to block, but the demonic beasts keep multiplying. Mofan muses to himself, with such chaos below, why hasn't that guy shown up yet? The battle grows chaotic as fighters unleash their signature techniques against the beasts. The chief of staff thinks to himself, this leader has truly lost it. But soldiers obey orders above all else. Mofan takes out a spirit seed, playing with it as he unleashes lightning seal and purple chaos erasure. The chief of staff is still shaken. Lightning seal's power is overwhelming. Just then a fire lizard divine beast charges down to join the fight. Mofan shouts, "Damn it, old fire's trace!" The chief of staff yells, "Ice!" But old fire's trace has Mofan in its sights. Mofan curses, "Damn it, Lao Ling!" The swift star wolf lunges forward, blocking old fire's trace. After a moment of silence, the chief of staff tells Mofan, "You're the perfect test subject. Your success rate is far higher than others. If you stop resisting now, you might still have a chance to live." Mofan retorts, "Do you really think I'd believe you?" By now a horde of demonic beasts has surrounded Mofan and the swift star wolf. The chief of staff suddenly smiles, but Mofan stays silent. The chief of staff asks again, "Have you reconsidered? If we keep stalling, even if I wanted to save you, I couldn't." Mofan flips him off and says, "Fate. Even if all of you drop dead, it'll still be stronger than ever." The female staff officer tells Mofan, "Accept the experiment, it's your only chance." As Mofan slays another beast, he scoffs, "Yeah right, like I'd ever trust you." The chief of staff continues, "We've developed blood prophet seed. It lets humans fight demons barehanded." Mofan shoots back, "If it's that effective, why don't you try it yourselves?" Mofan strikes again, driving a lightning seal into the mouth of an oncoming beast. He turns to the chief of staff and says, "Slaughtering your own people so shamelessly, I think hymns would suit you better." The chief of staff shouts, "Don't lump us in with those hymn-singing fanatics." He sighs and adds, "Using blood prophecy to create a new affinity requires immense demonic energy." Mofan smirks, "So that's why you came for me." The chief of staff explains, "Your success rate is extremely high. Even if you fail, it'll only set back your cultivation, not kill you." Mofan sneers, "Did you tell that to the ones who died too?" Suddenly the chief of staff's mind flashes back, a child screaming, "Sister, sister, lie to me, sister, save me." Someone shouts, "Chief of staff, look at that kid." The swift star wolf howls to the sky, unleashing a flurry of sand and stone techniques while Mofan sits down to refine demonic energy. The chief of staff panics, "You're breaking through now, are you insane?" A beast lunges, but the swift star wolf appears, striking it away with a single move. Seeing this, the advisor clicked his tongue in frustration. Then she ran forward as several subordinates shouted, "Advisor." The advisor called back while running, "Maintain formation. You'll go save him." At that moment several demonic beasts were attacking Fan Mo. Suddenly his eyes widened as he pulled out a spiritual seed and played with it. Scarlet flame, he unleashed fire fist, blazing fist, and 9 palaces from his magic techniques. Countless pillars of fire erupted from the ground, scorching the nearby demonic beasts. The flames blocked the advisor as Fan Mo swiftly leaped onto the back of his swift-wind wolf. "Now's our chance, retreat." The wolf bolted away. In the blink of an eye they had leaped onto a rooftop. The advisor furious roared, "That kid." Fan Mo stuck out his tongue and made a face. The advisor fumed, "Unbelievable." But just then the swift-wind wolf slipped, yelped, and tumbled downright into the waiting jaws of the demonic beasts. Fan Mo was terrified, but the wolf kicked a beast in the mouth, using the force to sprint away again. The advisor's face turned pale as paper, muttering, "That was too close." Several soldiers began calling out, "Commander, Commander." The advisor thought grimly, "This isn't good, he's gone missing." Fan Mo had hidden in a corner as the demonic beasts growled nearby. He sighed, blazing fist. 9 palaces finally broke through to level 2. "Old wolf, let's go." Just then a giant eagle swooped down, clutching a net with several people inside. Fan Mo looked up and saw everyone. Zhang Manuan Munugio. By Tingting and Mu Ningsui, no one was missing. Fan Mo thought, everyone's been captured. Lunyan roared, "Fan Mo, I know you're hiding down there, get out here now." Zhang Manuan shouted, "Fan Mo, don't come out, remember to tell Master what happened here." Just then Cheng Kong caught up and said, "Lunyan, you've done enough evil, release them at once." Lunyan turned and asked Chung Kong, did you know that kid was a dual affinity genius all along? Hiding it until now, did you have this planned from the start? Cheng Kong shot back, Pa, do you think everyone is as ruthless as you? Lunyan bellowed, you think you can stop me? Chung Kong gritted his teeth, damn it. Lunyan ordered his men take them to feed that thing. They headed toward the direction of the giant WYRM lizard. A soldier stammered, Chief Fathat's just a giant WYRM lizard, isn't it? Lunyan roared, are you disobeying orders? The man stammered, no sir. Just then the WYRM lizard awoke with a deafening roar. Zhang Manuan, still shaken, asked, what is that thing? Bai Tingting trembled as she said, it's the creature that devoured Elder Ma of the Chiu Manor. Cheng Kong chased after them shouting, Lunyan, are you really going to keep making the same mistakes? Lunyan roared, Cheng Kong, stop pretending to be innocent. You were at the Tianshan ruins, yet you didn't even have the courage to pick up her hair. Stop shouting, I never gave up. You've lost all conscience today, I will end you. Lunyan's challenge, bring it on. Lunyan unleashes his technique, Demon Eye Child Petrification. In an instant the entire area turns to stone, a rock smashes into another spot. Seeing this, the other immediately casts Wind Disc Tornado. The raging winds scatter the falling rocks. Then he raises his hands to the sky, unleashing a high-level spell, Blazing Flame, right Hellfire Stone. Countless scorching firestones rain down from above. Below the surface, Mofan says to his companion Old Wolf, we need to catch up faster, even faster. Just then Can Myo blocks Mofan. Mofan, stop. Mofan roars, get out of my way. Can Myo shouts sternly, you're courting death. Meanwhile the rock has already carried Fan's companion to the edge of the beast's maw. The creature senses fresh prey approaching. In despair, Mofan suddenly rises, his killing intent surging violently from within. Move, if you dare stop me, I'll wipe you all out. Can Myo quickly tries to reason with him, snap out of it, that's a pseudo-dragon, a giant lizard. But Mofan, now beyond reason, snarls back, I know that without you telling me. If it weren't for you lunatics, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Can Myo's words strike a nerve deep down, you know they're already doomed. This only fuels Mofan's rage further. Shut your mouth. Suddenly Can Myo pulls out a strange object, his expression conflicted. This is a blood prophet seed. If you want to save them, this is your only chance. Crush the blood prophet seed and you might have a 50-50 shot at saving them. Mofan's face darkens as he grits his teeth, his mind in turmoil. Finally, as if resolved, he leaps down from the crippled wolf, his voice hoarse, give it to me. Without hesitation she tosses the object to Mofan and utters its eerie name, it's called the demon seed. Mofan doesn't hesitate, clenching his fists he crushes the demon seed. In an instant a surge of ink-black demonic energy erupts, engulfing Mofan and sending the onlookers stumbling back in fear. The demonic energy explodes, coalescing into a massive dark orb. When the light fades, Mofan emerges in a new form. For grotesque demonic horns sprouting from his head, his clothes vanished. Witnessing this horrifying sight, Can Myo panics, did it work? Mofan's voice is deep and icy, let me tell you, I am a quad elemental. No sooner are the words spoken than he plants his hands on the ground, launching himself into the air. Can Myo repeats in terror, quad elemental. At the same time the pseudo-dragon giant lizard takes flight, its jaws gaping wide. He charges straight toward the large net imprisoning the four. Shu Manuan, Bai Tingting and the others can only weep helplessly, unable to make a sound. Then the monster lunges forward and swallows a massive eagle in one bite. At that moment an enraged roar echoes through the space. Divine lizard spit it out. Its Mofanha delivers a powerful punch, flipping the lower jaw of the giant lizard Xiong Long. The beast roars in pain, its mouth agape, and the net imprisoning the four is flung away. After the strike the massive body of Xiong Long plummets straight to the ground. Advisor Xiajia witnesses this with her own eyes, terrified out of her wits. This power, it's simply unbelievable. Mofan hovers in midair as Xiong Long suddenly launches an attack. Below the net is in freefall, the four inside panicking. Mofan darts forward like lightning, grabs the net and safely lowers the four to the ground. Shu Manuan exclaims in shock, Mofan, you. Mofan coldly commands, don't ask, just go. Across from them Xiong Long growls furiously. Mofan circles behind it, but the beast reacts faster, swinging its tail and knocking him away. Then it opens its massive jaws, generating a terrifying suction force that devours trees and rocks. Mofan smirks, you like swallowing things, fine, then swallow this. With it he gathers a massive ball of flame and hurls it into Xiong Long's mouth. A deafening explosion erupts, engulfing the beast in flames. But it's not over. Another group of demonic beasts charges forward. Mofan waves his hand and every beast is instantly struck down. Shu Manuan shouts in horror, you just obliterated them. Mofan raises his hand again and roars, manling shadow kill. At that moment the pendant around his neck glows as if activated and he keeps roaring kill kill kill. Shu Manyuan urgently warns a huge pack of demonic beasts is charging toward us. Mo-fan glares at him, sending a chill down Zhu Manyuan's spine. He stomps his foot, causing the ground to collapse, then charges toward Zhu Manyuan. Shu Manyuan stammers in fear Mo-fan. But what he feared doesn't happen. Mo-fan leaps into the air, leaving him stunned. Mo-fan kicks a nearby building, instantly collapsing it. Shu Manyuan gasps, bro, why are you demolishing buildings? It turns out the collapsing structure crushes countless demonic beasts. Zhu Manyuan mutters, this is too brutal. Then he notices Zhong Long trying to escape and shouts, Mo-fan, it's trying to run. Seeing the beast attempt to flee while taunting him, Mo-fan explodes in rage. You think you can just leave? Before the words even fade, he leaps onto the beast's tail and tears off a chunk of flesh with his teeth. Zhang Manyuan screamed in terror, oh heavens. The fake dragon let out a miserable roar before collapsing to the ground. Mo-fan landed as well, spitting out a mouthful of flesh. Ugh, disgusting. The monster let out a strange cry and its offspring echoed softly before it soared into the air again. Zhang Manyuan knelt on the ground, sighing that was too close. Mo-fan, before he could finish he shouted, they all ran away. Why are you still chasing them? Elsewhere, Zhankong and Lunyan were still locked in combat. Lunyan taunted, you're still so picky. Both glared at each other, eyes bloodshot as if ready to burst. Lunyan continued, Zhankong, let me show you my stonefire funeral. Zhankong suddenly froze. Lunyan sneered, trying to run. Think again. Zhankong's face showed surprise as he warned, you'd better check behind you. Lunyan roared, do you think I'm a child? Stop with these tricks. Zhankong repeated, I warned you. If you don't believe me, that's your problem. Lunyan turned around and was instantly horrified. Mo-fan, he stammered in panic. Mo-fan's voice was icy, it's me, I told you I'd send you to hell. Lunyan still couldn't process it. How is this possible? How are you still saying you've been corrupted? Mo-fan scoffed, hit me again and I'll tell you. Lunyan roared furiously, die. He immediately cast an advanced earth spell, Rock Demon Pitfall, turning Mo-fan to stone. With a flick of his finger, Lunyan petrified Mo-fan entirely. He watched closer, smugly saying, now let's take you back. No one can stop me. But Mo-fan's hand twitched. Mo-fan suddenly grabbed Lunyan by the throat, lifting him high before hurling him dozens of meters away. Lunyan scrambled up, shouting furiously, I won't let you get away with this, you bastard. Mo-fan just smirked, vanishing in a blur before punching out Lunyan's teeth. Gasping for breath, Lunyan spat out blood and broken teeth, slurring, you little bastard, you owe me. It's because of me you're this strong. Mo-fan replied calmly, of course I owe you, that's why I'll send you to hell for free. Mo-fan grabbed Lunyan by the hair, lifting him into the air. Lunyan shrieked in agony as Mo-fan tore his body apart with ease like ripping paper. Weakly, Lunyan gasped, you can't do this. Mo-fan suddenly let go and Lunyan crashed to the ground. Mo-fan then unleashed lightning and flames upon Lunyan's remains, snarling, die, just die. Zhankong shouted, Mo-fan, listen to me, don't let the killing intent control you. Mo-fan snapped out of it, his expression gradually calming. He clutched his head in confusion and asked, tell me, what should I do? Sun Kong replied, you need a large amount of spirit essence. Control yourself, it'll take you to the military command center. But Mo-fan suddenly opened his eyes and punched Sun Kong into the stone wall, leaving him unable to get up. Mo-fan glared at Sun Kong for a moment before flying off. Meanwhile, the greedy demons had led their troops to the bridge of the enslaved herdsmen where Zhao Manyuan and the others were. Suddenly Sun Kong appeared behind them and said, if you want to resist, I won't mind executing you. Now the group turned pale at his words. The female demon and her companions quickly raised their hands and surrender. We surrender. Can you tell us what happened to the military intelligence? Sun Kong answered coldly, they're dead, torn apart by your demonic creations. Hearing this, the demons' faces turned ashen. What, the military intelligence? Sun Kong pointed to the side, he's over there, go see for yourselves. The group rushed to where Lunyan lay. His sister knelt down, sobbing uncontrollably. Bai Tingting asked Sun Kong worriedly, where's Mo-fan? Is he hurt? I can heal him? Sun Kong glanced at Bai Tingting, his expression troubled. We'll talk about it later. Mu Nukio pleaded, please tell us. After a long silence, Sun Kong finally spoke, I'll notify his family. Upon hearing this, Zhao Manyuan stood frozen while Mu Ningxue remained unconscious. Sometime later at the Mu family estate, Mu Ningxue woke up and asked blankly, is this home? Just then a maid entered and exclaimed in delight, miss, you're awake. That's wonderful, she cried loudly. Master, the young miss is awake, the young miss is awake. Mu Zhuoyun was stunned and rushed into the room. The maid warned, Master, be careful. Mu Zhuoyun ran in, his voice trembling, my dear daughter, you've finally woken up. Mu Ningxue called out happily, Dad.
Mu Zhuoyun continued, "I'll never let you go on another trial like that again, never."
Mu Ningxue asked, "Dad, how did I escape?"
Mu Zhuoyun replied, "It was Mo Fan. I never expected him to risk his life to save you." Mu Ningxue stammered, "Is he really gone?" Mu Zhuoyun said sadly, "That's what the news says. If only I had known earlier, but it's too late now." He sighed, "Forget it." In her hazy memories, Mu Ningxue recalled what she had said to Mo Fan that night, "We've grown up, stop joking around like this." Mo Fan had asked, "What if I'm not joking?" Thinking of this, she clenched the handkerchief in her hand. Mu Zhuoyun reminded her, "Ningxue, while I want you to stand firm in the family, I want you to be safe even more." Mu Ningxue replied sadly, "I understand." Seeing his daughter's distant expression, Mu Zhuoyun called softly, "Ningxue." Mu Ningxue forced a smile and, "Fine, just tired, I need to rest for a while." Mu Zhuoyun nodded in agreement. "All right." Then he instructed the servants to take good care of Miss Ning. Just then the butler entered and reported, "Sir, we have guests." Mu Zhuoyun looked slightly surprised. A tall young man smiled at him and said, "Hello uncle, I've come to visit Ningxue."
"This is Uncle Yuhong." "Uncle, what happened to your skin?"
The other man sitting in the chair was none other than the old master. Mu Zhuoyun politely addressed the two. "Oh dear distinguished guests, I apologize for not greeting you sooner after your long journey." The old master asked, "How was Ningxue's injury?" Mu Zhuoyun squinted with a smile, "Thank you for your concern. She's resting and is out of danger. It's rare for you to visit. I'd like to discuss the acquisition of the strange bones with you." The old master said indifferently, "All sales locations are marked. Why come to me?"
Yuhong added, "Dad, you know Uncle Mu's situation. We should help if we can."
The old master waved his hand to stop him, "But we must follow the family's rules."
Mu Zhuoyun hesitated. This Yuhong reminded him, "Uncle Mu,
if Ningxue marries me, the old master will have a reason to help you."
Mu Zhuoyun suggested, "Why not wait until Ningxue recovers?" Yuhong agreed, "Of course, health comes first. I'll come back another time."
Seeing the old master head for the door, Mu Zhuoyun hurried after him and called out, "Sir." The old master replied coldly, "Figure it out yourself. Farewell." He walked out directly. Mu Zhuoyun called after them, "Take care, both of you." But they had already left. The butler, seeing this, tried to speak, but Mu Zhuoyun sighed, "All right, say no more." The scene shifted to Leatherwing City. In a military camp, many military mages were riding patrol birds. Inside was a military base. In the meeting room, a group of people sat around a table. There were 9 military commanders present.
Commander Chiu Xian began regarding the Dongting Lake incident when suddenly
the meeting room door swung open. A soldier entered and reported solemnly, "Report."
Commander Chiu Xian replied, "Go ahead." The soldier began his report.
A large number of giant demon corpses were found on the west side of Dongting Lake. The others murmured, "What's so strange about that? It's happened before, probably internal strife." The soldier continued, "But investigations revealed they didn't just die from magical flames or lightning." One commander added, "What else?" The soldier looked terrified. "They were torn apart."
Commander Chiu Xian was shocked after hearing this.
"Killed by magic creatures with all 3 of these powers."
The soldier continued, "And after they died, even their souls were taken." Commander Li Meng asked in surprise, "Even their spirits were destroyed? That's bizarre."
Another person thought, "But if someone helped us clear out those giant demons, isn't that a good thing?"
Commander Chiu Xian ordered, "Keep a close watch. I'll spread the word to see if anyone knows about this."
Ming Li of the military intelligence remained silent, then stood up to accept the mission. "Now I need to investigate this thoroughly." Xiu Xian the Grand Marshal warned that it would be better to wait, but Ming Li opposed it. "I hate waiting." The scene shifts to Snow Peak Post Station. Chang Kong was sitting in his room when a subordinate entered to report. "Boss, that guy left the military headquarters before dawn." Chang Kong cursed angrily, "That idiot." The subordinate asked, "Should we send someone to bring him back? He shouldn't have gone far." Chang Kong waved his hand. "Forget it. Give him a mission as a way to make up for his mistake." The subordinate replied, "Understood." Chang Kong handed a letter to a soldier and instructed, "Deliver this confidential message to the Blazing Army District. They'll know how to handle the Dongting Lake situation." The soldier acknowledged, "Understood. I'll take care of it right away." The scene shifts to Valley Palm Swamp. Ming Li sat down panting. "How strange. Why is my stamina dropping so fast?" She noticed bruises on her legs and gasped, "Poison blasted. I was careless. With my cultivation level this shouldn't happen. I took anti-poison measures too. This swamp is odd. The antidote isn't working at all. This poison isn't ordinary." Suddenly a demonic beast lunged from behind, growling as it snapped at Ming Li. In the blink of an eye the beast was struck dead by lightning. It turned out to be Mo Fan intervening. Time passed and Mo Fan carried Ming Li back to his cave to rest, even lighting a fire to keep warm. Ming Li woke up and asked in surprise, "How did you save me?"
Mo Fan squinted and smiled, "Yes, you were poisoned."
Ming Li replied, "Thanks, I was careless."
Mo Fan asked, "Are you here for the treasure too?"
Mingli answered, I'm patrolling looking for recently appearing unknown creatures. Mo Fan exclaimed, oh that's perfect, many who came for the treasure have already lost their lives. Mingli was shocked, people have died already, could there be a demon causing trouble in this valley swamp? Mo Fan replied, the swamp isn't just poisonous, there's also a powerful demon though it's already injured. Mingli thought to herself, the military must eliminate this demon or more lives will be lost. Then she asked in surprise, wait, how do you know all this? Mingli stood up wearing only shorts and asked Mo Fan, hey, have you seen enough? Mo Fan feigned shock, oh dear, I'll turn around, hurry and put your clothes on. Mingli asked while dressing, by the way, what's your name? Mo Fan glanced back and answered him, I'm Fan Mo. Then he thought to himself, why are you dressing so fast? Mingli asked again, Fan Mo, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Fan Mo replied, I'm busy. Ling Luo seemed a bit impatient, I hadn't even told her what it was about yet. Mo Fan replied, big sister, I really don't have time, I'm barely hanging on to my life as it is. Ling Luo suggested, what do you want to do? I can use all my spiritual power to help you. As long as you help me eliminate the creatures in that swamp. Mo Fan replied, you think I don't want to? But just the two of us can't stand against the demons in there. Ling Luo said, no, there's one more person. Suddenly a shriek echoed through the silent forest, oh my goodness. Hearing that heart-wrenching cry, Ling Luo happily said, oh that's him. Then Mo Fan stepped out looking at Ling Luo in surprise and asking, you still haven't forced out the poison in your body, why did you follow me out? Ling Luo replied, I'm fine, let's find the guy tailing me first. Mo Fan sighed, this valley is huge, finding him won't be easy. Ling Luo reasoned he might be nearby. At that moment the young man was desperately fleeing using wind escape technique, shouting, hey, why are you chasing me? No way, this is a dead end. By then more and more demonic beasts had gathered and the young man cried out again, you guys. After hearing this, Mo Fan asked Ling Luo, is this the guy you were talking about? Ling Luo replied, that should be him. Mo Fan waved at the young man, hey, run this way, you can climb up here. The young man exclaimed, there's someone up there. He scrambled up the cliff and stood in front of Mo Fan panting heavily, few thanks for saving me, you too. Mo Fan squinted and smiled, no need to thank us, by the way your voice sounds familiar. The young man replied, your voice sounds familiar too. When they got a good look at each other they both exclaimed in unison, well isn't this a coincidence? Zhang Xiaohou shouted, brother Fan, it's great to see you, brother Fan. Then he tightly hugged Mo Fan. Ling Luo watched this and thought, how long are you two going to hug? We're in a hurry here. After a while Ling Luo sat in the cave boiling water watching the two of them chat. Zhang Xiaohou handed Mo Fan 2 necklaces containing souls. Oh right brother Fan, here you go. Elder Chang said you urgently needed souls, so I bought 2 along the way, if it's not enough I'll find more for you. Mo Fan was so touched he nearly cried. Xiaohou brother Fan, you. Mo Fan coughed a few times. Xiaohou, thank you. You should keep these 2 souls to exchange for a magical tool. Zhang Xiaohou objected, but Elder said your soul is in grave danger right now. Mo Fan said, what do you think I've been doing here? All these souls were contributed by the Thunder Beast demons. Then they high-fived. I see, then let's team up brother and take them down together. Mo Fan happily slapped Xiaohou on the shoulder. Great, then tomorrow let's take action together and kill that monster in the swamp. Zhang Xiaohou is scared out of his wits. That thing is a commander-level monster. But Mo Fan says nothing, just glances at Li Man. Li Man quickly asks, from the look of it, do you already have a plan? Then Mo Fan bends down and draws a map marking a spot. The war-killing monitor lizard is here, though it's badly wounded. We don't stand a chance against it with our current strength. Zhang Xiaohou is stunned. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Mo Fan marks another corner of the diagram. Hold on, there's another one here. Li Man suddenly realizes you mean to use the venomous insect to attack the war-killing monitor lizard. Mo Fan confirms, while the war-killing monitor lizard is still injured we lure them into fighting each other, that's our only chance. Zhang Xiaohou excitedly shouts, Lao Fan, you're a genius, but who's going to lure the venomous insect? Then a man and a woman turn to look at Xiaohou at the same time, grinning identically. Zhang Xiaohou's face turns pale. Ill go. The scene shifts to a cave beneath the swamp lake. Mo Fan calls out to his companion Li Man, have you reached the designated position? Li Man confirms, I'm already at the bottom of the lake. By the swamp lake, Mo Fan tells his junior Xiaohou it's time, wake up that little venomous insect. Xiaohou nods and replies okay. Meanwhile Zhang Xiaohou casts a basic earth magic spell, Earthquake Collapse. The swamp immediately stirs with movement, mud bubbles and gurgles as a giant centipede bursts out. Seeing the centipede as big as a train, Zhang Xiaohou's face turns ashen, the little venomous insect. Then he hears an idiot shouting, Fan, it's really awake. Mo Fan reminds him, then why aren't you running, are you stupid? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohou immediately uses Wind Dash to flee with the giant centipede madly chasing after him. Mo Fan instructs Xiaohou, make sure it keeps chasing you.
Zhang Xiaoho yells, even if I wanted to shake it off I can't. He glances at the centipede and mutters, so many legs, no wonder it's so fast, amazing. Suddenly Zhang Xiaoho notices the centipede is covered in wounds. He calls out to his companion Fange, this centipede is badly hurt too. Mo Fan warns, be careful, even injured it's still dangerous. At the same time Mo Fan is teasing another demonic beast. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoho starts sprinting again, constantly changing direction. After a while Zhang Xiaoho reaches the lakeside area and excitedly tells his companion Fange, I'm almost there. But the sight before him is Mo Fan luring a massive demonic beast to chase him. Mo Fan is also taken aback, this must be fate. Mo Fan stretches out his hand and shouts Xiaoho. Zhang Xiaoho grabs Mo Fan's hand and says, hold on tight Fange, are they going to fight? Mo Fan happily replies, definitely, I already fed it the centipede's leg. Zhang Xiaoho gasps, what did you do? Just as the two demonic beasts were about to charge at each other, Mo Fan called out to his companion Lyman, who chose this exact moment to blast open the stone layer at the lake's bottom. Meanwhile Lyman below cast an advanced spell radiating brilliant light, a holy incantation. In an instant the light shot out like arrows toward the cave walls, but aside from a few small rocks falling, the stone wall remained unscathed. Lyman widened her eyes in shock. What was going on? Nothing happened at all. It's not the enemy's strength you fear, but your own teammates dragging you down. On the other side Mo Fan and Xiaoho had already leaped away from the two restless demonic beasts. Xiaoho panting asked Mo Fan, did you mention where the vortex was? We're doomed. Below Lyman was inwardly stunned, how could this be? Then she suddenly realized and notified Mo Fan, I know what's wrong. It's Flowclaw, an earth-type spiritual seed, it's inside this stone wall. The hunter team that came in with me was searching for this. Mo Fan shouted, forget whether it's a spiritual seed or not, just blast it open. At that moment Zhang Xiaoho asked while running, brother Fan, what do we do now? Mo Fan sighed as he looked at the two massive beasts, this is awful, we have no choice. Suddenly one of the beasts charged forward. Mo Fan yelled, Xiaoho, watch out. Just then the ground below was breached and Xiaoho slipped, landing flat on his back with a yelp. Mo Fan quickly grabbed Xiaoho's hand and pulled him back, shouting, Xiaoho, watch out for the vortex. Zhang Xiaoho replied, leave it to me, then used wind step to swiftly fly away. The two landed on a large boulder. Zhang Xiaoho said to Mo Fan, brother Fan, look over there. A massive vortex had appeared, growing more and more intense. Zhang Xiaoho grabbed Mo Fan and flew straight into the vortex. Then the two drank their fill of the soaking liquid swirling around the beasts. Soon the current swept the two brothers into the cave. Next came the sound of retching from Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaoho's direction. This is too much. Mo Fan turned to ask, Xiaoho, are you? Before he could finish he started coughing. Then Lyman cast water purification surrounding the two with a stream of clean water to wash away the filth. Zhang Xiaoho cheered, great, finally clean, this feels amazing. At that moment Mo Fan sat down to rest. Lyman said, looks like the plan worked. Zhang Xiaoho asked again, should we go back up? Mo Fan replied, not yet, we should wait a bit longer to see who wins. Then he turned to the woman and said, oh right Lyman, you mentioned there's an earth-type spiritual seed here. Lyman answered, unfortunately once the stone layer is breached the spiritual seed's essence will vanish quickly. Mo Fan immediately turned to his junior and said, Xiaoho, your cultivation is earth-type, isn't it? Go now, Mo Fan exclaimed in surprise, why is it for you? Mo Fan replied, neither Li Huan nor I are earth element cultivators, who else would we give it to but you? Once you refine it well, go deal with those two idiots. Zhang Xiaoho likes to play tricks, but the new year won't go easy on you. Meanwhile above them two massive demonic beasts were still locked in fierce combat. While Zhang Xiaoho was refining the earth element spiritual seed. Deep in the cave beneath the swamp, Zhang Xiaoho's refinement was nearly complete. He thought to himself, this is the power of the flowing Clawan earth element spiritual seed. He grinned from ear to ear as Li Huan praised, this flowing claw is likely a top-tier earth element seed. Mo Fan gasped, really? Li Huan began explaining, ordinary spiritual seeds are usually used for movement or creating small whirlpools to trap enemies. But the flowing claw can create large-scale swamp traps restricting movement and even seeping water-based toxins. Understand? She asked the two. Mo Fan happily added, Xiaoho, you've struck gold this time. Zhang Xiaoho nodded smugly. Mo Fan patted his junior's shoulder, no need to be modest, you earned this, after all you risked your life for it. Zhang Xiaoho nodded again. Li Huan suggested, let's head up. Zhang Xiaoho asked excitedly, I wonder how those two up there are doing. Mo Fan replied, best if they both end up worse for wear. But when they reached the surface the two beasts were still locked in battle. Mo Fan sighed, those two still haven't settled this. Suddenly a heavy object crashed toward them with a deafening boom. It was the venomous sky centipede. Everyone dodged quickly. Li Huan shouted, look, the centipede only has 6 legs left.
Then the venomous sky centipede lashed its tail, striking the back of the martial slaying monitor lizard. The lizard was sent flying before staggering back up, roaring. The venomous sky centipede lunged forward, coiling tightly around the martial slaying monitor lizard. The trapped beast let out a pain howl. The venomous sky centipede opened its jaws, biting at the lizard's neck. At that moment, the martial slaying monitor lizard finally wrenched its tail free from the centipede's body. It used its massive frame to slam the centipede into the mountainside. The impact shook the entire mountain with a thunderous crash. Seeing Li Man fall, Zhang Xiaohou quickly grabbed her hand and said, "Careful." They landed beside Mofan, and the three continued watching the spectacle. As the dust below settled, the martial slaying monitor lizard let out a low growl. Zhang Xiaohou judged, "Looks like the lizard's about to win." Mofan warned, "No, look." The martial slaying monitor lizard collapsed. The victor was the venomous sky centipede. "We ate its eggs, so its venom won't harm us. Let's take it down together now." After hearing this, the two swallowed hard, eager to join in. Oh no! Mofan vanished instantly using shadow escape. Li Man's face turned pale with rage as she shouted, "Has your kid lost his mind?" At that moment, Mofan's mind was filled with only one thought: residual soul. Residual soul. The pendant around his neck began to glow. The residual soul then began to spread across the killing array left by Wu Shajuji. But as Mofan approached, he realized this was no ordinary residual soul, it was a massive one. He stared in shock. The pendant around Mofan's neck glowed again, drawing the residual soul into it, but the soul resisted fiercely. Just then, countless fine threads shot out from the pendant, wrapping around the residual soul before finally absorbing it. Mofan began refining it. Moments later, Mofan opened his eyes and sighed, "That was close. I almost lost my life there. Finally got a commander-grade residual soul, though it's not a refined one." Just then Zhang Xiaohou ran over, shouting, Brofan, watch out for that rope." Mofan snapped back to reality. Chadu Tiangong was already closing in. He cursed, "Damn it," and leaped away. But Chadu Tiangong's tentacles lunged at him, trying to devour him. Li Wang unleashed a high-tier light technique, Lightfall Net Staff. Holy thought! Seeing Li Wang's move, Zhang Xiaohou and Mofan stammered in a high-tier. The entire body of Chadu Tiangong was pierced by countless light blades. Mofan seized the chance to use shadow escape and returned to his companions. Then Chadu Tiangong charged wildly, swinging its tail to attack Mofan and the others. But Zhang Xiaohou used Wind Defense True Step to carry Li Wang away, while Mofan slipped away with shadow escape. Zhang Xiaohou and Li Wang landed not far away. Chadu Tiangong coiled its body around a large rock and hurled it at them, but they had already fled. When Chadu Tiangong saw it couldn't hit them, it roared in fury before slithering away. Zhang Xiaohou shouted, "It's getting away, don't let it escape." Li Wang sighed, "Yeah, you go chase it." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohou shrank back. "Huh, what did you say?" Mofan noticed Li Wang could barely stand and fell silent, thinking to himself, "She might already be affected by the poison, unable to fight at full strength. Xiaohou and I are only mid-tier mages." Mofan suggested, "Forget it, unless we can surround Chadu Tiangong. Killing it would be too much trouble." Li Wang agreed, "We're no match for these monsters. It's rare for even high-tier mages to fight commander-grade creatures alone. Most can't kill them and they flee at the first sign of danger." Zhang Xiaohou scratched his head. "So they've really become spirits. They're as cunning as humans, using tactics." Li Wang added, "Not just that, they have countless generals and minions to take hits for them." Regardless, the city could finally breathe after the attack. Mofan asked curiously, "But doesn't the military actually want Chadu Tiangong alive?" The Dusk Lone Sky technique and the Jizu clan are like fire and water. After recovery, its power has greatly increased, enough to suppress the entire Jilu giant demon clan. Mofan pointed at the corpse of the martial-killing giant Jizu and said, "As I said before, this body belongs to me." Li Wang responded, "I'll help you this once. I'll call a squad of mage soldiers to help you dismantle this commander's corpse. You'd take forever doing it alone." Mofan suggested, "Why don't you buy the corpse outright from the army? Considering how much you've helped this time, they'll give you a 10 discount." Li Wang agreed, pleasure doing business. Zhang Xiaohou watched the deal in stunned silence. Mofan then refined the demon's lingering soul blue energy swirling around him. Mofan sighed, "This was a huge loss. Not only did my soul take a severe hit, but my fire, lightning, dark and summoning skills all dropped a level." The scene shifted some time later at the Southern Military Department. Chong Kong burst into laughter. "Haha, you're one lucky kid still alive after all that." Mofan lying in a hospital bedside, "What's the difference? My cultivation levels dropped." Chong Kong reassured him, "No worries, you'll regain it quickly." The examination results showed that the demonic bloodline in his body had been completely purged and his soul was recovering. Mofan said happily, "That's great." Chong Kong added also, "You no longer have blood prophet immunity." Mofan asked, "In surprise immunity?" Chang Kong explained to put it bluntly, blood profit no longer works on you. You can't demonize anima if demonization was ever a new system of power. You should have awakened a new system, but it didn't happen, so the so-called demon system was just like a stimulant. Fan recalled the group and muttered, those 6-year sect guys are still a bunch of lunatics like they've been scratched by a cat. Chang Kong suggested stay here until your cultivation recovers well, keep your death notice active to avoid drawing the black chicha's attention again. Fan replied, thank you, Grand Instructor. Just then Xiaohou ran out and said, brother Fan, stay a little longer. Seeing Xiaohou's face, Chang Kong snapped, get out of here and go to the ancient capital. Focus on your training there and stop running around. Fan asked Xian, the ancient capital, I heard it's near the undead wisdom lands. Chang Kong cursed, this damn kid just had to interfere, now we've got another mess to clean up. Xiaohou boasted, I've got an earth spirit seed, now I won't have to worry about being surrounded by undead anymore. Chang Kong fumed, enough chatter, go pack your bags now. Zhang Xiaohou grinned, yes boss. Hearing Xian, Fan fell into thought, change your Huang's mausoleum battlefields and the terracotta army, who knows what it'll be like. Just how incredibly powerful is this nation? Time passed, and on a sunny day at a school in Hangzhou, Zhejiang, a blonde youth said to Yi Xinxia, let me push you over there. With a wave of his hand he unleashed a technique called Frozen Miles, instantly freezing the lake's surface into a path leading to the pavilion at its center. A girl watched him, tempted to throw an egg, thinking, this is ice noble Lu Yilan. Wow, he's so handsome and he even controls ice elements, she can do whatever he wants. Another praised, no wonder he's a top figure on our school's wind and cloud ranking. Then they looked at Yi Xinxia and sneered, tch, what's so great about a girl who can't even walk and needs a wheelchair? Another said, maybe he just pities her, I hate people who put on such an act. Then someone pretended to crawl on the ground, mocking, oh dear. She can't walk, so what's wrong with helping her get pushed around? Oh no, I feel a bit dizzy today, must be the wind. Anyone can act weak, tch, and the three of them burst into laughter. Lu Yilan said to Yi Xinxia, ignore them, they're just jealous because you're with me, let's go over there. But Yi Xinxia turned her wheelchair away and said, sorry, I just want to take a walk alone. Watching Yi Xingxia's lonely figure, Lu Yilan could only smile bitterly. Seeing this, the three girls started mocking again. Ugh, so fake, weak and helpless, but still putting on airs, what a clever act. Another chimed in. Oh Yunchi, don't say that, maybe she already has someone in her heart, the bespectacled girl concluded. Maybe she prefers girls like us who are healthy and don't need to be pushed around. Lu Yilan grew impatient and retorted, aren't you all going too far? They immediately shot back, too far, we're just telling the truth, unlike some people. Acting all pure and noble after being mocked like that. Lu Yilan couldn't take it anymore and shouted angrily, you suddenly. Fan appeared out of nowhere, leaving the girls stunned and confused. At the sight of Fan, the girls started swooning, thinking, isn't that our school's heartthrob, is he here to flirt? But Fan suddenly lifted his foot and kicked 3 times in quick succession, thud thud thud. The 3 girls were caught off guard and tumbled into the lake. They shrieked, my makeup, what are you doing? Fan gritted his teeth, his voice icy, you deserve worse. The girls scrambled out of the water, furious, you jerk, who are you, which school are you from, how dare you push us in? I hold a deep grudge against you sisters, I'll leave him to you to deal with later. The 3 Jiang sisters from our academy aren't so easy to mess with. No sooner had she spoken than earthfire and plant techniques were unleashed simultaneously. Fan merely scoffed and the marks on those people vanished into thin air. They panicked, oh no, we're done for. Fan said dismissively, you think you can take me on? One had a thick waist, another sagging chest, and the last had crooked legs. No wonder they all looked so bitter. The 3 sisters flew into a rage upon hearing this. Then they unleashed their techniques one after another. Just die. Fan simply raised a hand and struck with a lightning seal. Purple-black bolts crackled through the air, all striking the sisters' backsides by mistake. The 3 sisters were left numb from the shock. They curled up in a ball, smoke rising from their backsides, sobbing uncontrollably. Wah wah, a few curious guys nearby ran over to see what was happening. Hey, what's going on over there? Was Lu Yilan also taken aback by the power of that lightning seal? At that moment Chen Yunqi helped the sisters up, scolding loudly, get up, do you want everyone to see you making a fool of yourselves? Then she pointed at Fan's nose and said, you tell me your name, Chen Yunqi will make you regret this today. Fan pointed at himself, replying slowly, I never change my name or hide my identity. Upon hearing this, the Shin Ming and Xiao sisters from Mingzhou Academy immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Shin Ming, Xiao, you'll pay for this. Fan patted his chest in response, sure, he'll be waiting. At that moment Xin Xia turned around, her whole body trembling with excitement. Fan turned to look at her and slowly walked closer. He sat down in front of the now sobbing Xin Xia.
Mo Fan gently patted her shoulder and asked, silly girl, why are you crying? Didn't I tell you I was still alive? Xinxia burst into tears again, whimpering as she reached out for Mo Fan. Brother Xinxia clung to Mo Fan, sobbing uncontrollably. Mo Fan was deeply moved as he held her, comforting her. All right, I'm back now, don't cry. Lu Yilin watched the scene stunned. Then he spoke up. Xinxia, is this the brother you always talk about? Hello, I'm Lu Yilin, nice to meet you. Mo Fan turned his head away without a word. Lu Yilin continued, you must have come a long way, how about we grab a meal together? Mo Fan, looking annoyed, interrupted, don't you know it's rude to interrupt when people are being affectionate? Lu Yilin froze, asking, affectionate, aren't you two siblings? Mo Fan replied firmly, that's right, a little sister clinging to her big brother and a big brother doting on his little sister, what's wrong with that? Lu Yilin stood there dumbfounded, forcing a laugh as he thought, what kind of strange brother does Xinxia have? Showing no mercy to his own daughter and saying such things, what a disgrace. A gentle girl like her must be terrified of this guy. Mo Fan said angrily, stop standing there, if you've got nothing better to do you're blocking the view. Then shoving Xinxia aside, Lu Yilin roared furiously, what, you just wait. Xinxia may not speak up, but that doesn't mean I, Lu Lin, will let you do as you please, you're not going anywhere. Yi Xinxia looked unhappy as she spoke to Lu Yilin. Mo Fan patted her shoulder to comfort her. Yi Xinxia asked again. Mo Fan turned to the guy and demanded him, asking, you like Xinxia? Lu Yilin replied, what if I do? Mo Fan snapped, how dare you say that? Where were you when those girls were spouting nonsense just now? Lu Yilin shot back angrily, I was thinking of Xinxia. Mo Fan immediately retorted, thinking my foot, listen up, she's my sister. If you keep shamelessly clinging to my sister like a pest, I'll make sure you're unrecognizable even to your own parents. Lu Yilin roared, in the academy's world no one dares speak to me like this. With that, both sides unleashed freezing energy and lightning in a fierce clash. Meanwhile, some onlookers whispered, where'd this country bumpkin come from, is he blind? Another chimed in, exactly, who'd dare mess with ice noble Lu Yilin? Lu Yilin told Xinxia, step back, let me teach this jerk a lesson. Mo Fan replied, dealing with someone like you I love using lightning techniques. He immediately unleashed his lightning seed, summoning the heavenly army lightning cauldron. Yixia Yilin hastily raised an ice shield to block the strike. But what's his ice shield worth? How could it possibly hold? Soon Lu Yilin was knocked to the ground, unable to lift his head as lightning crackled around him. The crowd outside gasped, oh my, Lu Yilin's fans have met their match this time. One move and he took down the infamous ice noble just like that. At the border outpost, Lu Yilin collapsed to the ground, his body smoking. Mo Fan said coldly, if I ever run into you again, I'll have to teach you another lesson. Lu Yilin repeated in terror, every time you see me you have to teach me a lesson. Mo Fan turned to Yi Xinxia and asked, do you think I'm being too harsh on your classmate? Yi Xinxia replied, he really is too self-centered. Mo Fan exclaimed excitedly, oh, so you hate that guy too, I should have hit him again. The siblings then left the academy and approached an ox cart. 20 minutes later, Mo Fan hailed a taxi. Finally a car, suddenly a young man cut in front, come on sweetheart, hop in. Mo Fan shouted, hey you, I hailed this cab first. The young man grinned and replied, bro, didn't you see me waving too, just wait for the next one. The driver then said to Yi Xinxia, miss, don't do that. The young man turned to Mo Fan and said, bro, just walk, no hard feelings yet. Your girlfriend's not feeling well, you should just drive yourself. Mo Fan suddenly realized, you're right. He then told his little sister Xinxia, I'll just call a ride. Mo Fan summoned his mount, come on out. Instantly a spatial rift appeared. Mo Fan said to Xinxia, come on, get on. He rode off with Xinxia on his spirit beast, drawing gasps wherever they went. A child pointed and said, dad, look, that little dog is so cool. The child wanted to ride it too and the father looked startled. Mo Fan thought to himself, oh no, I forgot to put a disguise on my spirit beast in the pearl shop. People on the street gasped as the spirit beast ran by. Whoa, a summoned beast. That's terrifying, a spirit beast. Mo Fan thought, whatever, it's not like it'll hurt anyone. The scene shifted to a spot downtown. Mo Fan handed Xinxia a bottle of water. Here you go. Yi Xinxia said, thanks brother. Mo Fan suggested, we don't get out much, let's go shopping together. Yi Xinxia exclaimed, ha. Then Mo Fan took her to a high-end restaurant. He bought her a lot of things and even got her a new outfit. 3 hours later all the items were packed up. Mo Fan happily paid the bill. Back inside the high-end restaurant, Yi Xinxia reminded him, Mo Fan, please don't leave the city so recklessly next time, okay? Mo Fan replied, don't worry about me, it's not that dangerous. Yi Xinxia said, I already heard from Ning Shui. Mo Fan scratched his head out. Suddenly he looked startled. Wait, that's weird, I didn't notice that building when we came, what is that?
Yishinxia asked angrily. Mo-fan, are you trying to change the subject again?
Mo-fan pointed at the dark shape in front of them. No, I'm serious.
Take a look yourself, Yishinxia replied. That doesn't look like any building. Mo-fan yelped in shock. No way, there are just a few helicopters outside shining lights on it. Mo-fan jumped in fright. It was a giant serpent. The serpent lunged toward Mo-fan's floor, hissing as it flicked its tongue. Then it reared its head and shot straight into the sky. Move out of the way, let people escape. Suddenly the giant serpent turned its gaze toward the building where Mo-fan was. It narrowed its eyes. Mo-fan stepped forward to shield Shinxia. Shinxia, get behind me. Mo-fan felt a crushing pressure, his heart pounding. Shinxia squeezed her eyes shut, bracing herself. At this time the giant snake rushed towards Mo-fan's floor. It stuck out its tongue and hissed. Then the giant snake raised its head and soared into the sky. The cultivator corps had already surrounded the area and chaos erupted below. Help, run, it's a monster. Then a man standing on the rooftop addressed the serpent. Demon, you've arrived. The seal no longer binds you, but that doesn't mean you can wreak havoc in this city. The serpent let out a low growl, blaring at the young man. Then mist began to envelop it. In the blink of an eye it vanished. Mo-fan collapsed to the ground, covering his head. Yishinxia said, Mo-fan, it's gone. Mo-fan let out a long breath. Phew, it's over. Shinxia asked again, was that really a snake? Mo-fan replied, probably. Just then a daily news notification popped up on his phone. Giant serpent sighting causes panic in Hangzhou. Mo-fan told Yishinxia the authorities will probably explain it. Let's get out of here. Shinxia agreed. Okay. Shortly after, the city's TV station broadcast the news regarding the serpent sighting at Westlake this morning. Authorities explained it as a newly developed illusionary beast projection. Citizens, please remain calm. A few people gasped in surprise. So it was just an illusion? It looked so real. No way, it was just that. The government must be hiding something. Did you see the news today? Yeah, I saw it. They said all kinds of sea beasts have been appearing along the coast. The camera cut to a Hangzhou apartment where Mo-fan lay in bed pondering that illusion. Illusionary beast projection. No, the heavenly python serpent was real. Please don't come out and scare people again. Why would the authorities lie to the public and say it was just an illusion? It seems there's only one way to get to the bottom of this. Go ask that person. So he sent a message to his family's teacher. Teacher Tangyu, are you free? I'm in Hangzhou right now. Meanwhile, Tangyu was leisurely lying in bed reading the news. Seeing a message from her student, she seemed a bit surprised. Then she messaged Mo-fan telling him not to worry and to rest well at the military base. Donko running around again. Mo-fan replied, I'm completely better now and I've been in Hangzhou lately. At that moment Tangyu saw the news about the divine serpent. Mo-fan's phone suddenly rang, startling him. He stammered as he answered, Teacher Tangyu. Tangyu commanded Mo-fan, come to my place now immediately. Mo-fan replied, I'm a little scared of the area near West Lake right now. Tangyu teased Mo-fan, fearless of heaven or earth, yet you're scared out of your wits. After a while, in a high-end neighborhood by West Lake, Mo-fan appeared before Tangyu, scratching his head. Tangyu scolded, what are you staring at? Seeing Tangyu turn away, Mo-fan asked, where are we going now? Tangyu answered, just taking a walk. Mo-fan gasped, a walk, but this direction leads right to where that snake appeared. Tangyu asked, what's with that face? Is it really that scary? Mo-fan's face turned pale as he replied, yeah, as I was thinking, how could it not be scary? Even if I turned into a demon, that snake would finish me off in an instant. Tangyu continued walking. My hometown is a village by a lake. Mo-fan blurted out, oh Tangyu snapped, don't interrupt me. During peaceful times most people in the village were cultivators. Even the girls who looked delicate could be skilled hunters. Why don't you ask why? Mo-fan thought, didn't you just say not to interrupt then? He asked SSO, why is that? Tangyu explained, because my village is protected by a divine being. Demons and monsters can't enter. Mo-fan replied, which god is it? I'd like to pay my respects to. Tangyu said, you've already paid your respects. Mo-fan looked stunned. When did I when? The image of the giant serpent flashed in Mo-fan's mind. Mo-fan trembled. Teacher too mean. Teacher Tangyu, don't scare me like this. Tangyu covered her mouth and chuckled, the heavenly python seems to have this kid under its thumb. Mo-fan asked, are the people in your village serpent folk? Tangyu snapped angrily, we're human. Got it. Mo-fan sighed, humans who worship a serpent as a god. Tangyu scolded, have you even had an education? Mo-fan sighed, saying he had never heard of such a thing. In his mind he recalled that the first emperor was the founder of the earth cultivation system and Faraday was the founder of the lightning cultivation system. All his values had been turned upside down, leaving him completely at a loss. Tangyu turned away in annoyance. Forget it, this is our village's secret. Come on, I'll take you there. Suddenly Tangyu let out a startled cry. Mo-fan shouted from his hiding spot in the corner, no way. I'd rather not know if this creepy village is into human sacrifices or something.
Seeing Mo-fan clinging tightly to a utility pole, Tang Yu said your instability just now was your instincts warning you. Once the giant sky python locks onto its prey, it appears without warning. Then swallows its targetio whole in one gulp. It only eats living things, and after swallowing you won't die right away, instead you'll be slowly digested. Upon hearing this, Mo-fan immediately clung to Tang Yu's leg and screamed, "Ah sister, Tang Yu, save me." Tang Yu blocked him and remarked, "Have you been watching too many movies?" Then the two arrived at the ferry dock. "Get on the boat," she said. After boarding, Mo-fan looked down and wondered to himself, "Where are we going?" Suddenly he spotted a massive shadow beneath the boat. He let out a shriek, then a pair of serpentine eyes appeared. Startled, Mo-fan asked a snake, but the creature had already vanished. Baffled, he muttered, "It disappeared again. What's wrong with me?" After a while they reached the island in the middle of the lake. A voice called out, "Tang Yu, outsiders aren't allowed here." Tang Yu replied, dashing, "He's not an outsider." With it she jumped off the boat. Dashing asked again, and Tang Yu answered, "What are you thinking? He's my student." Dashing scratched his head and said, "Oh, your student, huh? I guess he counts as one of us." Mo-fan asked in surprise, "I don't see anyone. Why did you two pick this place?" Tang Yu told Dashing, "You can go back, he'll keep watch here today." Dashing agreed, "All right." Tang Yu said to Mo-fan, "I was supposed to be on duty today anyway, I just brought you along." Then they entered a building. Tang Yu explained, "The murals here might answer your questions." Mo-fan stared in shock, murmuring, "This is the mural depicted a giant serpent coiled around a person, driving away all the surrounding demonic beasts." Mo-fan asked Tang Yu, "So everything you said earlier was true?" Tang Yu confirmed, "Yes, it's currently protecting the entire city of Hangzhou." Mo-fan studied the mural. The circular formation on the island was actually formed by the giant python's coils. Mo-fan asked again, "Does the government know about all this and hide the truth?" Tang Yu confirmed yes. Mo-fan sighed, "But don't you think it's—" Tang Yu confirmed yes, it should be sealed beneath the three pools mirroring the moon, unable to move freely. Mo-fan asked with a grim expression, "What, it was clearly here just now, why would it appear in the city?" Tang Yu shook her head, "We're not entirely sure either. Recently its behavior has been very erratic and the results have been unstable." Mo-fan sneered, "So it has no discipline?" Tang Yu added, "I was there at the time. Did you notice if it was paying attention to anything?" Mo-fan stammered, "I saw it was staring right at me." Tang Yu speculated, "Normally it only appears when it senses a strong threat." Mo-fan wondered, could it be because of demonic energy? Then he asked, "Maybe there's something else in this building that's making it uneasy." Tang Yu approached the mural and said, "You should know about this totem, right?" Mo-fan asked, "Is that python the guardian spirit of the totem?" Tang Yu explained, "Before ancient times humans worshipped totem beasts for protection. They're neither demons nor summoned creatures. Our clan has guarded this deity for generations." Mo-fan asked, "Miss Tang Yu, what about your role as a judge? Does the Judgment Council know about this?" Tang Yu replied, "The chief judge is actually my aunt." Mo-fan was shocked. "Wow, that means you could do whatever you want across the country." Mo-fan asked curiously, "Then why did you go to such a remote place like Uncle Chang's at first?" Tang Yu answered, "Uncle Chang might be hiding a group of totem guardians too." Then Mo-fan suddenly remembered Xinxia mentioned something similar. Uncle Chang's people are descendants of the royal guardians, but isn't he guarding the Earth Saint candidate? He asked, so the Dark Church chose Uncle Chang not just because of the Earth Saint candidate but also because of the totem beast. Tang Yu guessed possibly, but unfortunately, I'm not authorized to investigate this further. Mo-fan gasped, muttering to himself, Earth Saint candidate totem beast. Then he pointed at the snake on the mural. What, the sky python has offspring? Tang Yu replied, the small one is the sky python. Mo-fan was shocked again. Then what's that above it? Suddenly the sound of a large snake hissing. Crunch crunch echoed. Mo-fan asked fearfully, is that its sound? Tang Yu squinted and smiled. It's right there. Mo-fan quickly hid behind a tree and pleaded, Miss Tang Yu, let's talk about this at home. Tang Yu smirked, hee, it won't hurt you. Come say hello with me. Mo-fan shrieked, no way, you're God, you greet it yourself. I'm an outsider, the God might not like my accent. Tang Yu reassured him, the God sheds its skin every 10 years, it's almost time. During the transformation the deity becomes extremely vulnerable and those with ill intentions will seize the opportunity to strike. This matter cannot be taken lightly. We also suspect there's a traitor within the clan. Mo-fan asked again, what does this have to do with me? Tang Yu replied, we need to find a trustworthy outsider to protect the deity during its transformation. Mo-fan asked Tang Yu, you're really invested in this snake, huh? Tang Yu answered, when I was little I once ran up to Mount Lingyin alone. Back then I was just a little girl. While I was having fun, a demonic beast quietly approached. It wanted to devour me whole. I was terrified, screaming for help. No, don't. I called for someone to save me, but when I opened my eyes I realized I hadn't been eaten. Birds nearby scattered in panic. I walked closer to the cliff and saw two massive pythons. Their bodies were enormous. But I wasn't afraid at all because I knew as long as it guarded Westlake I was safe. The skin it sheds is excellent material for crafting household magical tools. If you help me I'll give you a piece of its shed skin. Tang Yu giggled, covering her mouth. Ha! Suddenly Tang Yu flew into a rage. Ridiculous, how could this happen? She had been reading the news. Is the giant python an illusion? There's been a new development. Rumors are spreading claims that the giant python spewed poison and slaughtered civilians. Regarding this incident, 2 bodies corroded by poison have been found. Today it was confirmed that the 2 bodies belonged to hunters in their time of death matches when the giant python appeared. Tang Yu widened her eyes, then stepped out to make a call. It's me. Yeah, okay. Finally she turned to Emofan and said, let's go to the Judgment Council's meeting room. Emofan asked in surprise. Huh? The scene shifted to the Judgment Council's meeting room. The elevator announced now arriving at the top floor. A man standing at the door asked Tang Yu, who is this? This was Heiyu, the young man who had been on the rooftop when the serpent deity appeared. Tang Yu replied, Emofan, my student. Emofan smiled slightly. He looked around thinking, this place is incredible. My cultivation is nothing compared to what's here. Noticing Emofan spacing out, Tang Yu nudged him. What are you daydreaming about? That's my senior brother Heiyu, the chief judge of the Hongzhou Judgment Council. Just then a loud bang came from the other side of the room. I didn't come from the magic court to negotiate with you. Hand over the demon sky python. Immediately stop protecting it. For reference, the magic court is the headquarters of the Magic Association. Emofan asked again, Tang Yu, who is this guy? Tang Yu explained, Zhu Meng, a Judgment Council member and part of the magic court. Regarding the demon sky python, the 3 major factions hold differing stances. Among them, the magic court led by Zhu Meng strongly opposes the heavenly python serpent. Zhu Meng continued, saying they could all become a threat to humanity. Since we suspect it's guilty, we must eliminate it. Emofan concluded that the creature was up to no good in secret. Tang Yu reasoned that while the heavenly python serpent was venomous if it released its poison, not even 2 Pioplino living creature within 100 meters would survive. An elderly man sitting there said, I think you're not worried the primordial dark python will cause chaos. You're worried it won't. Zhu Meng snapped angrily, old fool, watch your words. Emofan then asked, is that guy trying to play the hero? He thought to himself, this old fool isn't so bad after all. Zhu Meng continued, now you can admit to the public that the Judgment Council is harboring a serpent that could destroy humanity. Emofan mused that this was clearly a villain framing an innocent party. Just like a cliché from a TV drama. Emofan called out Miss Tang Yu, but he didn't see their teacher anywhere. Panicked, he asked, where is she? Tang Yu scoffed loudly, ridiculous. Just grabbed 2 corpses and claimed they were killed by the primordial dark python. Suddenly Zhu Meng chuckled. Emofan thought, this isn't good. What's this old man planning now? Tang Zhong, standing nearby, warned Tang Yu, don't be so rude, step back. Tang Yu obediently complied. Tang Zhong continued, my niece is right. If the primordial dark python truly wanted to kill, it wouldn't leave any bodies behind. Such accusations lack solid evidence and seem like an overreach. Zhu Meng demanded, where's the proof? The Magic Court and the Pearl Mage Tower have granted me supreme executive authority. What I say goes, no mistakes. After hearing this, Tang Zhong, Tang Yu and Lan Meng all looked grim. Emofan thought so, he has backing, that's why he's so confident. Zhu Meng then announced, meeting adjourned. Afterward everyone went their separate ways. Hao Wu sighed. Secondly, Zhu Meng is dead set on taking down the primordial dark python. Tang Zhong added, and he's striking during its molting period. Tang Yu asked, what should we do next? Emofan sighed, this old man picked the perfect timing. After speaking, Tang Zhong and Hao Wu both turned to Emofan. Emofan panicked, why are you all looking at me like that? Tang Zhong said, Tang Yu, I think you should take it away from here as soon as possible. When will this meeting even end? Emofan thought we should hide until its molting period is over. Then the 3 of them looked at Emofan again. Tang Zhong explained, the primordial dark python is extremely sensitive during its molting period. If a human leader or high-ranking mage appears nearby, it will assume hostility. Hao Wu concluded, I don't think a mid-ranking mage can help much in this situation. Tang Zhong then said, Hao Wu, don't rush to judgment. This young man might still be able to help us out. Emofan shouted in panic. Hey, switched the scene to 3 pools mirroring the moon. Tang Yu took out a small orb and said to Emofan, with this ancestral jade pearl, Emofan's soul would scatter right now. Hey, are you even listening to me? As long as we have this ancestral jade vial and infuse it with life energy, we can trap the serpent elder inside and take it away. Then Bu walked to the water's edge and asked, Emofan, did you hear what I said? Emofan thought to himself, only Bu would dare speak to me like that. Suddenly bubbles rose from the water and Emofan's giant python appeared. Bu placed her hand into Emofan's mouth and said, "Be good, this is my student. A very disobedient troublemaker named Emofan." The serpent reared its head and Emofan screamed in terror, "Stay back." Bu thought, this kid is completely reckless, yet there's something that even scares him. Then the jade pearl in Bu's hand began to glow and Emofan's body shrank. She said to the python, "Python, come inside, we'll take you somewhere safe." After a while Emofan peeked out from the bushes and asked, "Is it done?" Bu confirmed, "MHM." Emofan looked at the jade pearl in Bu's hand and asked, "Is it inside already?" Bu replied, "Stop asking, let's get out of here. It won't be long before Zhu Meng's people surround this place." Meanwhile in a villa, Zhu Meng cursed loudly, "A bunch of useless fools, incompetents. How could such a massive demonic serpent slip away right under our noses?" A young man bowed his head and apologized, "Please calm your anger, counselor, it was my failure. We never expected they'd hand the serpent over to an ordinary girl from the clan." Zhu Meng roared that Bu. As a judge, she dares to openly defy me, issue a warrant for her arrest immediately. Luoko walked in and said, "Counselor Zhu, stop blaming your subordinates, calm down, you're still too young. Tang Zhong seems suspicious, keeping me busy with chess all night to prevent me from learning about Tang Yu's situation. That guy isn't easy to deal with either." Zhu Meng continued, "Enough with the nonsense. I called you here to ask for your help." After a moment's thought, Luoko said, "About that, by tomorrow morning a group will be sent to find Tang Yu." Tang Yu said to Emofan, "It says to head north. Turn west from here, there are no high-ranking mages in that direction." Then Tang Yu and Emofan vanished. The guards murmured to each other, "Let's check over there." "Alright," Zhu Meng asked Luoko, trainee judge. "Right, the serpent can't detect mid-level mages." While saying that, he went to stall the jury members, buying time for his people to arrive. Zhu Meng told Wu Pingjing to mobilize every available person and cast a net to capture Tang Yu. Pingjing obeyed without question. The scene shifted to Jingxixi Academy by the riverside, where a few guys were shouting, "Boss, is it true? Will this operation need reserved jurors like me?" The guy replied, "Would I lie to you? Rumor has it that if we perform well, we might even become official jurors." Lu Yilin immediately said, "Alright, I'll head out right away." Someone then asked Lu Yilin, "Where are you going?" The person answered, "To carry out a task for the jury." The scene shifted to outside Baizhen, where Emofan saw a crowd waiting for inspection and asked, "What's going on? Do we need to be checked just to enter the town?" A guy explained, "Yeah, they're checking everyone entering the town to see if we're carrying any pathogens. You might not know, but a terrifying plague has been spreading lately. I heard quite a few people in Baizhen have already been quarantined." Emofan replied, "Oh, so that's what's happening. Then he thought, this is too dangerous, I thought it was a trap set just for us." Next, Emofan entered an inn where several people were discussing how serious the plague seemed. Another person retorted, "Need I say more? If we don't find that warm snake soon, we're all doomed." A little girl countered, "Mom, it's not certain that the python brought the plague." The old woman replied, "Oh, come on, it's almost certainly the cause. Both appeared a week ago. How could that be a coincidence?" Emofan asked Tang Yu, "Did you hear what they were saying? Are you hiding something from me?" But Tang Yu said nothing, just quickened her pace. Emofan stammered, "You." Then he returned to his room, lay down and pondered, is the sudden outbreak of the plague really just a coincidence? Just then a few people were discussing, "Look, someone's here." An ambulance pulled up nearby and the medical staff urged, "Hurry, hurry, another one, move." Tang Yu knocked on Emofan's wall and called out, "Emofan, are you asleep?" Emofan answered, No. Emofan then asked, "Is this plague really connected to your deity?" Tang Yu replied, "I don't know, but I believe it has nothing to do with it." Emofan pressed, "You believe because you have faith in it." Emofan speculated, Tang Yu, maybe the leader sent you to take it away, not just to escape Zhu Meng's pursuit but also to remove the source of the plague from the city." It seemed like everyone had their own hidden agenda. Someone protested, "Why won't they let us leave the town? How many days has it been?" Emofan asked Tang Yu, "Are they still not allowing anyone to leave the town?" "MHM, same as yesterday. Well, just have to tough it out." Tang Yu said to Emofan, "We move tonight." The scene shifts to the Magic Association's hospital, where several corpses have already been placed on the tables. Mr. Liu said, "Trembling from infection to full onset in this state, it only took 7 days. The time left for us professors is too short." Xu Ming turned to Tang Chong and asked, "Chief Judge, I assume you already know. So far 1324 people have been infected, right?" Tang Chong replied, "I know." Xu Meng roared again, "Look at these 3 corpses. Do you still think I'm joking with 1324 lives or framing your god?" Tang Chong, "Think carefully. In just a week 1324 people ended up like this." Tang Chong wondered, could it really be the sky python causing this? He then said to Xu Meng, "If I tell Tang Yu to bring back a sample of its infected tissue to extract antibodies, would you spare it for now?" Shu Meng shot back and wait for it to shed its skin and retaliate. Sorry, I must kill this snake. Tang Chung countered. Then I won't tell you where the sky python is. Shu Meng scoffed. Do you think I don't know they're in White Town? Tomorrow its head will be hung in the busiest part of the city. Tang Chung was left speechless, muttering to himself, White Town. I hope they can evade Zhu Meng and his men successfully. The scene shifts to the watchtower in White Town. Someone asked Captain Wu, should we pursue them? Wu Pingjing replied, the probationary and reserve judges have already gone after them. Well, wait here for news. The man acknowledged, yes sir. The other asked, I wonder how strong that kid with Tang Yu is. The man answered, just a mid-level mage. The scene shifts to the foot of White Mountain where Mo Fan and Tang Yu are riding a swift wind wolf at full speed. Tang Yu urged, faster, go faster. Mo Fan sighed, this is already the fastest we can go. Suddenly Mo Fan shouted, watch out ahead. Vines immediately burst from the ground. In the blink of an eye, vines erupted from all directions. The swift wind wolf struggled to dodge, and Mo Fan and Tang Yu were thrown off balance. The wolf was ensnared by the vines while Tang Yu and Mo Fan tumbled down the cliff shouting. Fortunately, they had some magic up their sleeves and used an invisibility spell to escape. The two hid in the bushes and spoke. Tang Yu warned, eyes locked on their opponent, careful, it's demon vines. This plant mage is dangerous. Mo Fan replied calmly, I know. Then the air fell into a suffocating silence as the two held their breath, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Suddenly a jade-green vine tore through the air, striking. Its shadow reflected in Tang Yu's terrified eyes. She hastily called out with caution. Just dodging a fatal strike. Mo Fan cursed under his breath. With fury burning in his eyes he roared, I'll burn this entire grassland to ashes. But Tang Yu quickly stopped him. No, the flames will give away our position. Mo Fan sighed in frustration. It seems they want to stop us from entering the mountains. Any other ideas? Tang Yu firmly replied, our top priority is protecting the demon sky python. We must avoid direct confrontation unless absolutely necessary. She reminded him, be careful. With that the two immediately used their invisibility technique, vanishing into the darkness and evading the other vine's attacks. Tang Yu couldn't help but praise, you're getting better at using invisibility. Mo Fan humbly replied, it's because you're a great teacher. Tang Yu immediately suggested, let me cover for you. Mo Fan quickly agreed, all right. Then the two disappeared without a trace. In the darkness a girl sneered with half mockery. Hey, just as I thought, you came back to save your summoned beast. Just then Mo Fan suddenly appeared from behind, saying coldly, enjoying the breeze. The girl frantically cast a defensive barrier, but Mo Fan only let out a cold laugh. His hand glowed with a chilling light as he unleashed an illusionary spell, Phantom Spike. The girl felt a wave of coldness strike her, freezing her body instantly. Mo Fan's Phantom Spike pierced through her, locking all her movements. No can't move. Mo Fan lightly patted the girl's shoulder, teasing, sister, until we meet again. Watching Mo Fan disappear, the girl could only grit her teeth and think, don't let me see you again. Meanwhile Mo Fan used his invisibility technique to reach the swift spirit wolf. Seeing the person and beast there, he called out, Tang Yu. Tang Yu looked at the wound on the swift spirit wolf's leg, her eyes filled with pity. Its injury is severe, we're on our own now. Mo Fan casually ruffled the swift spirit wolf's fur, comforting it, old wolf, you've done well. The swift spirit wolf let out a howl in response. A wool. After recalling his pet, Mo Fan turned to Tang Yu. That woman is really something, she injured it with just one strike. Tang Yu explained, probationary judges excel in their respective fields. Don't underestimate them. Mo Fan obediently replied, I understand. Then the two carefully ventured deeper into the bushes. Suddenly a sharp bird cry came from the sky. Tang Yu quickly warned, watch out above. Mo Fan looked up and couldn't help but mutter, a probationary judge even has a devouring rock. Han gritted his teeth, jealousy flooding his mind. Even a flying thousand joy beast would cost at least 10 million taels. Mo Fan realized it was a storm marquee and it had already advanced. Han cursed under his breath, what a reckless spendthrift. Then the young man wearing the blazing demon gear spoke up, pointing downward, look down there. Duan Yue quickly instructed, he'll handle the storm marquee and the three people riding it. The one with the blazing demon gear is yours. Mo Fan smirked in response, good, I can't stand these flashy rich kids. The young man with the blazing demon gear asked his companions, they're heading to White Mountain, what's the plan? Another replied, the Imperial Guard captain ordered us to intercept them, they must not enter the mountain. The young man with the blazing demon gear commanded loudly, then let's go down and stop them. No sooner had he spoken than the man dove from the sky shouting, blazing demon gear, retract. After landing, eerie blue flames engulfed his body. The man declared loudly, surrender now or when Dongfang Ming acts he won't show mercy. The blue flames spread rapidly, scorching the surrounding grassland black. Duan Yue warned Mo Fan nervously, be careful. The Dongfang clan's young fire mages are exceptionally skilled. Dongfang Ming asked arrogantly, what, you still want to resist me? Mo Fan didn't answer, calculating silently that it would take at least 20 minutes to get here from White City. Dongfang Ming continued, smart move, I need to finish you in 15 minutes. Mo Fan cursed bluntly, idiot. Dongfang Ming was furious, roaring, hump, still so arrogant. I forgot to tell you, my talent is rapid fire magic casting. Then Dongfang Ming kept unleashing flames onto the ground.
Mo Fan wondered what the pale blue fire ring around him did. The flames were already spreading to his feet. Duanyua shouted urgently, Mo Fan, don't just stand there. Mo Fan finally jumped back, yelping, ouch, that's hot, like scalding veggies and red bean paste. He looked around, realizing the situation was bad. Ugh, I let the flames surround me. Mo Fan quickly understood this was an ignition-type spirit fire seed. The pale blue flames weren't ordinary, they could even burn shadows. Dongfang Ming sneered at Mo Fan, pathetic, you dare challenge me.
But suddenly a dazzling red flame erupted.
Completely overpowering Dongfang Ming's blue flames, he gasped in shock. Rose-colored, is that flame?
Mo Fan shot back, you recognize this flame?
That old geezer Dongfang Ming is shouting, great, just great. Today I will drag the murderer back to the Judgment Assembly to honor the spirits of my fellow senior brothers. At that moment several figures riding giant birds shouted from above, Dongfang Ming, don't act recklessly, the order is only to stop them from entering the mountain.
Dongfang Ming roared back, it's not your place to tell me what to do.
Mo Fan sneered inwardly. He feared no open confrontation but dreaded hidden traps. With that he unleashed his fire system, Fierce Blast.
Dongfang Ming scoffed, a mere basic spell you think that can hurt me, how naive.
Mo Fan clenched his fists and retorted, who's the naive one now? The sight before Dongfang Ming left him stunned. In moments he was scorched black by the Fierce Blast.
Mo Fan grinned, you're the first to taste my level 4 fire system magic. Dongfang Ming stammered, basic magic level 4.
Then he snarled, wasting resources on a worthless fool, how stupid.
Mo Fan shot back, then what does that make someone who got beaten black and blue by this worthless fool?
He smugly thought a level 4 fire system is practically mid-tier magic, that Rick has no brains.
Plus basic spells consume less mana and cast faster, not everyone understands that. So he kept shoving chili peppers into Dongfang Ming's mouth.
Dongfang Ming could only groan inwardly, damn it, my spiritual veins are ruptured again.
He then cast a flight spell to seize the magical tool. Dongfang Ming soared into the sky, even with shortcuts you're no match for me. Dongfang Ming, Mo Fan dumbly asked, did he really just fly?
With a powerful kick he summoned his lightning seed, Heavenly Lord Thunder Yiksha, fierce bolts rained down from above.
Dongfang Ming was left in despair, lightning system.
I was using dark system magic, how is this possible?
Mo Fan roared, unleash my unique talent. Boom, Thunder Yiksha struck relentlessly.
Soon Dongfang Ming was battered and bruised, collapsing to the ground. Mo Fan mocked, didn't even take 10 minutes.
Dongfang Ming growled, Yua, I know who you are now.
Mo Fan declared confidently, born with lightning affinity, who else could it become for revenge if you can? Dongfang Ming bellowed, you just wait.
Mo Fan waved casually, got it.
Meanwhile the bird-riding figures had already been yanked to the ground by Tangyu. They were shouting at each other, good heavens, where did that wretched woman go? How dare she injure our Stormlord, she won't get away with this. Tangyu thought to herself, though she had used a demonic tool to hurt the Stormlord.
Facing 3 opponents with her current strength would mean a brutal fight.
Just then Mo Fan surfaced from the water and called out, Miss Tangyu. She replied, Mo Fan.
Mo Fan suggested you stall those two and he'll take out the weakest one. Tangyu agreed, alright. She then ran up to Lu Yilan's group and shouted, hey, what are you 3 still gawking for?
I'm losing my patience, they roared. Hey, she's right here.
Lu Yilan unleashed a technique, Icebound Bones. Tangyu turned to flee but was instantly trapped by the icy restraints. Tangyu cried out in alarm while Lu Yilan smirked, she's not going anywhere, my Icebound has her locked down. A companion warned, don't hurt her, she's special. Lu Yilan obediently replied, yes boss. Then he asked, once we catch her can we? Suddenly Mo Fan appeared behind Lu Yilan. Coldly answering, get beaten up. Lu Yilan, I went too easy on you last time, didn't I?
Lu Yilan paled in terror. He barely got out Mo before Mo Fan's lightning struck his back, dropping him instantly.
Mo Fan pressed, see, I keep my word, every time I see you will hit you. Not sure what I stepped, I know right, I passed a livestock pen.
With it he stomped on Lu Yilan's face and stepped over him. Meanwhile Tangyu thought as she ran one down, much easier now. She stopped and immediately cast an intermediate spell, Fiery Fist. 9 palaces, the 2 behind her, were blasted away by flames. 2 thuds later both were unconscious.
Tangyu exhaled in relief and told Mo Fan, let's go, a high-ranking mage is nearby. Mo Fan nodded, they won't cause more trouble. The 2 vanished using Shadow Step.
When the others woke up they exchanged glances. You okay? Yeah. After a moment Wu Pingjing snapped furiously. Weren't you just supposed to hold them off? Dongfang Ming, do you think you're invincible picking fights with a high-ranking mage? One replied, ha, he got beaten by someone else. Wu Pingjing warned Li Jin, your men, did you think that young man by the road was a nobody? Li Jin was terrified out of his wits. This Dongfang Ming gritted his teeth, saying nothing. Li Jin pointed at Dongfang Ming and roared, I've warned you so many times. However strong you are, there's always someone stronger. You reached from one side to the other this time, you really messed things up. Go back and heal your wounds, don't ask to be judges again. The men immediately bowed their heads murmuring yes, but then suddenly looked shocked. Then Li Jin stroked the head of debater of 1,000 scholars and said, alright, let's go. Meanwhile Dongfang Ming trembled with rage, muttering, Mo Fan, next time we meet I'll make you pay double. The scene shifts to the depths of a forest. Tang Yu told Mo Fan its life energy is almost depleted, we need to get it out of here. But just as she finished speaking Mo Fan slunk over from a distance. He stammered, sister, let me go, I'm ready. Tang Yu then placed the jade pendant in her hand and a wisp of mist emerged from it. Mo Fan suddenly touched his hand and asked in confusion, what's this? Silently a massive python had already coiled around Mo Fan. He screamed in terror. Tang Yu stood on the snake's head and waved, Mo Fan, jump over, we're going into the cave. Mo Fan's face turned as pale as paper, stammering, and no two can get there myself. Tang Yu cheerfully said, hurry up or well come get you. Mo Fan instantly appeared in front of Tang Yu using shadow step. He defended himself, sister, don't get the wrong idea, I wasn't scared, I just didn't want to trouble you. But the snake's tongue flicked right in front of Mo Fan's face. The guy turned ghostly pale and shrieked, Dea. Tang Yu laughed, ha, it's just showing its gratitude. Mo Fan stammered, and no need to thank me. Tang Yu said to the celestial python, take us away, you're safe now. The celestial python then darted off at incredible speed. Soon the two of them and the snake reached the foot of the mountain. Tang Yu said, we're here. Mo Fan gasped in surprise. Little snake, big slayer, stay here and cultivate, we have to go. But Tang Yu then took out a bottle and said, all right, big slayer, I need a bit of your blood. The snake nodded gently and bit itself. Blood immediately flowed out and Tang Yu quickly caught it. Mo Fan asked in shock, sister Tang Yu, what do you need its blood for? Tang Yu explained, in case it's the source of the disease. Maybe some serum from its blood can help control the outbreak. Mo Fan exclaimed in disbelief, no way, we finally got out and now we have to go back. Tang Yu replied, the palace guards are about to change shifts, they'll catch us and take us back. Mo Fan nearly collapsed upon hearing this. The scene shifts to the quarantine zone where many people are coughing non-stop. Water, give me water, erase the water, the number of patients keeps growing. Outside the quarantine zone the noise of people grows louder. Mr. Liu, we only have 3 days left. In 3 days the final deadline for the infected will arrive. The number of new infections has increased again, we're completely overwhelmed. Just then Zhu Meng and Tang Zhong walked in. He said to Tang Zhong, are we just going to wait until Hangzhou is reduced to ruins? Seeing no response, Zhu Meng pressed again, Tang Zhong. Tang Zhong hesitated and said about this. Just then a soldier entered and whispered to Zhu Meng's second institute lord. Zhu Meng demanded loudly, the medicinal herbs still haven't been delivered, useless fools. The soldier's face darkened as he replied, this subordinate failed in his duty, I await your punishment. Zhu Meng turned and ordered, bring those two here at once. We'll hear them now. The man respectfully replied, understood. Inside the quarantine zone coughing echoed endlessly, cough, help me, save me, I'm so thirsty, give me water. Tang Yu didn't know what to say as she witnessed the scene. Mo Fan remained silent as well. Then a soldier reported to Zhu Meng's second institute lord, the two have been brought here. Upon seeing them Zhu Meng roared, if it were up to me you'd have been executed long ago. Look at this quarantine zone, it's like hell on earth and it's all your fault. Tang Yu held up a vial of serpent blood and said, this is divine blood. If the plague was caused by it, this blood can counteract it. Zhu Meng handed the vial to someone behind him. Mr. Liu, it's in your hands now. Then he commanded his men, take these two away. Tang Yu and Mo Fan were dragged off. Another soldier rushed in and reported, second institute lord, a flock of white demon hawks has appeared and is flying toward our city. No matter what warnings we send they refuse to turn back. Zhu Meng snapped, what did you say? The scene shifted to Xiling where a once peaceful forest was now invaded by a flock of demon hawks. Wherever they passed no living creature was spared. Meanwhile above the fortress in western Hangzhou a massive swarm of demon hawks suddenly appeared. An enraged military officer shouted, I thought these people were law-abiding citizens, how dare they take advantage of the chaos? Attack, follow me into the skies on my command, take flight. Several military mages exchanged grim looks. What's wrong with these skyhawks? Blasted, where's the beast tamer?
Someone stepped forward and said, "Military officer, allow me to investigate." He then cast a spell on one of the skyhawks.
After observing the demon hawks in the sky, he reported their terrified skyhawks and white demon hawks are of the same race. The white demon hawks are stronger and force them into submission through bloodline instinct. The military officer roared, "Worthless fools." The beast tamer explained, "No matter how well trained skyhawks cannot defy the laws of nature." The officer bellowed, "What else? Spit it out."
The beast tamer's face instantly darkened. Just then the flock of goshawks' eyes turned crimson, letting out ear-piercing shrieks.
Each one seemed to have gone mad. The mage corps exchanged grim looks. What was happening?
"My goshawks won't obey mine either," one shouted. "They've rebelled." The military commander seized the beast tamer.
After being grabbed, the beast tamer shouted, "If a four-clawed demon hawk commander appears, the goshawks will panic." But the commander roared, "But what? Get to the point, what's going on?" The beast tamer stammered, "If a hawk clan warlord appears, its presence will make the goshawks turn against us." The commander shoved him away upon hearing this. Struggling to his feet, the beast tamer yelled, "Quick, kill the goshawks before they all turn." The commander was stunned until the beast tamer bellowed, "Do you want the fortress destroyed? Kill the goshawks now." The commander struck first, attacking his own mount. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Nearby, a young boy whistled cheerfully.
A goshawk flew toward him, appearing to be his ride.
The boy said to it, "Hey, did you sneak off to eat rabbits again?" Those tamers must think
your bloodline isn't pure enough for them. Suddenly an alarm blared. The boy yelped an alert. Someone shouted, "Wang Xiaojun, what are you doing? Get inside the fortress." Xiaojun replied, "It's fine, Stinky will protect me." The other asked, "Protect you? A demon hawk warlord has appeared. The goshawks have rebelled. Orders are to kill them on sight. Anyone who disobeys will be executed." Xiaojun's face paled. "What did you say?" He thought to himself, "This was the last thing my brother left me, the only companion, right?" Then Xiaojun whistled and the goshawk took flight. Others nearby sneered, "You're just waiting for that mutt goshawk to join the demon hawks in attacking the fortress." A feather drifted down. Xiaojun caught it, gritting his teeth. "Brother." The scene shifted to the Wind Council's hidden spirit judge. Someone said, "Fortunately, the beast tamer leader ordered the goshawks killed in time." "Mr. Liu, how is the antidote's progress?" Mr. Liu replied, "It can only temporarily resist the plague. A full cure will likely require the gallbladder of a vine snake or mystic snakehead to White Mountain and retrieve it." Shumeng shouted, "The truth is right in front of you. It's the source of the plague. How many more will you let suffer? Hidden ones, show yourselves." As Shumeng approached the cave, the man quickly stood and said, "Council members, stay calm." Shumeng stood silently before Su Dao. Suddenly he bowed deeply to her. Su Dao was startled. Shumeng said earnestly, "I understand your protective instincts. But the cattle are in grave danger. The White Demon Legion is about to launch a fierce battle and we must resolve the plague as soon as possible. I beg you, please summon the totem sage. I promise you, if we find a way to cure it, we won't harm it." Su Dao was taken aback by Shumeng's reaction. Seeing this, Su Zhong nodded in agreement with his granddaughter. Su Dao agreed. "All right, I'll summon it now. I'll have it come to West Lake." Everyone in the room cheered. "Great, we're saved at last." Yet Shumeng's lips curled into a sly smile. Interesting. The scene shifted to the embankment. Su Dao and her group arrived under the cover of night. With the moon high in the sky, Su Dao said happily, "It's here." A bolt of lightning struck and the water's surface trembled violently. Everyone present was stunned as the heavenly python emerged from the water. Su Dao addressed the giant serpent. "Have you finished shedding?" She checked the remaining scales on its body and confirmed it wasn't fully done. Shumeng suddenly swung his hand and clenched his fist, shouting, "Action!" Instantly beams of light rained down from the sky. The people below were dumbfounded. Seize it, came the loud command. "Activate the Grand Thunder Realm punishment. We can't let it escape." Su Dao shouted, "What are you doing?" Shumeng sneered. "Su Dao, you've done well, take this serpent's life now." Shumeng roared, "This creature is a hidden disaster and must be eradicated. Once it's gone, the plague will vanish completely." Su Dao screamed, "No." Fan thought to himself, "Aren't high-ranking mages supposed to be rare? Yet here are two whole squads." Meanwhile, the heavenly python began to fight back. It opened its maw and unleashed a gust of wind, instantly forming a massive vortex. The high-ranking mages began their formation. Thunder Realm punishment activate. The sky filled with nebulae expanding at an exponential rate. Fan gasped, "Constellations, no celestial palaces." From these celestial palaces, bolts of lightning rained down upon the giant serpent below. A few onlookers murmured in confusion, Is this magic too?" The power was terrifying, like divine retribution. The serpent thrashed wildly. Bound by lightning, it let out a mournful wail.
Nearby children screamed in fear. Oh my goodness, am I dreaming? Is Snakey a giant snake?
The demon heaven serpent, the very same one that had appeared in the city. Run, oh my heavens, it really lives in Westlake.
Then a young girl spoke up. Thunder Realm Punishment, the 9 realms forbidden spell.
This is a transcendent lightning magic powerful enough to subdue a sovereign level creature.
They were prepared all along. They want to drive it into a corner. Then he turned to Emofan and added, "Oh right, I'm entrusting my little sister to your care." Emofan stared intently. Suddenly recalling Ling Ling, he exclaimed, "Ah, you're Ling Qing."
Ling Qing reminded him, "It's not over yet, let's see what happens next." Tang Yu shouted angrily, "Why are you doing this?"
Xu Meng gestured to Tang Yu before addressing the crowd. "People of Hangzhou, this demonic serpent is the root cause of the plague. Xu Meng, the council judge, declared today we shall execute it." Tang Yu cried out, "Are you insane?"
Xu Meng continued, "Those in favor, let me hear your voices."
The crowd was too terrified to speak, their faces pale. Then someone suddenly shouted, "Kill it." The crowd quickly joined in chanting, "Kill it. How could such a creature be allowed to stay in Westlake? It caused the plague. This is a disaster."
Tang Yu weakly protested, "That's not true. It has always protected this city. You can't hurt it."
Tang Yu collapsed to her knees, her spirit broken. Xu Meng sneered. Tang Yu sobbed in regret, "It's my fault. I've doomed you."
Sobbing, Emofan gritted his teeth, thinking useless and completely useless. Suddenly Wu Pingjing shouted, "Watch out, it's struggling to break free."
The heavenly python's eyes gleamed as it opened its massive jaws and lunged forward. Wu Pingjing warned, "Careful, it's counterattacking though struck by lightning." The serpent still charged toward the palace guards. However, it merely rammed past them without harming anyone. It turned to glance at its own body before slithering closer to Tang Yu.
Emofan asked Ling Qing, "Do you believe this deity would truly bring plague and disaster?" Ling Qing replied, "What does it matter whether I believe or not?" Meanwhile, Xu Meng asked the others, "Are we ready to act now?" Luo Mao interjected, "Don't underestimate this heavenly dark python. If the formation breaks, half your men will perish instantly."
Wu Pingjing suggested, "Counselor, it's best to keep punishing it with tribulation lightning for a while longer." Xu Meng agreed, "Fine, well, wait a bit longer before acting." Suddenly Li Tian rushed in, reporting, "Counselor, urgent news, our western outpost is requesting reinforcements."
Xu Meng insisted, "Hold on, we must kill this serpent first." Li Tian added, "A high-ranking commander from the White Demon Hawk Legion has appeared.
The western outpost has mobilized all high-ranking mages, yet they still can't hold the line." Xu Meng gasped, "What has it really gotten this bad?"
Li Tian reported that the Sky Eagle system has collapsed, and reinforcing the outpost's defenses would be futile. This is urgent. The 2 counselors should head to the western outpost immediately.
Luo was so furious he nearly stomped his feet. "No, we must kill this mystic serpent first."
Li Tian warned, "Time is of the essence and the heavenly mystic serpent's power is terrifying."
You're right, we should spend half the night rushing to the front lines to intercept the White Demon army and return later.
Luo turned to his companion Xu Meng, "You decide, let's go support the front lines first."
After hearing this, Luo was so angry he nearly exploded but could only let out a cold snort. Xu Meng gave orders to the captain of the guards, Wu Pingjing. The captain of the palace guards acknowledged the command. "Lead the palace guard to the western outpost immediately." Wu Pingjing bowed in acceptance. "Understood." Then he announced loudly, "All members follow me to the western outpost." Move out. With that, he spread his 6 wings and took to the sky.
Emofan was so shocked he drooled. "He has wings on his back. The western outpost captain is ridiculously strong."
Then he turned to Ling Qing, who had been silent all this time. After a moment, Emofan spoke. "Senior sister." Ling Qing cut him off.
"This situation is likely more complicated than it seems." Emofan asked again, "Senior sister, have you discovered something?"
Ling Qing replied, "I investigated the 2 corpses from the market. At first I found nothing suspicious, but now." Emofan asked again, "Senior sister, are you suspecting this plague?" Ling Qing answered, "Li Tian and I consulted Master Lu. The heavenly mystic serpent's blood can't cure this plague. It might not be the source. The worst hit area is White Town, while the mystic serpent has been in Westlake. The locations don't match up." Then she suddenly turned to Emofan, "Do you want to save this serpent?"
Emofan replied, "I don't think it's an evil creature."
Ling Qing told Emofan, "I have no one else to spare right now. If you're willing to help, go to White Town and investigate if there are traces of other unusual creatures." Soon after Emofan arrived at White Town, he looked around thinking, "How should I get in?" Then he remembered Ling Qing's words, "I sent Ling Ling to White Town. Meet her there."
"Remember, you don't have much time. Once the White Eagle army is forced back, Xu Meng will surely return to execute the mystic serpent." Suddenly Emofan's phone rang. He answered, "Ling Ling, all right, see you soon." Moments later, Emofan met Ling Ling at the agreed location. He waved in greeting. "Hey, the sisters sent me to investigate something." Ling Ling replied, "It's obvious you're still alive. Another batch of official blood reagents."
They were delivered to all quarantine stations, military defense lines and fortresses 2 months ago. Blood reagents are common military supplies on the battlefield. After using blood reagents, a mage's blood production ability increases tenfold in a short time. They are highly effective for treating massive blood loss from external injuries. The original material was demonic blood, but we found someone replaced it producing faulty blood reagents. Mofan asked in surprise, so what's wrong with the blood reagents? Are they from shady merchants? Lingling replied, if it were merchants it would be easier to handle. But the blood reagents have always been managed by the Magic Association and the authorities. Mofan asked again, oh, is this batch related to the plague? Lingling handed Mofan an ID badge and replied, you'll find out if you go in undercover to investigate. Mofan happily took it and said, alright, the Red City Heavenly Guild will uphold justice today. Lingling nodded in agreement, then Mofan hid by the corner. Someone was shouting loudly, you can't go in. Mofan asked in surprise, what are you arguing about? The two sides continued arguing. Many are injured at the front. We were ordered to retrieve blood reagents. You're guarding a whole truckload, why won't you give them? You said the warehouse has other medicine. The other side retorted, blood reagents were already sent to you, but the officer roared, do you take me for a fool? You merchants are hoarding on purpose. The other side defended, don't make baseless accusations, we're just following orders. Then a disheveled man ran out and sneered, humph, who dares touch the Mingwa army's blood reagents? Who dares touch the Mingwa army's blood reagents? The guards froze, then the soldiers charged in. The Mingwa army commander ordered men inspect those crates. Several soldiers immediately complied. A few soldiers reported, sir, they are blood reagents. Someone told Mingwa these supplies. Mingwa bellowed, silence, our soldiers are bleeding on the front lines and you dare delay supplies. The man forced a smile, please let me report to Deputy Judge Wang Ji first. After all, these belong to the Magic Association. Mingwa said coldly, using the deputy judge to pressure me. Men take them all. Meanwhile, Mofan slipped inside. He heard the man on the phone, hello, it's me, something big happened. Mofan thought to himself, Deputy Judge Wang Ji. Then Mofan poked his head out and said, sir, please wait a moment. Mingwa immediately asked, and who are you? Don't tell me you're trying to pull another big shot to pressure me. Mofan answered with a bitter smile, no, a squad of my men returned injured. I just arrived to collect some supplies. Mingwa asked in surprise, your men were injured? He then ordered his subordinates to hand over a crate to him. Mofan replied gratefully, thank you, let me pay you for it, but Mingwa already refused, no need. Mofan thought to himself, blood bait is such a precious resource. Giving it away so easily, this soldier is truly upright, though his methods for seizing supplies are a bit overbearing. After some time, Mofan brought the crate of blood bait to Ling Ling and said, take your time studying it, see if there's anything wrong with this batch. Ling Ling asked in surprise, so much, did you find anything else? Mofan replied, a military medic mentioned Deputy Chief Judge Wang Ji, do you know him? Ling Ling blurted out, sis, definitely does. She then called Ling Qing. Ling Qing confirmed him, it seems we're getting closer to the truth behind the epidemic. Mofan concluded that Wang Ji is definitely up to something. He then asked, so what do we do next? Ling Qing assigned the tasks. Ling Ling, you and Mofan head to the West Fortress immediately. Mofan investigate where this batch of blood bait is going and keep an eye on that military intelligence officer Mingwa. Mofan and Ling Ling happily agreed, alright, well, go right away. The scene shifted to West Lake, where the giant scorpion was still battered by the formation. Dong Yu looked at it in pain and said, corpse, just hold on a little longer. Meanwhile, at the western outpost, a high-level fire magic was suppressed and released, triggering the heavenly burial ritual and unleashing the Hellfire Stone. Countless demonic eagles were crushed to death, and the area around the outpost was shrouded in the aftershocks of the magic. A messenger reported to Wu Pingjing, guard Captain Wu, it seems they've retreated. Wu Pingjing remained silent at that moment. Ling Ling and Mofan arrived at the eastern side of the western outpost. Mofan mused, retreating toward the mountain forests. Looks like they haven't given up yet. Mofan sighed, I hope we're not too late. Ling Ling immediately said, we're here. After layers of approval, Ling Xia said to them, alright, you may enter. But by the time they went in, the blood bait had already been moved away. Ling Ling's side were still one step behind. Mofan added, the white demon eagles just retreated, so their demand for blood bait must be huge. Suddenly Mofan noticed someone approaching and warned, careful, someone's coming. Then a person spoke up, Deputy Chief Judge Wang Ji, what should we do with this unused batch of supplies? The other replied, quick, go ask Counselor Luo Mian for instructions, otherwise there'll be big trouble. Mofan thought to himself, Counselor Luo Mian. Ling Ling deduced, they seem to be in a hurry to return to the Hangzhou quarantine zone. Mofan muttered, sure enough, it's him, wonder what trick he's pulling this time.
Scene change to Hangzhou quarantine zone. A subordinate reports Mr. Lu Counselor Luo Mian is inside the quarantine zone. The man points to the side and says he's over there. Several people gasp in surprise. It's the counselor. The counselor has come to visit us. Suddenly someone shouts, "Counselor, counselor, please save my child and me." A subordinate sees the woman approaching and yells to stop her. "Hey, let go," but Luo Mian stops him and reaches out. Luo Mian bends down, takes the woman's hand and says, "Don't worry. Our team has already eliminated the giant serpent causing the plague. You'll be fine." Mr. Lu praises Counselor, "You are truly courageous." Luo Mian replies, "I'm just putting myself in their shoes." Mr. Lu adds, "Unfortunately, Counselor, I must disappoint you. According to our research, the sky serpent isn't the source of the plague." Luo Mian presses, "Really?" Mr. Lu continues, "I still need to find the antibody. Counselor, please make yourself comfortable." Luo Mian thinks to himself, if this isn't resolved soon the truth will come out. He then orders someone proceed with the plan. The group immediately responds, "Yes sir." Luo Mian thinks, "I won't lose." Scene change to the western outpost where several beast tamers are cleaning. One complains, "I want to go to the battlefield. Who wants to do this kind of grunt work?" Another shouts, "Just accept it." The plague spreads among the cattle and the outpost is also infected. Suddenly a scream rings out, "Oh no, oh no." Wang Xiaojun grabs the soldier's hand and asks, "Wait, what happened?" The soldier stammers, "The plague dolly is covered in sores." Wang Xiaojun asks in shock, "The plague?" Just then a piercing wail comes from the room. A guard sees them gathering and warns, "Stop gawking and get back to your posts." The soldier inside continues to scream on. His whole body is covered in bloody sores. Wang Xiaojun looks at him and says, "This might not be the plague. Maybe he was bitten by a poisonous rat." The man angrily says, "Wang Xiaojun, get out of the way. The medics are here." Without a word the doctor pushes Wang Xiaojun out of the infirmary. Feeling snubbed, Wang Xiaojun mutters under his breath as he walks away, "What plague? He was just bitten by a rat." Just then a voice interrupts his thoughts. It's Lingling. "What did you just say?" A cute and playful girl stands before him, leaving Wang Xiaojun momentarily stunned. But he quickly regains his composure and replies, Right, how rude. You're so young, you should call me brother." Lingling couldn't be bothered with his attitude and cut straight to the point, "No more nonsense. Hurry up and tell me why you said this isn't a plague." Seeing the girl's serious expression, Wang Xiaojun stopped joking and spread his hands to explain, "I've had these poisonous sores before too. Just crush some red calyx grass, apply the juice and they'll heal quickly." Lingling was half convinced and asked again, "Are you telling the truth?" Wang Xiaojun assured her firmly, "Why would I lie to you? I used to go into the mountains to catch rabbits to feed my goshawk. A few times I got bitten by those strange rats and ended up with these sores. The goshawk would bring me red calyx grass from the western ridge to treat the wounds. I healed in no time. That's how it works. Even if I run into those poisonous rats again, I won't get the sores anymore." Before he could say more, Lingling grabbed Wang Xiaojun's hand and dragged him away. Caught off guard, Wang Xiaojun could only mumble in agreement as he followed her. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Mo Fan was lost in thought. So many white demon hawks, who knows how much damage they'll cause to this city. Just then Lingling came running over out of breath and exclaimed excitedly, "Mo Fan, I've made a major discovery. Those poisonous rats are the real cause of the plague. All we need to do is catch a few and test them." The sudden news surprised Mo Fan and he asked in disbelief, "Poisonous rats?" Not long after, Wang Xiaojun returned with a treasure. Fearless Lingling grabbed the rat by its tail, lifted it up and asked, "Is this the kind of plague-spreading rat you were talking about?" The sight made Wang Xiaojun turn pale and he stammered, "Yes, that's the one." Without hesitation, Lingling pinned the rat down and pulled out a sharp dissection knife. Under the horrified gazes of the two men, she began a professional dissection. The two of them could only stare in shock, their eyes nearly popping out. This is too much. Suddenly Lingling's eyes lit up as she spotted something abnormal. Blood. "No, it's not," she quickly corrected herself, turning to Mo Fan, "Hurry, go catch a few more of these rats." Mo Fan immediately agreed, "All right, I'll go right away." Wang Xiaojun curiously leaned in and asked, "What's abnormal blood?" Lingling patiently explained, "Abnormal blood is a key ingredient for blood rituals. You can only find a few drops in hundreds or thousands of demons. It's extremely rare on the market." Hearing this, Mo Fan exclaimed excitedly, "Does that mean we've struck gold?" But Lingling immediately poured cold water on his excitement. "This is just fake abnormal blood. I've read in books that these rats have a blood disorder that makes it look like abnormal blood." Mo Fan suddenly realized what was going on. Someone had used fake blood sickness to impersonate rare exotic blood, causing the epidemic to break out. Lingling immediately called Lung Qing to report. "Sister, we've found a lead on the blood ritual issue. On the other end, Ling Qing shared new information both sides had made progress. The person overseeing the blood ritual was Wang Jis' wife. Mo Fan was inwardly shocked. Wang Jis' superior was none other than Luo Mian. Ling Qing, adjusting her hair, gave instructions they'll head to the Western Battery soon. Meet at the conference room entrance later. Before long everyone gathered. Wang Xiaojun couldn't contain his urgency. If we've uncovered the truth, why aren't we arresting them yet? Mo Fan patiently explained. A counselor with more authority than the Chief Justice is hard to apprehend. Just then Ling Qing's phone rang. After answering, her expression turned grave as she relayed the shocking news. I see. The news spread. Vice President Wang Ji had taken his own life to escape justice. Ling speculated it seems Luo Mian will shift the blame onto that scapegoat. Night fell and the atmosphere at the western base grew extremely tense as countless white demon hawks swarmed in. Alarms blared as the entire army prepared for battle. The white demon hawks launched their attack. The mages' faces flushed with anger. Unbelievable, this isn't over. At that critical moment a voice rang out. Second Academy's Zhu Meng Martial Guard Captain. Chief Judge Tang and Chief Judge Li Tianwan may need the four of you to step in. They're already on standby in the conference room. Li Tian broke the silence. Has anyone considered why the white demon hawks, usually so quiet, are attacking so recklessly this time? Xu Meng asked Chief Judge Li. Have you discovered something? Li Tian didn't hold back. My subordinate Ling Qing has uncovered the truth. This plague isn't a natural disaster, it's man-made. Beside him, strategist Yun Feng asked in surprise, what do you mean? Li Tian continued, I assume everyone knows by now this plague was caused by the congealed blood of diseased rats. Xu Meng interrupted, let's set the plague aside for now. Our top priority is dealing with the white demon hawks. Yun Feng reminded, speaking of the white demon hawks, it's because of the totems they're especially fond of hunting guinea pigs. The congealed blood of diseased rats enhances their strength. And those infected patients use the plague's congealed blood. Their scent matches theirs. Li Tian added, exactly to the white demon hawks, they're like delicious guinea pigs. Upon hearing this, Luo Mian immediately fell silent. Xu Meng slammed the table. Nonsense, you're saying the white demon hawks are attacking us because of those patients? Li Tian confirmed, that's right. Xu Meng shouted, the infected in Hangzhou have become their targets. Then he turned to Luo Mian, whose face had gone pale, and demanded, Luo Mian, it seems he's hiding a lot from us. Luo Zui quickly defended himself, the situation is dire. Are we really going to turn on each other now? Juanzi Yunfeng began reporting the battle situation. The white demon hawk army will reach our defenses in less than 2 hours. We can hold out for 3 at most. Ling Qing interjected, if they came because of the blood epidemic, my subordinates believe that the epidemic should be solved first. Luo Zui immediately asked, does that mean you found a way to solve the epidemic? Ling Qing confidently replied, the antidote will arrive soon. It's a special herb that grows in the western ridge, hawkblood grass. The crowd was astonished. Can this hawkblood grass really cure the plague? Ling Qing affirmed yes. Yunfeng stroked his beard and thought the key issue lies in the western ridge now, right? For example, if we send a skyhawk to infiltrate, the white demon hawks won't attack. Rumingsuo, the military overseer, whispered in his ear, Commander, all skyhawks in the fortress have been executed. This news darkened Yunfeng's expression. Just as the stalemate continued, Wang Xiaojun burst in shouting, I have a way. I can get the hawkblood grass, but... Before he could finish, 2 soldiers grabbed him. Who let this kid in? The boy struggled, shouting, let me go. Ling Qing quickly intervened, wait, he's the one who helped us find the cause of the plague. Only then was Wang Xiaojun released. Mofan and Ling peeked and Yunfeng gestured for him to speak. Wang Xiaojun stammered, there's also 1 skyhawk left in the fortress. I can ride it to sneak into the western ridge. Mingsuo asked in surprise, weren't all the skyhawks executed? Wang Xiaojun admitted sheepishly, 2 disobeyed orders and let my skyhawk go, the one I raised since I was little. This skyhawk has mixed bloodline, maybe that's why it's not under the white demon hawk lord's mental control. Ling Qing made a decision. She told her sister Lingdeling, you and Wang Xiaojun go together, your top priority is to keep yourselves safe. Then she turned to Zhu Meng, counselor, if the demon sky serpent is proven unrelated to the plague, release it. Ling Qing then assigned Mofan, take the counselor's order back to West Lake immediately. Mofan accepted the order without hesitation, understood, leave it to me. The scene shifted to West Lake, where the demon sky serpent was still enduring its lightning punishment. Mofan arrived and announced, I'm here to deliver an order. After the guards confirmed it, they left. Mofan urgently asked Tang Yu, is it still alive? Tang Yu replied sadly, I don't know. Its breathing is very weak, it might fall into an endless slumber. Mofan pressed further, Miss Tang Yu, haven't you noticed anything unusual? Then as the lightning dissipated, she stared in shock, it's gone, it's gone. She turned to Mo Fan and suddenly hugged him tightly, shouting, Mo Fan. Mo Fan held Tang Yu whispering soothingly, it's okay, it's okay. Tang Yu asked the heavenly mystic serpent is so badly hurt will human blood even work on it? Tang Yu confirmed of course it works but with its size would need a truckload of blood. Mo Fan added if only it were immune to that tainted serum. Tang Yu guessed the serum is tainted, then she suddenly kissed Mo Fan on the cheek leaving him stunned. Then Tang Yu told Mo Fan it's the ancestor of all poisons. Mo Fan stared blankly and asked no way is this thing really immune to all poisons, maybe we should just put it down. The scene shifts to the forest near the western outpost. Ling Ling asked Wang Xiaojun worriedly, are you sure it hasn't mutated? Wang Xiaojun replied it wasn't before but now I'm not sure, let me call it. He took out his flute and began to play. After waiting for a long time with no sign of the grey hawk, Wang Xiaojun said dejectedly, I guess I made this sound too easy. Ling Ling encouraged him, try again, maybe it's just too far away. The flute sounded once more. In the sky a familiar grey hawk appeared. Wang Xiaojun cheered, hey, you know what? We're about to do something big, something that'll change how everyone at the western outpost sees us. But it's really dangerous. If anything goes wrong we'll both be in serious trouble. The grey hawk seemed to understand human speech. It glanced at Wang Xiaojun then turned away as if inviting him. Wang Xiaojun whooped excitedly, all right, let's go. Then he turned to Ling Ling and said, you head back first, I'll bring the hawk's red grass back to the outpost as soon as I'm done. Wang Xiaojun took the item Ling Ling handed him. She reminded him, put on these headphones. I'll guide you along a relatively safe route. Remember, if you run into danger retreat immediately. Wang Xiaojun saluted and said to the grey hawk, let's go buddy. The grey hawk took its young master into the sky and the two began communicating. Got it. Hopefully he and that grey hawk will be safe. Mo Fan thought to himself, everyone hold on. Until Xiaojun brings back the hawk's red grass. As night fell someone announced the serum is here. The serpent lay motionless. What now? Mo Fan sighed and climbed onto the serpent's body. Give me the serum, I'll feed it. Time passed and those plasma barrels were now empty. Reporting the plasma is all used up. The last bag was the final one. Suddenly the heavenly devouring serpent opened its eyes, its tongue flicking wildly. Tang Yu squinted with a smile and told Mo Fan it's thanking you. The serpent let out a soft hiss. Tang Yu continued, it says this blood tastes just right for it. It really likes it. Mo Fan dumbly replied, likes it. If it likes it, let me go find some more for it. He thought to himself, this is the filthiest plasma I've ever seen. Never seen anyone so happy drinking something this disgusting. Meanwhile Ling Ling kept guiding Wang Xiaojun's flight path. Careful, white demon eagles are approaching from the north. Quick, hide your human scent. Alright, stop talking, they'll notice us. Wang Xiaojun crushed the pill in his hand. Good thing I prepared an invisibility potion in advance. The white demon eagle flew over then turned and left. Watching the eagle's retreating figure, the man and bird both let out a sigh of relief. Wang Xiaojun recalled his seniors in the army mentioning that white demon eagles patrol in circles. Just as he thought this, the eagle flew back. Wang Xiaojun thought, good thing I didn't rush out. After the white demon eagle flew away, Wang Xiaojun said to Sky Eagle, let's go, it should be safe now. Sky Eagle responded with a caw. Wang Xiaojun then mounted the eagle and flew off. He told Sky Eagle the place we're heading to might be just ahead. Sky Eagle cawed in response. Wang Xiaojun added, hope we don't run into any high bloodline white demon eagles. Right, those above the warrior rank will notice you're different from them. At that moment several white demon eagles on the mountaintop were cawing loudly. Just as they turned around, Sky Eagle flew over. Wang Xiaojun held his breath. He plucked some eagle red grass and said with relief, that scared me half to death. It's a good thing those white demon eagles weren't interested in us. Then Sky Eagle nudged Wang Xiaojun's bag with its beak. He happily exclaimed, the spatial pouch from the army is so spacious. Then he reminded Sky Eagle, be good. Just then Wang Xiaojun's hand was pricked by a thorn drawing blood. He panicked, oh no. Suddenly three white demon eagles' eyes lit up as they cawed loudly. Wang Xiaojun panicked, oh not, hey, smelled the blood. He told Sky Eagle, go distract them then come back. Sky Eagle obediently cawed and charged at the demon eagles, attacking them. After a few rounds the white demon eagles chased after Sky Eagle. Wang Xiaojun praised, good job. He tore off his sleeve to bandage his hand. After carefully wrapping his hands, Wang Xiaojun thought, I need to hurry and gather as much as I can in one go. 10 minutes later Tianning has returned. Alright, we've finished gathering, let's head back. Wang Xiaojun then mounts Tianning and flies off. Soon three white demon eagles start chasing after them. Wang Xiaojun urges, faster, even faster, we can't let them catch up. Meanwhile at West Lake, Mo Fan sighs after seeing the battle in the sky. Thankfully Ling Ling said Xiaojun is bringing back a full load, he should make it in time. Mo Fan says to the heavenly python serpent, if you need to leave, go ahead. I'll stay behind with you to check your injuries. Fan stares in shock at the shed skin. What's going on? The wound is peeling off like this. Check the rest of your body too. Fan gasps after seeing the serpent shed its skin. This is it was split in half. Should we tell Ling? You just then Lingling calls for Fan. Fan asks in surprise, aren't you supposed to be helping Xiaojun? How did you get out here? Lingling replies, I can monitor from here. What are you doing? Fan answers, I was thinking this serpent has been under attack for too long. It's split in half. It's just shedding. Fan says with a bitter laugh, ha ha, I see it's finally starting. Lingling says happily, once Wang Xiaojun returns safely this crisis will be nothing but a scare. Fan jumps down and replies, I hope so. Lingling suddenly asks in surprise, how? Why has he stopped moving? Fan asks, what's wrong with Wang Xiaojun? Lingling answers, my display shows he suddenly stopped and is on the ground. Fan asks, did something happen? Lingling frantically types, he should be flying straight back to the fortress. The scene shifts to the western fortress where several white demon eagles are still in hot pursuit. Wang Xiaojun and Tianning are now hiding on the ground. Just then Luo Mian appears behind him and says, is that Wang Xiaojun? Counselor Luo Mian, hand over the red grass and I'll arrange for someone to handle the rest. Wang Xiaojun refuses. I must deliver it to the military director myself. If you truly care about the people, please step aside. Luo Mian immediately asks, you want me to make way for a kid without even a rank? Wang Xiaojun retorts, what do you want? Luo Mian replies, if you know what's good for you, hand it over now. Wang Xiaojun shouts, are you trying to rob me? Luo Mian asks bluntly, so what if I am? Do you dare resist me? After saying this he casts a spell. Forgot to mention I cultivate curses one last time. Hand it over or not. Suddenly a giant spider appears behind him. Wang Xiaojun is quickly ensnared in its silk. The spider then drags him away. Luo Mian asks smugly, how does it taste? Wang Xiaojun let out a pained cry. Just then Wang Xiaojun's sky eagle charged over only to be sent flying by Luo Mian's palm. Get lost. The scruffy bird wasn't fully grown yet and the sky eagle kept screeching. Soon after, Wang Xiaojun lay motionless on the ground. Luo Mian placed his hand on Wang Xiaojun's storage pouch and said, you should know your limits. Then he vanished using shadow step. Over here Lingling trembled and sobbed, shouting, idiot, idiot, you big idiot. Fan thought to himself, the spider of darkness trap steals souls. He tried to comfort the little girl. Lingling, don't get upset. Maybe he. Lingling interrupted, do you think I'm a child? Don't I know what a system lord is? She shouted again that councilman doesn't deserve to be called human. Fan recalled the moment when Wang Xiaojun had firmly said, I can ride it to sneak into West Ridge. The venom rat demon is the source of the plague. If we capture it and take it for examination, well, no, for sure. Suddenly the sound of the sky eagle's cry, squawk squawk, came from the laptop. Fan said angrily that Luo Mian doesn't deserve to live. The scene shifted to the western sky where a flock of white demon eagles flew closer. Among them was a white bird. The soldiers shouted, Commander Silver. Tang Zhong sighed, what kind of creature can control 10 four-clawed commander demon eagles? Yun Feng remarked, to deal with that beast we must first take out its 10 mounts. Xu Meng lamented, at this rate we won't have much left. Let's kill those first, he said, spreading the wings on his back. Our territory isn't a place they can just waltz into. Seeing him take off, Tang Zhong shouted, Xu Meng. Wu Pingjing also unfurled 6 wings, saying, Sir, wait. Li Tian marveled, Xu Meng is full of surprises. Tang Zhong ordered, take out its mounts first. Well, deal with the silver one slowly. Li Tian agreed, that's the only way, and so the battle continued. Meanwhile the sky eagle spread its wings to shield Wang Xiaojun as several white demon eagles closed in. Chaos erupted as both sides clashed, but the sky eagle remained steadfast in protecting its master. The scene shifted to the military barracks at the Western Rescue Outpost. A few people discussed, Sir, Wang Xiaojun doesn't have a rank yet, he can't stay in the regular barracks. The kid seems pitiful, did he get into big trouble? Leng Qing asked this photo. The other replied, that's his brother. His older brother was an eagle mage who lost contact during a mission. The young prince was still very young at the time. Leng Qing ordered them to quickly pack his belongings and hand them over to him, then report to the commander to seal the news and posthumously grant him the title of Eagle Mage. The other person asked in surprise, Eagle Mage, you mean granting him the rank of Eagle Mage? Then they froze. Wait, did you say posthumously? Grant posthumously? Leng Qing said sadly, I'm truly sorry we failed to protect him. The other person stammered, no, that's impossible, how could he? Just then someone rushed in frantically, Suli the beast tamer, Suli the beast tamer. Suli quickly replied, I'm here. The other person hurriedly said, a red eagle is flying this way, some say it's his and they haven't decided whether to shoot it down, go check it out. Suli was shocked. Red Leng Qing reminded him, go see what's happening. Someone then said, beast tamer Su, you're here? Suli asked urgently, which eagle? Then as an eagle flew closer they realized
It wasn't red by nature but appeared so because it was covered in blood. Suli's face turned pale as he cried out. That's his eyes widened in horror. The eagle crashed to the ground carrying a person on its back. Suli shouted desperately, Wang Xiaojun. Tears streamed down his face as he stared at the fallen man and eagle. Then Suli tightly embraced Wang Xiaojun and broke into sobs. The scene shifted to West Lake where Suli's wails echoed. Emofan and Lingling remained silent. Just then the heavenly dark python slithered onto Emofan's shoulder, flicking its tongue as he wept. Emofan turned and asked the python, did you finish shedding your skin? The snake hissed. Emofan asked again, do you want revenge? Then Emofan pulled Ling Ling onto the snake's head. He declared loudly, great, now that you've grown bigger, let's go settle this. Ling Ling warned Emofan, I spotted Waxbeak but there are a lot of people waiting to back him up. Emofan immediately ordered, then we strike first. Heavenly dark python charge. On an open field a group of people was moving. One reported, Counselor Waxbeak, we've been back for a while now. Waxbeak laughed heartily, excellent, following me will bring you wealth and glory sooner or later. The others replied, let us escort you back to the isolation headquarters. Yes sir. Waxbeak started to say I, but before he could finish the heavenly dark python charged toward them. A whirlwind suddenly appeared and the men shouted, protect the counselor, get him out of here. But the toxic fumes made them cough violently, cough cough. A massive serpent appeared before them and the men cried out, demon demon heavenly python. Emofan stood atop the heavenly dark python and roared, traitor. Waxbeak's face turned pale, you dare show up here before even finishing your molt? I could take you down alone, Emofan said, but the serpent merely opened its mouth and exhaled. The men raised their magical shields but they were still affected. Everyone was blasted away, some unconscious, others completely obliterated. Mofan thought gleefully that with just one move he had taken out a group of high-ranking mages. He roared, you're pushing yourself too hard, your molting isn't even halfway done unless you want to die together. Mofan sighed, clearly the opponent didn't know the heavenly mystic serpent had already finished molting. Lingling asked again, requesting more blood-pact reinforcement. Mofan thought to himself, this is unnecessary. How could a flawed blood pact still have such power? He shouted, if you're so eager to die, I'll finish you off right now. But the mystic serpent lunged at his position. With a heavy thud the massive serpent crashed to the ground. Mofan exclaimed, its afterimage split into four. This old thing, it's got plenty of escape tricks. He laughed triumphantly, ha, try catching me now. But his celebration was cut short as the serpent's tail struck him hard. He leapt back cheering, nice hit. Enraged he cast a spell, curse you, roll of the Death Knight. Mofan saw the dark magic circle appear and sneered, running again, are you a rabbit? The demon heavenly mystic serpent spat a cloud of venom, then three spectral serpents emerged. They charged at him and Mofan shouted, found you. But a barrier flickered to life around him. Han thought, good thing this judgment shield is so sturdy, then he laughed just as the serpent's tongue lashed out and swallowed him whole. Mofan yelped, Ling paled it ate him. Mofan thought he got what he deserved. But then the white demon eagles asked, what's that silver thing? Lingling replied, the silver one has no master, it's a dominance core, it's the reason all the sky eagles turn traitor. Lingling warned Mofan, hurry, it's returning to its nest. The scene shifted as the frame master rampaged through the crowd. Li Tian roared in fury, useless, we can't break through its defense, so can't even scratch it. Xu Mang reminded him, we have to, even if it's impossible. Those demonic eagles immediately fell victim and crashed to the ground. A few children looked out the window and said, look, they fell and died, we're saved. Seeing the celestial python, the townspeople cheer at it was protecting them. I heard from my grandmother when I was little that something has always guarded the city, it must be this serpent, I never thought I'd see it in my lifetime. As poisonous gas spread, several soldiers shouted, the white eagle demon can't get in. On the other side the cage master charged forward in fury, letting out a screech. Wu Pingjing yelled, its distracted counselor, now's our chance. Xu Mang unleashed a devastating spell, heavenly punishment of the thunder pool, the 9 realms forbidden technique. The scene unfolded, even Lian Daozhong was stunned by the overwhelming magic. Then a lightning spear appeared in Xu Mang's hand and he hurled it at the silver cage master. With a dull thud the silver cage master was electrified, its body paralyzed. Seeing the silver cage master struck, Xu Mang shouted, good, restrain it. But as the silver cage master struggled to break free, Li Tian asked in panic, what is it trying to do? At that moment the silver cage master kept screeching and other demonic eagles rushed to its aid. Xu Mang sneered, do you think calling a bunch of minions will save you from divine punishment? But Li Tian warned, wait everyone look, even Xu Mang was taken aback. The demonic eagles charged forward, shielding the silver cage master from the lightning. With a series of dull thuds the eagles were struck and vaporized into mist.
The Silver Cage Master remained unharmed and Li Tian and the others cried out in horror, the divine punishment has been broken. Then he set up a barrier and said, be careful, it's coming. Countless feathers rained down from the sky like arrows. Wu Pingjing stepped in front of Zhu Meng erecting a barrier as he warned Counselor watch out. But several feathers had already pierced Wu Pingjing's body. Dao Zhong shouted, he'll cover the rear, fall back now. Wu Pingjing forced himself to say, Counselor, retreat into the barrier for defense. Zhu Meng snapped, nonsense. If we retreat, who will protect the people from this monster? Dao Zhong, take care of him. With that, Dao Zhong helped Wu Pingjing up and shouted, Zhu Meng. Wu Pingjing struggled to say, over here both of you. Zhu Meng roared in fury, you wretched beast, you will regret this. He activated his demonic artifact Heavenly Quartz Awakening. At that moment a mighty suit of armor manifested around Zhu Meng and he wielded a flaming spear. He charged straight at the Silver Cage Master. The Silver Cage Master flapped its wings, striking at Zhu Meng. Zhu Meng was hit and plummeted like a meteor, crashing into a nearby house with a deafening impact. Inside the barrier, Li Tian and the others exchanged glances, saying, Counselor. A desperate last stand, yet not a scratch was dealt. Yun Feng sighed, thinking that even a moment's delay was better than nothing. Suddenly from beneath the village, shrouded in blue poisonous gas, a massive serpent's head shot up. Its body standing tall like a skyscraper. Soon after, the eagle demons spotted the heavenly devouring serpent and screeched to alert their leader. The Silver Sovereign shrieked in fury, then fired a barrage of feathers at the heavenly devouring serpent. The heavenly devouring serpent remained unscathed, its tough scales deflecting every attack. Yun Feng couldn't help but cheer. Perfect. The Silver Sovereign couldn't penetrate the serpent's scales. Then the heavenly devouring serpent recoiled slightly before lunging forward, jaws wide open, and snapped the Silver Sovereign in its fangs. The Silver Sovereign was flung aside by the serpent and plummeted headfirst. A child suddenly shouted, Dad, what's that falling from the sky? The man turned in panic only to see a giant bird hurtling down like a sacrificial offering. With a loud thud, the bird crashed nearby, luckily, or it would have been disastrous. Then the heavenly devouring serpent and the Silver Sovereign glared at each other. Mo Fan paled, muttering, couldn't you at least warn us before going all out? Ling Ling shouted in panic, are we still alive? Next, the heavenly devouring serpent lashed its tail at the Silver Sovereign. The Silver Sovereign was slammed into the water before resurfacing, unleashing a devastating sonic wave. The serpent dodged to the side, but the buildings behind it weren't so lucky, they were sheared clean off. Mo Fan gasped, that sonic attack is insane. The heavenly devouring serpent hissed in rage. The Silver Sovereign pressed its advantage, unleashing another sonic assault. But the serpent whipped its body, smashing the Sovereign's beak flat. The bird splashed back into the water and Mo Fan sighed, that was brutal. Nearby villagers cheered, the heavenly devouring serpent is protecting us, it's fighting that eagle. Zhu Meng looked up and saw the Silver Sovereign take flight. The heavenly devouring serpent reared up and gave chase. Its body seemed to dissolve into an ethereal mist. The Silver Sovereign snarled as it scanned its surroundings, but the serpent's head suddenly appeared behind it. A Bagua formation was unleashed, its eightfold power crashing down on the Silver Sovereign's head. The formation quickly forced it underwater. As the heavenly devouring serpent struck down the Silver Sovereign, dawn's first light broke over the horizon. Seeing the Silver Sovereign collapse into a deep pit, Mo Fan cried out, unbelievable, that was ruthless power like that is terrifying. Suddenly a piercing shriek erupted from the pit and the Silver Sovereign shot into the sky, screeching wildly. Mo Fan, standing atop the heavenly devouring serpent's side, it got away. Then the serpent reared its massive body. Its body soared into the clouds, piercing through layer after layer below. The people cheered, the serpent had won. The serpent protected us, we wronged it, thank goodness we're saved. Tang Yu was overjoyed and the crowd thrilled beyond words. Great, the scene shifts to the fortress. Yun Feng sighed, strange, those demons always attacked before, but this time they backed off. Tang Zhong guessed, I think it's the heavenly python's intimidation effect. Li Tian turned to the elder Zhu Meng, this has to do with the heavenly python, right? Zhu Meng waved his hand, don't worry, it saved so many people, I'm grateful. Just then the heavenly python approached. It hissed in front of them before spitting out a pool of blue liquid containing something dark inside. Tang Zhong guessed, it looks like a person. Zhu Meng shouted, how dare you eat someone? Wait, Mo Fan cautioned, let's see who it is first. The venom revealed Luo Mian, who weakly pleaded, please save me. Zhu Meng's eyes widened, so it's Luo Mian. How did the spatial bracelet we gave Wang Xiaojun end up with you? Luo Mian trembled, begging Tang Yu, she listens to you, put in a good word for me with the serpent. Mo Fan wondered, would Tang Yu show mercy? But Tang Yu only cared about the spatial pouch. Snatching it back, Luo Mian cried out in pain. Tang Yu said coldly, the glory earned with a life isn't yours.
After retrieving the parrot red grass from the spatial pouch, it was quickly sent to the quarantine zone. The second batch of infected patients recovered swiftly. Mr. Liu rapidly developed a cure for the plague. Mild cases recovered instantly. After a few days of rest, even severe patients could reunite with their families. They never knew what one person sacrificed to bring back the parrot red grass. Ling Ling asked Mr. Liu anxiously, is there really no way to save him? Mr. Liu told them his body is fine now. But half his soul was taken, only the Parthenon temple can help. Mo Fan recalled Tang Yu mentioned that too. Ling Ling asked, then why not take him there now? Mr. Liu replied, I'm not sure. But for now they're refusing everyone entry. Mo Fan asked, not even the government? Mr. Liu shook his head, not even the Mages Guild for now. Let him sleep, maybe a miracle will happen. The scene shifts to Westlake. Tang Yu hands Mo Fan a gift box. This is for you. Mo Fan asked in surprise, what is this? It's hard and black. Tang Yu answered, it's a scale from the heavenly python, you can use it to craft magical tools. Mo Fan cheered happily, oh why not give me a bit more, I still want to make a few more sets. Tang Yu looked displeased, I went through so much trouble to find the best master level magic tools and you don't even want them. Mo Fan grinned mischievously, well a set of beginner magic tools isn't bad either, hand them over. Tang Yu was easily provoked by this guy. Then she added, by the way you did a great job this time. The Hangzhou Review Committee gave you a rare position. Mo Fan asked in surprise, what position? Tang Yu replied, you'll find out when you get back to school, no need to thank me. After returning, Mo Fan reflected on his experiences, muttering to himself, what on earth have I been through these past 6 months? Earth doesn't even feel as safe as Mars. Forget it, no use overthinking it. The scene shifted to a high-end apartment. Mr. Duda, wrapped in a thin towel, sat and said to Mu Nugio's sister Mu, that Shu Ming is really arrogant, he's trying to get you to marry him again. Mu Nugio sighed. Just then the door slowly opened and Mo Fan peeked in. Mr. Duda jumped in surprise and turned around. Mo Fan tossed his shoes on the floor, hung up his clothes and placed his bag on the rack. He plopped into a chair and let out a long sigh. Phew. Mr. Dudu glanced at Mo Fan and then asked Mu Nugio's sister Mu, did you see something strange? Mu Nugio stayed silent. Mr. Dudu stammered, bro, weren't you already gone? Mo Fan boasted, I'm blessed with good fortune, how could I just die like that? Mu Nugio said helplessly, by all logic villains don't die that easily, do they? Mo Fan asked naively, shouldn't this be a tearful emotional reunion by now? Mr. Dudu covered his mouth as he yawned, oh sister Mu, let's go upstairs. Mo Fan watched Mr. Duda's retreating figure and asked, sister, is this how people dress these days? Suddenly the towel wrapped around Mr. Duda slipped and Mo Fan got an eyeful. She blushed and shrieked, ah, then she shouted angrily, Mo Fan. You pervert, shameless! Mo Fan hastily defended himself, I didn't do anything. Mo Fan thought to himself, just my luck, I barely escaped death and this happens. Though she's got quite the figure. A night passed and Mingzhou Academy returned to its usual lively atmosphere. Mr. Duda walked arm in arm with Mu Ningjiao, chatting and laughing while Mo Fan trailed behind, swaying lazily. Suddenly her gaze met a familiar figure ahead. Mr. Duda exclaimed nervously, sister Mu, it's Lin Tingyi, your suitor's lackey. Lin Tingyu turned around and looked at them with disdain. Oh miss, do switching suitors again. Next time pick someone better looking, at least they'd be easier on the eyes. Mo Fan's temper flared, he grabbed the other's collar and roared, open your eyes, what's wrong with my face? Lin Tingyu wasn't one to back down either, lifting her chin in defiance. Kid, I suggest you let go right now. Mo Fan snapped, nonsense. I already tossed you onto the street for everyone to step on before. Just then Dongfang Ming walked over and asked, what's going on here? Lin Dingyu. Lin Dingyu replied, brother Dongfang, as you can see I really hate it when people touch my bow. Mo Fan retorted, so what, you'll get used to it with that. He yanked off the guy's bow. Mo Fan's action shocked Mu Ningxiu and the Jun sisters. Jun Dudu excitedly exclaimed, wow. Meanwhile Lin Dingyu was fuming with rage. He'll teach you a lesson, but Dongfang Ming stopped him. Alright, let's go, well be late. Jun Dudu pouted and asked, that's it, they just left. Mu Ningxiu asked Mo Fan, do you know Dongfang Ming? Well, Mo Fan replied honestly, no memory of him. I've defeated thousands of geniuses. Meanwhile Lin Dingyu was still huffing and puffing at the guy brother Dongfang. Then Mo Fan walked into the hallway of the dean's office. He pushed the door open and said, Dean Xiao, I'm here to report in. A teacher widened his eyes and scolded, which department are you from? So undisciplined, don't you want to study anymore? Dean Xiao was startled but quickly stood up to calm things down. Let's sit down, well continue the meeting later, and the teacher immediately complied. Then Dean Xiao led Mo Fan into his private office and asked, are you alright? Mo Fan replied, I'm fine, just haven't seen Dean Xiao in half a year, I missed you. Dean Xiao responded, for your safety I had to announce your death. We failed to protect you.
Mo Fan took responsibility. It was my arrogance, by the way. Dean, I want to switch departments. Dean Xiao asked in surprise. You're leaving the summoning department? Mo Fan answered, that department is too quiet, please transfer me to the fire department. Dean Xiao agreed. Alright, you need to train hard for the inter-academy competition. Mo Fan asked in surprise, inter-academy competition, what's that about? Dean Xiao replied, I'll handle the department transfer. Also, the Hangzhou Evaluation Committee recommended you as the national team's reserved candidate. Mo Fan thought to himself, so this is the surprise change mentioned. He turned to Dean Xiao and said, thank you, Dean Xiao. Dean Xiao smiled in response. No need to stand on ceremony, go to class now. The scene shifted to outside the field where a few guys were discussing. Did you check the rankings? One asked with a bitter smile. Not yet, I'm too scared to look. What if I did worse than last time? Mo Fan thought, rank 1147, too late to take the exam this time. Forget it, the group said as they entered the classroom. How'd it go? The guy answered, just average, ranked around 500. Mo Fan wearily sat down and sighed. Suddenly a girl turned around and asked, hey, back off with a face like yours. You think you can get close to our top-tier beauties? Mo Fan shot back. We entered at the same time, why not say you're the ones interested in me? Several girls turned to look at Mo Fan with sugary sweet eyes. So shameless. Then the red-haired girl shouted, scram, we always sit here. Mo Fan retorted, what if I don't leave? The girl put her hands on her hips, looking fierce. Let me tell you, I Huang Xingli am at least a top fire affinity expert, rank 300. Don't push me to make a move. But a girl named Ding Yumian urged Xingli, forget it, don't cause trouble. Xingli snapped back. Yumian, you're too soft on people with bad intentions. Just then the teacher walked in, seeing the transfer letter with a few words, Mo Fan transfer to fire affinity. Immediately asked, who is Mo Fan? Mo Fan happily raised his hand. That's me. The teacher followed up, why are you transferring? Mo Fan replied, yes. The teacher pressed, it's almost the end of the term, why switch now? We don't accept useless people who just want to coast by. Mo Fan answered, but I'm already sitting here, teacher. The teacher scoffed, do you think you're that impressive? Mo Fan firmly replied, not bad, at least in not the useless one you're talking about. If your rank is below 1000 next month, get out and go back to your old department. Mo Fan coldly asked, 1000 teacher, you're underestimating me. The teacher sneered, humph, well, see when you prove it. Mo Fan's expression darkened as he spoke challengingly. Actually, the fire department is a bit disappointing. The teacher slammed the desk in anger and demanded, what did you say? Mo Fan shrugged dismissively. You say you don't accept useless people, but why do I feel like there are so many here? Upon hearing this, the fire affinity students erupted. Who do you think you are looking for trouble? I'll make sure you regret this. Mo Fan thought helplessly. You started it, the teacher repeated 3 times. Fine, fine, fine. I've seen countless geniuses, but none have been this arrogant. Alright, let's see what you're made of. Mo Fan just scoffed in response. The teacher stepped closer and continued. My fire court has 1147 students. This month they'll boost your ranking to 100th place. Hooray, how the resources will be allocated? Mo Fan then asked in confusion, is this guy out of his mind? That way I won't get fewer resources. Huang Yingli's expression darkened, thinking this guy was a fool. Then she smiled brightly. How that depends on whether you can handle wave after wave of challenges. Mo Fan was shocked. What? Huang Yingli continued, winning a challenge lets you change your rank. Right now there are at least 800 or 900 people who want to challenge you. Mo Fan hurriedly asked. Wait, can people ranked above 100th challenge me? Huang Yingli replied, of course, but winning won't get them much. Mo Fan suddenly understood. Oh, I see, that makes it easier to handle. After hearing this, Huang Yingli was so stunned by his attitude that she was left speechless. This guy is insane. The scene shifts outside the campus. A certain commander was so shocked that she spat out her food. She said to Mooning Jiao, sis Moo, look at this. Everyone in the chat group was laughing hysterically. Ha ha ha, that guy called most of the fire court students useless and said the professors are incompetent. The commander said the big troublemaker is back and the show's about to start. Mooning Jiao quickly replied, the troublemaker always lands on his feet, let's just watch the drama unfold. The commander added, but this time he's gone too far. Meanwhile, Mo Fan was casually munching on an apple in his room when he received a message. Go to the Clear Sky Society. I know you're still alive. Get back to the Devil's capital. I wonder if summoning a high-tier spirit beast like the Swift Star Wolf requires a lottery. The scene shifts to the Clear Sky Society. Mo Fan cheerfully asked the old man Bao. I'm back. Old man Bao responded. Humph, it would have been better if you died out there. Then I could have hired someone who actually works for free. Mo Fan grinned wickedly. Hey, by the way, I just got my hands on some top-notch materials for crafting old armor. Demons. Old man Bao shot back, armor isn't cheap. You got the money? Mo Fan smirked. I've got the money, but I'm short on a master blacksmith. Old man Bao took the job. They'll contact my old friend. Just hand over your materials and money to him. Mo Fan wagged his tail happily. Thanks, old man Bao.
Suddenly old man Bao cleared his throat. Ahem, since you're back I've taken a few new commissions. Mo Fan patted his chest and promised leave it to me. Old man Bao pointed at the files stacked to the ceiling. You and Ling Ling can handle these. Mo Fan looked confused and asked what is all this. He opened one and saw a bunch of random stuff. Catch a giant rat in the sewer, retrieve a runaway pet. Mo Fan said, exasperated. Old man Bao, why did you accept such boring commissions? Old man Bao replied. Ahem, I hired a friend to temporarily handle accounting who knew he'd take such random jobs. Mo Fan shouted angrily. With my current strength even simple jobs start at 100,000. Old man Bao sighed. To keep up with the Heavenly Azure Hunting Guild's efficiency it's really tough on you. Who said you're the weakest hunter here? Mo Fan roared. Weak my foot. So Mo Fan and Ling Ling had no choice but to take the commissions. Things like catching rats, retrieving pets, threatening people, or scaring someone into returning something. Time passed and by dusk Mo Fan returned home looking pale. Few good thing Ling Ling helped. We finished all the tasks in a week. Then AI Duo took out her phone and said, Big villain, look at this now, you're in trouble. Mo Fan stared at the pile of challenge letters, utterly confused. Challenge letters, if they want to fight fine, but I can't stop them. AI Duo asked curiously. By the way, what resources did you get? Show me. Mo Fan handed it to AI Duo, who took it and said, demonic energy speed control. I didn't expect it to be this good. Big villain, have you used it yet? Mo Fan snatched it back. Forget it. AI Duo huffed. I just wanted to take a look. You're so stingy. Then she peeled a banana, muttering with each strip, stingy, so stingy, not mean at all. Then she opened her mouth wide and took a big bite. Suddenly AI Duo asked, Oh, did you get a fire spirit insect fragment? Mo Fan replied, Yeah, I did. I just traded it for an obsession spirit insect fragment. By the way, the top 52 also got a fire demonic energy. What's it for? A2 replied. It speeds up fire-based cultivation. Its effect is like demonic energy essence. Mo Fan asked again. If I enter the 3-step tower, won't my fire cultivation speed up even more? A2 added. Many people struggle to even reach the first level, let alone the third. Mo Fan asked again. What rank do you need to have a chance to enter the 3-step tower for training? A2 answered while eating a banana. The fire department requires roughly the top 50, but they're all wealthy. Or you could marry into a rich family as a Livian son-in-law. The Mu clan values talent highly. After hearing this, Mu Ningqiao blushed and scolded A2, stop talking nonsense. Mo Fan turned red as he glanced at Mu Ningqiao, thinking about marrying into a wealthy family. The scene shifted to Bright Pearl Academy. Mo Fan walked while pondering. This demonic energy essence is really something. If only. Just then a panicked guy ran past. With a dull thud, the guy's books scattered everywhere. Mo Fan asked, You must be Zhang Jiawei, right? Zhang Jiawei stammered in response. Sorry, I didn't mean to. But when this guy looked up he was startled. Oh, Mo Fan thought as he glanced at Zhang Jiawei, the lowest ranked guy here, might as well use him. Zhang Jiawei yelled, Why is it you again? I should stay far away from you. Mo Fan grabbed Zhang Jiawei's hand and asked, What are you afraid of? You're despised by the whole department, and in the department's public enemy. We're in the same boat. Zhang Jiawei replied, I know I'm one of the useless ones you mentioned. I admit I'm really weak. Mo Fan took out the demonic energy and said, Wait, if you help me with this I'll lend you the demonic energy essence. How about it? The scene shifted to the fire department hallway. Several guys saw Mo Fan enter and immediately started whispering. That guy still dares to show up tonight. Someone said, I hope the top-ranked student teaches him a harsh lesson. Another reminded, the top 100 won't make a move. It's up to us. Mo Fan calmly sat in the bloodthirst seat as Huang Xingli turned to warn him. Today is the first day of the weekly challenge. Do you know how many people are eyeing the materials you have? Mo Fan replied, Thanks, but we've only met twice. You don't need to care so much. Huang Xingli snapped, I must be out of my mind to care about someone like you. Just then the teacher stepped onto the podium. Quiet down, everyone knows the rules. Let's begin according to the challenge list in my hand. Soon everyone gathered in the competition area. The challenged Mo Fan ranked 100th. Today's number of challengers is 231. Wan Rong glanced over and saw Mo Fan approaching. The teacher announced, Boy, come up here and apologize to me. Bow your head and admit your wrongdoing to the entire department, and well, let this matter drop. Mo Fan answered bluntly, No need. The teacher was furious and roared. Alright, the first challenger, Zhang Yoha, ranked 736th, steps onto the stage and declares passionately. Hand over the resources that don't belong to you and you might save yourself some medical bills. Meanwhile, a teacher was trying to mediate with the teacher surnamed Wan Rong. Why bother arguing with students? Teacher Wan Rong responded by, May, this kind of student needs to learn a lesson. By May could only sigh after hearing this. Wan Rong loudly announced. Now the challenge begins. The students cheered loudly. Zhang Yoha, go teach that kid a lesson. Don't disgrace the fire department, make him beg for mercy. Zhang Yoha said smugly. Listen to the cheers in the arena, that's your death knell. However, Zhang Yi's face had already turned pale as the entire arena was engulfed in crimson flames. Several students exclaimed, so fast, how can he be this quick? Mo Fan had unleashed a fire department ultimate move. With a loud crash, Zhang Yi's barrier shattered and he was sent flying out of the arena. TCH pathetic, all talk. Mo Fan sneered by Mei side. This kid is really something, you'll go treat the challenger. You two, it looks like, well, be busy today, Ruan Rong roared angrily. Humph, nothing special, he then announced loudly. Next challenger. Mo Fan glanced at his sister in front of him and asked, dual water fire cultivation girlfriend, isn't that a bit contradictory? His sister retorted, mind your own business. Mo Fan struck immediately with a fire department ultimate move. Watching his sister's water department defense, Mo Fan tossed fire techniques while teasing. If you like defense so much, why not transfer to the water department? Ruan Rong said disappointedly he could end this quickly, but he prefers to toy with his opponents. Meanwhile, his sister endured the attacks inside her barrier and shouted, ugh, I can't break through this relentless fire technique. She then conceded. Ruan Rong started boasting again. Next, Mo Fan called out, hold on, pause, I have a request, I'm thirsty and want to get a drink. Ruan Rong agreed, go ahead. After knocking down another challenger, Mo Fan said, I drank too much water, I need to use the restroom. Ruan Rong said again, go. After defeating another challenger, Mo Fan happily said, I need to use the restroom again. Ruan Rong was so angry he stomped his feet, go go go. Huang Xingli said indignantly, I can't stand this guy, what is he trying to do? Meanwhile, Mo Fan raised his hand again, pause. Ruan Rong shouted, you've only faced a few challengers and already gone to the restroom 3 times. Mo Fan blocked the camera and said, I don't want to either, but lives like that, how can the teacher blame me? Ruan Rong roared angrily, get lost now. The next person froze was that you, Zhang Jiawei. Zhang Jiawei stood up and replied, that's odd. Mo Fan shouted, is it really you? That's great. Come on, defeat me already. The others mocked, why is it him again? How this guy? Last time I waited forever for him to even draw a formation. How did the division head end up accepting such an idiot? Seeing Zhang Jiawei like this, Mo Fan sighed, oh, are you scared of fighting? Zhang Jiawei denied it. No, I'm not scared of fighting, it's just Mo Fan let out a sigh. Forget it, just cast a basic spell and I'll play alone, let's make this quick. Zhang Jiawei replied, that's too half-hearted, the whole department is watching. Mo Fan reminded him, right now the whole department doesn't even take you seriously. After hearing that, Zhang Jiawei's eyes widened as he stammered, fire curse, but the formation dissipated before he could finish. The others laughed, what's wrong with this guy, he can't even cast a basic fire curse. Zhang Jiawei sniffled and Mo Fan reminded him, your cultivation isn't weak, but you're so nervous you can't even use magic, maybe you should switch professions. Take your time, Zhang Jiawei said again, fire curse, but the formation vanished once more. The others jeered, can't even cast a basic spell, if it were me I'd be so embarrassed I'd want to dig a hole and bury myself. Get down, don't waste everyone's time. Ruan Rong asked the guy, Zhang Jiawei, are you even capable? If not, just step down. He thought to himself, so that's Mo Fan's plan not happening. Seeing Zhang Jiawei about to leave, Mo Fan called out, what are you doing? If you forfeit you won't get the magic chi nebula. Zhang Jiawei replied, keep the magic chi nebula. Running away now? You fled, but I still have over 200 challengers to face. Zhang Jiawei stammered, too, didn't expect this, I did my best, I'm sorry. Mo Fan looked at Ruan Rong, who just sneered. Mo Fan had no choice but to let Zhang Jiawei go. The guy immediately lowered his head and ran off. Mo Fan said angrily, fine, great. Open your eyes and see clearly, if I am Mo Fan am defeated today, both of us will be the biggest jokes in the department. We'll have to apologize to Director Haishing and the entire department. Ruan Rong was taken aback before shouting, next challenger. Meanwhile, the others burst into laughter. Hi, Mo Fan's so dumb, thinking everyone's like Zhang Jiawei. And Tao shouts loudly, this is the main exhibition area. Ruan Rong is furious, his veins bulging, this kid actually called him a gorilla. Next up is the person ranked 679, Lin Gui. By Mei muses to himself, this Mo Fan is quite something, 200 people taking turns to challenge him, how long can he last? After stepping onto the stage, Lin Gui starts dancing again. I admit you have the strength to rank in the top 300, but real combat is a different story. Mo Fan suddenly hurls a fire talisman and snaps enough talk, glancing at the flames beneath his feet. Lin Gui sneers, ha, it's just basic magic. Yet the flames erupt violently, sending Lin Gui flying off the stage. That night he suffers internal injuries and coughs up blood. Several people are shocked what happened. Huang Xingli sighs, one hit, one kill just with basic magic. Ding Wumian reflects carefully, he used a spirit-grade flame seed, its power far exceeds a regular fire talisman, it seems cheap magical tools can't withstand his attacks. Just then someone walks over and says even the Hua family's Wumian misjudged this.
Ding Wumian asks in surprise. Meanwhile Huang Xingli sighs. Lu Jian analyze this. Even with the spirit-grade flame seed, a fire talisman shouldn't be this powerful. Ding Wumian asks in shock, isn't it a regular fire talisman? Lu Jian replies. His fire talisman has been cultivated to level 4 plus the spirit seed. To strengthen a level 4 fire talisman it would cost at least 350 million. That's enough to buy 2 fire spirit seeds. The only way to describe this is sheer financial dominance. Ding Wumian sighs. True, I've never heard of anyone doing this before. Fan roars at Ruan Rong. What are you standing there for? Call the next challenger. Ruan Rong points at a girl and says she's next. Go on up. Ruan Rong thinks to himself, level 4 fire talisman. Is this kid some kind of monster? No sooner had he thought this than the girl is sent flying crashing into the wall. Ruan Rong blocks the view and announces next challenger Li Tian, ranked 634. Watching the 2 opponents step onto the stage, Ruan Rong thinks her attribute is defense-based. Maybe she can suppress him. Li Tian immediately casts Earthwave Trap as soon as she steps up. Fan thinks magic energy is limited. I need to conserve my intermediate spells. With no other choice he slams down a Thunder Seal. But the Thunder Seal strikes her squarely on the backside. Li Tian shrieks ah and is soon convulsing from the electricity like a stunned hen. Teacher Bai Mei quickly says hurry, get her down. Fan takes over for teacher Ruan Rong. Next Ruan Rong shouts, Wang Hai, you're up. Ruan Rong stares at the electronic screen, sighing in frustration. Already 20 to 30 challengers have faced him. The battle's over and no one's forcing him to use intermediate magic. Bai Mei reminded Ruan Rong, it seems we misjudged this time. Ruan Rong retorted, he disrespects his elders and insults the academy. Expelling him would be lenient. Bai Mei thought to himself, didn't I call him useless too? Without saying more, Fan turned to Ruan Rong and said, referee focus, Wang Hai was knocked out by me ages ago, call the next one. Ruan Rong's veins bulged in anger as he shouted. Don't get cocky. Bai Mei quickly intervened. Calm down, Fan sighed. I'm not even arguing with these people. What's there to be cocky about? Ruan Rong's face flushed purple with rage as he bellowed. You but Bai Mei soothed. Alright, let's see if there's a more promising student. Ruan Rong huffed as he flipped open the roster. Let's see the roster displayed. Gu Jinlong. Bai Mei asked in surprise, when did Gu Jinlong fall out of the top 100? Ranked 280th now. Ruan Rong replied, seems he had a falling out with Lu Jian. I see him. Fan muttered. 5 in a row and the fire department doesn't have a single decent fighter. Ruan Rong scoffed. Humph. Next ranked 280 Gu Jinlong. Fan frowned. How weird. The crowd erupted in excited cheers. Gu Jinlong, defeat this transfer student. Use your strength to restore honor for our fire department. Gu Zhenlong's a powerful cultivator with a spiritual seed. If he's got a spiritual seed, this might be a real fight. Gu Jinlong raised his hand, pretending to listen. Seems everyone senses your threat now. I've offended quite a few people. Never got this much attention before. Fan quickly said, if you're in the same boat, just forfeit and leave the fire department. He'll buy you a drink later. Gu Jinlong burst into laughter. Cut the nonsense. Don't think basic magic will work on me. Fan replied, you're overestimating yourself. As Fan's fire technique struck fiercely, Gu Jinlong laughed high. He quickly countered with magic. Gu Jinlong sneered, I told you your moves wouldn't work on me. Try my magic shadow spike. Double kill. He flung a dark blade. Fan thought to himself, so his secondary discipline is shadow magic. Gu Jinlong crowed, huh, now you can't even cast basic magic. Fan blocked the shadow spike with flames, but it still pierced through. Fan leapt back to dodge. Gu Jinlong shouted tch. Then Fan unleashed intermediate magic Scarlet Flame Fierce Fist Earth Slayer as the ground erupted in fire. Gu Jinlong retaliated, but Fan had already launched his attack. The vagrant demon Venerable Thickblood Beast leaps into the air. He quickly steadies himself and dashes forward, swiftly closing in on Gu Jinlong, who shrieks in panic. What? Fan looks at the barrier in front of Gu Jinlong and says, so it was Watervale. Looks like you're not all that after all. Gu Jinlong shouts in panic. You. Fan flips into the air and strikes with his palm, sparing your life this time. With a dull thud, Gu Jinlong is left with internal injuries and collapses to the ground. Several fire element students groan in disappointment. We lost again. Ruan Rong's veins bulge in anger as he curses useless. Meanwhile, Bai Mei pretends to cough. Ruan Rong lets out a frustrated huff from the audience. Zheng Jiawei stammers. So strong. Fan turns to Ruan Rong and shouts. Next, Ruan Rong calls for the next contestant. Su Hongwan, rank 331. Then he turns to teacher Bai Mei and asks, by the way, Elder Bai, how's the lesson plan for next semester coming along? Bai Mei replies, a few points are already set. The crowd erupts in cheers. Fierce Fist, it's Fierce Fist. Finally forced this kid to use Fierce Fist. Him not bad. Su Hongwan laughs heartily after blocking a fierce fist strike. Imofan doesn't know what to say. Ruan Rong cheers smugly. Humph by Mei sneers. Pathetic, all you did was force out a mid-tier spell yet you're celebrating like you've already won. Seeing this, Ruan Rong also pretends to cough. By Mei exclaims in surprise. Too bad Su Hongwan can't go on either. I'll go treat him over here. Huang Xingli shouts angrily, worthless all of you. Isn't there anyone stronger who can put him in his place? Ding Yumian retorts. I remember you were worried about him before. Huang Xingli quickly denies it. No way. Lu Jian chimes in. To avoid being labeled useless, everyone naturally wants to defeat him. Hearing this, Huang Xingli agrees. Right. Ruan Rong calls out again. Next, Imofan ponders to himself. The ranks are getting higher and so is their strength. Looks like I can't rely on fire techniques anymore, so he unleashes Heavenly Army Thunder Seal and Fierce Seal. A single strike leaves the girl trembling all over. Ruan Rong saw the female student knocked down and couldn't help but sigh. The spiritual seed is finished. This kid is something else. Teacher by Mei praised lightning fire technique complete. Spiritual seed terminated. Completed a 4th stage elementary spell. No wonder he's so bold. Imofan announced loudly. Next challenger. In the audience a few guys cheered excitedly. The fire department students always wear their hats on their heads. This beating might be a good thing. The fire department will get famous fast. A group of people ganging up on a transfer student only to get beaten themselves. One guy shouted, "Don't worry. I've already recorded it and posted it on the Yuxian Comics review channel." Thousands of comments, thousands of likes. At that moment the girls were watching the Yuxian Comics review channel discussing animatedly the 56th challenger failed 66 consecutive victories who said elementary spells are useless. Transfer student versus fire department. Standing tall, never defeated. Imofan was panting heavily. Learn from this. One girl said to Imofan, your performance in this battle is already enough. If I hadn't used up my elementary spells you wouldn't have stood a chance. Imofan said angrily, taking advantage of me and acting smug. I'll blast you away. Imofan raised his hand high, unleashing an intermediate spell, Crimson Flame. 9 palaces of raging fists, yin and yang merging, a pillar of fire erupted. The girl was terrified out of her wits. Seeing Imofan's technique, Rong shouted, save her quick. Teacher by Mei quickly used water defense technique, but Imofan had already spread his hands apart. The flames spread to other areas. The young girl was so terrified she was at a loss for words, stammering, I lose. Seeing that the girl was unharmed, Master Whitebrow praised this student has excellent self-control. Irong said to Mofan, let's call it here. Mofan shouted back, what do you mean call it here? Send the next person up. Irong softened his tone, I take back what I said earlier. Your strength is truly astonishing, Mofan replied. Do you think I've fought this long just because of what you said? Then glancing toward Zhang Jiaowei's spot, Irong added, no one is born worthless unless they give up on themselves. Your magical energy is nearly depleted. How can you still face challenge after challenge? Mofan shouted. Next, Irong sighed, you want take the out I gave you. Next up, number 111, Lu Jian. After hearing this, Lu Jian stepped onto the stage. The crowd erupted in cheers. Lu Jian, this guy is so handsome, someone said to Mofan. I didn't want to take advantage of the situation, but since it's my turn I'll have to step up and end this. A few girls in the stand seeing him excitedly tossed eggs and screamed, he's so handsome, they shrieked wildly. Lu Jian below the stage. Lu Jian said to Mofan, actually, your strength deserves a spot in the top 50, yet you're settling for my 111th place. I find that quite a shame, Mofan asked after glancing at him. Who do you think is better looking, me or you? Lu Jian couldn't help but ask him. It's hard to say. Mofan shook his head. Liar, I'm way better looking than you. Lu Jian cursed under his breath, this guy must be out of his mind. Just then a student stepped forward. Teacher Ruan, everything is ready, what should we do next? Ruan Rong fell silent for a moment. Seeing how exhausted Mofan looked, he thought, fine, I'll give this kid a break. Then he told the student, we'll start later, you can go now, someone's here to see the teacher. Teacher by E asked cheerfully. Chen Cohen, your lightning division transfer student is really impressive. Teacher Chen asked in surprise, what do you mean my student? Ruan Rong replied, this transfer student is in the 2nd year of lightning cultivation. Wasn't he transferred from your division? Teacher Qian responded, I don't know this kid. Teacher Bai also asked. With so many students, how could you not remember? Qian Cohen denied, impossible, I remember everyone who comes and goes. This kid isn't from the lightning division. The 2 fire division teachers couldn't help but mutter to themselves. Wasn't this kid transferred from the lightning division? Then where did he come from? Just then a female teacher walked over and said, this student seems to be from our summoning division. Upon hearing this, the 3 teachers couldn't hold back, they burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ruan Rong squinted as he chuckled. So this kid must be a high-ranking mage, right? Holding up her phone, the female teacher said to the 3 teachers, take a look for yourselves. I just received his transfer notice today, the message read. Effective today, the student formerly of the summoning division Mofan will transfer to the fire division. The 3 teachers were stunned. No way, this guy. Lu Jian mocked Mofan. How does someone like you who doesn't understand the ways of the world even exist in our year? You can't survive in this kind of academy environment. Mo Fan replied, only mediocre people like you need to suck up to others. Then he cast his summoning spell, go old Cun. Suddenly from a rift in space a filthy and swift spectral old Cun emerged, startling the students. What is that? What is that thing? It's a warrior class creature, a magical artifact. This is summoning magic. Wei Rong gasped, what's going on? The kid actually has 3 affinities. Evan Xian Kuan was shocked. Is Mo Fan the 5th ranked on the talent board, a natural dual affinity genius? Elder by May judged ID say there's an 80 to 90% chance. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? The upperclassmen turned pale as frogs whispering to each other. 3 affinitiasis at real. The spectral old Cun raised its head and let out a howl. A wood exuded a menacing aura, glaring down at Lu Jian. Lu Jian flinched. Huang Yinglei shrieked, is he a high-ranking mage? Ding Wumian sighed, I remember now. Huang Yinglei asked in shock, who was he? Ding Wumian answered. 5th on the talent board, a natural dual affinity genius known as the Pearl Demon Lord. Remember how my sister said she was saved by someone named Mo Fan at the gym? Meanwhile the spectral old Cun charged forward, swiping playfully at Lu Jian with its claws. Swish swish swish. Lu Jian struggled to block the spectral old Kun's attacks. This thing is screeching like a demon, it's ruthless. My magical shield won't hold much longer. If this keeps up, he'll have to fight to the death. He struck back with a powerful fist aimed at the sky, but the spectral old Kun's eyes gleamed as it dodged the explosion. Then it leaped and unleashed a whirlwind of sand and rocks. Lu Jian was instantly dazed. Lu Lian cursed, damn it, but his magical shield had already shattered. The spectral old Cun lunged. Lu Jian shouted, him done for. The creature bit down and blood splattered. Several girls screamed, Lu Jian no. Lu Jian had only lost a chunk of flesh and was merely injured. He clutched his stomach, coughing non-stop as Huang Yinglei rushed down to help. Lu Jian, are you okay? Let me help you get treatment. But Lu Jian shoved her away and roared. Get lost. Huang Yinglei thought, forget treatment then. Teacher by May sighed in frustration, his pride wounded, his true nature fully exposed. Ding Wumian remained silent. Over here Zhang Jiahui stammered, he's already defeated 80 people. A kid beside him gaped in disbelief. How is that possible? Wan Rong continued shouting loudly, next Witch God Chao. Meanwhile the rogue spirit Cun let out a long howl. A woe. Witch God Chao clung to the pillar, wailing, teacher, can I skip this? Wan Rong was fuming, get up here now or I'll kick you out of the fire department. Pathetic. Next was the scene of the rogue spirit Cun stuffing an onion into his opponent's mouth. But one after another the words defeat, defeat, defeat echoed. Some were left battered, others carried away on stretchers. The rogue spirit Cun let out a proud, arrogant howl. A woe. Teacher by May praised its stamina has recovered. No wonder it's a wolf clan member full of strength. Outside a few students were discussing how the electronic screen had malfunctioned. Everyone stay back, form a line and don't push. Look at this headline, reading it out loud makes him sound ridiculous. Tian Shangwan has battled the fire department, defeating 139 opponents in a row. His summoned creature, the rogue spirit Cun, is nearly unstoppable, more than enough to rank in the top 100. The fact that a summoning department student defeated a fire department student was even being discussed outside the school. See, my brother said there's a game changer at school. Meanwhile the rogue spirit Cun growled as an opponent tried to flee using Wind Spirit's rogue step. But Mo Fan had already stuffed fire marrow powder into his mouth. The guy screamed in agony, cheap shot, that's cheating. Mo Fan sneered, I never said I wouldn't attack, only an idiot would think that. Next. In the audience teacher Gu Han could only sigh in resignation. Mo Fan, this kid, the dean specifically told him not to cause trouble. Yet in the arena Mo Fan was shouting arrogantly again. Next. Teacher Gu Han scratched his head in frustration, who knew had single-handedly swept the entire fire department. Mo Fan goaded, old wolf, go for it. Teacher Gu could only think to himself, this kid is lucky to still be alive. At the same time Ruan Rong's face had darkened to an extreme. He gritted his teeth as he called out the next name. Next, the 101st challenger, Liao Li. He's the strongest among the challengers. If he had started at the 50th position this would have been over the moment he stepped up. Right, Dong Fong Ming. But Dong Fong Ming stayed silent, his face ashen like an eggplant. A girl beside him asked curiously, Dong Fong Ming, why aren't you saying anything? As Liao Li stepped into the arena, cheers erupted once more. It seemed his summoned beast had also exhausted its strength. His energy is drained. I have a feeling Zhao Li has a real shot. Off the stage, Fan Mian turns to Ke Jinglang and says, you've done well, go rest. No sooner are the words spoken than Ke Jinglang vanishes in a puff of smoke. Witnessing this, Ruan Rong breaks into a cold sweat and mutters, hey Don, tell me. He still has other contracted beasts. Zhao Li can't help but panic. Does he have more? But after waiting for a long while without Fan Mian summoning another spirit pet, Jolly lets out a sigh of relief and wipes his brow. Phew, I must have overthought it. Then he begins casting his spell. Light forms a shield on the right, then he follows up with a fiery fist. Fan Mian thinks to himself, not just dual fire and earth affinity, yes, the slight affinity is really annoying too. Fan Mian raises his hand to the sky, casting a lightning spell. Heavenly Lord Thunderclap Yaksha, boom boom boom, a barrage of lightning strikes the barrier. Jolly smirks and says got you. He immediately follows up with his next move. Light Calamity Wall. Does he think he can finish me off in an instant? How much mana do you have left after casting that intermediate spell? Now it's time to pay for your arrogance. With that he dismisses the Calamity Wall and unleashes a bolt of lightning. Fiery Fist Earth Slay. Fan Mian quickly equips his demon armor. Nether Shield ignites in flames, engulfing Fan Mian and charring his clothes. Jolly crows triumphantly, I've won, take this. Fan Mian calmly retorts, no more Calamity Wall. Looking for trouble, Jolly gasps in shock. What? Before he can react, Fan Mian roars and counterattacks. In an instant, countless razor-sharp spears shoot out from the nether shield. Ruan Rong quickly intervenes, erecting a stone wall to save him. Damn it, Jolly screams in terror. When he opens his eyes he realizes he's still alive, but several spears have already pierced the stone wall. Ruan Rong declares, Jolly, if this were a real demon you'd be dead. Step down. Fan Mian silently assesses the situation. Well, at least I didn't waste my money, he mutters, withdrawing the nether shield with a wave. Jolly walks away, muttering over his shoulder, he's suffered enough. Unexpectedly he bumps into a golden-haired young man. Jolly exclaims in surprise, oh, so you're almost there. I can bring glory to our Zhao family. No sooner are the words spoken than a crisp slap rings out. Smack. The sharp slap sends Jolly reeling, his vision darkening as he trembles. The crowd gasps watching Jolly get struck. Who is this guy? Unbelievable, even dares to hit Jolly. The 101 strength. Jolly shakily covers his mouth, spitting out a broken tooth. He fumes, I only lost a challenge. But the golden-haired man just stomps his foot and threatens, get lost or I'll make sure you regret it. Hearing this, Jolly turns and flees. Teacher by May warned the one who had just fought this student such rude behavior is not allowed in school. It turned out the blonde youth was Zhao Manuan, who told Teacher by Teacher, I was just handling some family matters, sorry about that. Mo Fan standing in the back couldn't help but sigh, haven't seen you in half a year and you're still in good shape. Zhao Manuan replied, you haven't changed either. If I hadn't heard about the challenge tournament I wouldn't even know you were back at school. Mo Fan responded, it's just a challenge tournament, no need to get so worked up. Zhao Manuan answered, then I won't hold back. A dog that eats my family's food dares to hurt my friend. Mo Fan replied, don't sweat the small stuff, your haircut looks good though. Zhao Manuan sighed, I thought the next time I saw you you'd be in a coffin. It's good you're still alive, better than anything. Mo Fan cheerfully told Zhao Manuan, alright, go check it out first, wait for my good news. Zhao Manuan agreed, sure. Meanwhile, Teacher Bai announced the competition area has been repaired. Mo Fan, you may continue. Mo Fan happily replied, alright. Zhao Manuan just stared blankly at his friend without saying another word. Then he put his arm around a girl and walked out, saying, alright, I'm fine now, let's go. Mo Fan smirked, that guy has a new girlfriend again, huh? Ruan Rong continued, announcing the next challenger is ranked 467. Mo Fan used a move, fire fourfold bone. A sharp cry of pain followed aha. Then came Ruan Rong's continuous announcements. Next challenger, next challenger, next challenger. After a while Mo Fan was already panting. The audience cheered, finally someone's going to take down this menace. All we need now is someone in the top 200 to win. Forget top 200, anyone not ranked below 600 could beat him. I don't know what you're so happy about. The fire element has already lost over 200 people. Still better than being wiped out and becoming the school's laughingstock. Ruan Rong announced the final challenger is ranked 173. Zhu Tong. The one named Zhu Tong, looking like a transformed monster, spoke. I thought I'd miss the chance to face a top 100 opponent. Never thought you'd last this long. Zhu Tong glanced at Li Ling and giggled, hee hee hee. It turned out that not long ago Li Ling handed Zhu Tong an envelope and said, take this. Zhu Tong exclaimed in surprise, huh? Then he opened it and asked, whoa Chipsy, he, what do you want me to do? Li Ling told Zhu Tong, this is the down payment. Do me a small favor and you'll get more. Zhu Tong thought to himself, if I go hard enough, I could put this guy in the hospital for a few weeks and make a fortune. Ruan Rong announced, alright, let the match continue. However, Dean Xiao stepped forward to stop them. Let's call it a day here, the teachers all shouted with wide eyes. Dean Xiao repeated. Mo Fan, come down, there's no need to fight until you're badly hurt. It won't do you any good. Mo Fan replied, you're right. Dean Xiao reminded him, apologized to teacher Ruan Rong and the senior brothers from the fire department. Mo Fan sighed and said, fine I guess. Fan half-heartedly said, sorry everyone, it was my fault, please forgive me. After hearing this, the entire fire department was furious, reacting strongly. What kind of apology is that, kid? Such an apology only made everyone angrier. Ruanrong shouted, Dean Xiao, if we don't make him bow his head and admit his mistake, what face does our fire department have left in this school? Dean Xiao replied, Ruanrong, if we really let this continue, this junior brother of yours stands no chance against Fan. Ruanrong shouted again, he's already exhausted, how could my junior brother not win? Dean Xiao said quietly, come here for a moment. Then he whispered something into Ruanrong's ear. After hearing it, Ruanrong's eyes widened in shock. He then announced, under these circumstances today's match ends here. Others protested in dissatisfaction, this can't just end like this. Let my junior brother keep fighting him, he must be made to bow his head and admit his mistakes one by one. Ruanrong's anger flared and he roared, shut up, I'm disappointed in all of you today. There's no point in continuing this match. Originally I wanted every student in this academy to be an outstanding mage, which is why I was so strict with transfer students like this. But he has already proven his strength. If any of you are unconvinced, don't challenge him openly in the future. I hope one day a student will defeat him at full strength, that will be a true master. Teacher Bai also said, Fan, come down, your injuries are serious, don't delay treatment any longer. Fan obediently replied yes, then grumbled at Dean Xiao, why did you come so late? Dean Xiao snapped impatiently, stop causing so much trouble for me. Goga treated now. Master Han beside him sighed, this kid. Fan replied with a wry smile, will be going then. After a while, Teacher Bai Mei told Fan, fortunately you'll prescribe some medicine that counters your attributes. Take it easy this week to recover. Fan replied, thank you, teacher. Teacher Bai Mei continued, but I must say, did you? I once used some unorthodox methods to recuperate my body. After a moment of silence, Fan asked, is there anything abnormal? White brow teacher said, I suggest you get a full checkup. I sense a violent energy within you, very close to demonic forces. Fan thought to himself, this teacher's cultivation is truly high, can even detect residual demonic energy. Fan readily agreed, all right, I'll go, thank you, teacher. The scene shifts to an apartment. Fan flops onto the couch and sighs, I'm exhausted. Just then Duda runs over and says, big villain, you really showed off today. Munukio adds, it wasn't very wise to make such a big scene right after returning to school. Fan agrees before dozing off. Duda asks in surprise he fell asleep. Munukio says let him sleep. Time passes and Fan groggily feels something heavy pressing down on him. It's actually a wolf lying on top of him. Fan yells, oh old wolf, are you trying to crush me? He jolts awake gasping for breath, oh it was just a dream. These two are really something, piling so many blankets on me like they want to suffocate me. Then Fan walks out to the balcony to get some air. He opens a can of soda and downs it in one gulp. Muttering to himself, he says, the students are stronger than I expected, I need to train harder. Meanwhile, Duda says to Munukio, look at him like a cockroach that won't die. Time passes. A week later, Fan arrives at a large building. Someone comes out to greet him. Hello, sorry to keep you waiting. I'm Li Junnan, disciple of Master Hua. Fan exclaims happily, oh hello, I'm here to see Master Hua, is he here? Li Junnan replies he's here, but he's in a bad mood. Fan says only Master Hua can handle the abnormal scales I have, please let him know I'm here. Li Junnan asks, can I take a look at your scales? Fan agrees sure and takes out 2 snake scales. Upon seeing the scales, Li Junnan remarks this material is very common. Fan asks, why do you say that? Li Junnan explains, do you know about fake patterns? The rarer the snake, the more intricate its patterns. These have no patterns at all, did you take them from a servant-level creature? Fan thinks to himself, that massive dark snake's body, how could it have any intact patterns? Fan argues the patterns are right here, it's all real. Li Junnan shouts, do you think I'm blind? There's no pattern at all, now take your head away. Just then a voice from upstairs interrupts their argument, what's all this racket about? Don't you know I hate hints the most? Li Junnan whined at Chao, drawing the teacher's attention, and apologized, it's all this guy's fault for causing trouble. Fan immediately seized the opportunity and said, Master Hua, I'm Fan, your junior. Boss Bao said no blacksmith could compare to you, so I came especially to pay my respects. Li Junnan pointed at Fan and scolded, do you think Master will fall for your sweet talk? Master Hua burst into laughter, haha, exactly, Langshi Suzhou Lion, how could those old fools compare to me? Kid, what good materials do you have, show me. Hearing his master's words, Li Junnan could only facepalm and sigh. Master, over here. Master Hua held a magnifying glass and examined the snake scale closely. He exclaimed, oh. Then he pressed the magnifying glass against Li Junnan's head and scolded, blockhead.
How many times have I told you top-grade materials should be wrapped in paper? How could you just leave it on the table? Li Junnan stared blankly, clutching his head. Top-grade. Master Hua sighed. What a shame it's not a true scale of a rare beast, otherwise it would be an invaluable treasure. Emofan praised. Your eye is sharp. This is a shed scale, not a real snake scale. Master Hua added. Not bad, though the shedding process left some marks. Li Junnan argued. Master, I thought it was just scrap. I'd never kick him out. Master Hua glared. Kick who? Idiot, I was about to kick you out. This rare beast scale is indeed excellent material. Li Junnan asked in shock. Is there really a snake that big? At the same time Master Hua asked. Big. Unless this material came from Emofan nodded in confirmation while Li Junnan looked utterly confused. Master Hua happily continued. No wonder Boss Bao recommended you. No one else could handle this scale. Emofan replied. Then it'll trouble you. Master Hua, I'd like to make a demonic armor piece. Master Hua agreed. Sure, but my orders are booked until next year. Emofan suggested. Could you prioritize mine? Master Hua said cheerfully. Of course, triple the payment. Holidays count as overtime. Emofan started flattering again. Next time it can't be free. Showing my admiration for your craftsmanship. Master Hua waved his hand. Stop flattering me. If you don't want to pay, you can work for me instead. I happen to need some materials. Ordinary hunters can't handle them, Emofan added, but I still have school. Master Hua reassured him. I'm not asking you to go far. It's something in the city. Emofan's expression turned serious. He recalled Boss Bao's words. Crafting a set of armor usually cost nearly 20 million. Triple that would be 60 million. Are these guys robbers? So he asked Mr. Hua, why don't you explain? Mr. Hua called over his disciple. Little Li, take this snake scale upstairs and keep it safe. After Li Junnan left, Mr. Hua asked Emofan, have you heard of vampires? Emofan shot back, are those even real? Mr. Hua raised his voice. I'm talking about Western demons that survive by drinking blood. We need a vampire's fang. Emofan asked again, if I get one of its fangs, does that mean it's free? But Mr. Hua held up 2 fingers and said 2. Emofan yelled, are you a vampire? Mr. Hua retorted, idiot, if you find a vampire, do you think it only has 1 fang? Emofan was stunned, thought for a moment and realized it made sense. He didn't know how to respond. Mr. Hua continued, once you bring me the vampire's fangs, I'll give you that set of armor. Emofan suggested, then shouldn't you give me some clues? Emofan wondered, is there really such a thing as vampires in this vast world? Mr. Hua replied, clues, well I do have some, and then he began his story. 2 months ago I took the subway at night and accidentally boarded the wrong train. While waiting for the next one I saw a man cornering a girl and biting her neck. At first Mr. Hua thought they were just being too reckless. Making out in public, kids these days are so strange. But then he saw the man wiping blood from his mouth. Mr. Hua asked worriedly, miss, are you alright? But the girl had already collapsed. After rushing her to the hospital, the doctor announced she had suffered sudden cardiac arrest. Excessive blood loss was the direct cause of death. Mr. Hua asked in shock, sudden cardiac arrest. Finding it suspicious, he called the relevant authorities. Hello, is this the Hunters Alliance and the Magic Association? Then he went to investigate. He told an officer, stop right here. The surveillance footage showed the girl standing before suddenly collapsing. Mr. Hua was seen rushing to her side and calling an ambulance. An adjudicator said, maybe you were just tired and saw things. Mr. Hua replied, impossible, I saw it clearly. Emofan asked again, did you really see things? Mr. Hua snapped, nonsense, do you still want that armor or not? I'm no hero, I've done what I could. But I remember reading in an ancient Western text that their fangs contain the purest blood for alchemical materials. Emofan asked in disbelief, wait, so your clue is just some unlucky girl? Mr. Hua pulled something from his pocket and said, this is a photo of that girl. Her name is written on the back, the rest is up to you. Emofan looked at the photo and said, I have one more question. Mr. Hua nodded in agreement. Go ahead and ask your questions. Emofan asked helplessly, he sucks blood. What he means is, with this much money, why take the subway? Mr. Hua shouted, what do you know? Life is about frugality. Emofan pressed on, then what are the characteristics of a vampire? Mr. Hua paused, then said, characteristics, they're exactly like ordinary people. Emofan asked in shock, exactly the same, so I wait for it to suck blood before catching it. Mr. Hua replied, or you could just give me 60 million. Upon hearing this, Emofan's face turned ashen. The scene shifts to an apartment where Emofan lies on the bed deep in thought. Only 7 days remain until the second round of challenges. He must forge a suit of armor within that time. First, disrupt the vampire's actions. Second, pull out 2 of its fangs. Third, hand them over to Mr. Hua in exchange for the armor. Everyone wins. Then he calls his partner, Ling Ling, we've got a big job. Hey, race the thing, I need your help. Ling Ling, help me catch a vampire so I can pull out its fangs. Fan and Ling Ling arrive on a street. Ling Ling says to Fan, let's split up here, this is the address, the victim's sister might still be there. Fan asked in surprise, okay, but they're sisters who rely on each other, shouldn't we go together? Ling Ling replied, I'll head to the police station to gather some records, maybe we can contact the hospital from back then. Fan squinted, muttering to himself, Ling Ling is as reliable as ever. Fan followed the address and saw a girl tending to a fire. He spoke up, excuse me, is this Lun Yang's home? The girl turned around and said, yes, hello. Fan was startled upon seeing the girl's face. I mean, did you come back to life? Fan's mind raced with fear. Had she risen on a full moon to become one of the vampires? Then the girl remembered something and exclaimed, I am Lun Yang's sister. Lu Ru were twins. Fan scratched his head with a wry smile. Twins, how? That scared me half to death. Lu Ru asked in surprise, are you my sister's friend? The house is a bit messy, let's talk at the shop next door. The two then headed to a drink stall. Lu Ru asked, I haven't seen you before, are you my sister's co-worker? Fan replied, not exactly, her workplace is next to mine. Lu Ru said in surprise, oh, so it's you. My sister mentioned you, she said you cared about her a lot. Fan scratched his head, thinking to himself, so there really are people like that. He then asked, was your sister's death caused by a heart condition? Lu Ru confirmed, yes, that's what the doctor said. Fan asked again, but I heard someone saw her being bitten by something and she was severely anemic when she fell ill. Lu Ru replied, my sister was always in poor health and often anemic, there shouldn't be anything unusual about it. Pretending to recall something, Fan asked, oh right, she mentioned a few days before her death that she felt like she was being followed by a stranger, did she ever tell you about that? Lu Ru answered, no, but there was something odd. Whenever I tried to open the window she would hurriedly close it. Fan thought to himself, this does seem unusual. Lu Ru asked curiously, do you think my sister's death wasn't an accident? Fan asked doubtfully, the key question, are you sure your sister really had a heart condition? Lu Ru pondered for a moment, my sister's health was indeed poor. But I only heard about this illness after she passed away. It's getting late, if you have anything else you can find me at Chingsource Girls' School. Fan nodded in agreement, alright. After Lu Ru left, Fan used his concealment technique and said, it seems we'll have to start with Ling Ling. As time passed, Fan asked the little girl, Ling Ling, how's your investigation going? Ling Ling replied, the body was cremated long ago, we can't determine if she was attacked by a vampire. Fan pressed, any other findings? Ling Ling reported, all the documents state she died of illness. The doctor's death certificate didn't show any issues either. Fan scratched his head, I checked when no one was around but I didn't find anything either. This is frustrating, the trail seems to have gone cold. Ling Ling added, not necessarily. I looked into the subway surveillance footage from that day at the police station, maybe we'll find something. Fan suggested, if all else fails we'll have to ask her sister again. Ling Ling agreed, okay. The scene shifted to the subway station where the incident occurred. Ling Ling and Fan arrived feeling a chill run down their spines. Ling Ling asked Fan, did you notice? All subway trains stopped running 5 minutes ago. Why would Lucien run into the subway station at this time? Fan replied, that is strange. Ling Ling pointed at the screen, look at her steps, she wasn't chasing the train, was she controlled into going in? Fan speculated, that's very likely. Ling Ling said worriedly, if vampires really have some unnatural abilities, ordinary people would have a hard time escaping their grasp. Fan was also concerned, and they're smarter than other demons, they even faked the cause of death. The demon extermination squad can't intervene. Suddenly Ling Ling notices something. She quickly says, Mofan, look, she stopped here, right, looks like she bumped into someone. Mofan suggests let's rewatch this part, so Ling Ling starts rewinding. They see Ling Su walking, then suddenly stopping before being pinned against a pillar. Both of them are stunned. They watch as Ling Su stands still, then suddenly collapses, followed by Master Hua rushing over. Ling Ling sighs. Next is the part where Hua De runs over. Mofan nods, whom Ling Ling points out that the first thing Hua De didn't do was check on Ling Su. He observes the footage, it seems like Hua De was chasing something. Shouting angrily before finally remembering to take Ling Su to the hospital. What a shame, it looks like he saw something. Could someone be using a magical illusion to hide behind the pillar? It's very possible. Illusions are everywhere. Illusion-based abilities can indeed bypass natural barriers. For now we can only confirm this thing has illusion-based powers. Mofan suggests going to the school to talk to her sister. The next day Mofan arrives at Qingyuan Girls' School. A few girls say to each other, let's meet at the cafeteria after school. The sister replies, okay, bye, look at this. Mofan tells Ling Ling, come down for a sec, where's the girls' dorm, let me take a look. Ling Ling asks, here, does she live in the dorm? Mofan confirms, yeah, her classmate said she's been skipping school lately to rest in the dorm. What's there to watch in the dorm? Getting through the front gate won't be easy. Let me try the back. Mofan uses phantom step to conceal himself. He knocks on the door and asks skipping class again. Liru opens the door in surprise. Why are you here? Mofan replies, I wanted to ask you something. Your classmate said you were sick, so I came to check on you. Liar responds, yesterday I met my sister's real friend. Mofan freezes. Liru retorts, please don't bother me anymore. She slams the door shut. Mofan sighs, busted. How awkward. He tells Lingling that's the situation. Lingling wonders, you said Lyra's been absent a lot lately, could it be anemia? Mofan replies, Liru and Lingsu are twins, maybe the vampire's next target is her sister. Lingling concludes, so if we keep an eye on Liru we might catch that thing. Night falls on the first day. A girl comes in to ask Liru, feeling better? Harris, what I bought you last night. Lyra replies, thanks, sorry for all the trouble these past few days. The next day Mofan sees a pair of lovebirds cooing out of sight for a day and it feels like ages. So annoying. Mofan thinks Lingling didn't come. Right, looks like we won't find anything tonight. Suddenly Mofan sharply sensed a trace of the Mark of Thought's aura. All clues point here and it's a master of the Mark of Thought, we must find him. But when he looked up at the balcony he saw someone climbing out. Mofan asked in surprise, isn't that Liru? Then Liru vaulted over the wall, panting heavily as she walked. She moved swiftly to a gap in the railing, clearly not her first time doing this. Mofan followed her into the woods. He widened his eyes, thinking, damn it, she must have been manipulated. Mofan continued tailing her, carefully hiding behind a tree to observe Liru. Then he noticed a young man standing behind her. The guy chuckled, wearing a hat that covered half his face. In the dim light Mofan thought, ugh, I can't make out his face. The man then said to Liru, come here my sweet girl. He chewed on something in his mouth bearing two sharp fangs as if to bite her. Mofan's mind flashed with the words Bloodfang and the hefty bounty. Bloodfang 20 million, wait no. Just then the situation took a turn. Liru suddenly drew a gleaming silver dagger and plunged it into the vampire's chest. The vampire groaned in pain and collapsed. Mofan thought Liru sure isn't messing around, but then the vampire burst into laughter. His hand trembled as he grabbed the dagger. Holding his hat in one hand and the dagger in the other, he said, this is unexpected. A mere mortal resisting my charm. Ah, what a shame, legends are just myths, silver blades don't work on us. Liru looked stunned, then fell silent. The vampire continued, oh, if you love my heart so much I'll give it to you. With that he pressed down on the dagger and twisted it. He pulled out his own heart and held it out to Liru. You want something, I'll give it to you. See how much I adore you in giving you my heart. No man will ever treat you as well as I do. Why care about the dead? They mean nothing to you. Money, I can give you that too. At this Liru picked up a wooden stick. The dark vampire shrieked in terror. You know we fear these wooden things, stay back, don't come any closer. Then the vampire let out a sinister chuckle. Haha, you can't kill us. Only we can end ourselves or the unintended actions of a woman we love, Liru said coldly, then die now. With that she raised the stick and stabbed at the vampire, but he blocked it with his hand. Liru trembled like a cornered squirrel while the vampire cackled. She was terrified out of her wits. Just then a burst of flames struck, forcing the vampire back. The fire blazed fiercely, consuming him. It was Mofan who had struck. Immediately after, the vampire turned into a bat and flew away. Mofan shouted angrily and rushed off in a frenzy. Then he returned to call Liru, who was sitting on the ground sobbing in pain. Mofan said firmly, don't worry, I will definitely catch him. Continuing from the last episode, Mofan took Liru back to his apartment. After handing her some medicine for her wounds, he asked, so you already knew your sister's death was unusual? Liru replied, thank you, I'm sorry for how I treated you last time. Mofan reminded her, you should have told me sooner, ordinary people aren't a match for it. Liru explained, I just didn't want to drag others into this. Mofan comforted her, saying, leave it to me. But he always covers his face, do you know his identity? Liru answered sadly, maybe my sister knew. At that moment, seeing Liru's sorrow, Mofan didn't know how to comfort her. He made an excuse and left. Just stay here, school isn't safe, this will be your room now, get some rest. After following Mofan's instructions, Liru said thank you. Just then there was a knock at the door. Lingling walked in and Mofan immediately asked, how did it go, were you able to track him? Lingling replied, I almost lost him, he hid in a private club called Northern Country. Mofan agreed, that's enough, now we need to figure out how to catch him. The scene shifted to the Northern Country Club, where the bartender asked the vampire, what would you like to drink? The vampire replied, Marina, not yet, let me pick something to my taste. Soon after, a glass of Marina was served. Please, the vampire said, raising the glass of Marina and drinking it in one gulp before sighing. If I had known only that kid was there that day, I would have killed him right away. Amid the noisy atmosphere, Lingling, dressed as a little girl, sat alone sipping her drink. Immediately she caught the attention of a man with a strange bangs hairstyle. He approached with a glass of wine and flirted, "Little beauty, why are you here alone?" Ling blushed shyly and said, "Adults can drink, so I want to try too. But that annoying foreigner wouldn't let me choose." Hearing this, the man burst into laughter, "Ha ha ha." Then he turned to Ling and said happily, "This expensive wine isn't good, want to try some?" Ling obediently agreed. "Okay." The man told the bartender, "Give us a glass of red wine here." It was then that Ling realized the vampire had slipped away. Ling thought angrily, "Darn it, he disappeared again." Just then the bartender brought the wine and said, "Sir, your drink." The man replied, "Good." Ling muttered to herself, "This guy is so annoying, he ruined my plan." The man handed the wine to Ling and said, "Here, have a sip." Ling pretended to be surprised and asked, "Uncle, do you know the person who was sitting at the bar earlier?" The man asked again, "What do you want with him?" Ling answered in her childish voice, "I heard girls go to bars to meet men, I want to do that too." The guy scratched his head and said, "He looks familiar, but I don't know who he is." Ling replied shyly, "That's too bad, I wanted to meet him." The man burst into laughter, "Ha, I bet he prefers mature girls, not a little brat like you." Ling stood up and said, "Never mind, I should go back, my family must be looking for me." "Thank you, uncle," she said. After hearing that, my expression darkened. Just then the vampire stepped out and said, "After all these years your taste still hasn't changed." The man replied, "I've looked into it, she's just an ordinary girl." The vampire picked up a glass and downed it in one gulp. The man added, "Of course if we see her a second time she won't be ordinary anymore." The vampire asked, "Then why did you let her go? Girls like Luli with such spirit are rare." The man replied, "Kid, it's because you've been spotted. Our vampire clan has been exposed, we have to be careful with everything we do now." The vampire shrugged, "What's there to fear, just some low-level mage." The man's expression suddenly turned sharp. He quickly grabbed a toothpick and pinned the guy against the wall. Pressing the toothpick near his eye as he growled, "How many times have I told you? Don't let prey die too quickly, don't target the same kind of prey twice." He sighed, "You've put us in a tough spot, I don't want this family to lose any more members." The guy scratched his head and said, "I'll be more careful next time." The man retorted, "You didn't even get a good look at his face, did you? I hope it's just a coincidence if he's targeting us on purpose." The guy snarled, "Then I'll kill him." The man snapped, "Do you even have a brain? If a mage dies, do you think the Hunter Alliance will just sit back and do nothing?" The guy muttered, "You're always so harsh. I'm like this, I've never even spoken a single word to her." The old man shouted in exasperation, "She's in such a huge academy surrounded by powerful mages every day, but has anyone ever suspected her by now? Alright, she don't listen to me and back off, don't do anything to that girl named Lu anymore." The vampire she dong replied, "Understood." The next day on campus, Lu sat alone and thought. Suddenly someone approached her. Surprised, she asked, "It's you, don't you have class?" Mo Fan answered, "I need to hurry and find some materials. There are so many books in Bright Pearl Academy." Lu suggested, "Let me help you," and Mo Fan agreed. Alright. The scene shifted to the library where Mo Fan and Lu divided the work. "I'll search that half and you take this half." Lu agreed. "Okay." Suddenly Mo Fan spotted a familiar figure. He thought to himself, Ding Wumian ran into her again. At that moment Ding Wumian was pulling a book from the shelf. She turned around, saw Mo Fan and asked, "It's you?" Mo Fan replied, "What a coincidence." Seeing Mo Fan's confused expression, Ding Wumian asked, "Are you looking for a book?" Mo Fan scratched his head. "Yes, but I'm not familiar with this place, I've been searching for a while." Ding Wumian asked, "What book are you looking for?" Mo Fan answered, "Books about vampires." Ding Wumian turned and said, "Wait here." Mo Fan thought to himself, "Why does everyone say she's hard to approach?" Soon Ding Wumian returned with several books and handed them to Mo Fan, saying, "Here, these are for you." Mo Fan was surprised by her speed. "Oh, thank you so much." Ding Wumian replied, "No problem." Then Mo Fan watched her leave before opening the books to see what was inside. He found guidance in them. He asked, "Afraid of wooden stakes? Haha, really?" Just then Lu walked over carrying a tall stack of books and asked curiously, "Did you find any books?" Mo Fan happily answered, "Yeah, a whole bunch, let's go sit over there and read." The two quickly found a large table and eagerly flipped through the pages. Suddenly Lu excitedly exclaimed, "I found an important detail based on historical records. We deduced that vampires aren't actually afraid of garlic crosses or wooden stakes. What they truly fear is—" Mo Fan cut her off before she could finish, interjecting, "holy water with purifying properties." Then the two discussed further. It seemed Mo Fan might have found a clue. He pointed at the book and said, "Look here, this magic array here and here too." Mo Fan read aloud, "Water element magic confinement traps or light element ones would work too." Mo Fan muttered to himself, "Light element, light element." Seeing Mo Fan muttering to himself, Lu asked, "How is Shi Guang doing?" Without hesitation Mo Fan pulled out his phone and said, "I'll go make a call." Lu stretched lazily and asked curiously, "What are you doing?"
At that moment Lu Ru was the only one left in the library. Suddenly a strange glow flickered in her eyes. Lu Ru gasped as a shadow darted past like lightning. The air around her turned eerie thick with an ominous presence. The sight terrified her. Overwhelmed by fear, she let out a scream and bolted for the door as if chased by something unnatural, but she crashed into someone's shoulder. Lu Ru cried out in shock. Ouch. Fan asked blankly, "Why did you run out? I was just about to look for you." Lu Ru looked up at a tall stranger and whispered an apology. "Sorry." Zhao Manuan squinted and smiled. "It's fine as long as you're okay." Fan asked blankly, "Did you see anything strange in the room just now?" Lu Ru replied, "It felt like an illusion. I've seen things like that everywhere." Fan turned to Zhao Manuan and explained, "It's a nightmare curse. The books mention a vampire ability that makes people unable to forget it, and it can manipulate fear in their hearts." "Alright, this is Zhao Manuan from Today on Hell Be Passionately Pursuing You." The scene shifted to Fan's apartment where everyone had gathered. Fan discussed the plan with Ling Ling and Lu Ru, saying this way the Mage Shi Guang could protect her. Ling Ling said excitedly, "Good thing you thought of using a suitor's identity." Fan chuckled. Simple. Lu Ru looked worried. "Won't this cause trouble for that classmate?" Fan winked and smiled. "When it comes to a girl's safety, he's all in." Ling Ling sounded skeptical. "But is your friend Zhao Manuan reliable?" After a pause, Fan stroked his chin and hesitated. Well. His reaction made Ling Ling and Lu Ru even more concerned. After a long silence, Fan finally spoke. "It's hard to say. He's a playboy and could be a risk to Lu Ru." Lu Ru thought to herself, "As long as it protects my sister, he'll do anything." The next day the second weekly challenge began and Fan continued on his journey. He easily defeated his opponent, climbing to 48th place and qualifying for the threefold tower. Fan messaged his teammates, "It's been a week, why hasn't it shown itself yet?" Ling Ling replied, "Not yet. That vampire is very cautious. He'll keep monitoring the situation on her end." Fan sighed as he returned home. "Ugh, that vampire is so patient. If it really doesn't show up, we'll be in trouble." Just as he was racking his brain, the phone rang. It was Zhao Manuan calling Fan. "Something's happened." Fan teased, "Is some girl jealous because of you?" But Zhao Manuan replied seriously, "I'm not joking. Lu Ru is in trouble. You and Ling Ling come quickly." Then Fan rushed into the forest in a panic. As soon as he saw his friend, he shouted, "Elder Zhao." At this moment Zhao Manuan stood silently in the eerie forest. The scene beside him shocked Fan. Lu Ru lay motionless on the cold ground, her neck bearing 2 deep bite marks, bruised and discolored. Zhao Manuan hesitated and said, Fan, "I'm sorry, I couldn't protect her." Fury burned in Fan's face, turning it purple. He gritted his teeth and thought, "How dare that vampire provoke us like this? What does he take human life for?" Zhao Manuan asked again, "Should we notify the High Hunters Alliance?" Fan opposed. "It's useless unless we can provide direct evidence of the vampire's crime." Zhao Manuan worriedly asked, "Then what should we do?" Fan calmed down and replied, "Tell me everything that happened." Meanwhile Ling Ling and several enforcers had already sealed off the scene. "The rest is in your hands." Then she said to the two of them, "All right, we're done here, let's go." At that moment Dongyi, hiding behind a large tree, covered Lu Ru's mouth. He whispered into her hand, "Did you see? They're gone. You can't do anything now." Lu Ru trembled all over, her heart screaming that was her sister. He was messing with her sister's remains. Dongyi still covered Lu Ru's mouth and continued, "A touching reunion between sisters. Did you see how much effort I put in for you?" Then he pulled Lu Ru into his embrace. "Human life is so fleeting. Once you join our family, you'll realize none of this matters anymore." Lu Ru felt dizzy after hearing this, while Dongyi pondered to himself, it would be amusing to have her hunt down those two mages later. The scene shifted to Fan's apartment. Zhao Manuan spoke, "I know vampires have their ways." Then he began recounting everything that had happened. Zhao Manuan happily went to see Lu Ru and greeted her. The two then studied books together. Zhao Manuan explained the relationships, rambling on about hierarchies. Lu Ru half understood and asked, "Is that right?" The two continued selecting techniques. Zhao Manuan asked, "Have you chosen?" Lu Ru confirmed, "This one will do." Then the two held hands and walked into the courtyard. Zhao Manuan said, "This is the cultivation tower of my Earth school." Suddenly a crow flew in from somewhere. Zhao Manuan quickly shielded Lu Ru and cast a binding spell to drive the crows away. Immediately after, a man appeared, only to vanish in an instant. Zhao Manuan instructed Lu Ru, "Stay here and don't wander off." He chased after the man but unexpectedly encountered a trembling girl. Zhao Manuan asked, "Where is he? Where did the person who bumped into you go?" The girl stammered, "Don't know." Just then Zhao Manuan noticed movement on the rooftop. A figure flashed by. He immediately gave chase and shouted, "But where did that person go?" However, the figure transformed into a flock of crows and flew away. Zhao Manuan stood there helplessly cursing under his breath. There so fast he thought it over and decided to go find Lu Ru instead. That's what happened. Mo Fan asked again, then returned to find Lu Ru missing. Zhao Manuan confirmed him. I used the tracker to locate Lu Ru. She hadn't moved from the spot.